The Babylonian Talmud, Book 7. By Michael L. Rodkinson. Tract Baba Bathra, Part 1. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Explanatory Remarks. In our translation we adopted these principles. 1. Tenon of the original we have learned in a Mishna, Tanya we have learned in a Bathra, Itmar it was taught. 2. Questions are indicated by the interrogation point, and are immediately followed by the answers, without being so marked. 3. When in the original there occur two statements separated by the phrase, Lishna akrina or Webeath ima or Ika diamri, literally, otherwise interpreted, we translate only the second. 4. As the pages of the original are indicated in our new Hebrew edition, it is not deemed necessary to mark them in the English edition, this being only a translation from the latter. 5. Words or passages enclosed in round parentheses denote the explanation rendered by Rashi to the foregoing sentence or word. Square parentheses contain commentaries by authorities of the last period of construction of the Gemara. Dedication. To him, who for his philanthropy and humanity is beloved and highly praised by the people of Greater New York and country. The Honorable Samuel Greenbaum, Justice of Supreme Court. This volume is respectfully dedicated by his admirer and friend, Michael L. Rodkinson. New York, January 1, 1902. Synopsis of Subjects. Of Tract Ali Baba Bathra, Last Gate. Chapter 1. Mishnahs I-3. In case of dividing partnerships in a yard, where and of what the wall shall be built. Is overlooking another's property considered injurious? Of what size the yard must be to be fit for division? May a prayer house be taken apart before the new building is ready? The legend of Herod the Great with Simeon b. Shatu. How Herod built the temple without the consent of the Roman government. Concerning partitions, fences in partners' gardens, and valleys. May or may not one be compelled to join in the expenses of fences if one's estate is surrounded by his neighbors on three sides? If there is a wall, and one of the owners claims that his neighbor did not bear his share of the expense. A debtor who says, I paid my debt before due. If the plaintiff demanded his money long after due. He who claims, I have never borrowed, is to be considered as if he should say, I have never paid. How and where is a parapet to be made and of what size? If there were two courtyards one upon the other. There were two tenants, and the roof of the lower one sank, there was one who built a wall against the window of his neighbor, etc. Two brothers divided a bequest, a palace and a fine garden, and the latter built a wall on the edge of the garden. There was a note belonging to orphans, against which the other party showed a receipt. Mishna 4. The sharing in the building of a gate to a courtyard as well as to a city wall. Who are obliged to pay taxes and duties of a city. Rabbi opened his barns of grain in the years of famine, etc. How long must one dwell in a city to be taxed? Charity must be collected by 2 persons and distributed by 3. May one be pledged or not for charity? Who of the poor must be investigated before support, and who supported immediately without inquiry? What about one who begged from door to door? The virtue of charity equals the sum of the virtues of all the other commandments together. I was told by the child who was corrected by his mother, etc. The one who is doing charity secretly is greater than Moses our master. How is the verse, Parov 21. 21, to be understood? Whosoever makes it his business to do charity will be blessed with sons having wisdom, wealth, etc. The discussion of Akiba with Tarnusrufus. As the yearly household expenses for one are appointed, in heaven, on each Rosh Hashanah, so are his losses. Grace is charity which nears the redeeming, etc. How may the born of Israel be raised? Rabban Johanan b. Zakkai questioned his disciples as to the meaning of the verse, Kerovi 14:34, etc. Ifra Hermias, the mother of King Saba, sent 400 dinars for charity to our Ami, etc. If one bought a tract of land, however small, he is considered a citizen immediately. Mishna v. Partners cannot compel each other to divide. This is the rule: if, after division, each part retains its former name, then one can compel his partner to divide. A yard must be divided in accordance with the doors, etc. The 4 ells which are allowed for each door are for unloading. If one of the inhabitants of an alley desires to open the door leading from his yard to another alley, inhabitants of alleys who desire to make doors to the street may be prevented by the public. Prophecy was taken away from the prophets and was given to the wise, to lunatics, and children. How this is to be understood. There was a man who bought an estate near to the estate of his father-in-law, who had no male children. The law, either you concede or I concede, when is it applied? The case of female slaves whom Hunah bequeathed to his sons. May or may not the books of the Bible be bound together? What must the size of the Holy Scrolls be? What was placed in the ark, and how? The order of the prophets, and who wrote them? Who was Job, an Israelite or a Gentile, and at what time did he exist, if he existed at all? The legends about Satan and Job. Satan was more afflicted than Job himself, etc. Satan and Peninnah both intended, with their accusations, to please heaven, etc. The explanation of the passages addressed out of the storm wind, etc., etc. Why was not Job doubly rewarded with daughters, as he was with sons and with all his property? There are 3 to whom the Holy One, blessed be he, gave a taste of the world to come in this world. There are 6 whom the angel of death has not dominated. There are 4 who died without sin. Chapter 2. Mishnas I-3. How much space is to be left between one's property and another's? For whom is it to remove himself from supposed injury, the supposed injurer or him who would be injured? One must remove a pond for steeping flax from herbs, garlic from onions, and mustard from bees. 3 spans space, and plastered with lime are both needed, or does one of them suffice? Is one allowed to void his urine near the wall of his neighbor? Under what circumstances one may or may not place an oven in a lower story of a house? Can one of the partners in a yard prevent his partner from establishing a store in it, or not? At what age a child may be taken to school? The enactment of Joshua b. Gamla concerning teaching of children. In what circumstances the claim, "You are cutting off my livelihood," applies. I doubt whether an inhabitant of one alley can prevent one of another alley from competing with him. The legend of Demi's dry figs. How much space is to be left from one wall to an opposite one, and how much to a window? Mishnas 4-12. To what distance a ladder must be removed from one's neighbor's pigeon coop? The distance between a pigeon coop and the city. If a case which we should judge by a majority would be different if according to proximity, how is it to be judged? How much space is to be left to the city when planting a fruit tree outside? And how much to a wild one, to a carob, and to a sycamore? How much to barns, to cemeteries, and to tanneries? The Shekinah occupies every place. The world is like a balcony without the 4th wall, etc. On what side of the city a tannery may be placed? He who desires to increase his wisdom shall recite his prayers towards the south, etc. To a well a distance of 25 ells must be left when planting a tree, etc. One must not plant a tree near his neighbor's field, etc. A tree which bears fruit to the measure of a cab is forbidden to be cut down. A tree which is within 16 ells of the boundary of another's estate is considered robbery, etc. If the branches of a tree are inclined towards another's field, what is to be done? The branches of a tree which overhang public ground may be cut off, so that a came, with its rider may pass freely. Chapter 3. Mishna I. The law of occupancy, to what it does and does not apply. Whence is it deduced? What time is needed for it, and how a protest against it should be made? Must the 3 years of Hazakah be interrupted? Who testifies as to the occupancy of houses? The many cases of occupied houses which the owners claimed, brought before different rabbis of the Amoraim who decided differently. If one claims, it was from my parents, and the other claims the same. There was one who said, I possessed a document but lost the true one, and this is a correct copy. There was another case similar concerning 100 zuz in cash. It was murmured among people that Rabbah B. Sharsham had appropriated land belonging to orphans, and Abai sent for him. One snatched a piece of silver from his neighbor, and the case was brought before our Ami. There was a boat about which 2 parties quarreled, each claiming that it was his. If each of the parties claim, this estate belonged to my parents. If witnesses testified that the plaintiff has loaded a basket of fruit from this field on the shoulders of the defendant, the Hazakah is effected immediately. Is plowing a Hazakah, or not? If one has made a Hazakah on the trees and another upon the ground, has the owner of the trees a share in the ground? Mishnas 2 and 3. There are 3 lands concerning the law of Hazakah. If one runs away from a city because of crime, and one occupies his estate, the law of Hazakah applies. How should one protest? Is a protest not in one's presence to be considered? Under what circumstances the court announces to the defendant that his property will be sold? How is it when he told them to write a deed of gift without an explanation? A Hazakah to which there is no claim is not to be considered. How so? What happened to Anan and Kahana, who placed their fences on others' estates? If the father has consumed 1 year and his son 2, or vice versa, or each of them 1 year and the buyer from them 1 year, is it considered a Hazakah? The law of Hazakah does not apply to specialists, farmers, etc. May one who is supposed to be interested in a case be a witness? Has one a right to say, I cut myself off from this estate entirely? If A has robbed B of a field and has sold it to C, then D comes with a claim. Has B then any right to be a witness for C? If one sold a field to his neighbor without security, he has no right to qualify as a witness concerning it. The announcement of Rabbah or Papa about an article which a Gentile takes away from an Israelite. If one has given his garment to a specialist, the latter claiming 2 zuz and the owner 1. If one has exchanged his utensils for another's in the house of a specialist, etc., come and I will tell you what the swindlers of Pumbeditha are doing. May a gardener be taken as a witness in case of a claim, or not? A robber, neither he nor his son has Hazakah, but his grandson has. A specialist or a gardener who has ceased his profession, a son who was separated from his father, and a woman who was divorced, all of them are considered, in a case of Hazakah, with men in general. If one sold his estate by duress, the sale is valid. Why so? Tabba hanged Pappy on a tree, to compel him to sell him his field. If witnesses testify they signed a note whose amount was not yet paid, but was prepared by the borrower in case he should find someone who would make him the loan. I did so only with the intention of pleasing my husband, but not with the intention of selling it. Is there no occupancy in the estate of a married woman? If one borrowed from his bondsman and encumbered his estate for him by a document, and afterwards he freed him, one must not accept bailments from women, slaves, or children. If one who was the businessman of the house, and the bills of sale and notes were in his name, claims, all this is my own, what should be the evidence? Concerning a gift or an inheritance of brothers. Is it not the duty of every Israelite to save the property of his neighbor from damage when seeing danger is near? There cannot be a better Hazakah than lifting up, as this act gives title to one in everything. The estate of idolaters, if sold to an Israelite, and the latter has not made a Hazakah on it, it is like a desert. If an Israelite buys a field from a Gentile and another Israelite comes and takes possession of it, before the bill of sale reaches the buyer. I was told by the Exilarch Uthman the following 3 things: a. That the law of the government should be respected as a law of the Torah, etc. Mishnas 4. To X. What, and under what circumstances, collusive witnesses have to pay. If there were 3 brothers and 1 stranger. There is a difference in usage of articles. In some cases hazaka applies, and in some not. Does this rule always hold good? The wonderful sayings and acts of Naha. Hazaka does not apply to movable pipes attached to drains, etc. What is to be considered an Egyptian window? To an enclosure the size of a span in width, hazaka applies. One must not open windows to the yard even when he is a partner in it. One must not open, in a yard belonging to partners, a door or window opposite that of one's partner, etc. One must not make a hole in public ground. There were enclosures from our Ami's property facing an alley, etc. When the second temple was destroyed, many of Israel separated themselves from eating meat and drinking wine. Such a thing must not be decreed, which the majority of the congregation could not endure. Chapter 4. Mishnas I to V. If one sells a house unconditionally. If one sells a property, he must write in the bill of sale, I reserve nothing of it for myself. If he owns a field adjoining A's field from east to west, and B's from north to south, and he comes to sell it, etc. If A and B were partners in a field, and A sold his share to C. If one sold a house with the stipulation that the upper daida, chamber, was reserved for him. If one has sold the house to one man and the daida to another. Title is not given to a well, although there is mention that one sold the depth and the height. The difference between a sale and a gift. If one sold a house, he sold with it the door, the bolt and lock, but not the key. If one sold a yard, the houses. Walls, cellars, and caves are included, but not movable property. If one sells a press house, the sale includes the trough, the press beam or press stone, etc. Mishna 6. To 9. If one sells a bathhouse the sale does not include the boards on the floor. If one sells a town, the sale includes houses, etc., but not movable property. If one sells a field, the sale includes the stones which are needed for its use. From the passage, Gen 33. 17, we infer that the boundary is sold to the buyer with the field biblically. A depositary who claims that he had returned the bailment, etc. In selling a field, if it contains a well, cistern, etc. They are not included in the sale. Chapter 5. Mishnas I to V. How should one acquire title to a boat? To a promissory note title is given by transfer and bill of sale. Acquire title to it and to all the debts it contains is traditional and also according to common sense. A bill of sale to a wagon does not include the mules when not hitched, and vice versa. May the amount paid serve as evidence. If one sells an ass, the harness is not included. The kumni is not included in the harness. What does kumni mean? If one sold a she-ass, its foal is sold, but if a cow, the calf is not. If one buys the brood of a pigeon coop, of a beehive. If one buys a tree for cutting it down, he must begin a span high from the ground, an inoculated sycamore, 3 spans. A trunk of sycamores, 2. If exactly 3 spans, it is beneficial for the growth of the tree, etc. Mishna 6. To 9. If one buy 2 trees within his neighbor's field, the ground beneath is not sold, if 3, it is. Concerning the firstfruit offerings. If the branches were wide-spreading, how much space is to be left between the trees in question, that it should be considered the buyer's? A practiced act is more important for evidence. How should the ground be? Longing to the buyer be measured? If one has sold 2 trees situated in his field and one on the boundary. There are 4 legal customs concerning sales. If one sold dark red wheat and it was found to be white, or vice versa, etc. By what acts is title given to fruit and to flax? The vessels of the buyer give title to him in every place, except on public ground. There are 4 legal customs concerning sellers, etc. To real estate title is acquired by money, deed, or hazaka. And to personal property title is given by drawing only. To a thing which is usually lifted up, title is given by lifting, and usually drawn, by drawing. If one hires a servant to work for him in the barn for 1 dinar a day, with the stipulation that he shall work for him for the same price in the harvest time. If one sold wine or oil, and it becomes dearer or cheaper. Mishnas X and 11. If one sends his little son to the storekeeper with a pundian, depondius, but the child loses the asser and breaks the glass. If one take a vessel from a specialist, to examine it, he is responsible for an accident. The wholesaler has to clean his measures once within 30 days. Must overweight be given, and how much? The punishment for false measuring is harder than for adultery. It is harder for the cheating of a commoner than for the cheating of the sanctuary. The scales must be hanging 3 spans in the air, etc. Weights must not be made of tin, lead, cassiterite, or other kinds of metal. One must not keep in his house an unjust measure, even if he uses it for a chamber. If the elders of the city want to enlarge the measures, it must not be more than 1/6 of them. From the verse Isaac XLV. May 12th be inferred 3 things, etc. Those who forestall fruit, etc., who are meant thereby. There must not be exported from Palestine things by which a livelihood is made. It may be prayed by blowing of horns even on Sabbath, when business becomes dull. One must not emigrate from Palestine to other provinces, unless the price of grain has increased, etc. When Abraham our father departed from this world, all the great men of the nations stood up in a file and said, etc. I remember when a child used to break a piece of carob, threads of honey would leak out, etc. Haggadah. The well-known legends of Rabbi B. Hannah, Waves, Hernim ben Lilith, Roebuck of one day, Alligator. The fish which destroyed 60 cities. The fish with 2 fins. About the Leviathan, male and female. The banquet of the upright in the world to come. The bird with her head in the sky. The geese from which a whole river of fat was running. The Arabian merchant who accompanied Rabbah in the desert, and showed him the dead of the desert at the time of Moses. The place where Korach with his company was swallowed up, where the earth and the sky meet, etc. What Johanan has to tell. Jehudah of Mesopotamia. What happened with Eleazar and Jehoshua while on the ship. What Hunabi, Nathan told. The canopies, chuppah, for each upright in the world to come. The 10 chuppah made for Adam the first in paradise. About Hiram the king of Tyre who claimed to be a god. The increase of Jerusalem in the future. Appendix. Eusecapio in the Roman law. Chapter 1. Rules and regulations concerning houses, yards, and fields in partnership or conjointly, the sharing in partitions, fences, and walls, looking into others' property, claims paid before due, duties of one to his city streets, etc. Citizenship by lapse of time, and concerning the size of a yard liable to division. Mishna I. Partners in a courtyard surrounded by 2 houses, each of them belonging to one of the partners, one of whom, or both, may desire to make a mehitza, partition, in the yard, the wall is to be built in the middle exactly. The material for it and all other things must be as is customary in the country, viz., in the case of unhewn stones, of which the thickness is usually 6 spans, each of them has to give his share of space and material for 3 spans. In the case of hewn stones, for 2.5, in the case of half bricks, between which are usually inserted sand and small stones, for 2, and in the case of whole bricks, 1.5 spans from each suffice. Therefore, when it happens that such a wall falls, the space and material of it belong to both equally. The same is the case with a garden in places where they are usually fenced. If one of the partners desires to construct a fence, the other cannot prevent him, nor withhold his share of the expense. In valleys, however. In places where it is not usual to fence, one cannot compel his partner to share with him, but he may build a fence about his own portion, and make an enclosure on the outside, as a sign that it belongs to him only. And therefore should such a fence fall, the material belongs to him alone. If, however, such is built conjointly, it must be in the exact middle, and an enclosure is to be made on both sides, as a sign that it was built conjointly. And therefore should it fall, the space and material belong to both. Gemara, the schoolmen, in interpreting the Mishna, were about to explain the word mihitza as meaning division, according to Numbers 31:43, where the word matsisis is used in the sense of divided into halves. And the Mishna comes to teach that when both have decided to divide their grounds, one of them can compel the other to join in building such a wall, even if he object to do so. From which it is to be inferred that looking into the other's property is considered injurious. But perhaps the expression mihitza means only a partition, according to what we have learned in a Tosefta, that if a partition, which divides the vine from other kinds of products, break, the owner of the other products has to notify the owner of the vineyard twice that he should fence it, and if he does not do so, the products are prohibited and the owner of the vineyard is responsible. And as in this Tosefta the word mihitza is used with the meaning of a fence, so it may be that in our Mishnah also it means a fence. And the Mishnah teaches that if both have decided to build a fence, then each of them must join in its making, but not otherwise. From which it is to be inferred that looking into another's property is not considered injurious. If it should be so, then why does the Mishnah state, the wall must be, etc.? It ought to be, it must be built. On the other hand, if the Mishnah means that they have decided to divide, why the expression mihitza? It ought to be, to have, as people say, come to have our goods, and also, if looking is considered injurious, why the statement of the Mishnah, if both like to do so? Even if one of them desires, his partner may be compelled to join with him, so as to prevent injurious looking in. Said our Basi in the name of our Johanan, our Mishnah treats of a small yard which was not liable to division, it did not contain 8 ells, and then only when both consent to divide can one compel his partner, but not otherwise. But then what comes the Mishnah to teach? That when the yard is not sufficient for a division, and both wish to do so, they may. Is it not taught plainly farther on? From that teaching one may say that he can compel him only to join in erecting a border mark, but not a wall. It comes to teach us that the same is the case even with a wall. But if so, why the other statement of a border mark? There it is needed because of the last part of the Mishnah, which teaches that with the Holy Writ it is different, it is not allowed to be divided, even if both consent to do so. Now, the Mishnah is explained as treating of a yard which is not sufficient for division. Then what matters it even if they have both decided to divide their grounds, could they not retract? Said our Basi in the name of our Johanan, it treats of a case in which it was already done with the ceremony of a sedarium. But even then, what matters it? After all, it was decided only verbally, and they may retract. It speaks of a case in which the parts of each were already marked off. Our Ashi, however, said, it speaks of a case in which each of them has already made a hazaka, settlement, on his part, so that they have acquired title and can no more retract. The expression in the Mishnah for half bricks is kfizin. Said our Ahabi, our Ivia to our Ashi, whence do we know that this expression means half bricks and the additional span is for the stuff which is put between them? Perhaps it means unhewn stones, and this additional span is for the projecting corner. And he answered, the meaning of the words of the Mishnah is traditionally so explained. Said Abai, a span is needed only when, between the half bricks, small stones and sand are put, but if only clay, a span is not needed. Shall we assume that a wall, for ells in height, of hewn stones needs the thickness of 5 spans? Was not the height of the walls of the first temple 30 ells, and the thickness only 6 spans, and it nevertheless held? The additional span sustained it. Why, then, did they make the walls of the second temple still thicker? Because a thickness of 6 spans can sustain only a height of 30 ells, but not a greater one, and the second temple was much higher. And whence do we deduce it? From Haggai 2:9, greater shall be the glory of this latter house than that of the former. Rab and Samuel, and according to others are Johanan and Eleazar, differ in the explanation of this verse. According to one, it means the building itself. And according to the other, it means the years of its existence. In reality, however, it was in both respects more glorious. The schoolmen propounded a question: does the Mishna mean, by giving the sizes, with the lime, or without? Said R. Naaman b. Itzhak, common sense dictates that it means with the lime, for without the lime the sizes mentioned in the Mishna would not be correct, since without the lime it would not hold, and the lime, of course, enlarges the size. But can it not be said that it means without the lime, and because the size of the rime does not reach a span, therefore the Mishna does not count it? But does not the Mishna state a span and a half? It may be said that, because the two halves make a span, therefore it is counted. Come and hear. Erubin, page 28, smiley face. The cross beam in question must be wide enough to hold a half of a brick, which is 3 spans in length and in width. There it treats of a great one, and it seems to be so, as it says, a half of a brick, 3 spans, etc. From which it is to be inferred that there is a smaller half-brick which is not of the size mentioned, and this is the size in our Mishna, where both half-bricks together measure only 3 spans with the lime. R. Hista said, one must not take apart a prayer house until another one is built, according to some, because it may be neglected by accident, and according to others, because until the new one be built there they will have no place for prayer. And the difference is that, when there is another place for prayer, according to the latter it may be done. Mer Mar and Mar Zutra used to take apart the summer house of prayer in the winter, and the winter house of prayer in the summer. Said Rabina to our Ashi, how is it? When the money for the new building has already been collected by the treasurer, may the old be taken apart, or not? And he answered, even then a redeeming of prisoners may happen, for which the sum might be used. But how is it if the whole material for the new building was already prepared? And he rejoined, even then the above case can happen, and the material would be sold out for this purpose. If so, then even when it is already built? And he replied, a completed building it is not customary to sell for such a purpose. And this was all said in case no sign of ruin was seen in the old building, but if there were such, it might be taken apart immediately. R. Ashi, for example, saw such in the prayer house at Surah, and took it apart and placed his bed there, and did not take it out until the whole building was ready. It is said farther on that Baba B. Bhutta advised Herod to take apart the old temple for the purpose of building a new one. Was this not against the law, as declared above by our Hista, one must not take apart, etc.? If you wish, you may say he saw a sign of ruin in the old one. And if you wish, it may be said it is different with a king, who usually does not retract from his word, as, e.g., Samuel said, that if the king should say, I will remove this great mountain, it would be done. Herod was a servant of the Hasmoneans, and there was a little girl among them upon whom he cast his eyes. One day he heard a voice saying that a servant who should rebel that day would succeed. Then he slew all his superiors except this little girl. And when she saw that he intended to marry her, she ascended to the roof and proclaimed, if it happen that one shall claim himself descended from the Hasmoneans, be it known that he is a slave, for all the Hasmoneans were slain except myself. And I now commit suicide by throwing myself from this roof. Said Herod to himself, who insists upon what is written, Deuteronomy 17:15, from the midst of thy brethren shalt thou set a king, etc. The rabbis, as the leaders of Israel. He therefore slew all the rabbis, and left only Baba B. Bhutta, to take advice from him when needed, but he blinded him. One day Herod came, incognito, and sat before him, saying, let the master see what the bad slave Herod has done. And he answered, what can I do to him? And he said, curse him. But Baba answered with the verse, Ekel, X, 20, even in thy thoughts, thou must not curse a king. Herod said, but he is not a king at all. And Baba answered, let him be only rich, it is written, Ibid, Ibid. In thy bed chambers, do not curse the rich. And even if he be only a ruler, it is written, Ex 22:27, a ruler among thy people, thou shalt not curse. And Herod said, this is only when he does as the people of Israel do. But he, Herod, does the contrary. And he rejoined, I am afraid of him. Herod continued, but there is no one who could tell him, as only you and I are here. And Baba rejoined with the above-cited verse, for a bird of the air can carry the sound, etc. Then rejoined Herod, I am Herod, and did not know that the rabbis were so careful. Had I been aware of this, I should not have slain them. But now I crave your advice, perhaps as to that you will find some remedy for me. And Baba answered, you have blinded the eye of the world, as it is written, number 15:24, if through inadvertence of the congregation. 1 Go, therefore, and occupy thyself with the eye of the world, which is now the temple, as it is written, Ezek 24:21, I will profane my sanctuary, the desire too of your eyes, and so I advise you to rebuild the temple. And Herod said, I fear the Roman government. Rejoined Baba, send a messenger to Rome, for which it shall take a year until he shall reach there, and let him remain there a year, and his returning shall also take a year. And during the 3 years you can take apart this temple and build a new one. Herod did so, and the answer was, if you have not as yet taken apart the old one, let it remain so, if you have already taken it apart, do not build a new one. And if you have already taken apart and also rebuilt, such is the custom of bad slaves, they seek advice after the thing is already done. It is true, you are now the ruler. Your record, however, is in our archives, in which it can be seen that you are not a king, nor a descendant of kings. It is only marked, Herod, the servant, has made himself free. It was said that he who had not seen the new temple of Herod had not, in all his life, seen a fine building. With what material did he build it? Asked Rabba. With ornamented marble stone of different colors, the stones being not in a straight line, but alternately projecting and receding, the gaps being intended to receive the lime. He intended to cover it with gold, but the rabbis advised him not to do so, because as it looked as effulgent as the waves of the sea. But why did Baba give Herod such advice? Did not R. Jehuda in the name of Rab, or in the name of Jehoshua b. Levi, say that Daniel was punished for giving good advice to Nebuchadnezzar, as it is written, Dan 4:24, therefore, O king, let my counsel be agreeable unto thee, and atone for thy sins by righteousness, etc. With the temple it was different, for except by the king, it could not be rebuilt at all. And whence do we know that Daniel was punished? He was thrown into the lion's den, Ibid 6. And all other things, etc. What does the expression all add? Those places where it is customary to make such a partition of thorns. Therefore, if it happens that such a wall fall, etc. Is this not self-evident? It means that, should the wall fall into the part of one of them, or if, in the building thereof, one of the partners should build it all on his part. Lest one say that then the other partner should be considered as a plaintiff for whom it is to bring evidence, it comes to teach us that this is not so. The same is the case with a garden, etc. Does not this paragraph contradict itself? It states, the same is the case, etc., where it is customary to make a fence. From which it is to be inferred that if it was not customary, one cannot compel another to join. Then how is to be understood the last part, which states, in a valley, etc., where it is not customary to make a fence, etc. From which it is to be inferred that if there be no such custom at all, he may be compelled to join. And this is contradictory, since even concerning a garden, where there was no such custom at all, he is not to be compelled. So much the less in a valley, where there is no such custom. Said Abai, it means to say thus, in a garden, even where it was not the custom, and in a valley, where it was the custom, to make a fence, the partner may be compelled to join. Said Rabbah to him, if it is so, to what purpose is it stated, however? Therefore, said he, it means thus, concerning a garden, where there is no custom at all, it must be considered as if it were customary to make a fence. However, in a valley, where it is not the custom, it is to be considered as though the custom were not to fence. Therefore in the first case he is to be compelled to join, and in the second he is not. But one may put the fence in the space of his own part, etc. How shall the enclosure be put? Said our Huna, it shall be inclined toward the inside. Why not toward the outside? Because then the partner could cut it off and claim that the wall was built conjointly. But can the same not be done even when it inclines toward the inside? The joining, to the fence, would be recognized. But does not the Mishna state plainly, outside? The objection remains. Arch Johanan, however, said that the Mishna means not exactly an enclosure, but a sign smeared with clay, the extent of an L, outside. And why not inside? Because then the partner could mark such outside, to claim that it was done by both. But even now, the partner can scrape it off for the purpose of making such a claim. Scraping can be recognized as artificial. If, however, the partition were made of thorns, there can be no remedy with a sign, unless one writes it on a note and puts in for safekeeping in the court. Point 3 So Abai maintains. If, however, such was built conjointly, etc. Said Rabbah of Farzika to our Ashi, why, then, the enclosure at all? And he answered, the Mishna treats of a case in which one has already made such an enclosure on one side. The other should follow him on the other side, as a sign that the wall belongs to both. And he asked, does the Mishna teach a remedy against a swindler? And our Ashi rejoined, is not the first part, which states that an enclosure should be made, inside or outside, a remedy against a swindler? To which he answered, the first part teaches a law, and by the way gives also the advice which should be the remedy against a swindler. But in the last part it does not teach a new law at all, as it is self-evident that when they have joined in the wall the material belongs to both, and the new teaching is only the remedy against a swindler. Said Rabina, the last part treats of a case in which the wall was made of thorns, and comes to teach that it is not as Abai said above, that there is no remedy except by a note, etc., but that if the enclosures are made on both sides it suffices. Mishna 2, if one's estates surround those of his neighbor on 3 sides, and he has fenced all the 3 sides, the neighbor is not to be compelled to join in the expense, so long as it is open on the 4th side. Said R. Jose, if the neighbor fenced the 4th side of his field, then he must join in the expense of all the fences. Gemara, said our Jehuda in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails in accordance with our Jose. And there is no difference whether the 4th fence was built by the surrounder or by the surrounded, as in either case his, the neighbor's, field is now protected. It was taught, R. Huna said, he must take an equal share in all the expense, and Hayabi Rab maintains that he has only to pay for the cheapest fence rails. An objection was raised from our Mishnah, which states that when he has fenced all 3 sides the neighbor is not to be compelled, from which it is to be understood that if he has fenced the 4th side also, then the neighbor must join. Then the decision of R. Jose, who said that when the 4th was fenced he must join in the expense of all the fences, is to be understood that he differs with the first Tana in that, according to him, he must share all the expense equally. While according to the first Tana he must pay only for cheap fence rails. And this explanation can be correct only in accordance with our Huna. But according to Haya, who said that all of them treat only about the payment for cheap fence rails, what, then, would be the point of difference between the first Tana and R. Jose? It is to be explained as to the surrounder and the surrounded. According to the first Tana, even when the surrounder has fenced the 4th side, the surrounded has to pay, for the reason stated above, and according to R. Jose, only when the surrounded himself has fenced the 4th side, from which we see that the other fences pleased him, but if the surrounder did so, the surrounded has nothing to pay. Runya's estate was surrounded by that of Rabina on all 4 sides. And when he asked him to join in the expense of fencing, he would not listen. Join at least in the expense for cheap fence rails. He would not listen. Give something for the protection of your estate, and he would not. One day Runya was engaged in gathering dates from his trees, and Rabina said to his gardener, "Go and fetch one bunch of dates." And Runya rebuked him. Then said Rabina to him, "Now your intention that your trees should be protected, if not from thieves, at least from goats, is clear." And he answered, "Goats can be prevented by the voice." And Rabina rejoined, "But even then you must have a man who shall lift up his voice." Finally Runya came before Rabbah, who told him that he should go and settle with Rabina as well as he could, as otherwise he would decide in accordance with our Hosea as explained by our Huna. The same Runya bought a field which was attached to one of Rabina's, and the latter was about to prevent him, in accordance with the law of preemption. Said our Safra b. r. Iba to Rabina, people say, Zala, who is poor, needed for his family as much bread as Zala the rich. Permit then the poor Runya, who has already one estate among your estates, to have another one, so that he can make a living. Mishna 3. If a wall which separated courtyards falls, the owners of both sides have to join in rebuilding it, to the height of 4 ells. If there is a wall, and one of the owners claims that his neighbor did not bear his share of the expense in building it up to the height of 4 ells, he is not to be trusted unless he brings evidence, as it is considered that his neighbor did so at the time it was built. Above 4 ells, one cannot compel his neighbor to join with him. If there were a wall above that height, and the neighbor built another one near it to the same height, with the intention of roofing, he has to share in the expense, even before roofing. And if he claims that he has already joined in the expense, he is not to be trusted unless he brings evidence. Gemara, said Resh Lakish, a debtor who says, "I paid my debt to the creditor, when the time had not yet elapsed," is not to be believed, as usually creditors are glad to be paid in due time. Abayi and Rabbah both said, "It may happen that one unexpectedly got money and thought, I shall pay my debt before it is due, so I shall not be troubled thereafter." An objection was raised from our Mishna, which states that he is considered to have paid at the time it was built. Now let us see how was the case. If the defendant claims that he has given his share of the expense in time, there is no reason why he should not be believed, it must then be said that he claims to have paid it before it was due. And nevertheless the Mishna states that he is to be believed. The case of the Mishna is different, as with every brick or every piece of material that was used the time for payment is considered due, i.e., it is not to be considered that he is claiming to have paid before it was due. Come and hear the other part of the Mishna concerning the height over 4 ells, which is considered not to have been done conjointly. Let us see how was the claim. If the defendant claims, "I have joined with you in time," why should he not be believed? He is the defendant, and it is for the plaintiff to bring evidence. It must be, then, that he claims that he has joined before the time due, and we see that he is not believed. There is another reason why he should not be believed, as usually one would pay no money before he is positive that the court will decide against him. Our Papa and our Hunabi, our Jehoshua acted according to Abayi's decision, and Rabbah b. Mar Ashi acted according to Resh Lakish, and so the halakha prevails. And even in the case of orphans, although the master said elsewhere that he who comes to collect from the estate of orphans cannot do it without taking an oath. Yet in our case the hazaka rule, that one does not pay when it is not due, is strong enough even concerning orphans. The schoolmen propounded a question: if the plaintiff demanded his money after the time has long elapsed, and the defendant claimed that he had paid when it was as yet not due, shall we say that the above standing rule, that one does not pay before due, denies the theory of giving consideration to a claim which appears trustworthy, for the reason that, why should he tell a lie which only injures him, as, e.g., the defendant could say, "I have paid in time," and then it would be for the plaintiff to bring evidence, while claiming, "I have paid before due," the burden of proof lies upon him. Or perhaps such a claim is to be considered even with the standing rule. Said R. Aha b. Rabbah to our Ashi, come and hear. If one claims, "I have a manna with you," and the debtor answers, "Yeah," on the morrow, when he demands his money, the debtor says, "I have already paid you," then he is free. If, however, he says, "You have nothing with me," he is responsible. Is it not to be assumed that by the expression, I have paid you, it means in time, and the expression, you have nothing with me, means, I have paid you before due? Hence we see that such a claim is not considered, nay, the expression, you have nothing with me, means, you have never loaned it to me, as the Master says elsewhere, he who claims, I have never borrowed, is to be considered as if he should say, I have never paid. If, however, he has built another wall, etc. Sedar, huna, if he has built only a half wall, it is the same as if he should build the whole. And Naaman said, he has to join only for the half he has built, but not for what he has not. Huna, however, admits that if the neighbor built something opposite the party wall, the corner of his house attaching it to the party wall, then he is not to join in the expense except so far as he has built, and also Naaman admits that if he has prepared in his wall a place for roofing it, from which is to be seen that he intends to continue the wall and to roof it, he must join immediately. Huna said the holes in the wall prepared for placing the roofing beams, which were prepared by one of the partners, do not support the claim of the other partner, who says he has joined with him in the building of the whole wall, claiming that if he should not do so he would not expend so much money in an uncertainty. Perhaps his partner would not join with him and would not allow him to open windows to the side of his yard, even when the mu epsilon lambda alpha theta gamma omicron omega, the holes which hold the beams, for the roofing beams have already been placed, as the builder may say, I have prepared the whole thing, with the purpose of not damaging the wall through making holes in it, being sure that this would suit you, and you will join in the expense afterward. Naaman said, if one has placed on his neighbor's wall little boards for roofing, it is not to be considered that the consent of his neighbor suffices for roofing it with beams. In the reverse case, however, such is to be considered sufficient. The same said again, if the dripping of water from one's roof into a neighbor's yard take place, it gives him a right to put a pipe on the roof so that the water may run to one place in the same yard. And the same is the case in the reverse, but not if the roofing be of small branches, so that it contains numerous interspaces, thus spoiling the earth where there is dripping through the interspaces. Joseph, however, maintains that even this is allowed, and so he acted. Naaman in the name of Rabbi B. Abulhu said, if one let a chamber of his house to his neighbor, and this was a house with many rooms for different tenants, the tenant may use the holes which are in the wall, the beams which protrude up to 4 ells from his chamber. And if this was an upper chamber, he may also use the thickness of the wall on the roof, if customary to use same, but he has no right to use the front yard. Naaman himself, however, maintains that he has a right to the front yard also, but not to the rear yard, and Rabbah maintains that he has a right in the rear yard also. Rabina said, a roof which is made for shade, if one has attached it to the wall of his neighbor, it is not to be considered as hazakah until the lapse of 30 days. However, if there be no protest after 30 days, it is a hazakah, and the owner is trusted if he claim that he has done this with his neighbor's consent. If this, however, was done for the purpose of a booth for the Feast of Tabernacles, after 7 days it is considered a hazakah. If, however, one has attached the roof with clay, it is considered a hazakah immediately, as this he would not do without consent. Abai said, if there were 2 houses on both sides of a public thoroughfare, each of the owners has to make a parapet to half of his roof, but not exactly opposite each other, i.e. one may make it on the north and the other on the south, and each of them has to add a little to his half, for the purpose of preventing looking into his neighbor's property. Questioned the Gemara why only on a public thoroughfare should it not on a private thoroughfare be the same? The law of a public thoroughfare it was necessary for him to teach, lest one say, one may claim it is anyhow needed for you to make a parapet to prevent the people passing in the street from looking into your property. Therefore make the whole parapet on your property, and I will bear half of the expense. So he comes to teach us that he may answer, from the public thoroughfare one can see only in the daytime, but not at night. Or, only when I am standing, but not when I sit, and also, when one likes to look. For you, however, it is to be seen in any circumstances. The Master said, each of them has to make a parapet to half a roof, etc. Is this not self-evident? He means to say that if one has already done his part, lest one say his neighbor has a right to say to him, take from me the expense, and make all of it, as it is too much trouble for me to find a laborer for such a small work. And if you had not done yours, I would have taken laborers to do the whole of it on my property and taken from you your share of the expense. It comes to teach us that his neighbor may say, as you do not wish to spoil your roof by the weight of the entire parapet, so I do not wish to spoil mine. Naaman in the name of Samuel said, on a roof which looks into the yard of one's neighbor, he has to make a parapet to the height of 4 ells. However, between the roofs he need not. And Naaman himself maintains that 4 ells is not necessary, but a partition of 10 spans is. To what purpose? If to prevent looking, then 4 ells are necessary. And if only for separation of the roofs, in case one step beyond his roof, he should be accused of intention to steal, then any partition suffice, and if to prevent goats or sheep from straying, a small partition which they cannot jump over suffices. It is for the second purpose mentioned above. But if there should be any separation, he may say, I stretched my hand over to the neighbor's roof because I wanted to measure the boundary lines on the roof, which is not likely for him to say when the partition is of 10 spans. An objection was raised from the following: if his courtyard was higher than the roof of his neighbor, it is not to be taken into consideration. May we not assume that it means that no parapet whatever is needed? Nay. It means the consideration of a parapet of 4 ells, but one of 10 spans is required. It was taught, if there were 2 courtyards, one upon the other, according to Huna the lower one has to build from his upper side upwards until he reaches the upper one, and the higher one continues, and according to Ula and Hista the higher one has to share in the expense of the lower one also. And there is a Baratha which supports Hista as follows: if there were 2 courtyards, one upon the other, the upper one cannot say, I will begin to build from my property, but he must share with the lower one. And if, however, his courtyard were higher than the roof of his neighbor, he has nothing to do with him. There were 2 tenants, one in the upper and one in the lower part of a house, and the roof of the lower one sank, and he called on the upper one to rebuild it. He declined, saying, my residence is not spoiled. Then the lower one asked of him permission to rebuild the whole thing at his own expense, but the upper one responded, I have no place in which to live until you shall have rebuilt. Then he wanted to hire a residence for him, but he was told, I do not want to trouble myself by removing. And to the claim of the lower one that he could not live in the house, he answered, Thou canst bow thy head when going out and coming in. Said Hama, the upper one's claim could be taken into consideration, provided the roof had not reached down to the height of 10 spans from the floor of the house. But if it so reached down, the lower one may claim, this place belongs to my property, and it must be removed. And all this is said when there was no stipulation at the time of building. But if there were, the upper one may be compelled to share in the rebuilding. But to what extent must it have sunk that the lower one should have the right to rebuild? Said the rabbis, in the presence of Rabbah, in the name of Mar Sutra Naaman, he has quoted his father answering this question, that if the height was less than is stated, chapter 6, Mishna 4, the height should be the half of the length and the breadth together. And Rabbah answered, Did not I tell you, ye should never hang a beta iota chiamicron, clay pot, on Naaman's neck? It means that nonsense should not be quoted in his name. For I know Naaman's decision was, if it was spoiled from the ordinary use of a dwelling. However, after all, to prevent controversy the law should state some dimension. Said Hunabi Jehoshua, if the height decreases so that the bundles of sticks usually made in the city of Mehusa cannot be brought in and be manipulated. There was one who built a wall against the window of his neighbor, and to the claim of his neighbor, You darken my place, he answered him, I will close up at my expense this window and make you a new one above. But the other party refused, saying, By doing so you will spoil my wall. He said then, I will take apart your wall unto this place and build you a new one. The other rejoined, The old wall will not bear the new building. He then offered to rebuild the whole wall from top to bottom and to make him a new window, and again he refused, saying that one new wall would not correspond with the 3 old ones. Finally the other party agreed to rebuild the whole house, and still he refused, "I have no place to live." And even then his neighbor agreed to hire for him a residence, and he again responded, "I do not want the trouble of removing." And Hama decided that the law cannot compel him to comply with the wish of his neighbor. But to what purpose is this stated? Has not Hama declared his decision in the above case? He meant to say that even if he has used the house in question for keeping straw and wood only, even then he cannot be compelled. There were 2 brothers who divided a bequest. One took a palace and the other took a nice garden which was in front of it, and the latter built a wall on the edge of the garden, and to the claim of his brother that he darkened his house, he answered, "I built it on my property." And Rab decided that the law is not against him. Said Rabina to Ashi, "Why should this case differ from the case in the following Beretha? 2 brothers divided a bequest. One took a vineyard and the other took a field. The owner of the vineyard is entitled to 4 ells of the field for the entering of animals to work it up, etc., as it is considered that so was the stipulation at the time of the division. Hence we see that the requirements of the vineyard are taken into consideration. Why should it not be the same with the palace of the above case?" And Ashi answered, "There the owner of the vineyard paid to his partner the difference between the 2 estates, and consequently the stipulation that his vineyard should be worked up was made." To this Rabina rejoined, "Do you mean to say that in the case of the palace there was not any settlement about the value of the 2 parts of the bequest? Does the law speak of fools?" And Ashi rejoined, "It may be there was a settlement, and the man of the garden took his share for the value of the building of the palace, but they had not made any settlement for the value of the heir. But should there not be taken into consideration the rightful claim of the man of the palace, that he has paid him the difference for a palace, and then it was changed into a dark chamber like a prison?" Said Shimi B. Ashi, "The name of the palace does not change even after the wall is built, and the gratification which the owner of the garden received was for the name. As we have learned in the middle tract, p. 275, if one said, 'I sell you the estate, which contains a core of earth, and there is no more than a half,' etc., the sale is valid, as it is so called. But still, what comparison is this? There he sold him a piece of ground which was so named, and the buyer is aware of what he bought. But here, could not the man of the palace say, 'I have agreed to this division for the purpose of living in it as my parents did, and now it is darkened?' Said both Mar the elder and Mar the younger, the sons of Hista, to Ashi, the sages of Nahardai, among them Hama, decided according to their theory elsewhere, that they hold with Naaman, who said in the name of Samuel that brothers, after the dividing of a bequest, have no claim for a path, for windows, for ladders, and for canals, each on the other, as they ought to take these into consideration when dividing. And must be strict on this law, as this was enacted once for all. Rabbah, however, maintains that such a claim is always to be taken into consideration. There was a note belonging to orphans, against which the other party showed a receipt, and Hama decided not to collect on this note because of the receipt, and not to destroy it until the orphans should have grown up, as they might find some evidence against the receipt. B. Rabbah questioned Rabina, "How does the halakha prevail in all cases like the above mentioned?" And he answered, "All of them are to be practiced in accordance with Hama, except in the case of the receipt, as witnesses should not be considered by us as liars. 4 Mar Sutra B. Mari, however, said that even in the last case Hama is right. For, if the receipt were genuine, they would have made use of it while the creditor was still alive, and because they did not do so forgery was to be feared. Mishna 4. Partners of a courtyard must share in the expense of building a gate or a door to it, if one of them demands it. Simeon B. Gamaliel, however, says, "Not all courtyards need a door, the Gemara will explain which need one and which do not. An inhabitant of a city has to share in the building of a wall around the city, with the doors and the bolts. Simeon B. Gamaliel, however, maintains that not all cities need one. How long must one dwell in a city to be considered a citizen of it? 12 months. If, however, he has bought a dwelling house in it, he is considered a citizen at once. Gemara, shall we assume that a gate to a courtyard is considered a good thing? Is it not a fact that there was a pious man to whom Elijah appeared frequently, and after he had built a gate to his courtyard Elijah did not speak to him thereafter, because this prevented poor men from entering for their needs? This presents no difficulty. If the door is to be opened from inside, it is not good, but if from outside, so that anyone can open it, it is a good thing. Building a gate or door to it, etc. There is a Baratha, Simeon B. Gamaliel said that only a yard which is near the public thoroughfare needs a gate, but not one which is not near to it. The rabbis, however, maintain that a courtyard which is even far away from a public thoroughfare may need a gate. For it may happen that people will pass into it from that which is at the thoroughfare, and will cause harm to the owner's property. And also to a city which is far from the boundary a surrounding wall is not required, according to Simeon. And the rabbis maintain that each of them may require one in wartime. Eleazar questioned Johanan, how shall such a tax be apportioned, according to the number of souls, or to the number of houses, or according to one's wealth? And he answered, according to the number of houses, and thou, Eleazar, my son, put nails in this halakha, that it never escape from thy mind. Jehudah II taxed the rabbis for this purpose, and Resh Lakish said to him, the rabbis do not need any guard, as it is written, Ps. 66. 18, should I count them, etc. Count whom the upright? Can they be more than the sands? Is it not written, Gen 22. 17, that all Israel is only as the sand? You must then say that it means that the acts of the upright are more than the sands, etc. Now, the little sands guard the sea. So much the more should not the acts of the upright, which are more than the sands, guard them. Naaman B. Hista taxed the rabbis. Said Naaman B. Itzhak to him, by this act you have transgressed what is written in the Pentateuch, the prophets, and the hagiographa. The Pentateuch, Deuteronomy 33. 3. Yea, thou also lovedst the tribes, all their saints were in thy hand. And they, prostrate before thy feet, received thy words. Thus said Moses before the Holy One, blessed be he, Lord of the universe, even when thou lovest the tribes, the saints of Israel shall be in thy hand, i.e., they shall be guarded by thee. For the further explanation of this verse Joseph taught that it means the scholars who drag their feet from town to town and from country to country to learn the Torah and to discuss about the commandments of the Omnipotent. The prophets, Hosea, 8. 10, but even though they should spend gifts among the nations, now will I gather them, and they shall be humbled a little through the burden of the King of Princes. And Ulla said, this verse was written in the Aramaic language, and the expression yithnu should be read yethano, which means, in Aramaic, to learn. And it is to be interpreted thus, if all the Israelites who are in exile should occupy themselves with the study of the Torah, the gathering of them would be at hand. But if only a few of them, they should be exempt from the burdens imposed by kings or princes. And the hagiographa, Ezra, 7. 24, no one shall be empowered to impose any tax, tribute, or toll, etc. And Jehudah said, this means, to free the scholars of the taxes of the government. Papa had taxed orphans for digging a new well. Said Shisha B. Edie to him, perhaps no water will be found, and then the money of the orphans would be taken for nothing, for they are not of age to relinquish their property. And he answered, I am taking the money, if there should be water, I will use it. If not, I will return it. Rabbi opened his barns of grain in the years of famine, and said, this shall be for the use of them who have studied the Bible, Mishna, Gemara, Halakha, or Haggadah, but not for ignorant men who have never desired to study anything. Jonathan B. Amram entered, and said, Rabbi, feed me. He asked him, My son, hast thou read the Bible? And he said no. Hast thou studied the Mishna, or anything? And he said no. Then why should I feed thee? And he answered, Feed me as people feed a dog or a raven. And he did so. After he went out, Rabbi was sorry, saying, Woe is me! That I have given my bread to an ignorant man. Said R. Simeon his son to him, Perhaps this man was your disciple, Jonathan b. Amram, whose custom it is not to derive any benefit from his wisdom. It was investigated, and they found that so it was. Then said Rabbi, My barns shall be open to every one, without any distinction. Rabbi's previous act, however, was in accordance with his theory elsewhere, that chastisements are inflicted upon the world only because of the ignorant men who do not desire to study anything. How long must one dwell in a city, etc. There is a contradiction from the following. A caravan with asses or camels, who are traveling from one place to another, who took their rest in a city which was guilty of idolatry, and the caravan while being there were persuaded and worshipped idols, they are to be stoned. But their money must be saved for their heirs. If, however, they were there 30 days, they must be slain by the sword, as inhabitants of the town, and their money is to be confiscated, hence we see that 30 days' residence suffices to be counted a citizen. Said Rabbah, this presents no difficulty. To be counted an inhabitant of the town, 30 days suffice, but to be a citizen, 12 months are required. As we have learned in the following Baratha, if one vows that he shall derive no benefit from the citizens of this town, he must not so derive from them who have resided there for 12 months. But he may derive benefit from them who have resided there less than this time. If, however, he vows not to derive benefit from the inhabitants of this city, then he may derive from them only who have not resided as yet 30 days. But have we not learned in a Baratha that a poor man who has resided 30 days in the city is entitled to get meals from the kitchen of the city charities? 3 months entitles him to get cash for food from the treasury of the charities. 6 months, to raiment, 9 months, to burial, and 12 months, he must share in the expense of fencing fields or gardens, which it was then customary to make of sticks in the shape of the Greek letter psi. Said R. Basi in the name of R. Johanan, the statement in the Mishna, 12 months, means also the same. The same said again in the name of the same authority, every one, even orphans, must share in the expense of the fencing, except rabbis. R. Papa said, to the repair of the wall of the city, for buying horses for the riders around the city, for watching and to ascertain what it needs, and for an arsenal. All, even orphans, must contribute, except the rabbis. The rule for this is that to everything from which they derive benefit they must contribute, even orphans. Rabbah had taxed the orphans of Mar Miriam for charity. Said Abai to him, Has not our Samuel b. Jehudah taught that orphans must not be taxed for charity, even for the redeeming of prisoners? And he answered, I did so only to honor them. Ephra Hermias, the mother of King Saba, sent a purse with dinars to R. Joseph, saying, This shall be used for the highest charity. And he deliberated what kind of charity should be considered the highest. Said Abai to him, As it is said above that orphans must not be taxed even for the redeeming of prisoners, it is to be inferred that redeeming of prisoners is considered the highest charity. Rabbah said to Rabbah b. Mari, Wherefrom is the rabbi's decision that redeeming of prisoners is the highest charity? And he answered, From what is written, Jah 15. 2, such as are destined to death, to the sword, to famine, to captivity, And R. Johanan said all in this verse that is mentioned later is harder than what precedes it as, for instance, to be killed by the sword is harder than a natural death, in accordance with the verse, as well as with common sense. The verse, P.S. Xvi. 15, Dear 5 in the eyes of the Lord is the natural death of the pious, accords with common sense because from a natural death the corpse remains clean, but the sword defile it with blood. And that famine is worse than the sword is also learned from the same, as in the verse, Lamb 4, happier are those slain by the sword than those slain by hunger, etc. And common sense for the latter has to suffer long and great pain, while the former's death is quick and sudden. Captivity, however, is harder than all of them, as in it all the before-mentioned sufferings are endured. The rabbis taught, charity must be collected by 2 persons and distributed by 3. Collected by 2, because an administrating body must be constituted of no less than 2. Distributed by 3, because it requires deliberation in judgment, as to whether the applicant is worthy of support, and to what extent therefore it is likened unto a civil case which requires a body of 3. The collecting of food is to be done every day, but cash for the charity treasury, only on the eves of the Sabbaths. Distributing of food is for every poor man, but cash is only distributed to the poor of the city. However, the elders of the city have a right to exchange, according to their discretion, money for food, or food for money. The elders of the city have also the right to fix the measures, and the prices of victuals and beverages, and also the wages of laborers, and to fine him or them who transgress their laws. The masters say, no administrative body should be less than 2. Whence is this deduced? Said Naaman, it is written, X 28. 5, and they shall take the gold. An administration requires 2, but to bestow trust, 1 is sufficient. And this is a support to our Hanina, who said that it happened once that Rabbi appointed 2 brothers as treasurers of the charity, and 2 brothers are considered one in this office. But, after all, what administration is there in collecting charity? It is as our Naaman said in the name of Rabbi Abuhu, that one may be pledged for charity even on the eve of Sabbath, hence it is administration. Is that so? Is it not written, X 20, I will punish all that oppress them? Also our Itzhak b. Samuel b. Martha said in the name of Rab that it means even the collector of charity. This presents no difficulty. If the man is wealthy, he may be pressed and pledged as Rabbah pressed Nathan b. Ami and took from him 400 zuz for charity. But if he is not wealthy, then the one who presses him will be punished. It is written, Dan 12. 3, and the intelligent shall shine brilliantly, like the brilliance of the expanse. This means a judge who goes into the depths of the law and tries ever to decide according to the truth. And they that bring many to righteousness shall be like the stars, for ever and ever. This means the collectors of charity. In a Beretha, however, it is taught that the first part of the verse quoted means both the judges and the collectors, while the latter part means the instructors of children. Who, for instance, is meant? Said Rab, our Samuel b. Shilleth, whom Rab found once standing in a garden, and he said to him, have you left your honorable position, as I was told that you never left the children whom you are instructing, and now I see you standing without them? The answer was, it is 13 years since I have seen this part of my property, and even now my mind is with my pupils. But there are only mentioned the judges, collectors, and instructors of children. But how about the rabbis? Said Rabina, the verse, Judges, v. 31, but may those that love him be as the rising of the sun in his might, refers to them. The rabbis taught, the collectors of charity must not separate themselves from each other, while they are engaged in collecting. However, one may go to collect from the storekeepers, while the other does so from the keepers of the stands in the market. Should it happen to a charity collector to find money in the streets, he must not put it into his private purse, but into the purse of the charity, and when he shall reach home then he may take it out. The same is the case if he meets one of his debtors and he pay him what he owes him, he shall not put it into his private purse, but into that of the charity, to prevent suspicion, and when he comes home he may take it out. The rabbis taught, the treasures of charity, if there be no poor among whom to distribute, they may exchange the smaller coins of the money collected for larger ones, but not from their private purse. And the same is the case with the collectors of food, if there be no poor, they may sell it to others, but not to themselves. The coins of charity must not be counted in pairs, but each one separately, in order to avoid suspicion. Abai said, formerly my master would not sit on the rugs which belonged to the synagogue, because they were brought from the treasury of the charities. But after he heard that the elders of the city have the right to change the use of charity money as they see fit, he sat thereon. Formerly, he said again, while being a treasurer, he used to have 2 purses, one for poor strangers and one for the poor of the city, but when he heard that Samuel said to our Tahlipha Abdamai, you can keep the money for charity in 1 purse with the stipulation that you may distribute it to whom you find worthy, he also kept the money in 1 purse, as he made the same stipulation with his congregation. Ashi, however, who was also a treasurer, said, I need no stipulation at all, as all the donations are entrusted to my discretion. There were 2 butchers who made a stipulation that each of them should do business every alternate day, and he who should violate this agreement, the skins of his slaughtered cattle that day should be destroyed. And finally one did business on the day which was not his, and the partner destroyed his skins. And when the case came before Rabbah, he made him pay. Jimar b. Shlamiah objected to him from that which was taught above, that they may find them who act against the stipulation, and Rabbah did not care to answer him. Said Papa, he has done right in not answering, as only when there is no court or honored man may partners make a stipulation between themselves. But if there be, then their stipulations are not to be considered when the court, etc. has no knowledge thereof. The rabbis taught, one must not examine the treasures of charity, and also not the treasures of the sanctuary. Although there is no direct support from the Bible, a hint of this is to be found, 2 Kings 12:16, and they reckoned not with the men into whose hands they delivered the money, etc. Eleazar said, it is advisable for one to count his money, although he has a trusted treasurer in his house, as it is written, Ibid. 11. They put up in bags after having counted the money, etc. Hunah said, if one came to ask food, it may be investigated whether he is in need, but no investigation should be made of him who asks for raiment. This can be seen from the verse, is 58. 7. Is it not to distribute thy bread to the hungry, when thou sayest the naked, that thou clothe him, etc. As the expression distribute, porash, with an sh instead of with an s, means investigate first and then give. And immediately after this it reads, when thou sayest the naked, etc., which means at once. Jehudah, however, maintains the contrary, no investigation for food, but for raiment. He appeals to common sense and to the verse. To common sense he who requires food suffers the pangs of hunger, which is not the case with him who asks raiment. And the same cited verse is also to be interpreted thus, is it not to distribute thy bread, etc., means immediately, as the verse is to be explained according to its pronunciation and not the spelling. 6. And if thou sayest the naked, etc. means that he shall show you that he is so. And there is a Baratha supporting Jehudah. If one say, clothe me, he must be investigated, but if he say, feed me, it must be complied with at once without any investigation. There is a Mishna, mentioned in Sabbath, page 247, if a wandering mendicant come to a town, he must be given a loaf which can be bought for a pundian, 1/48 of a selah, when the price of flour is 1 selah for 4 saws. If he remain overnight, he must be given lodging, and if he remain over Sabbath, he must be given 3 meals for Sabbath. What is meant by lodging? Said Papa, a bed to sleep in and a pillow. And a Baratha in addition to this states that if this mendicant was begging from door to door, then the congregation need not look after him. There was a mendicant who begged from door to door, and Papa paid no attention to him. Said Sama b. Iba to him, if the master pay no attention to him, then no one will mind him, and he may starve to death. But did not the Baratha say that if he beg from door to door the congregation has nothing to do with him? This means that to him must not be given what is appointed for mendicants who don't beg at the door, but something is to be given him. Asi said, one may not refuse to give at least 1/3 of a shekel yearly for charity, as it is written, nay. X. 33, and we established for us, as one of the commandments to impose on ourselves, to give, the 1/3 part of a shekel in every year, etc. And he said again, the virtue of charity equals the sum of the virtues of all the other commandments together, as it is written, in the just cited verse, commandments, in the plural and not in the singular. Said R. Eleazar, the gatherer of charity is deemed more virtuous than he who gives charity, as it is written, is 32:17, and the work of righteousness, i.e., tzedakah charity, shall be peace. And the effect of it quietness and security forever, which means, if he was worthy of reward, he will distribute his bread to the hungry, and if he was not worthy of reward, the poor will be the members of his household. Said Rabbah to the inhabitants of Mehusa, his city, I pray you, see that there be concord among you, in order that ye shall have peace from the government. R. Eleazar said again, when the temple was in existence one gave his shekel, and he was atoned. Now, when the temple is destroyed, if people do charity, well and good, if not, the idolaters come and take away their goods by force. Nevertheless, even this is counted as charity in heaven, as it is written, is, LX 17, and righteousness as thy taskmasters. Even when given to the taskmasters, it is counted in heaven as charity. Said Mar Akba, I was told by the child who was corrected by his mother, in the name of our Eleazar, as follows, it is written, is, Lix 17, and he put on righteousness as a coat of mail, etc. Which may be understood, that as in a coat of mail every little link thereof is counted in the number which is needed to make up such a coat of mail, so every little coin of charity is counted in heaven, in the end making up a great amount. R. Hanina, however, said from the following verse, Ibid, 64. 5, and like a soiled garment, all our righteousnesses. As every thread of a garment makes it into a great garment, the same is it with charity, that every coin counts in the great aggregate. Why was our Sheshith called the child who was corrected by his mother? Because it happened once that our Ahad Bibi Ami questioned him something concerning the law plagues, and while discussing this matter, the questioner answered him jestingly. Our Sheshith became dejected, and in punishment for this, our Ahadbi became dumb, and forgot his studies. The mother of our Sheshith came to him and wept before him, that he should pray for our Ahadbi to be cured, but he did not listen to her until she said to him, see the breasts by which you have been nursed, when he prayed, and our Ahadbi was cured. Our Eleazar said, the one who is doing charity secretly is greater than Moses our master, as in regard to him it is written, Deuteronomy 9:19, for I was afraid of the anger, and the indignation. And regarding him who does charity secretly, it is written, Prov 21:14, a gift in secret pacifieth anger, and a bribe in the bosom, strong fury. He differs, however, with our Itzhak, who says that one pacifies only anger, but not strong fury. Because he maintains that the beginning of the verse just quoted does not correspond with the end. As it was heard in his name that a judge who accepts bribery brings strong fury into the world. Our Itzhak said again, he who gives a coin to a poor man is rewarded with 6 blessings, he, however, who encourages him is rewarded with 11. The 6 are, is, 58. 8:9, then shall break forth as the morning dawn thy light. Then thou shalt call, and the Lord will answer. The 11 are, Ibid 10. And satisfy the afflicted soul, then shall shine forth in the darkness thy light and thou shalt be called, etc. The same said again, it is written, Prov 21:21, he that pursueth righteousness and kindness will find life, righteousness, and honor. How is this verse to be understood? Because he pursues righteousness, he will find righteousness. It means that whoever pursues righteousness and charity, the Holy One, blessed be he, will open unto him the ways of procuring money, in order that he may be able to do charity. R. Naman B. Itzhak said that the Holy One, blessed be he, gives him the chance to find men who need and are worthy of support, so that he may have the full reward for it, in the world to come. What does he mean to exclude? He means to exclude what Rabbah or Rabbah lectured, it is written, J 18. 23, In the time of thy anger deal thus with them. Thus prayed Jeremiah before the Holy One, blessed be he, Lord of the universe. Even when they overrule their evil thoughts and are about to do charity, thou shouldst not give them the chance to support worthy men, but unworthy ones, for which they will get no reward in the world to come. R. Joshua B. Levi said, Whosoever makes it his business to do charity, will be blessed with sons having wisdom, wealth, and who will preach Haggadah, morality. As it is written in the above-cited verse, will find life, which means wisdom. Wealth, as in the same verse it is written tzedakah, which means charity, and, usually, to be able to do charity, one must be wealthy, and Haggadah, as in the same verse it says, honor, and reads, Parov 3:35, the wise shall inherit glory. There is a Beretha, our mayor used to say, if a common questioner discusses, if your God likes the poor, why does he not feed them? One may answer, for the purpose of saving us from the punishment of Gehenna. This Tarnusrufus questioned of our Akiba, and the above was his answer. To which Tarnusrufus rejoined, It is, on the contrary, for this you should be punished with Gehenna. And I will give you a parable from which you will understand why. A king became angry at his slave and put him in prison, with the command that nobody should feed him. In spite of this, a person fed him and gave him drink. Would the king not be angry at and punish such a man? And ye Israelites are called servants, as it is written, Leviticus 25:55, For unto me are the children of Israel servants. R. Akiba answered, I will give you another parable, to which my previous answer is to be compared. A king became angry with his son, put him in prison, and commanded that nobody should give him food or drink. In spite of which command, one fed him and gave him drink. When the king became aware of it, would he not be grateful to this person and send him a present? And we Israelites are called children, as it is written, Deuteronomy 14:1, Ye are the children of the Lord, etc. Tarnusrufus, however, said, Ye are named children, and also servants' children, when ye are doing the Omnipotent's will, and servants when ye act against his will. And you will admit that now ye are acting against his will, as your temple is destroyed and ye are in exile, which would not be the case, if ye did his will. Hence he who favors you acts against the will of God. To which R. Akiba answered, with regard to this, it is written, is 58:10, And if thou pour out to the hungry thy soul, and satisfy the afflicted soul, etc. The afflicted soul refers to us in our present circumstances, and nevertheless the beginning of this verse favors such charity. R. Jehudah B. Shalom lectured, as the yearly household expenses for one are appointed, in heaven, on each Rosh Hashanah, so are his losses. If he is worthy, he will act according to the beginning of the verse cited. But if not, the last portion of this verse, the afflicted souls, will be the members of his own house. So Rabban Yohanan B. Zakkai had seen in a dream that his nephews would lose in the current year 1,700 dinars, and he made them distribute this amount for charity. However, 17 dinars remained with them, and on the eve of atonement the government took them away from them. Then Arth Yohanan said unto them, Fear not, 17 dinars were taken from you, and you will lose no more. To the question, Whence do you know? He answered, I have seen it in a dream. And to the question, Why did you not inform us, as then we would have distributed the entire amount to the poor? He answered, In order that you give charity only for the purpose of doing the heavenly will. It happened to our Papa that, while mounting steps, he slipped, and nearly fell, and would have been killed, but was miraculously saved. Then he said, If this had happened, my enemies would have accused me of being a violator of the Sabbath or an idolater. Said Hayabith Rab of Difti to him, Perhaps a poor man called upon you and you paid no attention to him. As we have learned in the following Beretha, our Joshua B. Karha said, He whose eyes are shut to charity is likened unto an idolater. And this is to be taken from an analogy of expression in the following verses. Concerning charity it is written, Deuteronomy 15:9, Beware that there be not Belial in thy heart, and concerning idolatry, it is written, Ibid 13:14, there have gone forth children of Belial. Hence the expression Belial makes the two above-mentioned acts equal. There is a Beratha, Eleazar b. Jose said, charity and kindness done by Israel in this world, are defenders and peacemakers between them and their heavenly Father, as it is written, Jah 16. 5. For thus hath said the Lord, enter not into the house of mourning, neither go to lament nor to condole with them, for I have taken away my peace from this people, saith the Lord, yea, kindness and mercy. Kindness means bestowing of favors, and mercy means charity, hence, because these were taken away, therefore is the peace also taken away. There is another Beratha, Joshua said, grace is charity, which nears the redeeming. As it is written, is, Lvi. 1. Thus hath said the Lord, keep ye justice and do tzedakah 7, charity. The same used to say, 10 hard things were created in the world, a mountain is hard, iron cuts it, iron is hard, fire softens it. Fire is hard, water extinguishes it, water is hard, the clouds bear it, clouds are hard, the wind spread them, the wind is hard, the body tolerates it, a body is hard, shaking breaks it, shaking is hard, wine dispels it. Wine is hard, sleep removes it, death is harder than all of these, and charity saves from death, as it is written, Parovx 2, but tzedakah will deliver from death. Dust high be. Yenai lectured, come and see how the manner of the Holy One, blessed be He, is not as the manner of human beings. When a human being brings a present to the king, there is a doubt whether it will be accepted or not. And if it be accepted, whether he will see the king. But the Holy One, blessed be He, is not so. If a man gives a coin to a poor man, he is rewarded and experiences the appearance of the Shekinah, as it is written, Ps. 17. 15. As for me, in Zedek, charity, shall I behold thy face. Eleazar used to give a coin to a poor man before praying, quoting the above verse, Ibid, I shall be satisfied, when I awake, with contemplating thy likeness. What does it mean? Said Naman b. Itzhak, it means that scholars who keep sleep from their eyes in this world, the Holy One, blessed be He, satisfies them with the appearance of the Shekinah in the world to come. Johanan said, it is written, Parov 19. 17, He lendeth to the Lord, that is liberal to the poor. If this were not written, it would be impossible of conception, for it appears as if he becomes a servant to the lender, for it is written, Ibid. 22. 7, and the borrower is servant to the man that lendeth. Haya Abba, in the name of Johanan, said, it is written, Ibid. 11. 4, but tzedakah will deliver from death, and, Ibid. X. 2, treasures of wickedness will not profit aught, but tzedakah will deliver from death. What do the two tzedakahs mean? One, that it saved him from an unnatural death, the other, that it saved him from Gehenna. Which of them speaks of Gehenna? The one from chapter 11, as there is there mentioned the day of wrath, as it is written, Zeph. 15, a day of wrath is that day, etc., meaning Gehenna. And what kind of tzedakah saves one from an unnatural death? If he gives, and knows not to whom, and he who receives it knows not from whom, if he gives his donation to the treasurer of charity. Gives and knows not to whom, excludes the acts of Mar Ukba, who used to put 4 zuz every day in the slot underneath the door for one poor man, so that the poor knew not from whom he received it, but Mar Ukba knew to whom he gave it. The receiver does not know from whom, excludes the acts of Abba, who used to wrap up some dinars in his handkerchief and, coming among the poor, stretch his hand containing it behind him, and the poor would take it out. So that he knew not who took it, but the poor knew who was the giver. An objection was raised from the following, what shall one do that he should have male children? Eleazar said, he should distribute his money among the poor. Joshua said, he should enjoy his wife before he has intercourse with her. And Eleazar b. Jacob said, he shall not give a coin for the treasury of charity unless the treasurer is like unto Hananiah b. Theradian. Hence one must not always give to the treasury of charity. The above Baratha meant also when the treasurer was of that kind. R. Abuhu said, Moses said before the Holy One, Blessed be he, Lord of the universe, how may the horn of Israel be raised? To which he answered, You should take charity from every one of Israel who is to be counted, XXX. 12. The same said again, King Solomon b. David was questioned, How great is the power of charity? And he answered, Go and see how David, my father, explained this, Ps. Xi. 9, He distributeth, he giveth to the needy, his righteousness endureth forever, his horn shall be exalted in honor. Rabbah, however, said, from the following verse, is 33. 16, He shall dwell on high, rocky strongholds shall be his refuge. His bread shall be given him, his water shall be sure. And it is to be interpreted thus, Why shall he dwell on high, etc. Because to the poor he has given his bread, and to the downtrodden his water was sure. R. Abuhu said again, Solomon was questioned, Who is supposed to be the man who has a share in the world to come? And be answered with the verse, is 24. 23. And before his ancients in glory, which means him who is respected in his old age for the wisdom which he gathered during all his life. As it happened to Joseph b. R. Joshua, who was in a state of catalepsy, and when he awoke his father asked him, What have you seen in the upper world? And he answered, I have seen a reversed world, he who is here highly esteemed is there considered of the lowest class, and vice versa. His father rejoined, Not a reversed world, but a rational one, have you seen? He continued questioning, And how are we considered there? And he answered, The same as in this world. I also heard a saying, Happy are they who come here with their study in their hands. I also heard that those who were killed by the government, none of the creatures could approach them, because of their high standing. Who is meant by those who were killed by the government? Shall we assume that R. Akiba and his comrades are meant? Is it only because they were killed? They were the greatest men of the generation, aside from this. It meant them who were killed in Lauda. See Tract Tanith, pages 45 to 46. There is a Baratha, Rabban Yohanan b. Zakkai questioned his disciples as to the meaning of the verse, Parov 14. 34, Tzedakah exalteth a people, but the disgrace of nations is sin. And Eliezer answered, Tzedakah exalteth a people means Israel, as it is written, 2 Sam. 7. 23, And who is like thy people, like Israel, the only nation on the earth? And the disgrace of nations is sin, all the tzedakah and kindness of the nations, if they indulge in them only for the purpose of becoming great or gaining a good name, is a sin for them. R. Joshua, one of the disciples, answered the first half verse same as Eliezer, and the second half, if the nations do so even in order that their kingdom shall continue to exist for a long time, as in the case of Nebuchadnezzar, Dan 4. Rabban Gamaliel answered the first half of the verse as above, the second half, it is a sin for the nations if they do so solely to pride themselves thereon against other nations. So he who is proud without cause falls into Gehenna. As it is written, Parov 21. 24, the presumptuous and proud, scorner is his name, who dwelleth in the wrath of presumption. And by wrath is meant Gehenna. As mentioned above. Said Gamaliel, for the right interpretation of this verse we are still in need of the Modaith, as Eliezer b. Modaith interpreted it thus, the first part as above. And the second part, if the nations are doing so only for the purpose of insulting Israel, as it is written, XL. 3, Now the Lord hath brought it, because ye have sinned, etc., which was said by Nebuzaradan. Nehunia b. Hakana. However, answered. This verse is to be interpreted thus, tzedakah and kindness exalt a nation, meaning Israel, but to the nations it is considered a sin offering. Their master, Yohanan b. Zakkai, rejoined, It seems to me that Nehunia's interpretation is better than yours and mine. Than mine. Did he also say something about this? Yea, as we have learned in the following Beretha, said to them our Yohanan b Zakkai, as a sin offering atones for Israel. So does charity atone for all other nations. Ifra Hermias, the mother of King Saba, sent 400 dinars for charity to our Ami, and he did not accept it, but forwarded it to Rabbah, who accepted it, in order to have peace with the royal house. Our Ami, however, became angry, and said, Does Rabbah not accept the verse, is 27. 11. When its boughs are withered, they shall be broken off, women will come and set them on fire, for it is not a people of understanding, etc. But why does our Ami become angry? Did he not want to maintain the peace with the royal house? He thought that this money ought to be distributed among the Gentile poor only. Rabbah also did so, but our Ami was not aware of it. There is a Beretha, it was said about Benjamin the upright, who was a treasurer of charity, that at one time a woman came to him in the years of famine, asking him to feed her. And he told her, I swear that there is nothing in the treasury of charity. But she rejoined, Rabbi, if you will not feed me, you will find a woman with her 7 children dead. He then fed her from his own pocket. At a later time he became sick and was near to death. The angel said before the Holy One, Blessed be he, Lord of the universe, thou hast declared that he who saves one soul of Israel is like unto him who has saved a whole world. And Benjamin the upright, who has saved a woman with her 7 children, should he die in his prime? Immediately the adverse decree was torn, and a Beretha states that 22 years were added to his life. The rabbis taught, it happened with the king Monba, who had distributed his treasure and that of his parents, in the years of famine, that his brothers and the whole household murmured against him, saying, Your parents saved and always added to the treasure of their parents, and you are distributing all this. And he rejoined, My parents saved their riches in this world, and I save in the heavenly treasury. As it is written, P.S. 85. 12. Truth will grow up out of the earth, and righteousness will look down from heaven. My parents saved in their treasury, which brought them no interest, and I have saved in such a treasury as does bring interest. As it is written, is 3. 10. Say ye to the righteous, that he hath done well. For the fruit of their doings shall they eat. My parents have saved in a place which can be reached by a hand, but I have saved in a place that can be reached by no hand. As it is written, P.S. 89. 15. Righteousness and justice are the prop of thy throne, kindness and truth precede thy presence. My parents have saved for their descendants, and I have saved for myself. As it is written, Deuteronomy 24. 13. And unto thee shall it be as righteousness before the Lord thy God. My parents have saved money in their treasury, and I have saved souls in my treasury. As it is written, Prov 11. 30. The fruit of the righteous is of the tree of life. And the wise draweth souls to himself. My parents have saved for this world, and I have saved for the world to come. As it is written, is 58. 8. And before thee shall go thy righteousness, the glory of the Lord shall be thy reward. If, however, he bought a dwelling house, etc. Our Mishna is not in accordance with our Simeon b. Gamaliel of the following Beretha, who says that if one bought a tract of land, however small, he is considered a citizen immediately. But have we not learned in another Beretha that he taught, if one bought a tract of land which is even only fit to build a house upon? There are 2 Tanaim who have reported differently in his name. Mishna v. Partners cannot compel each other to divide a courtyard unless each of the parts measures at least 4 ells, nor can a field be divided unless each part measures at least 9 cabs for sowing. Ark Jehuda, however, says, 9 half cabs. Nor can a garden be divided unless each part measures at least half a cab for sowing. Ar Akiba, however, says, a quarter. Neither can one compel his partner to divide a dining room, a turret, a pigeon coop, a cloth, a bathhouse, or an olive press house, unless each has enough room to continue his former work. This is the rule: if, after division, each part retains its former name, then one can compel his partner to divide, but not otherwise. All this is said when the partners disagree. However, when they do agree, they may do as they please. An exception is the Holy Writ, if they possess it, which must not be divided, even if both agree to do so. Gemara, said Ar-Asi in the name of Ar. Johanan, the 4 ells mentioned must be measured after doors and partitions necessary have been placed. And he may be supported from the following Barathas, as one of them states that a courtyard is not to be divided unless each part contains 8 ells, and another one states, unless 4 ells. To explain the contradiction, it is to be said that one treats without the doors and partitions, and the other treats with them. R. Huna said, a yard must be divided in accordance with the doors. It means, he who possesses more doors is to get a greater share. R. Hista, however, maintains that 4 ells must be allowed for each door, and the remainder should be divided equally. There is a Baratha which supports R. Hista. All the doors which are in a yard, the owners of them have a right to 4 ells for each one. If one possesses 1 door, and another one 2, the former takes 4, and the latter 8 ells. And the remainder is to be divided equally. If, however, one of them possesses a gate which measures 8 ells, he has got a right to 8 ells opposite it, and 4 ells in the yard. What is meant by the additional 4 ells? Thus said Abai, he takes 8 ells in the length and 4 ells in the width of the yard. Amar said, an excavation in the yard which contains granum of fruit for the food of cattle, 4 ells is to be measured to it on either side. However, this is said when the owner has no separate door for it, but if he has one, 4 ells to the door only are to be measured. R. Huna said, to a balcony the law of 4 ells does not apply, as the 4 ells which are allowed for each door are for unloading, and to and from the balcony one goes through the door of the house. R. Shesheth objected from the following, gates of houses, as well as gates of balconies, have a right to 4 ells. The Baratha speaks of a balcony which is partitioned with windows. If so, then it is self-evident, as it is a good chamber. It means that the partitions did not reach the ceiling. The rabbis taught, a gate, a balcony, or a gallery to which doors of the upper compartments open, and from which steps lead down to the court, have each a right to 4 ells. And even if 5 houses were open to this gallery, no more than 4 ells are allowed. Ark Johanan, questioned Janai, has a chicken coop a right to 4 ells, or not? And he answered, the 4 ells are given for unloading, and here he can load and unload through the roof of the chicken coop. Therefore it has no right to 4 ells. Rabbah questioned Naaman, in the case of a house which is only half-roofed, how is the law about the 4 ells in question? And he answered, it is not entitled to them not only when it is roofed from inside, so that it is easy for one to go in to unload. But even when it is roofed from outside, he may take the trouble of entering from inside to unload. Huna questioned Ami, if one of the inhabitants of an alley desires to open the door leading from his yard to another alley, may the inhabitants of that alley prevent him, or not? And he answered, they may. He questioned him also, lodgings for the government militia, how should they be arranged? In accordance with the number of souls or in accordance with the number of doors? And he answered, in accordance with the number of souls. And so also have we learned in the following Baratha, manure in the yard is to be divided in accordance with the doors of the house, and military lodgings, in accordance with the number of souls. Huna said, if one of the inhabitants of an alley desires to make a fence around the entrance, the other inhabitants may prevent him, because he extends their way, making them walk around his fence. An objection was raised from the following, if there were 5 courtyards open to the alley, which was, in turn, open to the street, all of them may use the place bordering on the 5th yard which is nearest the street, for loading, unloading, etc. The 5th, however, may use only its own place, but not the places near the other yards. The same is the case with the first 3 at the place near the 4th yard, the first 2 at the 3rd, and only the first 1 at all of them. While none of them have the first 1. Hence we see that to the first 1 none of them has a right, and this objects to Huna's theory, who said that none of them have a right to make a fence around their entrance. Regarding this law, Tanaim. Of the following Baratha differ: one of the inhabitants of an alley who desires to open his door into another alley, the inhabitants of that alley may prevent him. If, however, the door was there, only it was shut, and he wanted to open it, they cannot prevent him. So is the decree of Rabbi. Art Simeon B. Elazar, however, maintains, that if there were 5 yards opening to an alley, all of them may use the places which border upon the yards in the alley. And to the question, where are yards mentioned, it was said that this Baratha is not complete, and should read thus, and the same is the case with 5 yards which open into an alley, all of them may use the 5th which is nearest the street. And the 5th can use only its own place, etc. So is the decree of Rabbi. Art Simeon, however, maintains that all of them may use the places alike. The master says, if there was a door, and it was shut, the inhabitants cannot prevent him. Said Rabbah, this law holds good only when he had not broken the hinges. But if he had broken the hinges, it is supposed that he had not intended to open the door again, and the inhabitants can prevent him from doing so. Said Abai to him, the following Baratha supports you: if there was a house with a closed door, the 4 ells for unloading applies to it. If, however, the owner broke the hinges from the door, he has lost his right to them. Rabbi B. Hannah, in the name of our Johanan, said, alleys which are open to a road which leads to another city, and the inhabitants of this city desire to close them, the inhabitants of that city may prevent them. Not only when there is no other road to that city, but even if there was another road, they can also prevent them. As our Jehudah, in the name of Rab, declared, a thoroughfare which is occupied by a majority, it is prohibited to spoil. R. Anan, in the name of Samuel, said, inhabitants of alleys who desire to make doors to their ends which are open to the street may be prevented by the public. The schoolmen were about to interpret this that it meant only the first 4 ells which are attached to the public ground, but not beyond this. As our Zerah said elsewhere, in the name of R. Naaman, the 4 ells which are attached to the public ground are to be considered as the public ground itself. In reality, however, it is not so, as our Naaman's decision there was only regarding the law of defilement. But here it might happen that the street should be crowded and many people would enter beyond the 4 ells. Nor can a field be divided, etc. And R. Jehudah does not differ with the first Tana, as each of them speaks in accordance with the custom in his country. But what is the law in Babylon? Said our Joseph, it can be divided if there is enough to plow for a day. How is this to be understood? If it means in the days of sowing, when the earth has already been plowed, then the plowing will not last 2 days, and in 1 day it could not be completed. And if in the days of plowing, then in the time of harvest there will not be a day's work, and it is a trouble to hire laborers for a fraction of a day. If you wish, it may be said that it means a day of plowing and sowing together. And if you wish, it may be said that it means a day of sowing and artificial watering. Arphanaman said, a valley can be divided when there is for each part a day's artificial watering. A vineyard, says the father of Samuel, 3 cabs for each part. And so also we have learned in the following Baratha, if one says, I sell you a part of the vineyard, it is no less than 3 cabs. So is the decree of Samachos. Said R. Jose, such a decree is only prophetical, as I see no ground for this. How is the law in question to be decided in Babylon? Said Rabba B. Kisna, there shall be no less than 3 bushes, each of them containing no less than 12 branches of grapes, to dig which is a man's day's work. Said R. Abdamai of the city Haifa, since the temple was destroyed, prophecy was taken away from the prophets and was given to the wise. How is this to be understood? Can a wise man not be also a prophet? In other words, were all the prophets fools? He means to say, that although it was taken away from the prophets who were not wise, it was not taken away from the wise ones. Said Amar, and a wise man is better than a prophet, as it is written, P.S. XC. 12. Obtain, Nabi 8, a heart endowed with wisdom. And usually, who is dependent upon whom? The smaller is dependent upon the greater. Hence wisdom is greater than prophecy. Said Abai, this theory may be supported from the fact that one great man declares something new, and exactly the same had been said by another great man. Said Rabbah, what support is this? It may be that both of them are equal in wisdom. Therefore, said he, it happens frequently that a great man declares something new, and afterwards it is found that Akiba Beit Hosea has already declared so, and it is hard to say that he was equal in wisdom to our Akiba. Ashi, however, objected also to this. It may happen that in this one case he was equal in wisdom to him. And he supported this from the fact that it very often occurs that a sage declares a halakha, and afterwards it is learned that the same was already said to Moses on Mount Sinai. But even then, perhaps it was by chance, as it happens that a blind man accidentally seizes something. It means that he declares also the reason of it. Johanan said, since the temple was destroyed, prophecy was taken away from the prophets and was given to lunatics and small children. What is meant by lunatics? Thus it happened to Marbi Ashi, who was standing in the market of Mehuzah and heard a lunatic say that the future head of the college in Syria would be Tabumi. Mar's name was Tabumi. And he said, who among the rabbis signs his name Tabumi, if not myself? Hence I shall succeed. And he went to Syria. In the meantime the rabbis of the college intended to appoint Aha of Dipthi as their head. However, when they heard that Mar had arrived, they sent to him 2 of the rabbis to take his advice, and he detained them. Then they sent another 2, and he did the same with them. Finally 10 of them arrived, and then he began to teach and to lecture, and proclaimed himself as the head of the college. He did so because one must not begin to lecture if there are less than 10 persons present. Aha then applied to himself the saying of the sages, he to whom harm has been done by heaven, has no hope of relief in the near future, and vice versa. And what in regard to the children? For example, the little daughter of Hista was sitting on the knee of her father, and Rabbah and Rami Beit Hama were sitting opposite, and to the question of her father, whom of them would you like to marry, she answered, both of them. And Rabbah immediately rejoined, I shall be the last one. And so it was. Rabbah married her after the death of her first husband, Rami Beit Hama. Abdamai of Haifa said again, before one eats and drinks he has 2 hearts, and after this he has only one, as it is writ 10, Job 11. 13.9 said Hunabi Joshua, who is used to wine, even if his heart is locked like a virgin's, the wine opens it, as it is written, Zech 9. 17, and new wine the virgins. Hunabi Joshua said, it is certain that when a firstborn among his brothers, who is entitled biblically to 2 shares, comes to inherit his shares in real estate, he is to be given 2 portions adjoining. But how is it if the firstborn has died without children, and the surviving brother marries his wife and takes his shares? Does the law of preemption apply to him also, as to the dead brother, or not? Abai said, he is to be treated just as the dead one. And Rabbah said, it is written, Deuteronomy 25. 6, and it shall be that the firstborn, etc. Which signifies that he shall be treated as the firstborn in that respect, but not respecting the division of a heritage. There was a man who bought an estate near to the estate of his father-in-law, who had no male children, and when they came to divide the inheritance of the father-in-law, he insisted that the estate at the boundary of the one he bought should be given to him. Said Rabbah, such a claim, if not listened to, it would be equal to the acts of Sodomites. Therefore they must be compelled to comply with his wish. Joseph opposed, could not his brothers-in-law claim that this estate was pleasant to them as the estate of Bar Marion, which was then known as the best estate? And the halakha prevails in accordance with Joseph, if the estate needs no artificial watering. Should one of brothers who are about to inherit 2 estates of dry land, each of which has a pond for watering, by an estate adjoining one of the two estates in question. And demand that this should be given him as his share, said Rabbah, as each of them has a pond for watering, his claim is a right one. And if declined, it would be a sodomite custom. Joseph, however, opposed this, saying, his brother can claim, it might happen that one pond would become dry and we should be compelled to water both estates from one pond. But as he has bought another estate, the pond will not be sufficient for watering all of them, and mine would remain dry. And the halakha prevails in accordance with him also in this case. If the inheritance consists of two estates which are watered from one pond, and one of the brothers has bought an estate adjoining one of these, and demands this adjoining one as his share, said Joseph, his claim is a right one, as the above reason cannot apply here, and, therefore, if it should not be listened to, it would be a sodomite custom. To which Abai opposed, one can claim, it is better for me to have my estate between your two, and then it will be better preserved. However, the halakha prevails again with Joseph, as the latter claim is not to be considered. If two brothers inherit an estate which has a river on one side and a pond on the other, the estate must be divided diagonally so that each half borders on both the river and the pond. Nor a dining room, etc. But how is it when there is not so much space for each? According to our Jehudah, the law, either you concede or I concede, must be applied. One of them can say, either I pay you cash for your share, and the whole estate remains for me, or vice versa. And Naaman said, such a law cannot be applied, and they must remain in partnership. Said Rabbah to Naaman, according to your decision, that the law of concession does not apply in such a case, how is it, then, if a firstborn and his brother have inherited from their father a slave? Or an animal which is not fit for slaughtering, how shall they divide it? A firstborn is entitled to 2/3, and therefore he took as his instance a firstborn, because it is more difficult for them to remain partners. Answered Naaman, because I say even then they must remain partners, and the slave or animal in question must serve to one 2 days, and to the other one. An objection was raised from the following: if there is a bondsman only in half, as, for instance, he has been a bondsman of 2 masters and was freed by one of them, he may serve his master 1 day, and attend to his own business the other day. So is the decree of Beth Hillel. Said Beth Shammai, such a law is partial, as you have satisfied only the master, but not the bondsman. As the bondsman cannot marry a female slave, for he is half free, nor can he marry a free maiden, because he is half slave, shall it be decided that he shall remain unmarried? This would also be improper, as the world is created for reproduction. As it is written, is XLV 18, not for naught did he create it, to be inhabited did he form it. And therefore he can compel his master to set him free, and accept a note for half his value. And Beth Hillel changed their decision and yielded to that of Beth Shammai. Hence we see that in such a case the law of concession applies. Here it is different, as the concession is not an even one for both partners. For the bondsman can only demand of the master to accept half his value for freeing him, but the master cannot demand of the bondsman to sell him his free half, as this is against the law. Another objection was raised: 2 brothers, one of them rich and the other poor, inherit from their father a bath or a press house. If it is rented to somebody, they must certainly divide the rent. But if the bath was made for their private use, the rich brother can say to the poor one, you may hire or buy servants who will prepare the bath for your use, but I will not pay for half the work, or buy olives and press them in the press house. Hence we see that the law of concession does not apply. Here also the concession is not even, as the poor one has no money to offer to pay for his share in the inheritance. Come and hear another objection from our Mishna. If, after the subdivision, each part can retain its former name, etc., but if not, it must be appraised in money and one of the partners must concede his share to the other when he is paid. Hence the law of concession applies. On this point Tanaim differ, as we have learned in the following Beretha: if one of the partners says to the other, take your share in full, and I will take the remainder, he must be listened to. Simeon b. Gamaliel, however, says that he must not. Now let us see. If the case be similar to that of our Mishna, why should Simeon b. Gamaliel object? We must say, then, that the Baratha cited is not complete, and it should read thus: you take the prescribed quantity for your share, and I will take the remainder, or, I will concede or else you concede. He is to be listened to. And Simeon b. Gamaliel said, nay. Hence Tanaim differ. The case may be similar to that quoted in our Mishna, and the reason of Simeon why he must not be listened to, is this: he may claim, I have no money to pay for your share, and I do not want to accept a present from you. As it is written, Parov 15:27, he that hath gifts shall live. Said Abai to Joseph, Jehudah's decision, that the law of concession applies, is in accordance with Samuel, who said, concerning the Holy Writ, that if it was a property of two partners, it must not be divided even when both agree. The case being only when it was bound in one volume. But if bound in two parts, they may. And this can also be correct, and the law of concession does not apply, for if it were applied, then there would be no difference whether bound in one or in two parts. Shulman, however, explained the decision of Samuel, when both partners agree to divide. Amar said, the law of concession is to be applied. Said Ashi to him, and what about Naaman's decision? And he said, I do not hold with him. Is that so? Did it not happen to Rabbah and Demi, the sons of Hinna, that their father bequeathed unto them two female slaves, one of them able to cook and bake, and the other to spin and weave? And they came before Rabbah, and he decided that the law of concession did not apply here. There was another reason, viz. Both brothers needed the services of both slaves. And to decide, you take one and I take the other, would not be the law of concession. But did not Samuel decide that when bound in two parts they might divide? It is already explained above that he speaks of a case when both partners are willing to do so. The rabbis taught, one may attach the Pentateuch to the prophets, and both to the hagiographa, and keep them in one volume. So is the decree of Meir. Jehudah, however, said, each of them is to be kept separately. The sages said, furthermore, that the book of each prophet must be kept separately. Said Jehudah, it happened with Bathus b. Zonin, that he had 8 books of the prophets attached together, with the permission of Eleazar b. Azariah. According to others, however, he had the books, but they were each of them kept separately. Said Rabbi, it happened once that the Pentateuch, prophets, and hagiographa, attached to one another, were brought to us, and we approved it. After each book of the Pentateuch, 4 lines must be left blank when copying. The law is the same regarding each book of the prophets, except in the case of the books of the 12 prophets, 3 lines after each is sufficient to be left blank. However, if one book ends at the bottom of the page, the next book may be begun right at the top of the next page without leaving any lines blank. The rabbis taught, if one wishes to attach the scrolls of the Pentateuch, prophets, and hagiographa to one another, he may do so, provided he leaves a whole page blank at the beginning. And at the end enough blank space to wrap around the entire scroll. And he may begin a new book at the top of a page when the previous book ends at the bottom of the page preceding. And if he wishes to separate the books afterwards, he may do so. How is this to be understood? It is self-evident that a separate book is better than if attached. It means to say one may begin at the top of the page, as then, if he decides to separate the books, it will be easier for him to do so. There is a contradiction in the following Baratha, which states, there must be blank space at the beginning and at the end of each book, sufficient to wrap it up. To wrap what up? Around the whole book. Then it contradicts the former Baratha which states that at the beginning one page is sufficient, and if it means only one page, then it contradicts the above, which states, enough at the end to wrap around the book. Said Naaman b. Itzhak, this Baratha also means to leave blank space at the beginning and at the end, as prescribed. R. Ashi, however, said, the latter Baratha speaks of the Holy Scrolls, as we have learned in the following Baratha, all scrolls are rolled, around one holder, from right to left. The Holy Scrolls are rolled towards the middle, and must be attached to two holders, and a blank page must be left both at the beginning and at the end. And Eleazar b. Zadok said, so wrote the scribes of Jerusalem their Holy Scrolls. The rabbis taught, the length of the Holy Scrolls must not exceed the circumference, nor must the latter exceed the length. Rabbi was questioned about the prescribed dimensions of the Holy Scrolls. He answered, 6 spans in length when written on double parchment will be equal to the circumference, and when on ordinary parchment, I do not know what length. R. Hunah wrote 70 Pentateuchs, and in only one of them the length happened to be equal to the circumference. B. Jacob wrote only one, on calf skin, and the measurements happened to be just as prescribed. And the rabbis cast their eyes upon him, and he died. Said the rabbis to Hamnuna, is it true that Ami wrote 400 Pentateuchs? And he answered, perhaps he wrote only one verse, Deuteronomy 33. For, the law which Moses commanded us, is the inheritance of the congregation of Jacob, 400 times. Similarly to this, Rabbah questioned Zerah, is it true that Janae had planted 400 vineyards? And he answered, perhaps such as contain 5 trees, 2 on each side and 1 behind, which, in regard to the law of Kilaim, is considered a vineyard. An objection was raised, the ark which was made by Moses was 2.5 ells in length, 1.5 in width, and 1.5 in height. All these measurements were taken with an ell of 6 spans. The tablets which were brought down by Moses were 6 spans square and 3 spans thick, they were placed in the ark lengthwise. Now, how much space did the tablets occupy in the ark? 12 spans. Then 3 spans of space were left. Take off 1 span for the 2 walls of the ark, each of which was half a span, then 2 spans space was left, where the Holy Scrolls were placed. As it is written, 1 Kings, 8:9, there was nothing in the ark save the 2 tables of stone, etc. The expressions, nothing, and save, are an exclusion after an exclusion, and there is a rule that where such is to be found, it means an inclusion, and here the Holy Scrolls are included, which were in the ark. Now the length of the ark is accounted for. How is the width to be accounted for? The tablets occupied 6 spans in width, and from the remaining 3 1 span must be deducted for the 2 walls. This leaves 2 spans of empty space, to the end that the Holy Scrolls should not be crushed while being taken out or returned. So said Meir. Jehuda, however, maintains that the ell was of 5 spans. The tablets, which were 6 spans square and 3 thick, were placed in the ark lengthwise, and occupied 12 spans, thus leaving only 1/2 span of space, 1 finger, 1/4 of a span, for each wall. This is for the length. As to the width, the tablets occupied 6 spans, and from the remaining space of 1.5 spans take off half a span 1.5 fingers 10 for each wall leaving then 1 span, and this was occupied by the pillars. As it is written, Solomon's Song, 3:9 and 10, the pillars thereof, etc. And also the casket in which the Philistines placed the gift to the God of Israel was put alongside. As it is written, Sam 6:8, ye must put in a casket alongside of it, and then send it away, etc. And upon the casket the Holy Scrolls were placed. As it is written, Deuteronomy 31:26, take this book of the law, and put it at the side of the ark, etc. We see, then, that it was placed at the side and not within the ark. But what is to be included from the 2 exclusions mentioned above? The broken tables, which were first broken by Moses. Now, if it is borne in mind that the circumference of the Holy Scrolls was 6 spans, its diameter must have been 2 spans, as there is a rule that everything with a circumference of 3 spans has a diameter of 1 span. Now, as it was said above, that the Holy Scrolls were rolled toward the middle, then the diameter must exceed 2 spans, for the space in the middle between the two rolls could not be reckoned in the two spans. How, then, could it get in? Said R. Aha Jacob, the holy scrolls which were written by Moses, of which the king read the portion belonging to him, and the high priest read on the Day of Atonement in the court of the temple, were rolled from left to right only, in one roll. But even then, how can you put in a thing which is 2 spans in thickness into a space of only 2 spans? Said R. Ashi, a piece of the parchment was left, out from the roll, so that it could be put in the 2 spans, and what was left was lying on the top. But according to R. Jehuda's theory, where were the holy scrolls placed before the Philistines sent the casket? A little board was attached to the pillars, and the holy scrolls were put upon it. The rabbis taught, the order of the prophets is as follows: Jehoshua, Judges, Samuel, Kings, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Isaiah, and the 12 prophets. Let us see, Hosea, of the 12 prophets, was before Isaiah, as it is written, Hosea, I. 2, the beginning of the word of the Lord, etc. This certainly cannot be understood that he was the first of the prophets to whom the Lord spoke since the time of Moses, as there were many prophets after Moses preceding Hosea. And therefore R. Johanan explains that he was the first of the 4 prophets who prophesied at that period, viz., Hosea, Isaiah, Amos, and Micah. Hence he was before Isaiah. Why is he placed after? Because his book is counted among the 12, among whom were Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi, who were the last of the prophets, therefore his book is placed together with theirs. But why was the book of Hosea not separated, and placed first? Because his book is small, and if it were placed separately it would become lost. However, was not Isaiah before Jeremiah and Ezekiel? Why is he not placed first? Because Kings ends with the destruction of the temple, and the whole book of Jeremiah speaks of the destruction, and that of Ezekiel at the beginning speaks of the destruction and at the end of consolation. While Isaiah's entire book speaks of consolation, destruction was put next to destruction, and consolation next to consolation. The order of the hagiographa is as follows: Ruth, Psalms, Job, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, Song of Solomon, Lamentations, Daniel, Book of Esther, Book of Ezra, and Chronicles. 11. And who wrote all the books? Moses wrote his book and a portion of Bilam, Numbers, 22, and Job. Jehoshua wrote his book and the last 8 verses of the Pentateuch beginning, and Moses, the servant of the Lord, died. Samuel wrote his book, Judges, and Ruth. David wrote Psalms, with the assistance of 10 elders, viz., Adam the first, Malachi-Zedek, Abraham, Moses, Hyman, Jeduthun, Asaph, and the 3 sons of Korach. Jeremiah wrote his book, Kings, and Lamentations. King Hezekiah and his company wrote Isaiah, Proverbs, Songs, and Ecclesiastes. The men of the great assembly wrote Ezekiel, the 12 prophets, Daniel, and the book of Esther. Ezra wrote his book, and chronicles the order of all generations down to himself. This may be a support to Rabbah's theory, as to which, R. Jehudah said in his name, that Ezra had not ascended from Babylon to Palestine until he wrote his genealogy. And who finished Ezra's book? Nehemiah ben Chachaliah. There is a Beratha in accordance with him who said that the last 8 verses of the Torah were written by Joshua, namely, it is written, Deuteronomy 36. 5, and Moses the servant of the Lord died, etc. Is it possible that Moses himself should have written, and he died? Therefore it must be said that up to this verse Moses wrote, and from this verse forward Joshua wrote. So said R. Joshua, according to others R. Nehemiah. Said R. Simeon to him, is it possible that the Holy Scrolls should not have been complete to the last letter, and nevertheless it should read, Ibid, 31. 26, take this book of the law, etc. Therefore, we must say that up to this verse the Holy One, blessed be he, dictated, and Moses repeated and wrote it down, and from this verse forward he dictated, and Moses with tears in his eyes wrote it down, as thus it is read, J 36. 18, then said Baruch unto them, with his mouth did he utter clearly all these words unto me, and I wrote them in the book with ink. According to whom, then, is the following that are Joshua b. Aba, in the name of R. Giddel, quoting Rab, said, the last 8 verses of the Pentateuch, when read from the Holy Scrolls, must be read by one person without any interruption. Should it not be in accordance with our Simeon? It may be also in accordance with our Simeon. And the reason for the exception of these 8 verses is because, as there was already a change at the writing by Moses, as said above, the change is made also here. Joshua wrote his book, but is it not written there, and Joshua died? This was written by Eleazar. But is it not written there, and Eleazar died? The book was finished by his son Pinchas. Samuel wrote his book. But is it not written, and Samuel died? The book was finished by Gad the seer and Nathan the prophet. David wrote the Psalms, etc. But why did the Baratha not enumerate also Ethan the Ezrachite? Said Rab, the latter and Abraham are identical. It enumerates Moses, and also Hyman. Did not Rab say that by Hyman is meant Moses? There were 2 Hymons. Moses wrote his book, etc. This is a support to our Levi b. Lakma, who said that Job lived in the time of Moses. 12 Rabbah, however, said, Job lived in the time of the spies which were sent by Moses to investigate Palestine. One of the rabbis was sitting before our Samuel b. Nameni and said, Job never existed, and is mentioned in the scripture only for an example. Said he to him, the scripture is against your theory, as it states plainly, Job, I. 1, there was a man, etc. But according to your theory it is also written, 2 Sam 12. 3, but the poor man had nothing, etc. Was it so in reality? It was written only for an example. The same may be said concerning Job. If it were so, why, then, his name and the name of the country he came from? Our Johanan and our Eleazar both said that Job was among the ancestors of the Babylonian exiles, and his college was in Tiberias. An objection was raised, there is a Baratha, Job's age was from the time when Israel came to Egypt until he left it. Read, as many years as the Israelites were in Egypt. Another objection was raised. There were 7 prophets who have prophesied to the nations, viz., Bilam and his father, Job, Eliphaz the Themanite, Bildad the Shuchite, Zophar the Naamathite, and Elihu ben Barachel the Buzite. Hence we see that Job was a Gentile. And according to your theory, was then Elihu, just mentioned, a Gentile? He was certainly an Israelite, as it is written, of the family of Ram. And why is he called a prophet of the nations? Because his prophecies were for the nations. The same can be said concerning Job. But did not the Jewish prophets also prophesy for the nations? The Jewish prophets prophesied to Israel, and to the nations also, but the above-mentioned 7 have prophesied for the nations only. There is an objection from the following, a pious man was among the nations, and Job was his name, and he came to this world only for the purpose of receiving his reward. The Holy One, blessed be he, however, brought chastisements upon him, and he began to blaspheme. The Lord then doubled his reward in this world, so that he should have no share in the world to come. Hence we see that Job was a Gentile. On this point Tanaim of the following Baratha differ. Our Eleazar said, Job was in the time of the judges, as it is written, Job 27. 12, deal in such vanities. And which generation was one entirely of vanities? It is the generation of the judges. Our Joshua b. Karha said, Job was in the time of Ahasuerus, as it is written, Job 42. 15, and there were not found such handsome women as the daughters of Job, etc. And in which generation were handsome women searched for, if not in the generation of Ahasuerus? But perhaps it was in the time of David, when handsome women were also searched for, 1 Kings, 3. There they searched only among the daughters of Israel, but in the time of Ahasuerus it is written, in all the land. Our Nathan said that Job was in the time of the queen of Sheba, as it is written, Job, 15, when the Sabaeans made an incursion. And our Samuel B. Numeni said in the name of our Jonathan, he who translates Malcha as Sheba, the queen of Sheba, is in error, as the right translation is, the government of Sheba. And the sages said, he was in the time of the Chaldea, as it is written, Ibid 17, the Chaldeans posted themselves, etc. Still others said that Job was in the time of Jacob and has married Dinah, Jacob's daughter. They infer it from an analogy of expression, nebula. And all the just mentioned sages hold that Job was an Israelite, except the last, who maintains that he was a Gentile. Johanan said, it is written, Ruth, I. 1, and it came to pass in the days when the judges judged, etc. It means it was a generation that judged the judges. If, e.g., the judge said to them, take out the toothpick from thy tooth, they answered, if thou wilt take the beam out of thy eyes, I will remove the toothpick. If, e.g., the judge said to one, thy silver is become dross, the answer was, thy wine is drugged with water, is, 22, i.e., if the judge accused one of a small transgression, the accused said to him, thou thyself art a greater sinner than I am. It is written, Job 6-9, that the accuser, Satan, also came in the midst of them, etc. Satan said before the Lord, I have sped all over the world, and found no trusty man like thy servant Abraham, to whom thou didst say, Gen 13. 17, Arise, walk through the land in the length of it and in the breadth of it, for unto thee will I give it. And notwithstanding this, when he searched for a grave to bury his wife Sarah, and did not find one until he bought it for 400 silver shekels, he did not murmur or bear in mind anything against thee. Then said the Lord to Satan, etc. Said Johanan, that which was said about Job is more important than that which was said about Abraham, as regarding the latter it is written, Ibid 22. 12, Now I know that thou fearest God, etc. And regarding the former it is written, Job 1, and this man was perfect and upright, and fearing God and eschewing evil. What is meant by eschewing evil? Said Ab Samuel, Job was liberal with his money. It is customary, if a laborer has done some service to the value of half the smallest coin, that the employer takes him to the storekeeper, buys something for this coin, and gives the laborer the half due him. Job, however, gave him the whole coin for such services. Then Satan answered, Is it for naught that Job feareth God, the work of his hands hast thou blessed? What does this mean? Said Samuel B. R. Itzhak, anyone who took a coin from Job for business, has succeeded. And what means, and his cattle are far spread out in the land. Said Jose B. Hanina, his cattle have changed the order of the world. Usually wolves kill goats. Job's goats, however, killed wolves. But only stretch forth thy hand, etc. Ibid 11-19, the oxen were plowing, and the she-asses were feeding beside them. How is this to be understood? Said Johanan, from this is to be inferred that the Holy One, blessed be he, gave Job a foretaste of the world to come, as about the world to come it is written, Jah 31, that pregnancy and birth in a woman occurred together. A fire of God, etc. 2. 5, Satan again answered the Lord, as said above. And thou hast incited me against him, etc. Said Johanan, if this were not written it would be impossible for a human being to conceive it. The scripture speaks of the Lord as if he were a human being who can be influenced through incitement. There is a Baratha, Satan descends and tempts human beings, then ascends and accuses them, then takes the order and takes the soul of him whom he has tempted. Then the accuser answered the Lord, etc. Ibid 4-8, said Itzhak, Satan was more afflicted than Job himself. It is similar to a master who says to his servant, break the barrel, but save the wine, without letting him have a vessel to save it in. So was it with Satan. The Lord told him to take Job's body, but to save his soul. Said Resh Lakish, from this we see that he who is called Satan is himself the evil spirit who tempts one to sin. And he himself is the angel of death, as he was told to save the life, from which it is to be seen that the life of man was in his hands. Levi said, Satan and Peninnah both intended, with their accusation, to please heaven. Satan, who had seen that the Lord was favorable toward Job, feared that through the justice of Job Abraham's merits would be forgotten, and, therefore, he spoke as above. And Peninnah, as it is written, Sam I. 6, and her rival also provoked her continually, in order to make her fret, etc. It means for the purpose of making her pray and have a child. lectured the same in the city of Pepunia, and Satan came and kissed his feet for this. With all this, did not Job sin with his lips? Said Rabbah, with his lips he did not sin, but he sinned in his heart. What was it? Job 9:24, is a land given up to the wicked? He covereth the faces of its judges. If this be not the truth, who is it then? 13 said Rabbah. Job was about to turn the dish face downwards, i.e., to deny the might of the Lord. Said Abai to him, Job spoke only about Satan. On this point Tanaim differ. About the just cited verse Eleazar said, Job was about to turn the dish face downwards. And Joshua said to him, Job spoke only with regard to Satan. It is written, Ibid x. 7, Still it is within thy knowledge that I am not wicked, and there is none that can deliver me out of thy hand. Said Rabbah, Job wanted to free the whole world of a trial. He said thus, Lord of the universe, thou hast created an ox with parted hoofs, and us without, and thou hast commanded that only creatures with the parted hoofs shall be eaten, but thou couldst have made it the reverse. Thou hast created paradise, and thou hast created Gehenna, thou hast created the upright, and thou hast created the wicked. Who can prevent thee? Hence no reward and no punishment should be dealt, as all was done according to thy will. And what have Job's colleagues answered to this? Ibid 15. For, thou truly makest void the fear of God, and diminishest devotion before God. Which means that the Holy One, blessed be He, has created the evil spirit, and He has created wisdom as a remedy against him. Rabbah lectured, it is written, Ibid 29. 13, The blessing of him that was ready to perish came upon me. And the heart of the widow I caused to sing for joy. From the first half of this verse we learn that be used to rob a field belonging to orphans, improved it, and returned it to them. And in the latter half we learn that if there was a widow whom no one wished to marry, he put his name upon her, saying that she was his relative, and then it was easy for her to marry. It is written, Ibid 6. 2, that my vexation could be truly weighed, and my calamity, etc. It was said by to Rab, the earth may cover Job's mouth for this. He makes himself a comrade of providence, Ibid 9. 33, There is no one who can decide between us, who could lay his hand upon us both. Said Rabbah, for this also his mouth may be covered with earth, should a slave rebuke his master. Ibid 31. 1, A covenant had I made with my eyes, how, then, should I fix my look on a virgin? Said Rabbah, he had not looked upon strange women, but Abraham had not looked even at his own wife, as it is written, Gen 12. 11, Now I know that thou art a woman of handsome appearance, from which it is to be inferred that before that time he knew not that. Job 7. 9, As the cloud vanisheth and passeth away, so will he that goeth down to the nether world not come up again. Said Rabbah, from this we see that Job denied resurrection. Ibid 9. 17, He that bruiseth me with his tempest, and multiplieth my wounds without a cause. Said Rabbah, Job has blasphemed by the tempest, and by the tempest he was answered. Blasphemed by the tempest as he said, Lord of the universe. Perhaps a tempest passed before thee, and changed to thee the word Iab to Oyab. 14 And by the tempest he was answered as it is written, Ibid 38. 1, Then did the Lord address Job out of the storm wind. Do but gird up like a mighty man thy loins, and I will ask thee, and do thou inform me. So said he, I have created many hairs on human beings, and for each hair I have created a separate whole. For if two should be nourished from one hole, it would blind the eyes of men, now from one hole to another it was not changed to me, and from Iab to Oyab, should it be changed? Ibid 25, who hath divided off watercourses, etc. There are many drops that I have created in the clouds, and for each drop there is a separate place, for if two drops should go into one, they would make the earth too soft, and it could not produce. These places were not changed to me. And a way for the lightning, that is followed by thunders. Many thunders have I created in the clouds, and for each thunder there is a separate track, for if two should go along the same track, they would destroy the world. The tracks were not changed to me, and from Iab to Oyab, should it be? Ibid 39. 1. Knowest thou the time when the chamois of the rock bring forth? The chamois of the rock is cruel towards its offspring, and when the time of bearing comes she ascends to the top of the mountain, so that the offspring should fall and die. And I send an eagle which receives it with its wings. Markest thou when the hinds do calve? The hind has a narrow womb, and when the time of bearing comes, I procure a snake that bites her in the womb, so that she is able to bring forth the offspring. In both cases it must happen at the exact moment, for if it occurs a second before or a second later, the young in the first case, and the mother in the latter, would die. Now, from one second to the other there never is a change. And from Iab to Oyab, should it be changed? Ibid 34. 35. Job hath not spoken with knowledge, and his words are without intelligence. Said Rabbah, from this it may be deduced that one is not to be made responsible for his words at a time when he is afflicted. Ibid 2. 11-13, when, now, the three friends of Job and they met together, etc. What is meant by, they met together? Said Jehudah in the name of Rab, they all entered at one time the gate of the city where Job lived, although Beratha states that each of them lived 300 parses away from the others. But who informed them? According to some, each of them had a crown on which were engraved the pictures of his three colleagues, and if one of them became afflicted, the picture was changed. And according to others, they had in their garden 3 trees, each of which bore the name of one of the friends, and if one became afflicted, the tree was changed. Said Rabbah, this is what people say, either to have colleagues like Job's, or death. It is written, Gen 6. And it came to pass when men began to multiply and daughters, etc. R. Johanan said, with a daughter, multiplication comes into the world, as in Chaldaic a girl is called Rabia, literally, multiply. Resh Lakish, however, maintains that with a daughter strife comes into the world, as Rabia means also strife. Said Resh Lakish to our Johanan, according to your opinion, multiplication comes with daughters, why was not Job doubly rewarded with daughters, as he was with sons and with all his property? And he answered, although they were not doubled in number, they were in beauty, as it is written, Job 42. 13-15, he had also 15 sons and 3 daughters, etc. And farther on it is written, and there were not found such handsome women, etc. 16. To our Simeon, Rabbi's son, a daughter was born, and he became dejected. Said his father to him, with thy daughter came multiplication, Rabia. Said Bar Capra to him, the consolation of your father is very poor. The following Beratha states, the world cannot be without males and females. However, happy is he whose children are male, and woe to him whose children are female. The world cannot be without a spice dealer and a tanner, Bersius, happy is he who is a spice dealer, and woe to him who is a tanner. On this point, however, the Tanaim of the following Beratha differ. It is written, Gen 24. 1. The Lord has blessed Abraham backhole, in all things. What does the word backhole mean? R. Meir said, he was blessed in not having any daughters. R. Jehudah, however, said, he was blessed in having a daughter. Anonymous teachers say, he had a daughter with the name backhole. R. Elazar the Modai said, Abraham, our father, was an astrologer, and therefore all the kings from the west and the east came to his door to ask his advice. 17 R. Simeon b. Johanan said, a diamond was hanging on Abraham's neck, and when a sick man looked upon it, he was cured. And when Abraham passed away, the Lord sealed it in the planet of the sun. Said Abai, this is what people say, when the day arrives, the sick become better. There is another explanation of the word Bachol that as long as Abraham was alive Esau did not rebel. According to still others, because Ishmael repented in his days. That Esau did not rebel in his days is stated in a Beratha to explain the verses Gen 25. 29-34 as referring to that day on which Abraham died. And that Ishmael had repented is explained by Rabbah, in the name of our Johanan, to Rabina and to our Hamabi, Buzi thus, it is written, Ibid 9, and his sons Isaac and Ishmael, etc. And from the fact that Isaac is named first, although Ishmael was older, it is to be understood that Ishmael had repented and, knowing that Isaac was better than he, given him the preference. But perhaps the verse only does it because it was so, and Ishmael had nothing to do with it. Then the scripture, Ibid 35. 29, would also say Jacob and Esau, and not according to the age, as it is now. Hence the previous construction is correct. The rabbis taught, there are three to whom the Holy One, blessed be he, gave a taste of the world to come in this world, namely, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Abraham because regarding him is written Bachol. Isaac because regarding him is written Michol, and Jacob regarding whom is written Kal. The same three overruled the evil spirit, as the words just mentioned are written regarding them. The rabbis taught, there are six whom the angel of death has not dominated, the former three, and Moses, Aaron, and Miriam the three former, because of the words mentioned, and the three latter, because it is written, number 33. 38, by the order of the Lord, etc. There are seven whom the worms have not devoured, the former six, and Benjamin ben Jacob, according to others, also David the former six, because of the reasons stated above. And Benjamin, because it is written, Deuteronomy 33. 12, the beloved of the Lord, is he shall dwell in safety, etc. There are four who died without sin, but because it was so decreed at the time when the serpent made Eve eat the fruit of the tree of wisdom, viz., Benjamin b. Jacob, Amram father of Moses, Jesse father of David, and Kilab b. David to all of them traditionally, except Jesse the father of David, which is also deduced from the verse. 18. Chapter 2. Rules and regulations concerning space to be left between one's property and another's, be it of one or two kinds. Under what conditions a tenant may place an oven in his dwelling. Under what circumstances a shop in a yard may be prevented. Concerning the space to be left between a city in pigeon coops, trees, barns, cemeteries, and tanneries. Mishna I. One must not dig a well near that of his neighbor, nor a channel, cave, aqueduct, or basin, for washing, unless it be removed to a distance of at least 3 spans from that of his neighbor, and plastered with lime. Olive or poppy waste, dung, salt, lime, and flint stones must also be removed to a distance of 3 spans, and must be covered with lime. To the same distance, seeds, plowing, and urine must be removed from the wall. A hand mill to a distance of 3 spans from the lower millstone, which is 4 from the upper millstone, and an oven 3 spans from the foundation, which is 4 spans from the upper rim. Gemara, the Mishna begins with a well and ends with a wall. Said Abai, according to others, are Jehuda, by the term wall is meant the wall of the well. But then it could teach, unless he removes it from the well, and it would be self-evident that the meaning is, from the wall of the well. The Mishnah comes to teach us by the way that a wall of a well must measure no less than 3 spans, in cases of selling and buying, as we have learned in the following Beratha, if one says, I am selling you the well with its walls. The walls must measure 3 spans. It was taught, if one comes to dig a well at the boundary of his neighbor's vacant plot, has he to remove it to the distance mentioned in the Mishnah, or not? According to Abai he has not, and according to Rabbah he has. They differ with regard to a plot prepared for works only, but if it is not prepared for this, they both agree that he may dig at the boundary. And even if it was according to Abai, he is not obliged to remove the well to any distance. Even in accordance with the theory of the rabbis, who state farther on that if one comes to plant a tree near the well of his neighbor, he must do so at a distance of 25 ells. It is because the well was already in existence there at the time he comes to plant. But here the well does not as yet exist. And according to Rabbah he must maintain the distance. Even in accordance with the theory of R. Jose, who says, farther on, that each of the neighbors has a right to do what he pleases on his own property, etc., it is because, when he begins to plant, roots which can injure the well do not as yet exist. But here the owner of the plot which is prepared for wells may claim, each time you use the spade at my boundary, you weaken my estate. An objection was raised from our Mishna, one must not dig a well near that of his neighbor, from which it is to be inferred near the already existing well, but if not, he may. And this contradicts Rabbah's theory. He may answer, was it not taught, in addition to this, that it means from the wall of the well? Another objection from the latter part of our Mishnah was raised, which enumerates all the things that are to be removed from the wall, from which it is to be understood that it speaks of an existing wall, but not if it is not yet in existence. And the answer was, this can also be explained that the Mishnah comes to teach us that all the things which it enumerates are injurious to the wall. Come and hear the following, a tree must be removed from a well to a distance of 25 ells. Does it not mean from an existing well? Here also it may be explained to mean that at a distance of less than 25 ells the roots are injurious to the well. But the same is the case if the well did not as yet exist. If so, then how should the latter part, which states that if the tree is already in existence one has not to cut it down, be understood? For if one must not plant a tree near a plot, even when it is only prepared for walls, how can such a case be found? As our Papa explained elsewhere, it speaks of a case where one buys such. So it can also be explained here to mean, in case one bought such a tree, he is not to remove it. Come and hear the following, one must remove a pond for steeping flax from herbs, garlic from onions, and mustard from bees. Is it also not to be understood to mean already existing herbs? Here also it can be explained, even when it is only prepared for them, and it comes to teach that the things mentioned harm one another. But if so, how should the latter part, R. Jose allows mustard? Because the bees consume the blossoms of my mustard, be understood? As if one must remove the bees even from a place which is only prepared for mustard, how can such a case be found? Said R. Papa, it means, when one buys such. But if so, then what is the reason of the rabbi's decision, and also according to R. Jose, why only with mustard? Should it not also be the same in the above case of herbs and flax? Said Rabina, the rabbis hold that the injurer has to remove himself from the things which can be injured by him, e.g. if the roots of a tree are injurious to a well, the tree must be removed, and not the well, says the Gemara. From Rabina's statement it is to be inferred that R. Jose holds that the injured one has to remove himself, then why only in the case of mustard? The same ought to be the case with the herbs. If there is a pond for steeping flax, the herbs should be removed, and not the pond. Therefore we must say that our Jose is also of the opinion that the injurer must remove himself, and the reason of the herbs in question is because the pond does harm to the herbs, and not the herbs to the pond. But bees and mustard injure each other. And thus said our Jose to the rabbis, the case of the herbs and pond is correct, because the pond injures the herbs, and not vice versa. But why should the same be in the case of bees and mustard, which injure each other? The rabbis, however, are of the opinion that bees do not harm mustard. For if they try to consume the mustard within the sown seeds, they cannot grasp them, by reason of their extremely small size. And if they do harm the leaves, it would not matter, for others will grow. But how can it be said that R. Jose holds that the injurer must remove himself? Does not the following Mishna state, R. Jose said, although the well was in existence before the tree was planted, the latter has not to be cut down, etc. Therefore we must say that R. Jose holds that the injured one has to remove himself. And he said to the rabbi thus, my theory is, that the injured one must remove. But even in accordance with your theory, that the injurer must remove, your decision is correct in the case of the herbs in question, as the pond harms the herbs, etc. But why should it be the same in the case of mustard and bees, which do harm each other? To which the rabbis answered as stated above. The mustard, however, harms the bees on account of its pungency. Nor a basin for washing, etc. Said R. Naaman in the name of Rabbi Abuhu, the case is when it is a basin for soaking clothes. They used to soak clothes for several days in canine dung. But if it is a basin for washing, it is to be removed 4 ells, because of splashing while washing. And so also we have learned in the following Baratha, a basin for washing 4 ells. But in our Mishna it is stated 3 spans. Hence it must be explained that the Baratha treats of a basin for washing, and is in accordance with our Naaman. R. Haya B. R. Ivia taught in our Mishna plainly, provided there is a space of 3 spans from the edge of the soaking pond to the wall. And plastered with lime. The schoolmen propounded a question, does the Mishna state, and plastered with lime, which means that this must also be done, or, perhaps, or plastered with lime, which means that one of the 2 requirements suffices. It certainly teaches, and plastered with lime, for if it read or, then all, parts of the Mishna would be taught together, as there is no difference between them. But perhaps it teaches separately, because the injurious effect is not the same in both cases. In the one case it is wetting from the well, while in the other it is the heat from the olive waste. Come and hear the following Tosefta, R. Jehuda said, if a flint stone is placed by a human being between the properties of 2 persons, each of them may dig a well on his property at a distance of 3 spans from the flint stone, provided the walls of the well he plastered with lime. We see, then, that only when that from which the earth becomes weak is placed there by a human being the lime is needed, but if it is there naturally, no lime is needed. Nay, the same is the case even when it is there naturally. And the expression, placed, is necessary. Lest one say that in such a case the prescribed amount of space is not sufficient. Therefore he comes to teach us that it does not matter. Olive or poppy waste, etc. There is a Mishna, Sabbath, p. 86, it must not be deposited and also not in lime or in sand, etc. Why, then, here is sand not mentioned and a flint stone is, while there the reverse is taught? Said R. Joseph, because it is not customary to deposit victuals in flint stones. Said Abai to him, is it, then, customary to so deposit in wool flocks, and, nevertheless, it is mentioned there? Therefore, said Abai, the Mishnayeth rely upon each other. I.e., our Mishnah relies upon the cited one in the case of sand, while the latter Mishnah relies upon ours in the case of flint stones, as the same is the case with both. Said Rabbah to him, if such were the case, then the other things would not be repeated in both Mishnahs. But some of them would be mentioned in one Mishnah, and others in the other, therefore, said Rabbah, the reason why a flint stone is not mentioned in the cited Mishnah is because a pot with victuals cannot be deposited there, as the flint stone would break it. And the reason why sand is not mentioned here is because the nature of sand is such that it is warmed up by a hot thing, but it is cooled by a cold thing, hence, here, it must not be removed. But did not R. Ashia teach us in his Baratha that sand must also be removed? R. Ashia numbers it among the things which are injured by wetting. Let, then, the Tana of our Mishnah, also add this to the category of things that injure by wetting. Wetting is already dealt with in the case of the channel mentioned therein. But does not the Mishnah state, a basin for washing, which is also in the same category, although a channel has already been mentioned? Both must be mentioned, because one could not be inferred from the other, for the following reasons. If a channel only were mentioned, one might say because it is stationary but for a basin for washing, which is not stationary, the space in question is not needed. On the other hand, if it mentioned only a basin for washing, one might say, because of the wetting by stagnant water which has been used for washing is injurious, but a channel does not matter. Therefore both had to be mentioned. Seeds, plowing, etc. Why is it necessary for both to be mentioned? If seeds must be removed, is it not self-evident that plowing for the purpose of sowing is also meant? It means even when the seeds were sown in an unploughed field where they are not so deep. And would not plowing be understood from seeds, as what is a field plowed for, if not for sowing? It means even when it was plowed for the improvement of trees. But why all this? It has already mentioned the things that injure by wetting. And as a field that has been plowed or in which seeds have been sown needs wetting, it is self-evident that it must be removed. The Tana speaks of Palestine, concerning which it is written, Deuteronomy 11:11. From the rain of heaven doth it drink water. Shall we then assume that the Tana holds that the rootlets proceeding from the planted seeds extend laterally so that unless the distance be at least 3 spans the wall may be injured? Have we not learned, Kilaim, 7:1, that when one plants vines, he cannot sow seeds over them, unless there be a layer of earth at least 3 spans in depth over the vines? And a Baratha in addition to this taught that he might sow on the sides of the plot where the vines are planted, even if not 3 spans deep. Hence we see that the rootlets proceed from seeds downwards, and not laterally, for in the latter case it would be forbidden to sow the seeds even on the sides. Said Haga in the name of Jose, the seeds are mentioned, not because the rootlets proceed laterally, but because they render the ground wherein they are sown friable, thus weakening the support to the wall of the well if placed too near it. And urine. Said Rabba B. Hannah, one is allowed to void his urine near the wall of his neighbor, as it is written, 1 Kings, 21:21, Mashtin Kur. But does not our Mishna state that urine must be removed to a distance of 3 spans? The Mishna means urine which has been collected in a urinal. Come and hear another objection from the following Tosefta: one must not void his urine against the wall of his neighbor, unless it be at a distance of 3 spans. This is said concerning a brick wall, but in the case of one made of stones, a distance of 1 span is sufficient to prevent harm by softening the ground under the wall. And if the wall is built upon a rock, then it does not matter at all. Hence it contradicts Rabba B. Hannah. This objection remains. But does he not cite a verse? The verse means even such a creature as habitually voids its urine upon a wall, namely, a dog, a hand mill, etc. Why so? Because it makes the ground vibrate. But have we not learned in a Baratha that a horse mill must be removed to a distance of 3 spans from the circumference, which is 4 spans from the funnel, and such a mill does not make the ground vibrate? Therefore it must be said that the reason of our Mishnah is not the vibration of the ground, but the noise produced by the mill. And also an oven, etc. Said Abai, from this it is to be inferred that the foundation should be wider than the upper rim by 1 span. And this regulation relates to buying and selling, for if its foundation did not contain a span more, the buyer may recede. Mishnah 2. One must not place an oven in a lower story of a house, unless there be an empty space of 4 ells above it. If the oven is placed in an upper chamber, there must be at least 3 spans of stone flooring under it. Under a cooking stove only 1 span of stone flooring is required. Yet when damage is caused, it must be repaired. Simeon, however, says, all these measurements are ordained so that, when they are complied with and damage is caused, one is not held responsible for it. One must not establish a bakery or a dyer's shop under another's granary. And also not a stable. In reality, it was said that a bakery may be established under a wine store, but, at all events, not a stable. Gemara, but have we not learned in a Baratha that an oven requires 4 spans, and a stove 3? Said Abai, that Baratha speaks of bakers, ovens and stoves, and the oven mentioned in our Mishnah is that of a private man, and similar to a baker's stove. One must not establish a bakery, etc. A Baratha states that if the stable has been established before the granary over it, it may remain. In reality, it was said, etc. There is a Baratha, it was allowed under a wine store, because it improves the wine. But not a stable, because it imparts a bad odor to the wine. Said Joseph, our wine is harmed even by the smoke of a candle. Said Shesheth, a haystack is likened unto a stable, because when the hay is damp it becomes warm and emits an odor which harms the wine. Mishna 3. Partners in a yard can prevent one from establishing a store there, claiming that they cannot sleep on account of the noise produced by the people's coming and going. He, however, who makes utensils, which he sells in the market, cannot be prevented by the partners, with the claim that the noise of the hammer disturbs their sleep. The same is the case if one of them has a hand mill, or if he is a teacher of children, as the claim that they cannot sleep on account of the noise is not to be considered. Gemara, why, in the first part, is the claim of the noise from the people's coming and going considered, while in the latter part the noise of strange children is not considered? Said Abai, the latter part speaks of an instructor of children residing in an adjoining yard. Said Rabbah to him, if it were so, then the Mishnah would state that in an adjoining yard it is permitted. Therefore, said he, the latter part of the Mishnah speaks of a school for children's education, and was stated after the enactment of Joshua b. Gamla. So Jehudah said in the name of Rab, may the memory of Joshua b. Gamla be blessed, for, were it not for him, Israel would have forgotten the Torah, as in former times the child who had a father was instructed by him, but the one that had not, did not learn at all. The reason is that they used to explain the verse, Deuteronomy 11:19, and ye shall teach them to your children, etc., literally ye personally. It was therefore enacted that a school for the education of children in Jerusalem should be established, on the basis of the following verse, is, 2:3, For out of Zion shall go forth the law, and the word of the Lord out of Jerusalem. And still the child who had a father was brought to Jerusalem and instructed, but the one who had not, remained ignorant. It was therefore enacted that such school should be established in the capitals of each province. But the children were brought when they were about 16 or 17 years of age, and when the lads were rebuked by their masters, they turned their faces and ran away. Then came Joshua b. Gamla, who enacted that schools should be established in all provinces and small towns. And that the children be sent to school at the age of 6 or 7 years, and after this enactment it was also enacted that the claim of the noise of schoolchildren should not be considered. Rab said to the schoolmaster Samuel b. Shileth, if the child is under 6 years of age, do not accept him, but above that age, accept him and feed him, with knowledge, as you feed an ox. The same said again to him, when you must beat a child, do so with a shoestrap only, if this produces the desired effect, then well and good. If not, leave him in the company of his comrades, whose steady progress he will see, and this will improve him. An objection was raised from the following: if one of the tenants of a yard wishes to establish an office for circumcision, a barber shop, a tannery, or a school for children, the other tenants may prevent him. It speaks of children of idolaters. But there is another Baratha which states that if there are only 2 tenants, and one of them wishes to make one of the above-named establishments, the other one may prevent him. This Baratha also speaks of children of idolaters. Konik and here another Baratha, he who has a house in a yard belonging to partners, must not rent this house for one of the above-named establishments, nor to a Jewish or a Gentile schoolmaster. This Baratha speaks of the head schoolmaster of the entire city, who has all the subordinate schoolmasters under his control, and instructs them how to teach, which produces a great deal of noise. Rabbah said, since the enactment of Joshua b. Gamla we do not transfer a child from the school of one city to that of another, but from one congregation to another we do. However, if there is a river between them, we do not, unless there is a bridge over it. But if there is only a dock, we do not. He said again, the number of children in a school must not exceed 25, if there is one teacher. If the number is between 25 and 40, an assistant must be provided for him by the city. And if there are 50, 2 teachers must be appointed. He said again, if there is one teacher who can perform his duties well enough, but there is another one who is still better, the former must not be discharged. Lest his successor become too certain of retaining the position and will not attend to his work properly. Dini of Nahardia, however, said, on the contrary, he will be even more diligent, as the jealousy of scholars increases wisdom. Rabbah said again, if there are two teachers, one of whom is a good expounder, but is not particular about the exact pronunciation of the words in the scriptures, while the other is particular in the latter respect but is not so good an expounder, the former should be appointed, as the errors will be corrected by themselves. Dini of Nahardia, however, said, on the contrary, an error impressed upon the mind of a child remains there forever, therefore the latter should be given the preference, as it is written, 1 Kings 11:16. For 6 months did Joab remain there with Israel, until he had cut off every male in Edom. When he came before David, and was asked why he had done so, he said, because it is thus written, Deuteronomy 25:19, thou shalt blot out each Zocher, male, of Amalek. Said David to him, but we read Zocher, remembrance, meaning both males and females. And Joab answered, my master instructed me to pronounce Zocher. 19 He then went to his master, and questioned him how to pronounce this word, and he answered Zocher. So he took out his sword, and wanted to kill him. And to the question of the master, why, he answered, because it is written, Jah 48:10, cursed be he that doeth the work of the Lord negligently. And his master rejoined, let, then, this man, myself, remain in this course, and he answered him, quoting the end of the verse, and cursed be he that withholdeth his sword from blood. Some say that he slew him, and others say that he did not. Rabbah said again, an instructor of children, a planter, a butcher, a barber, and a scribe of the city are to be considered as if they were already warned, i.e., if they neglect their duties they may be discharged without previous notice. As the general rule regarding this is, all irreparable damage done by a specialist, who is appointed as such, is to be considered as if he were previously warned. An instructor of children who has spoiled a child cannot repair this harm. And the same is the case with a planter who has spoiled the trees, a butcher who, through his neglect, has made the meat illegal for use, a barber who has killed a man by performing venesection, and a scribe who has written the holy scrolls fallaciously. Hunah said, if one of the inhabitants of an alley establishes a hand mill there, and another one comes to do the same, the law gives the former the right to prevent the latter. For he may claim, you are cutting off my livelihood. He is supported by the following, fishermen must remove their nets from a fish which has already been marked by one of them while it was trying to escape from him to a distance that a fish is usually able to traverse. And to the question, how far is it? Rabbi B. R. Hunah said, the distance of a parsa. Nay, with fish the case is different, as they place spies, to look out for bait, and the former fisherman is certain that the fish will go to his bait and then he will surely catch it. But here his comrade may say to him, I am not injuring your livelihood, as your customers will go to you and mine to me. Said Rabina to Rabbah, shall we assume that our Hunah is in accordance with our Jehudah, who said, Middlegate, p. 143, that a storekeeper must not furnish little children with presents of nuts, etc., for the purpose that they may call again, and the sages allowed this? Nay, it may be said that our Hunah's theory is in accordance with that of the rabbis also, as there they allow this for the reason that the storekeeper may say, I bestow nuts, you may give plums. But here the claim, you are cutting off my livelihood, is a right one, even in accordance with the rabbis. An objection was raised. One may establish a store or a bathhouse near or opposite to that of his neighbor, and the latter cannot prevent him from doing so, for he may say, you can do business in your establishment, and I will do business in mine. Hence this contradicts our Hunah's theory. On this point Tanaim of the following Beratha differ, the inhabitants of an alley may combine to prevent one from another alley from opening a tailor shop, tannery, children's school, or any other specialist's establishment. But they cannot do so against an inhabitant of their own alley. Our Simeon B. Gamaliel, however, maintains that the majority can prevent an inhabitant even of their own alley. R. Hunah B. R. Joshua said, it is certain to me that the inhabitants of one city have a right to prevent one of another city from competing with them, provided he does not pay the duties of the city. It is also certain to me that an inhabitant of an alley cannot prevent another inhabitant of the same alley, but I doubt whether an inhabitant of one alley can prevent one of another alley. And this question remains undecided. Said R. Joseph, R. Huna, who prohibits competition in any specialty, admits that concerning instructors of children no competition is to be considered, as the master said that the jealousy of scholars increases wisdom. Said R. Naaman B. Itzhak, R. Huna also admits that no competition is to be considered in the case of peddlers in large cities, as the master said that Ezra has enacted for Israel that peddlers shall travel in the large cities, for the purpose that the daughters of Israel might easily procure their ornaments. This is only concerning traveling dealers, but the establishment of a stationary place may be prevented. And if the peddler is a young scholar for whom it is a humiliation to travel, he may be permitted to establish a stationary place. As Rabbah permitted our Yashia and our Obadiah to establish a place of business against the then existing law of that city, saying that because they were scholars they would be hindered in their study by traveling. There were 3 basket dealers who brought baskets to Babylon, and the inhabitants of the city prevented them. So they came before Rabbina, who said, They come from the country, and may sell their goods to countrymen who come here on the market day. But only on that day, and in the market only, but may not traffic with their goods in private houses of the city. There were wool dealers who brought wool to the city of Pumnahara, and the inhabitants there prevented them. They came before our Kahana, who said to them, They have a right to do so. They, however, claimed that they had to collect their debts, which must take time, and they had nothing to live on if they should be prevented from selling their goods. And he allowed them to sell as much as they needed for a livelihood only, while they were there, but not more. Our Dimi of Nahardia brought dry figs in a boat. Said the exilarch to Rabbah, Go and see whether he is a scholar. Then you may hold the market for him. And Rabbah sent our Ada B. Abba to examine him. He questioned him about something of the law, which he could not answer. So our Dimi said to him, Is the master Rabbah? He tapped him good-naturedly on the sandal, and answered, From myself to Rabbah there is a great difference, but, nevertheless, I am your master, while Rabbah is the master of your master. In consequence of this, the market was not held for him. And our Dimi lost on his dry figs, and came to complain before our Joseph, saying, See, master, what was done to me. And he answered, The one who neglected not to take revenge for the shame of the king of Edom, shall not neglect to revenge your shame. The shame of Edom, as it is written, Amos, 2. 1, because he burned the bones of the king of Edom into lime. Consequently our Ada's soul has gone to its rest. Then our Joseph said, I have punished him, for I have cursed him. R. Dimi said, I have punished him, for he had caused my loss on the dry figs. Abai said, I have punished him, for he used to say to the rabbis, While ye are licking bones in the college of Abai, would it not be better for you to eat fat meat in the college of Rabbah? And Rabbah said, I have punished him, for, when he used to go for meat, he used to say to the butcher, You must give me meat before you give it to the servant of Rabbah, as I am better than he. Naaman B. Itzhak said, I have punished him. For R. Naaman B. Itzhak was the head of the preachers in the days before festivals, and every day, before preaching, he reviewed his sermon together with our Ada B. Abba. On that day, however, on which our Ada B. Abba died, our Papa and our Huna B. R. Joshua detained him, so that he should explain to them what Rabbah lectured on the last Sabbath concerning cattle tithe, and he repeated for them all that Rabbah said. Meanwhile the time for our Naaman's preaching arrived, and our Ada did not call him. Said the rabbis to our Naaman, Why does the master sit? It is already dawning, and you have to go to preach. And he answered, I am sitting and waiting for the coffin of our Ada. And, indeed, our Ada's death was soon announced. It seems, therefore, that our Naaman had punished him. Mishna 4, If one's wall is attached to that of his neighbor, he must not build a wall parallel to it unless he leaves an interval of 4 ells. One must also not build a wall opposite the windows of his neighbor, wherever they are to be found, unless it be at a distance of 4 ells. Gemara, but the Mishna declares that his wall was already attached to that of his neighbor. Who gave him the right to do so? Said Jehuda, it means that if one wished to do so he must not, unless he left the above-mentioned space. Rabbah opposed, but the Mishna states that it was already attached. Therefore he said that the Mishna meant to say thus, if there was already a wall at a distance of 4 ells from that of his neighbor, and it fell, he must not build another one unless at the same distance. As the treading upon the earth between the two walls is useful for the strength of their foundations. 20 Rab, said, the Mishna treats only about a wall of a garden, because, as inside there is no treading upon the earth near the wall, it needs the treading outside, but concerning a wall of a yard, it does not matter. Ashia, however, maintains that the same is the case with a wall of a yard also. Said Jose B. Hanina, and they do not differ, as the former speaks of an old town, where the ground is already trodden, while the latter speaks of a new town. Our Mishnah states that, for windows, wherever they may be placed, a space of 4 ells is needed. To which a Baratha adds, if a window is placed at the top, the wall in question must reach such a height that when the owner stands upon it and stoops, he should be unable to see anything by looking in at the window. And if a window is placed at the bottom to such a height that he could not see when standing upon it. And if the window be opposite the wall, he must leave such a space as would not darken the window. We see, then, that the reason of the regulation concerning a parallel wall is the darkening, but not the treading mentioned above. The Baratha speaks of a side wall. How much space, however, must one leave, in order that the window will not be darkened? Said Jioba, the father-in-law of Ashian B. Nadbak, in the name of Rab, as much as the width of the window. But from such a height one can still look in at the window. Said Zebed, he speaks of a wall with a gable top. But does not the Mishnah state 4 ells? This presents no difficulty. The Baratha speaks of one side wall to which the space of the width of a window suffices, and our Mishnah speaks of 2 side walls, then 4 ells are needed, so that the window be not darkened. Come and hear, one must leave a space of 4 ells near the drains of his neighbor's roof, so that the latter may be able to place a ladder there. It speaks, in case the owner of the house is allowed to direct his drains to the neighbor's yard. And, while he allows him this, he must also allow him a space for a ladder. We see again that the purpose of leaving the space is for placing a ladder, and not for treading upon the earth. It speaks of a slanting roof overhanging the neighbor's yard, with the drains placed at the edge, which does not prevent the treading in the yard under it, and, therefore, there could be no reason but the ladder. Mishnah v. One must remove the ladder in his yard from his neighbor's pigeon coop to the distance of 4 ells, that a weasel should be unable to jump from it to the ladder. And also his wall from his neighbor's roof drains to a distance of 4 ells, to enable his neighbor to place a ladder there. Gemara, shall we assume that our Mishnah is not in accordance with our Jose, who says farther on that everybody may do on his property what he pleases? This Mishnah can also be in accordance with him, as our Ashi said, when I was at the house of our Kahana, he said that our Jose admitted that one is responsible for any damage done to his neighbor by his arrows, e.g., if he places a ladder so, that it would be easy for a weasel to jump from it to the pigeon coop. But, after all, this is not direct damage, but germon. See First Gate, page 125. Said our Tubi B. Mathna, we infer, then, from this, that to cause damage by germon is forbidden, i.e., indirect damage. Our Joseph had in his yard small date trees, under which barbers used to perform venesection. And ravens, while coming to consume the blood, caused harm to the dates, and our Joseph commanded, remove the kurkur from my property. I.e., that the barbers should not be allowed any more to do their work there, and then the ravens would not come for the blood. And to Abayi's question, are not the barbers a germon? He answered with the declaration of our Tubi B. Mathna just quoted. But had not the barbers already made their a hazaka? To this Naaman in the name of Rabbi B. Abuhu said, there is no hazakah concerning damages. But was it not taught that, regarding this, Mari said, as, for instance, smoke, which injures the eyes, and Zebed said, as, for instance a toilet, which is disgusting to the sight. Said Joseph, to me, who am tender-hearted, the blood is as disgusting as the things just mentioned. Mishna 6, a pigeon coop must not be placed within 50 ells of the town, nor has one a right to make a pigeon coop on his own property, unless his property extends to 50 ells on each side. Jehudah said, he must have 4 cores on each side, the space which a dove can cover at one flight without resting. If, however, one has bought one, he is in his right even when there is only 1/4 of a core of space. Gemara, are 50 ells sufficient for this? Have we not learned in a Beretha that a net for doves must not be spread unless the locality be 30 ris distant, 4 miles, from an inhabited place? Said Abai, as far as flying goes, it is to a great distance, but with 50 ells it usually gets enough of food, after which it flies 30 ris, hence beyond the 50 ells it does no harm to the gardens or vineyards. But does not a Beretha state that in an inhabited place even within 100 miles one must not spread a net? Said Joseph, this speaks of the case when there are vineyards, so that they fly from one vineyard to another, and so they can fly through a much greater distance. And Rabbah said that it speaks of a case where there are many pigeon coops. If it is so, why does the Beretha state that 100 miles from a city one must not do so, because he can catch doves from another pigeon coop, even not in the city? It may be said that the pigeon coops in question were his own, or they were ownerless. He is in his right, etc. Said Papa, and according to others Zebed, from this it is to be inferred that the court has to open the mouth of a buyer or of an heir to claim hazakah. I.e., if the plaintiff claims that the estate is his and brings evidence that such estate is his or his parents', and the defendant says, I inherited it from my parents, or I bought it from so-and-so, who has occupied it for so many years, and brings witnesses to his statement, but the witnesses cannot testify that he who occupied it before bought it or inherited it from someone, then the court must consider the defendant's claim. And by the expression, open the mouth, it is meant that the court may say to the defendant, look for evidence that the one from whom you bought it or inherited it had it in his occupancy for so many years. What news do they come to teach us? Does not a Beretha state farther on that if the defendant claims inheritance it is not necessary for him to say when the bequeather bought it? It was necessary for them to teach that the same is the case when the defendant claims, I bought it. But this is also stated farther on, chapter 3, Mishna 10. Their statement was nevertheless necessary, for the following reason. From the case in the quoted Mishna one might say that, because it speaks of a yard which was near the public thoroughfare, the claim is to be considered a right one. For if it were not as he says, the public would prevent him, or, at his request, the public have relinquished their right to that yard. But here, in a private case, it is different. And if this case only were stated, one might say that it is to be taken into consideration, as a private party usually settles the difference, or else he relinquishes his right. But there, in the case of the public, with whom can he settle, or who can relinquish? Therefore both cases were necessary to be stated. Again, he is in his right, hazakah. But did not Naaman in the name of Rabbi B. Abuhu say that there is no hazakah in regard to damages? Said Mari in the name of Rab, this is said only concerning smoke, as mentioned above. Mishna 7, a little dove that is found within 50 ells of a pigeon coop belongs to the owner of the latter, if outside of 50 ells, it belongs to the finder. If it is found between 2 pigeon coops, it belongs to the nearer one. But if in the exact middle, it is to be divided. Gemara, said Hanina, in a case which we should judge by a majority, it would be so. And if, according to proximity, it would be different, the decision by a majority must be taken into consideration, and although both majority and proximity are biblical, nevertheless majority has the preference. Zerah objected, it is written, Deuteronomy 21. 3, the city which is the nearest, etc. Does it not mean even if there are other cities which are more populous than the nearest one? Nay, it means if they are not. But even then, why should not the majority of the world be considered? It means, if the city in question is situated among the mountains, where it is not usual for robbers to come from a distant place. But does not our Mishna state that a dove within 50 ells of the pigeon coop belongs to it, even when there are others outside of the 50 ells which have more doves than the nearest one? Nay, it means when there are not. If it is so, how is the latter part, which states, if outside of 50 ells, it belongs to the finder, to be understood? If there are no other pigeon coops, it can only be from that one. It speaks of a pigeon which can hop only, and our ukba. Hama said that a pigeon which hops cannot do so more than 50 ells. R. Jeremiah then questioned in the college, how is the law if one foot was within the 50 ells and the other without? And for this question he was driven out of the college. Come and hear another objection from our Mishna, which states that if it is found between two pigeon coops, it belongs to the nearer one. Does it not mean even when the farther one has more doves? Nay, it means when both have an equal number. But why, then, should the majority of the world not be considered? It speaks of a case when vineyards occupy the whole distance between the two pigeon coops, and the pigeon is found on a walk within the vineyard. And then it cannot be supposed that it came from anywhere else, as it is known that a hopping dove does not go out of sight of her pigeon coop. Hence she must be from one of these two in question. As, if she were from another one, she could not see it on account of the trees and partitions. It was taught, a barrel of wine floating on a river, if found opposite a city of which the majority of the inhabitants are Jews, it may be used. If opposite a city of a majority of Gentiles, it must not be used. So said Rab. Samuel, however, maintains that even when the majority are Jews it is also prohibited, lest perhaps it came from Dogra, a country near the river Euphrates, where there were no Jews. Shall we assume that their point of difference is the above statement of our Hanina that one is in accordance with him and the other is not? Nay, both agree with our Hanina, and the point of their differing is thus: one maintains that if this were from Dogra, it would have sunk while floating in the bays formed by the projecting rocks along the coast from Tyre to Akko, and in the shallow waters caused by melting snow. And the other maintains that because the stream in the river is strong, it could reach here. A pitcher of wine was found in a vineyard of Arla, the 3rd year after planting, and Rabina allowed to use it. Shall we assume that he did so because he holds with our Hanina's theory? Nay, his reason was because if it were stolen from this vineyard they would not have hidden it in the same. This is only concerning wine, because the thief would not leave the wine lest the presser of the grapes should find it. As for grapes, however, they would not fear to leave them where they were stolen and take them away afterwards. There were some leather bags of wine which were found among the vines of a vineyard belonging to a Jew, and Rabbah permitted their use. Shall we assume that he did so because he does not hold with our Hanina's theory, as the majority of men are Gentiles, and not Jews? Nay, his reason is that all the pressers and those that pour the wine into barrels are Jews. This law, however, applies only to large leather bags, but not to small ones, for fear that they were dropped by travelers, the majority of whom are Gentiles. And even if there were large ones with them, the law nevertheless applies, for fear that they were dropped by a traveler upon an ass, who had hung them on both sides of the ass. 21. Mishnah 8. In planting a tree, a space of 25 ells must be left outside of the town. For a carob or a sycamore, 50 ells are needed. Aba Shaul said, for a wild tree, 50 ells. If the city was built first, the tree might be cut down without paying for it, but if the tree was planted first, it is to be cut down and paid for. If doubtful as to which was there first, it is to be cut down without paying for it. Gemara, what is the reason of all this? Said Ola, because of the beauty of the city. But why not because it is not allowed to make a field of the open space around the town, and vice versa? It means to say that even according to our Elazar, who hold, that this is allowed, here it is not to be tolerated, because it spoils the beauty of the city. And also according to the rabbis, who allow to plant trees in an open space belonging to the city, but not seeds. Here, concerning a single tree they would not allow it, as it spoils the beauty of the city. And whence do you know that the rabbis make a difference between seeds and trees in this respect? From a Baratha, Arabin, p. 57, if a woodshed of more than 2 saws was used to sow grain, things must not be moved therein. If, however, trees were planted in the greater part of it, things may be carried therein. The Mishna states that if the tree was planted first, it must be cut down and paid for, but why should the owner of the tree not claim that it should be paid for, and then, cut down? Said R. Kahana, because a pot belonging to partners is neither warm nor cold, it means that one relies upon the other to warm it or to cool it, and it remains as it was. And here also, if he should wait until he got the money, each of the inhabitants would refer him for payment to the next one, and so the trees would remain indefinitely. Therefore it is to be cut down, and the money should be collected through the court. If there is a doubt, etc. Why is this case different from that of a tree in a well, concerning which, if there is a doubt as to which was there first, the tree must not be cut down? Because there, if it is certain that the tree was there first, it must not be cut down, the same being the case when there is a doubt. While in our case, even when it is certain that the tree was planted first, it must be cut down, the same being the case when there is a doubt. And concerning the payment for it the city may say, bring evidence that your tree was planted first, and then you will get the money. Mishna 9, a barn must not be placed within 50 ells of the town. The same is the case if one wishes to make a barn on his own property he may do so, provided he has 50 ells of space on each side of it. One must also remove a barn from the plants and from the newly plowed field of his neighbor, which must wait a year before sowing, to a distance sufficiently great to prevent any harm to the plants or the field. Gemara, why, in the first part, is a space of 50 ells required, and in the second part a space only large enough to prevent harm? Said Abai, the latter part of the Mishna speaks of a temporary barn, and not of a permanent one. What is called a temporary barn? Said R. Hosebi, Hanina, if one does not winnow with the shovel. R. Ashi, however, maintains that there are no 2 parts in the Mishna at all, only the latter part is an explanation of the first, thus, why must a permanent barn be removed from the city 50 ells? For the purpose that it shall not do any harm to the city. An objection was raised from the following: a permanent barn must be removed 50 ells from the town, and the same distance must be allowed to one's cucumbers, plants, and a plowed field, to prevent damage. Now this is correct only according to our Ashi's explanation, but it contradicts Abai. The difficulty remains. However, it is correct only concerning cucumbers, etc., as the dust of the barn settles upon their hearts and spoils them. But what harm can this do to a plowed field? Said our Abab Zabda, according to others be Zutra, because the dust of the barn increases the amount of manure in the field, and spoils the seeds. Mishna X, carcasses. Cemeteries, and tanneries must be removed to a distance of 50 ells. A tannery must not be established except on the east side of the city. R. Akiba, however, maintains that it may be established on every side except the west, and a space of 50 ells is to be left. One must also remove his pond for steeping flax from a neighbor's herbs, garlic from onions, and mustard from bees. But R. Jose allows mustard. Gemara, the schoolmen propounded a question: what does our Akiba mean? On each side he may establish without the space of 50 ells, excepting the west side, where the 50 ells are necessary. Or does he mean that on each side he may establish, provided he leaves the space of 50 ells, except the west side, where he must not do so at all? Come and hear the following Baratha. R. Akiba said, on each side one may establish a tannery, if he leaves a space of 50 ells, excepting the west side, where he must not do so at all because of its frequency. Said Rabba to R. Naaman, What does the expression frequency mean? Does it mean frequent winds? Did not our Hanan B. Aba say in the name of Rab, that 4 winds are blowing every day and the north wind blows with them? Therefore the expression frequency means that the Shekinah rests there frequently. As our Joshua B. Levi said, we must be grateful to our forefathers for having informed us of the place where we are to pray, as it is written, Nay 9. 6. And the host of the heavens bow down before thee. Ha B. Jacob opposed, perhaps it means, on the contrary, that they are praying at the east side, and then they step backwards, as a slave does usually before his master. And when they come to the west side, they bow. Hence the Shekinah is in the east side. The objection remains. Jose, however, holds that the Shekinah occupies every place, as he said, it is written, Ibid, Ibid. Thou indeed art the Eternal One alone, it is thou that hast made the heavens, etc. Thy messengers are not as the messengers of human beings, who usually return from the place to which they were sent, to that whence they were sent, announcing that they have fulfilled their duty. Thy messengers, however, are doing the same in the very place to which they were sent, as it is written, Job 38. 35. Canst thou send out lightnings, that they may go, and say unto thee, Here are we? It does not read that they come and say, Here are we, but that they go and say it in the place to which they were sent, hence the Shekinah occupies every place. And our Ishmael also holds the same, inferring it from Zech 2. 7. And, behold, the angel that spoke with me went out, and another angel came out to meet him. It does not read after him, Akrav, but against him, Lachrono, from which it is to be inferred that the Shekinah is everywhere. And our Shesheth also holds so, as he, who was blind, said to his servant, Raise and turn me for praying to any side of the world excepting the east. Not because the Shekinah is not resting there, but because the Minim have decided that one must pray only towards the east side. Artabohu, however, maintains that the Shekinah is resting in the west, as he said, Why is the west side called Oriah? Because it is filled with the air of God. 22. Jehudah said, It is written, Deuteronomy 32. 2. My doctrine shall drop as the rain, which means the west wind, which comes from the neck of the world. 23. My speech shall distill as the dew, which means the north wind, which makes gold cheap, because it brings hunger, and that renders gold cheap, as it is written, is 46. 6. 24. As heavy rains upon the grass, means an east wind that makes storms in the world. 25. And as showers upon herbs, means a south wind, which brings beneficent rain and causes growth of grasses. There is a Beratha, R. Eleazar said, The world is like a balcony without the fourth wall, and when the sun arrives in the evening at the northwest corner, it is diverted by this wind and ascends above the sky. And R. Joshua said, The world is like a tent which is fenced on all sides, and when the sun arrives in the evening at the northwest corner, it turns around and returns beyond the sky, as it is written, Ekl I. 6. Going toward the south, and turning round toward the north, the wind moveth round about continually, and around its circles doth the wind return again. Going toward the south, during the day. And turning round toward the north, during the night, moveth round about, means facing east and west, so that sometimes, when the days are long, it goes through them, and when the days are short, it goes around them. R. Eleazar used to say, Job 37. 9. Out of his chamber cometh the whirlwind, which means the south wind, and out of the north, the cold, which means the north wind. From the breathing of God ice is given, means the west wind. And the broad waters become solid, means the east wind. But did not the Master say that the south wind brings beneficent rain, etc.? This presents no difficulty. If the rain comes slowly, it makes the grass grow. But if it comes down in torrents, it does harm. Hista said, It is written, Ibid, Ibid 22, The golden light that cometh out of the north, it means the north wind, which makes gold cheap, as it is written in Isaiah, verse cited above. Raphaim B. Papa in the name of Hista said, since the temple was destroyed, the south wind has never brought rain, as it is written, is 9. 9, and he snatcheth on the right hand 26 and is yet hungry. And he eateth on the left hand, and is not yet satisfied, they shall eat every man the flesh of his own arm. It is written also, Ps. 89. 13, the north and the south these hast thou created, etc. The same said again in the name of the same authority, since the temple was destroyed, the rains do not come from the good treasure, as it is written, Deuteronomy 28. 12, the Lord will open unto thee his good treasure, the heaven, to give the rain of thy land, etc. From which it is to be seen that when Israel did the will of the Omnipotent, and Israel was in his own land, the rain came from the good treasure. And now that Israel is no more in his own land, the rain does not come from the good treasure. Itzhak said, he who desires to increase his wisdom shall recite his prayers towards the south. And he who desires to become rich shall do so towards the north. And as a mark in aid to remembering this direction, may be taken the fact that in the tabernacle the golden table was placed on the north, and the candelabrum, which gives light, wisdom, on the south. And Joshua b. Levi said, one shall always recite his prayers towards the south, as when his wisdom shall increase, he shall also become richer, as it is written, Keruv 3. 16, length of days is in her right hand, in her left are riches and honor. But did not Joshua b. Levi say that the Shekinah is in the west? He does not mean that he should stand in the south exactly, but that he should stand in the west, southwest corner, and incline himself towards the south. Said Hanina to Ashi, ye who are located on the north side of Palestine must recite your prayers towards the south, so that you shall face Jerusalem. And whence do we know that Babylon was situated north of Palestine? From Jai. 14, out of the north shall the evil break forth, etc. A pond for steeping flax, etc. There is a Beretha, Jose allows mustard. As the owner of it may claim, instead of telling me that I should remove my mustard from your bees, it is for you to remove your bees from my mustard, for they come and consume its blossoms. Mishna 11. From a well a distance of 25 ells must be left when planting a tree, and 50 ells when planting sycamores or carobs. It makes no difference whether it be above or alongside. If the well has been there first, the tree must be cut down and paid for, but if the tree has been there first, it may remain. The same is the case when there is a doubt. Jose, however, maintains that even when the well was there before the tree there is no necessity for cutting down the latter, as one digs on his property while another plants on his own. Gemara, there is a Beretha, it makes no difference whether the well be below the tree or vice versa. This would be correct when the tree is above the well, as its roots injure it, but if the well be above the tree, what harm can be done? Said Haga in the name of Jose, because the roots render the earth friable, and thus harm the bottom of the well. Jose, however, maintains, etc. Said Jehuda in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails in accordance with Jose. And Ashi said, when I was with Kahana, we came to the conclusion that Jose admits that when one's arrows do damage, etc., see above, page 68. Papi D. Yunaha, who was poor and afterwards became rich, built a palace. In the neighborhood were established poppy presses, and when they were in operation the palace used to shake. He came to complain before Ashi, who told him what Kahana said to him. But how much should the palace shake to make the presses responsible? When a pitcher is on the roof of the palace and its cover shakes. The disciples of Bar Marian B. Rabbin used to card flax, and the dust of it harmed the men that passed by. And they came to complain before Rabbina, who said to them, that which was said, that Jose admits that one should be made responsible for the damage caused by his arrows, was said only when they come from him directly. Here, however, as the dust does not come directly, but is blown by the wind, there is no responsibility. Mar B. R. Ashi opposed, why should it be different in the case of winnowing, when the wind assists one, concerning which it is said, in the first gate, that he is responsible. When this was said before Miramar, he decided that Mar was right in his supposition, and Marion's disciples were responsible. But to Rabina, why should this case be different from that of a spark that proceeds from under the hammer and does damage, in which case he is responsible? There one is pleased that the sparks should escape outside and not inside where they may cause harm, but in our case they are not pleased at all that the dust should escape where men pass. Mishna 12. One must not plant a tree near to his neighbor's field, unless it be at a distance of 4 ells, and it makes no difference whether it be vines or other trees. If, however, there is a fence between the 2 estates, each of them may plant on his side of the fence. If the roots spread to the estate of one's neighbor, the latter may replace them 3 spans deeper, so that they shall not hinder in plowing. If he has to dig a pit or a cave, he may cut off the roots which prevent him from doing so, and the fuel is his. Gemara, there is a Baratha, the 4 ells in question are for the purpose that the owner of the vineyard should be able to work it up. Said Samuel, this is said only concerning Palestine, where they have long plows. But in Babylon, where the plows are short, 2 ells suffice. And the same is stated in the following Baratha, one must not plant a tree near his neighbor's field, unless he leaves a space of 2 ells. And as this contradicts our Mishnah, which states 4 ells, it must be explained that the Baratha speaks of Babylon, and is in accordance with Samuel's theory. Infer from this that so it is. Rabbah B'ar Hanan had trees at the boundary of Ar. Joseph's vineyard, and birds which used to rest on the trees descended into the vineyard and did harm. And Ar Joseph told him to cut down his trees. And to his claim that the trees were placed at the prescribed distance, Ar Joseph said, this is prescribed only for trees, but for vines more space is required. But does not our Mishnah state that there is no difference between vines and trees? Ar Joseph rejoined that it means a tree from a tree, and vines from vines. But from a tree to vines more space is required. Said Rabbah, I shall not cut it down, as Rab said that a tree which bears fruit to the measure of a cab is forbidden to be cut down, and also Ar Hanina said, Shakath, my son, would not have died if he had not cut down a fig tree before the time, but you, masters, may cut it down if you like. Our papa had trees at the boundary of Ar Hunabi, Joshua's estate. At one time he found him digging and cutting off its roots, and to the question why he did so, Ar Huna answered, in accordance with our Mishnah, which states that one may replace the roots to the depth of 3 spans, in order not to prevent plowing. Said our papa to him, but the master digs deeper. And he answered, I am digging an excavation, and our Mishnah allows to do this. Said our papa, I tried to repeat for him many supports to the statement that he was not doing right, but he did not listen to me. Until I reminded him about the decision of our Jehuda, that a path that is used by the majority was forbidden to be spoiled. After our papa went out, Ar Joshua said to himself, why did I not oppose also this claim of his, with that this was said only within 16 ells from a tree, but in my case it was outside 16 ells, and the cutting off of the root could do no harm to the tree. And the fuel is his, etc. Jacob of Dibah questioned our Hista, who is meant by his. And he answered, this we have learned in the following, from roots of a tree belonging to a private man, which spread into the estate of the sanctuary, must not be derived any benefit, but if one has so derived, he is not liable for a sin offering. This can be correct only when it is said that the roots go with the tree, therefore one is not liable for a sin offering. But if it should be said that they go with the estate wherein they spread, why should one not be liable? But if the theory that the roots go with the tree remains, how is the latter part of the Mishnah to be understood? If the tree is from the sanctuary, and its roots spread into a private estate, the same is the case. Now, if the roots go with the tree, why is one not liable when he derives benefit from it? This objection cannot hold good, as it speaks of a root that grew after the tree had already been sanctified. And there is a Tana who holds that upon the growth which takes place after sanctification no transgression is considered. Rabina, however, says that there is no contradiction in that Baratha, as the first part speaks of the roots which were within 16 ells of the tree, and the latter part of those which were outside of the 16 ells. Hence the Mishna, which states his, means the owner of the tree. Ola said, a tree which is within 16 ells of the boundary of another's estate is considered robbery, as it derives its nourishment from another's estate, and its fruit must not be used for the first fruit offering. Whence did Ola deduce this? Shall we assume from the Mishna, Sh Bayith, I. 7, 10 plants which are scattered within a field which a saw of grain can be sown in. The entire piece of land may be plowed for the sake of the trees until the new Sabbath year comes, as the trees derive nourishment from the entire field in which they are scattered, which is not allowed in a field for sowing seeds. How many ells are there altogether in a piece of land which is 50 ells square? This is the extent of ground in which a saw of grain can be sown, if divided into strips of 1 ell. 2,500. Then each tree needs for its nourishment 250, and this would not correspond with Ola's theory, as he requires 16 ells on each side, which means 32 ells square. And if it should be divided into strips of 1 ell, it would be 1,024 ells. And shall we say from the Mishna, Ibid. 5 a field with 3 large trees, which are scattered in the above space, belonging to 3 different persons, according to the Sabbatic law it counts as a tree field, so that it may also be plowed until the new Sabbatic year. Then, of the 2,500 ells each tree derives its nourishment from 833 1/3 ells, but even then the quantity prescribed by Ola differs by still more. Ola was not particular. But non-particularity may be applied when the matter is taken rigorously, but when taken leniently, as, e.g., in Ola's case, in which the tree becomes free from the first fruit offering, it must not be applied. Ola meant to say, not 16 ells square, but 16 ells in a circle, and as a square measures more than a circle by 1/4, it makes only 768 ells for nourishment. And, according to the cited Mishna, each tree would need 16 2/3 ells for nourishment, hence he was not particular in the 2/3, and this makes it more rigorous to which non-particularity applies. 27. But why only 16 ells does not our Mishna state that a space of 25 ells must be left from the tree to the well? Said, Abai, the roots spread much farther, but to a distance of 16 ells they nourish and render the earth poor. While beyond that distance they do not. When Rabbin came from Palestine, he said in the name of R. Johanan that from a tree near the boundary, as well as from a tree whose branches are inclined towards another estate, the first fruit offering might be brought. And there might be read in this connection the passages from the scriptures referring hereto, as with this stipulation did Joshua bequeath the land to Israel. Mishnah 13. If the branches of a tree are inclined towards another field, the owner of the field may cut them off to a sufficient extent, so as not to hinder a team of oxen from passing with the plow. In the case of a carob or a sycamore, however, it must be measured with a plummet, cutting off all the branches as far as they hang over the border line. And if the field is of dry land, the branches from any tree, which overhang it, may be cut off. Aba Shaul said that the same is the case with every wild tree. Gemara, the schoolmen propounded a question, does Aba Shaul mean to oppose with his decision the first part of the Mishnah, saying that even if it be not dry land the branches of a wild tree must be cut off? Or the second part, which states that the branches from any tree must be cut off he opposes, saying only of a wild tree, but not of a fruit tree? Come and hear the following Baratha. Aba Shaul said, every tree of which the branches overhang a dry field must be measured with a plummet, because the shade harms a dry field. Hence his opposition was to the first part. Said R. Ashi, even if the Baratha did not state it so plainly, this could be understood from our Shaul's expression in our Mishnah, as it states every wild tree, and if he opposed only the second part, he would have specified a wild tree. Hence his opposition is to the first part. Mishnah 14, the branches of a tree which overhang public ground may be cut off, so that a camel with its rider may pass freely. Ark Jehuda says, a camel loaded with flax or with bundles of branches. R. Simeon says, every tree of that kind must be measured with a plummet, because of the law of defilement. Gemara, who is the Tana who holds that concerning damages we have to consider only the present time, and not the future? As the Mishna states, it must be cut off only for a camel, and does not consider that the branches grow up again. Said Resh Lakish, Tanaim differ in this case, and our Mishna is in accordance with our. Eliezer, who allows in a Mishna farther on to dig caves and excavations under a public ground, of a size sufficient for a wagon loaded with stones to pass. R. Johanan, however, maintains that our Mishna may be also in accordance with the rabbis of that Mishna who prohibit this, as there it is to be feared that it may fall suddenly, but here each branch that grows up can be cut off. R. Simeon says, etc. A Beretha adds to this for the purpose that it may not form a tent of defilement. Is this not to be understood from the Mishna itself? As what other law of defilement can it mean? If from it one may say that it meant, for fear a raven should bring something unclean and deposit it on the tree. And then it would be sufficient to cut off some branches, so that the branches should not hold anything, it comes to teach us that it means it shall not form a tent, and then it must be measured with a plummet. Chapter 3. Rules and regulations concerning occupancy, hazaka, at what time and in what respect it gives title. Replevins by court. Properties occupied by a defendant who is mightier than the plaintiff but equal in evidence. A protest against occupancy in one's presence, or absence by one's opponent. The writing of bills of sale and deeds of gift. Occupancies which came from inheritance. The occupancies of specialists, partners, gardeners, and guardians. Obtaining properties from the contracting collectors of duties and taxes. Bailments of whom they may be accepted. Personal properties to which the law of occupancy does and does not apply. Opening of windows and doors to neighbors or partners' properties, and building of caves, pits, etc., under public ground. Mishnah I. The law of hazaka, occupancy, is, if one has occupied any property for 3 years from date to date, without any protest from another party, and this applies to houses, pits, excavations, caves, pigeon coops, bathhouses, press houses, dry land. Slaves, and the same is with all other articles which bring fruit frequently. However, to a field not artificially watered, the 3 years of hazaka must not be counted from date to date. Thus, according to our Ishmael, if one had occupied it 18 months viz. 3 months in the first year, the following whole year, and 3 months of the third, it is considered 3 years, and constitutes a hazaka. Our Akiba, however, said, 14 months viz. 1 month of the first, 1 month of the third, and the whole second year suffices to constitute a hazaka. Said our Ishmael, this is said of a grain field of which the products are harvested at one time. But if an orchard were within, bearing olives and figs, then, if one has harvested the grain, pressed the olives, and dried the figs, it is considered 3 years. Gemara, R. Johanan said, I have heard that the Sanhedrin of Usha used to say, whence do we know that to constitute a hazaka 3 years are needed? From the law of a goring ox. As an ox, when it gores thrice, comes out of the category not vicious and is placed under the category of vicious. So, also, if one has occupied a property 3 years, without protest, it comes out from the control of the seller and is placed under the control of the buyer. But if this is so, it can be said that as a vicious ox is not guilty unless he gores the 4th time, so also should it be with the hazaka, that it shall not be considered until the 4th year. Nay, that is no comparison. An ox which gores 3 times becomes vicious, but even then, if he has not gored oftener, what shall he pay? But here, when one has occupied any property for 3 years, it becomes his. But according to this, let an occupancy for which no reason can be given by the occupant be considered, and this is not permissible, since a Mishna further teaches that such is not to be considered. The reason that 3 years are considered a hazaka is because it approves the claim of the occupant e.g. If the plaintiff claims, you have stolen it, and the defendant says, "I have bought it," the occupancy of 3 years approves the fact that the defendant tells the truth. But if to the question, "What are you doing on my property?" he has no answer, what shall the Hazaka approve? Shall the court make for him such a claim as he himself does not? Avira opposed, if Hazaka is inferred from a vicious ox, then a protest not made in the presence of an occupant should not be considered, as concerning a vicious ox the maiming must be in his presence, X 21. 29. Nay. In this respect, there is no comparison, as there the scripture directs that the warning shall be in the presence of the owner. But here the protest is only to show that he had not relinquished his ownership, and if he has protested for other people it suffices, as he, who has heard the protest, has a colleague, and his colleague has another, etc. And if it is said in public, it will certainly reach the ear of the occupant. According to this, if he has occupied it 3 months and consumed the fruit which grew each month e.g., a pastio, let it be considered a hazaka. Was not R. Ishmael 28 of the Sanhedrin of Usha? And according to him this law holds good, as it is stated in our Mishna that if he has harvested his grain, etc., it is considered 3 years, according to our Ishmael. But what is the reason of the decision of the rabbis? Said Rabbah, because for the first 3 years one usually takes care of his deed, but not for more than this. Said Abai to him, according to your theory, let a protest which is not in his presence not be considered. As the occupant might claim, if you gave the protest to me, I would take care of the bill of sale, this claim cannot be considered for the reason stated above, that your colleague has a colleague, etc. R. Huna said, the 3 years in question must be uninterrupted. What does he come to teach us? Is it not stated in our Mishna, 3 years from date to date? Lest one say that it means to exclude the case which is told in the Mishna, of a field which is not artificially watered, but if one has occupied it 3 years on an average it is considered a hazaka even if it was with interruption. He comes to teach us that it is not so. Said our Hama, our Huna admits that in places where it is usual to let the fields rest 1 year, the 3 years are considered hazaka, although there is interruption. Is this not self-evident? The case was when he had his field in Apagus, where some let it rest while others did not, lest one say that the plaintiff might claim, if it were yours, you would not make any interruption. He comes to teach us that the defendant might claim. It was more agreeable for me this way, because after it rests a year it brings more produce. But does not our Mishna apply hazaka to houses to which testimony could be given for occupying in the daytime, but not in the nighttime? Hence a hazaka is considered even when there is no testimony that it was not interrupted. Said Abai, who testifies as to the occupancy of houses? Neighbors. And neighbors are aware of the nights as well as of the days. Rabbah said, the Mishna means when 2 witnesses came and testified, we have rented the house from the defendant, and lived in it 3 years, day and night. Said our Jimmer to our Ashi, are the witnesses not interested in it? For if they would not so testify, they would be told to pay their rent to the plaintiff? Answered he, ignorant judges would give such a decision. May it not be the case that the witnesses hold the rent of the house, asking, to whom shall we pay? Said Mar Zutra, nevertheless, if the plaintiff requires that the defendants should bring 2 witnesses who should testify that they lived in the house 3 years, day and night, the court must listen to him. And Mar Zutra admits, if the plaintiff was a traveler who had traveled in large cities with his stock that although he does not require the testimony for day and night, the court may claim it for him. And R. Huna admits, that in stores like those of Mehusa, which are usually occupied in the daytime only, 3 years is considered a hazaka. Rami and R. Uqba, the sons of Hama, bought a female slave jointly, one kept her the 1st, 3rd, and 5th years, and the other the 2nd, 4th, and 6th. And thereafter a claim was made concerning this slave. And they came before Rabbah. Said he to them, why did you do so to the end that neither of you should be able to claim hazaka? As it is not a hazaka for each of you, so it is not considered a hazaka for the whole world. This, however, applies because there was no written agreement between you that she should serve you in such a manner. But if such had been written, it might be regarded the same as if it were made public, and no claim is to be considered. Rabbah said, if one has used a whole field the years of Hazakah, except a quarter of a sah, he acquires title to the whole field except to that which he has not used. Said our Hunah to our Joshua, it is so if this piece was also fit for sowing. If, however, it was not fit for that, title is acquired to it also, with the field. Our BBB Abaye opposed, according to your theory, how should one make a hazakah on rocky ground, if not by putting cattle or drying fruit there? The same ought to be done with that which was not fit for sowing, and because he has not done so, title is not acquired. There was one who said to his neighbor, what are you doing in this house? To which he answered, I bought it from you and have occupied it the years of Hazakah. Said the plaintiff, I used to live in the front rooms, passing through yours, and therefore I did not care to protest. And when the case came before our Naaman, he said to the defendant, go and bring evidence that you have occupied the whole house alone. Said Rabbah to him, does not the law dictate that it is for the plaintiff to bring evidence? The following case, however, contradicts both our Naaman and Rabbah. It once happened that one said to his neighbor, I sell you all the properties which formerly belonged to Bar Sisson. There was, however, another estate which also bore the name of Bar Sisson estate, and the buyer wanted to take possession of it, but the seller claimed that this had never belonged to Bar Sisson, and that it was only so called. And when the case came before our Naaman, he decided that it belonged to the buyer, and Rabbah said to him, does not the law dictate that it is for the plaintiff to bring evidence? Hence the decision of this case contradicts the former entirely. Nay. In the former case the plaintiff was the owner of the house, and in the latter case the buyer was the plaintiff. Hence Rabbah did not change his decision. And concerning our Naaman, he also did not contradict himself. But merely because it was named Bar Sisson, he held that it was formerly owned by Bar Sisson, and it was for the claimant, who said it was not so, to bring evidence. And this case is similar to a case where one wants to deny Hazakah with a note. Would it not be said to him, bring evidence that the note is a right one, and then only you can have this? There was one who asked his neighbor, what are you doing in this house? And he said, I bought it from you, and I have occupied it the years of Hazakah. But the owner claimed that he was always out of the city and was not aware that he had been occupying this house, and therefore no protest was made. The defendant, however, stated he had witnesses to the fact that 30 days each year the owner used to be in the city, to which the plaintiff again answered, these 30 days I was always busy in the market, and I never thought about my house. When the case came before Rabbah, he decided that the owner of the house was to be trusted. There was another who asked his neighbor, what are you doing on my estate? To which he answered, I bought it from so-and-so, who told me that he bought it from you. Then he said, you admit, however, that the estate was mine and that you have not bought it from me. Then go, and see the man you bought it from. I, however, have nothing to do with you. And Rabbah decided that the plaintiff's claim was in accordance with the law. There was another who answered to the same question as above, I bought it from so-and-so, and occupied it the years of Hazakah. But the owner answered, that man is known as a robber. The defendant, however, claimed that he had witnesses that at the time he bought it he took the owner's advice. To which the plaintiff answered, it is true I advised you to buy it, because it would be easier for me to take it away from you than from the robber. Upon which, Rabbah decided that the plaintiff's claim was in accordance with the law. Is this in accordance with admon of the following Mishna? If one claims that this estate belongs to him notwithstanding the fact that he was a witness on the bill of sale to this field, it may be considered. Because he may claim that from this man it is easier for me to take it away than from the first. So is the decree of admon. The sages, however, maintain that when he was qualified as a witness he lost his right. It may be even in accordance with the rabbis, as in the case of the cited Mishna he was a witness in writing. But here he only gave his advice in words and had not lost his right. There was another case where one questioned and answered the same as above. Said the defendant, I have witnesses that you called upon me on that evening and requested me that I should sell it to you, without your mentioning that it belonged to you. And the plaintiff replied, I thought I would buy my estate for a small amount, instead of taking the matter into court. And rabbah, before whom the case came, decided that such a claim might be considered. There was another case in which the defendant claimed that he bought it from so, and had occupied it the years of Hazakkah, to which the plaintiff opposed, Here is a bill of sale, showing that I bought it 4 years ago from the same man you claim you bought it from. To which the defendant answered, Do you think by the expression, the years of Hazakkah, I meant 3 years? I meant many years, so that I had occupied it 3 years before you bought it. And rabbah decided that people call many years the years of Hazakkah. But this can hold good only when he has occupied it 7 years, so that the years of Hazakkah have preceded the bill of sale. But if he has occupied only 6 years, then the claim of Hazakkah cannot be considered, because the bill of sale is the greatest protest. If 2 persons come before the court, one claiming, This estate was my parents', and the other claiming, It was my parents', and one of them brings witnesses that it was his parents', and the other witnesses that he had occupied it the years of Hazakkah, said rabbah, the one who brings evidence that he occupied it the years of Hazakkah is to be trusted, since, if he wished to tell a lie, he could claim, I bought it from you and have occupied it the years of Hazakkah. Said Abai to him, the supposition if he cared to tell a lie cannot be applied in a case where there are witnesses. If thereafter, however, the plaintiff claims, It is true it was your parents' estate, but I bought it from you. And by what I said before, it was that of my parents, I meant that this estate was so long in my possession that I looked upon it as if it were bequeathed to me by my parents. May one change his claim before the court, or not? According to Ullah he may do so by giving a good reason, but according to the sages of Nahardia, he may not. Ullah, however, admits that if the first claim was, It was my parents', and not yours, it cannot be changed in any circumstances. The same is also the case if, before the court, he claimed so, and afterwards, as he was going out, he claimed otherwise, since it is to be supposed that to such claims he was advised by someone else, and they must not be considered. The Nahardians, however, admit also that if this man claims, When I said my parents' estate, I meant that my parents bought it from yours, such a claim is to be considered. And also that if one, in discussing a case outside of the court, did not mention anything of that which he is now claiming before the court, he cannot be accused of not having said so before. As it may be supposed that one does not like to tell his right claim to people in absence of the court. Said Amar, I am a Nahardian, and nevertheless hold that if there is a good reason one may change his former claim. And so the halakha prevails. If one claims, It was from my parents, and the other claims the same, and one brings evidence that it was his parents and that he occupied it the years of Hazakkah, and the other also brings evidence that he has occupied it the years of Hazakkah. Said Naaman, disregard the claims of Hazakkah which contradict each other, and decide it under the evidence that it was from the parents, which was not denied. Said rabbah to him, But do not the witnesses contradict each other, and in such a case not one of them ought to be taken into consideration? And he answered, They contradict each other as to the years of Hazakkah, but do they contradict themselves with regard to the parents? Shall we assume that rabbah and Naaman differ in the same way as Huna and Hista differ? As it was taught. If 2 parties of witnesses contradict each other, they may be listened to in another case where there is no contradiction. Hista, however, maintains that, it being manifest they are perjurers, nothing must be trusted to them. Shall we then assume that Naaman is in accordance with Huna, and rabbah with Hista? Nay, if the decision were in accordance with Hista, rabbah and Naaman would not differ, as, according to Hista, such witnesses cannot be used again in any case. Therefore we must say that both are in accordance with Huna, and nevertheless they differ, as rabbah maintains that even according to Huna the witnesses are fit for another case, but in this case they must not be listened to in any circumstances. The man who previously brought evidence that he had occupied it the years of Hazakah, found thereafter witnesses that the estate was his parents'. Said R. Naaman, we dispossessed the defendant of that estate, for a good reason, and now that the circumstances have changed we may bring him in again, without fear that this would be a humiliation to the court. Rabbah, or, according to others, R. Zerah, objected from a Mishna in Tract Kethabath, which states, concerning marriage, that after the court has decided no change is to be made, even in the event of new evidence being introduced. Said R. Naaman to him, I was about to practice according to my theory. Now, as you object, and R. Hamnuna of Suriat does the same, I shall not do so. However, thereafter R. Naaman acted according to his theory. One who had seen him doing so thought it was an error on his part. In reality, however, it was not, as he did so on the basis that many other great men had decided that the humiliation of the court must not be taken into consideration. There was one who said to his neighbor, What are you doing on this estate? To which he answered, I bought it from you, and here is the deed, to which the defendant opposed that the deed was false. The plaintiff bent and whispered to Rabbah, concerning this note, his claim is right. However, I possessed, but lost, the true one, and this is a correct copy. Said Rabbah, he may be trusted, since if he wished to tell a lie he would claim that the document was genuine. Said R. Joseph to him, but, after all, what is the basis of the plaintiff's evidence? Is it not the deed in question in reality nothing else but a broken piece of clay, as he has himself admitted that it was made by him? There was another case similar concerning 100 zuz in cash, in which the plaintiff admitted that the note in his hand was a false one, made instead of the genuine, lost, and Rabbah took it into consideration for his reason stated above, and R. Joseph opposed him as above. And R. B. Abin said, the halakha prevails in accordance with Rabbah if the case dealt with real estate, because we leave the estate in the possessor's hands. And the halakha prevails in accordance with R. Joseph if the case concerned ready money, for the same reason that we have to leave the money in the hands of the possessor, i.e., according to the rule that it is for the plaintiff to bring evidence. There was a surety who claimed that he had paid to the lender for the borrower 100 zuz, by showing the note. Said the borrower, Did not I pay you? And he answered, But did you not take it again from me? When the case came before R. B. Abin, he turned it over to Abai, and Abai sent a message to R. Why are you doubtful in this case? Was it not you who said that the halakha prevails with R. Joseph in case of ready money, that is, that we leave the money with its possessor? This law, however, holds good when the surety claims he lent it again, without giving any reason. But if he claims, I returned the money because it was not circulating, this claim must be considered, and the note is in force. It was murmured among people that Rabbah B. Sharsham had appropriated land belonging to orphans. And Abai sent for him and asked him to tell him about the case. And he told him thus, This estate was pledged to me by the father of the orphans. I, however, had other money with him without any pledge. And after I had collected the first debt from the product of the pledge I knew, if I turned over the estate to the orphans and claimed that I had other money with their father, I should have to take an oath in accordance with the decision of the rabbis, stated above, p. 10, therefore I kept the pledge, with the deed, until I should collect from the products what was due me, and then I would return it. And the court must take my claim into consideration in accordance with the theory of, because, that is, because I could claim that I had bought the estate from the deceased, and I would be trusted after I had occupied it the years of Hazakah. Therefore my claim that I had money with the deceased must be regarded. Said Abai to him, You could not claim you had bought it, as people are still murmuring that the estate belongs to the orphans. Therefore you must return the estate to the orphans, and when they shall be of age, you can sue them. A relative of R. B. Abin died, and left a tree, and another relative took possession of it. But R. claimed that he was a nearer relative, and that it belonged to him, while the other claimed that he was a nearer relative. Finally the other party admitted that R. was a nearer relative, and our hista transferred the tree to our gidi. Said our gidi to our hista, this man must return to me all the product of this tree which he has consumed since the death of the owner. Said our hista to him, are you the man about whom it is said that he is a great man? Your claim relies upon his admission that you are a nearer relative, after you gave evidence, but until that time he felt sure that he was a nearer relative. Consequently he has consumed the fruit rightly, and his admission now is to be considered as if he made you a present. Both Abai and Rabbah disagreed with our hista, as his admission now must be taken into consideration, even concerning the previous product. There was one who questioned his neighbor as to what he was doing on his estate, and he answered, I bought it from you, and occupied it the years of Hazakah. However, he found witnesses for the occupancy of 2 years only, and our Naaman decided he should return the estate, and also the value of the fruit he had consumed in 2 years. Said our Zebed, if he were to claim, I did not intend to keep the estate, but had the right to consume the fruit thereof, because I rented it, he is to be trusted, for did not our Jehudah say, if one holds a scythe and a basket, saying, I am going to gather the dates of such and such a tree, which I bought, he is to be trusted, because one would not dare to take possession of a tree which does not belong to him. And the same is the case here, for no one would dare to consume fruit which did not belong to him. If so, why should this law not apply to an estate also? For land a deed is demanded, as nobody would buy an estate without a deed. But in hiring products, a deed is unusual, and therefore it cannot be demanded. There was another man who questioned his neighbor as to what he was doing on his estate, and he answered, I bought it from you and occupied it the years of Hazakah, to which he brought one witness. The rabbis who were in the presence of Abai, before whom the case was brought, were about to say that this was similar to the following case. One snatched a piece of silver from his neighbor, and the case was brought before our Ami, in the presence of our Abba, and the plaintiff brought one witness that he snatched. And the defendant answered, yes, I took it, but I did so because it was mine. And our Ami was deliberating, how decide this case? Shall he repay it? There are no 2 witnesses. Shall we free him? There is one witness. Shall we give him an oath? The plaintiff claims that he snatched it, which is robbery, and a robber is not to be trusted with an oath. Said our Abba to him, consequently this man is obliged to take an oath, for which he is not to be trusted. And the law is, that he who is obliged to take an oath and cannot swear, must pay. Said Abai to them, what comparison is this? A case similar to our Abba's would be if the plaintiff had brought one witness that he had consumed the product 2 years, then he would have to pay, because he would not be trusted with an oath, as concerning the consumed fruit he would be considered a robber. 29 But here, the defendant has brought a witness to support himself, and if he had another, we would leave the whole estate in his hand. Hence he cannot be considered a robber who is not to be trusted to take an oath, and therefore we cannot make him pay. There was a boat about which 2 parties quarreled, each claiming that it was his, and one came to request the court that it should take charge of the boat until he should be able to get witnesses that it was his. Should his request be granted, or not? According to our Huna, it should, and according to our Jehudah, it should not. But in case the request was granted and the court took charge of it, and the other party, seeing that his opponent could not find evidence, requested that the court should resign its charge and leave it to the parties, so that he who could should take possession of it should this request be granted, or not. According to our Jehudah, it should not, but according to our Papa, it might. The halakha, however, prevails that in such a case the court should not take charge of it. But, if it was already done, it should not be released before the question was decided. If each of the parties claim, this estate belonged to my parents, said our Naaman, in such a case, the law of the stronger is to be applied. But why should this case be different from a case where 2 notes are given out on the very same date to 2 different persons, and the property of the debtor is sufficient for the payment of 1 note only? In which Rabbah's decision was that the property should be divided between both creditors equally. And Samuel's, that it must be left to the consideration of the judges, so that they might give the preference to him who had more right according to their opinion? It is because there is no hope that one of them would bring evidence that he has the preference, since the notes were written on one and the same day, and even if one should bring witnesses that his note was written before the other. There is a rule that there is no priority in a matter of hours. But in one case there is hope that one of them may bring evidence. But why should this case not be equal to the one in Mishna 4, page 261, middle gate, about the doubt when the young ass was born, and it was decided that it should be divided? There each of the parties, claiming it was born while under his control, has an equal chance. But here each of them claims the whole article to be his own, and the court cannot decide that it should be divided, since, if the claim of the one be true, the other has never had any right to it. Said the Nahardians, if a third party from the market came and took possession of it, the court has no right to take it away from him, because there is no plaintiff. As R. Haya taught, if one steals an article belonging to many persons, he cannot be considered a thief whom the court can compel to return it, as there is no plaintiff. Said R. Ashi, R. Haya meant to say that he cannot be considered a thief who atones by returning the article, for he does not know whom he robbed, but the court may compel him to place the article under its charge. 3 years from date to date, etc. Said R. ABA, if there are witnesses who testify that the plaintiff has loaded a basket of fruit from this field on the shoulders of the defendant, the hazakah is effected immediately. Said R. Zebed, if, however, the plaintiff claims, I have let him this field for the products only, he is to be trusted, provided this claim was made during the 3 years of hazakah, but not afterwards. Said R. Ashi to R. Kahana, why should not his claim be regarded even after 3 years, as, if he sold, for 3 years, him the fruit, what should he do before the time had elapsed? Answered R. Kahana, he should have protested before the time the hazakah elapsed, so that it should be known that the estate belonged to him. If this were not the case, the pledges of Surah, in the documents of which are written, after the time of these pledges elapses, this estate shall be returned without any payment. How is it if the possessor of the estate should hide the pledged deed after 3 years, and claim, I have bought it, should he be trusted? Would, then, the rabbis enact such a thing as could do harm to the pledger? We must then say that the pledger, before the lapse of the time, must proclaim his protest, so that it shall be known that the estate belongs to him. The same is the law in our case. R. Jehuda in the name of Rab said, an Israelite who has bought a field of a Gentile, who has occupied it the years of hazakah, claiming to have bought it from another Israelite, but had not shown any deed. The law of hazakah does not apply to the last buyer, even if he has occupied it 3 years or more, because he relies upon the Gentile, and the law of hazakah does not apply to Gentiles, who are mightier. And it may happen that he has occupied the estate without any right, because the Israelite was afraid to claim it, unless he shows a deed. Said Rabbah, if the last buyer claims, I was told by the Gentile that he bought it from you, he is to be trusted, because he could claim, I myself bought it from you, and occupied it the years of hazakah. But is such a thing possible, that if the Gentile should claim the property in his own name he would not be relied upon because the law of hazakah does not apply to him, and when the Israelite claims in the Gentile's name he is to be trusted? Therefore Rabbah's statement was thus, if the last buyer claims, in my presence the Gentile bought it from you, and then he sold it to me, he is to be trusted, because he could claim, I bought it directly from you. R. Jehuda said again, if one holds a scythe and a basket, saying, I am going to cut off the dates from the tree which I bought of its owner, he is to be trusted, as one would not dare to go publicly to cut off products which do not belong to him. The same said again, if one has occupied a piece of land which was outside the fence of one's field, which they usually sowed for the wild beasts to feed on, he cannot claim hazakah, as the owner may say, I did not protest because I could not have made use of it anyhow, for the wild beasts would have consumed the produce. If one of the years of hazakah happened to be a year of Arla, it is not to be considered. And so, also, we have learned in the following Beretha, if one of the years was a sabbatic or an arla year, or one has sown it with kilaim, it must not be considered. R. Joseph said, if in the Hazakah years he harvested the stalks while yet unripe, it is not to be considered, because he has not occupied it as usual. Said Rabbah, but if this was around the city of Mehusa it is to be considered, because all the farmers, on account of their cattle, are in the habit of doing so. R. Naaman said, to land which is full of pits and cannot be worked up properly the law of Hazakah does not apply, because the owner may claim, as it was of no use to me, I did not protest. The same is the case with such fields as return no more than was sown in them. And also in the case of exilarchs, to an estate which is bought from them, or which they buy, the law of Hazakah does not apply, because they are mighty, and no one would dare to protest against them. And, also, they themselves do not care to protest. Slaves. Does the law of Hazakah apply to slaves? Did not Resh Lakish say, to every living creature the law of Hazakah does not apply? Said Rabbah, he means to say it does not apply before 3 years, i.e., one cannot claim that he bought it as he may do with other personal property for which no evidence is needed when found in his possession, but after 3 years it does. And Rabbah said again, if this slave was an infant lying in his cradle, the law of Hazakah applies immediately. Is this not self-evident? He means even in case it has a mother. And lest one say that it is to be feared that its mother left it there, it comes to teach us that this is not to be feared, because usually a mother does not forget her child. There were goats that consumed peeled barley in the city of Nahardia, and the owner of the barley caught them and would not return them until the value of the barley was paid. And his claim was of considerable amount, and the father of Samuel decided that he might claim the value of all the goats, as if he were to claim that he bought them he ought to be trusted, seeing that they were found in his possession. But did not Resh Lakish say that the law of Hazakah does not apply to living creatures? Why did the father of Samuel decide, Middle Gate, pages 306 seek, that he could collect the whole value of the goats? See there. With goats it is different, as they are usually transferred to the shepherd. But do not goats go in the morning and evening without the shepherd? In the city of Nahardia thieves were frequently found, and the shepherds used to deliver the cattle into the hands of their owners. 3 months in the first year, etc. Shall we assume that the point of difference between our Ishmael and our Akiba is that one holds plowing is a Hazakah, i.e., if one plows a field and the owner does not protest, it is supposed that he bought it from him. And one holds that it is. But how can you bear in mind that our Akiba holds plowing to be a Hazakah, when he means a whole month in 2 Hazakah years? Is 1 day not sufficient for plowing? Therefore we must say that, according to all, plowing is not considered a Hazakah, and the point of their difference is ripe and unripe fruits. According to our Ishmael, the Hazakah applies only to ripe fruits, and according to our Akiba also to unripe ones. The rabbis taught, plowing is not a Hazakah. According to others, it is. Who are the others? Said our Hista, it is our Aha of the following Beretha. If one has plowed it 1 year and sown it 2, or vice versa, it is not a Hazakah. Our Aha, however, says it is. Said our Ashi, I have questioned all the great men of this generation, and they have told me that plowing is a Hazakah. Said our Bibi to our Naaman, the reason of him who holds that plowing is a Hazakah is because that usually one would not keep silent if a stranger came and plowed his land. And the reason of him who holds that plowing is not a Hazakah, is because the owner might think, I can derive benefit from every furrow he makes with the plow on my land, so I will protest afterwards. The inhabitants of the city of Pumnahara sent a message to our Naaman B. our Hista thus, let the master teach us if plowing is a Hazakah or not. And he answered, our Aha and all the great men of this generation have decided that plowing is a Hazakah. Said our Naaman B. Itzhak, it was too much of him to assert, all the great men. Are not Rab and Samuel in Babylon, and are Ishmael and our Akiba in Palestine, who bold that plowing is not a Hazakah? Our Ishmael and our Akiba we hear saying so in our Mishna, but where did Rab and Samuel say so? As our Jehuda said in the name of Rab, our Ishmael and our Akiba were a minority of the sages, but the majority of the sages held that a hazakah is 3 years from date to date. And this was certainly to exclude plowing. And concerning Samuel, said also our Jehuda in his name, this was the opinion of our Ishmael and our Akiba only, but all the other sages held that the hazakah does not apply unless one has harvested, gathered the vintage, and pressed olives, each of them 3 times. What is the difference between Rab and Samuel as, according to both, 3 years are needed? Said Abai, a young tree which bears fruit on the average 3 times in less than 3 years, according to Samuel it is a hazakah, and according to Rab it must be from date to date. Said our Ishmael a field for grain, etc. Said Abai, from our Ishmael's decision, that 3 harvestings suffice to constitute hazakah, we can understand the opinion of the rabbis opposing him, if the field contains 30 trees, each 10 of which take up a space where a saw of grain can be sown. And the defendant has used 10 the first year, 10 the second, and 10 the third, it is a hazakah, although 3 years have not yet elapsed, as he has consumed in each year what was ripe. And this is to be inferred from our Ishmael's statement that each performance of the 3 articles is counted as if it were done thrice, to constitute a hazakah. The same is the case with the 30 trees, the consuming of each 10 is counted with the consuming of the others, and therefore it constitutes a hazakah. But this is only the case when but 10 of them were ripe each year. But if more were ripe, and he only consumed 10, it is not. And the same is the case if the 10 trees were ripe in one place only the first year, 10 in another place the second, and 10 in a third place the last year. For in order to constitute a hazakah, the trees must be scattered throughout the whole field, 3 or 4 of them growing in the space of a saw each year. If one has made a hazakah on the trees and another upon the ground, each of them acquires title to what he holds. So said our Zebed, our Papa opposed. For, according to this theory, the one who has made a hazakah on the trees has nothing in the ground. So let the owner of the field say to the owner of the trees, cut down your trees and go. Therefore, said he, in such a case one has acquired title to the trees and half of the ground, and the other to the other half of the ground. It is certain if one has sold his ground and left the trees, the ground required by the trees must be left for them, for even according to our Akiba, who said elsewhere that usually when one sold a thing he did so with a good eye, i.e., with the intention of benefiting the buyer, this is only in case he sold him a well. We must say the stone walls to the well on his property are also sold to him. But in this case, where he retains the trees, which make the ground poor, and also their roots may hinder the plow, it is certainly his intention that the ground needed for the trees shall remain his. As otherwise the buyer will have a right to demand from him that he shall cut down his trees. But if he has sold the trees and retained the ground, in this case the rabbis and our Akiba differ. According to our Akiba, who holds that usually the seller sells with a good eye, the buyer has a right to the growing of the trees. But according to the rabbis, who do not hold so, the buyer has no such right. And even according to our Zebed, who said above, in the case of hazakah, that each of them has nothing in that which the other has occupied, it is only as to buyers that the one who has occupied the ground can say to him who possesses the trees, as I have nothing in your trees, so you have nothing in my ground. But in case of selling, according to the rule that a seller sells with a good eye, this claim cannot apply even in accordance with the opinion of the rabbis. And even our Papa, who said above that the owner of the trees has a share in the ground, it is only in the above case where there were 2 buyers the one who buys the trees and the buyer of the ground that each of them can claim. As the owner sold to you with a good eye, so did he to me. But in this case, according to the rabbis, who hold that a man usually sells with a bad eye, i.e., with the intention of benefiting merely himself, our Papa may also agree that, according to the rabbis' theory, the buyer of the trees has no claim to the ground. The Nahardians said that if, of the above-mentioned 30 trees, 15 of them were planted in the space of a sah, although he had consumed the product of all of them 3 years successively, it is not considered a hazakah. Because he has not done as people do, i.e., 15 trees in the space of a sah cannot bear good products, and the one who possesses such usually cuts out many of them to make room for the others, and as he did not do so, it seems that he does not consider this to be his property. Rabbah opposed this. For, according to this theory, one could never acquire title to a bed of a pastio, which is usually sown 3 times a year, and the overcrowding is thinned out to make space for the remainder, and when the occupant has only consumed them, and not thinned out, he does not acquire title. Therefore, said he, in such a case he acquires title to the trees, and not to the ground. Said Zera, in this case the Tanaim of the following Mishna differ, a vineyard which was planted in less than 4 L space, R. Simeon said, concerning Kilaim, it is not considered a vineyard at all. The sages, however, maintain that it is so considered, and the middle ones are to be considered as if they did not exist, i.e. the law of a vineyard, which should interfere with other kinds of seeds, is that it must be planted so that between each row of the vines 4 ells of space must be left, and if not, it is not called a vineyard. But according to the rabbis, the middle one is not considered. Consequently there is more than 4 L space between them, and it does interfere hence, according to this theory, of the trees in question which were overcrowded, 15 in the space of a sah, the middle ones are not to be considered. According to the rabbis. But they are considered, according to our Simeon. The Nahardians said again, if one has sold a tree to his neighbor, the buyer acquires title to it from beneath it unto the deep. Rabbah opposed. Why should it be said that the whole ground unto the deep shall be sold to him? The seller may claim, I sold it to you as people used to sell a saffron tree, of which the buyer derives the benefit as long as the tree yields fruit, but after it became withered, the buyer had to remove it and leave the ground to the seller. Therefore said Rabbah, this applies only to him who claims that he bought it with the stipulation that if the tree dies he may plant another one in its place, and after he possessed it the years of hazakah. Said Mar the elder, the son of Ar. Hista, to Ar. Ashi, even if it was a saffron tree, and in such a case the buyer usually cares for the valuable saffron, and not the ground beneath, what should the seller do if, after the 3 years, the buyer claims he has also bought the ground, so that he can plant another one? And he answered, the seller should protest before the years of hazakah elapse, as is said above. Mishna 2, there are 3 lands concerning the law of hazakah, the land of Judea, the land on the other side of the Jordan, and of Galilee. If the owner of the estate was in Judea, and one has made a hazakah in Galilee, or vice versa, it is not considered a hazakah unless the owner of the estate should be with the occupant in one and the same country. Said R. Jehuda, the law of 3 years is made only for the purpose that if the owner, for instance, was in Spain, and his estate was in Judea, which is a year's journey from there, if one has occupied his estate while on the road, a year's time is given for him to be notified, and another year for his return, i.e., no matter where he is, 3 years suffice for hazakah. Gemara, let us see. What does the first Tana of the Mishna hold? If a protest in the absence of the occupant is considered, then, even when one was in Judea and the other in Galilee, he could protest. And if it is not considered, then even if both were in one country, when they are not in one city, the hazakah should not apply, as he could not protest. Said our Abba B. Malmal in the name of Rab, he holds that a protest not in his presence is to be considered. But our Mishnah treats of a case of war, during which this protest would be of no use, because there would be no one to notify him. And why does he mention Judea and Galilee? To teach that these 2 countries are always considered as if there might be a war between them, as caravans going from one country to the other are very rare. R. Jehuda in the name of Rab said, if one runs away from a city because of crime, etc., and one occupies his estate, the law of hazakah applies. And R. Jehuda continued, after Rabbah's death I said this halakha in his name before Samuel, and he said to me, "Is this not self-evident? Must, then, a protest be in one's presence?" Says the Gemara. And, indeed, what news did Rab teach with this statement, unless that a protest not in one's presence is considered? He already said so elsewhere. With this statement he teaches us that, even when the protest was before two witnesses who were not able to notify the occupant, it is nevertheless considered a protest. As our Anan said. Mar Samuel has explained to me his opinion that only when one protested in the presence of two witnesses who are able to notify the occupant, it is considered, but not otherwise. Rab, however, is of the opinion, thy colleague has another colleague, etc., and so, when protested before two, it will become known. Said Rabbah, the halakha prevails that the law of hazakah does not apply to the property of one who runs away, and also that a protest which is not in one's presence is considered. Are not the two halakhas contradictory of each other? This presents no difficulty. If one runs away because of money matters, he is not afraid to protest, as he does not care whether his residence is made known. But if one runs away on account of a crime, then he cannot protest, as this would make known his hiding place. How should one protest? Said Zebed, if the protest was, so and so is a robber. It does not suffice, but he must protest, he is a robber who has robbed me of my estate, and as soon as it is possible I shall summon him. But how is the law if he added to this protest, do not notify him of my protest? Said Zebed, how can this be considered, when he plainly says, do not notify him? Papa, however, is of the opinion that it means, do not notify him, but tell it to other people, so that he will become aware of it afterwards. How is the law if the witnesses told him, we will not notify him? According to Zebed, such a protest is not to be considered, and according to Papa, it is, because although they should not notify him, they will nevertheless tell it to other people. But how is it if the protester said, do not mention it to anyone? According to Zebed, it is certainly not to be considered. But how is it when they said, we will not mention this to anyone? According to Papa, it is not to be considered. Jehoshua, however, maintains that, even then, it is a protest, as a thing which does not belong to a man, he will talk about it some time, and it will become known. Rabbah said in the name of Naaman, a protest not in one's presence is to be considered, and he opposed him from the statement of Jehudah in our Mishna, who said that a year is allowed for notifying him and a year for returning. And if a protest not in one's presence should suffice, why must he come back? And he answered, Jehudah's statement is only an advice for one that he had better come himself, so that he should be able to take possession of the estates and products. Says the Gemara. From that which Rabbah objected, it must be said that he himself does not hold with him concerning a protest in the absence of the occupant, and above it was said that Rabbah himself had so decided. After he had heard it from Naaman, he accepted it. Jose Hanina happened to meet the disciples of Johanan and questioned them as to whether Johanan had said before how many people a protest must be made. Abba said in the name of Johanan, in the presence of two. And Abuhu said in his name, 3 are needed. Shall we assume that the point of their differing is the saying of Rabbi Huna, everything which is said in the presence of 3 persons cannot be considered slander? Now he who holds that 2 persons are sufficient does not agree with Rabbah, and he who holds that 3 are needed does so, because he holds with him. Nay, all agree with Rabbah, and the point of their differing is a protest not in one's presence, he who says that 2 are sufficient, because such is not to be considered, and therefore he needs 2. So that they shall testify that the occupant was present at the protest. 30 And he who holds that 3 are needed does so because a protest not in one's presence is considered, and therefore 3 are needed in order to make the protest public. If you wish, it may be said that all agree that such a protest is to be considered, and the point of their differing is that one holds that for this purpose witnesses are needed, and the other one holds that it is only necessary to make it public. Gittelbe Minjami had to make a protest against someone, and happened to meet our Huna, Hiabi, Rab, and our Hilkiabi, Tubi, who were sitting together, and he made his protest before them. The next year he came again to protest. Said Hiabi Rab to him, the protest from last year is sufficient. Said Resh Lakish in the name of B. Capra, it is, however, necessary for one to repeat his protest after the lapse of every 3 years. R. Johanan, however, doubted concerning this decision, saying, does the law of Hazakah apply to a robber? A robber. Is it, then, certain that he is a robber? Does he not claim that he had a deed, that it was lost? He means to say that, as after the first protest he has done nothing to find the deed or to bring any other evidence, he is so considered, and the law of Hazakah should not apply to him. Said Rabbah, the halakha prevails that one has to repeat his protest after each 3 years. Bar Capra taught, if one has protested once, twice, and 3 times, if the second and third times he has claimed the same that he claimed the first time, the occupant has no hazakah. But if he comes with other claims, the hazakah prevails with the occupant. Rabbah said in the name of our Naaman, when a protest is made before 2 persons, there is no necessity to ask that it be written down. The same is the case with an announcement. There is a law that if one is compelled to sell his property, or to do any other thing against his will, he may announce it before 2 persons, and afterwards he can sue the buyer. For an admission, however, that he owes something to one, he must ask the 2 witnesses to write it down. The ceremony of a sidarium must be done before 2 persons without writing. The approval of an oath, however, must be done by 3 persons. Said Rabbah, I could not understand why the sidarium should be made before 2. If it is considered an act of Beth Din, then 3 are needed, and if it is not considered such, why should it not be written down? After deliberating, however, he said, this act is not considered as an act of Beth Din, and writing down is not needed, because this act is as good as if it were written. This is the final conclusion of the act, and cannot be denied. Rabbah and R. Joseph both said, we do not write down an announcement unless in a case where the defendant does not listen to the court. Both Abai and Rabbah, however, said that even for such people as we are, it may be written down. The Nahardian said, an announcement in which it is not written, we witnesses testify that it was known to us that this man was compelled, etc., is not to be considered. What kind of an announcement do they mean? If concerning a divorce or a gift, it is sufficient when it is made public only. And if for a sale, did not Rabbah say elsewhere, we do not write announcements about things sold? It means of a sale, and Rabbah admits that when one was compelled to sell against his will, as, for instance, in the case of certain vineyards, Middlegate, page 176, we do write such announcements. R. Jehudah said, a hidden deed of gift is not sufficient for collection. What does this mean? Said Ark Joseph, if one said to the witnesses, go to a place which is invisible, and write him a deed of gift. According to others, R. Joseph said, if the giver did not say to the witness, go to the market, and in the presence of the people you shall write him this deed. And the difference between these 2 sayings is when he said to them, go and write, without any addition. Said Rabbah, such a deed is sufficient to be an announcement in case one has to render the same to another. Said our Papa, this statement attributed to Rabbah was not plainly said by him, but it was inferred from his decision of the following act. There was a man who wanted to marry a certain woman, and she said to him, if you will transfer all your property to me, I will be yours, and not otherwise. And he did so. Then came his older son, and said to him, what then becomes of me? And the father told 2 witnesses they should hide themselves in a certain place and write a deed that the property belonged to his son. And when the case came before Rabbah, he decided that none of them had acquired title to the property, the son, because it was written in a hidden place, and the woman, because the first deed was an announcement against the latter deed. This, however, was only a supposition by those who heard this decision. In reality, however, Rabbah did so because anyone could see that the deed to the woman was written only under compulsion. But in the above case of a hidden deed, it could not serve as an announcement, because the latter was made in public. And it is to be assumed that he did so because such was his will, and the former was done unwillingly. And therefore he told the witnesses to write it in a secret place. The schoolmen propounded a question: how is it when he told them to write a deed of gift without any explanation? The question is concerning the two sayings of R. Joseph mentioned above. According to Rabbina, it is considered proper, and according to R. Ashi, it is not proper, unless he told them to make this publicly. And so the halakha prevails. Mishna 3. A hazakah to which there is no claim is not to be considered. How so? What are you doing on my property? And if he answered, because there was no claim against it, it is not to be considered. But if he says, because you have sold it, or, you had presented it to me, or, because your father did so, this is to be considered. A property, however, which one possesses by inheritance does not need any explanation, which means that the claim, I have inherited, is sufficient. Gemara, is not the first statement in the Mishna self-evident? Lest one say, as the man has occupied the estate, it must be supposed that he has bought it, but has lost the deed. And the reason why he does not claim, bought, is because he feared that the plaintiff would ask to see the deed, therefore it is for the court to ask him, perhaps you had a deed, which was lost, as it is written, Paravi 31. 8. Open thy mouth for the dumb, etc. It comes to teach us that it is not so. It happened that an overflow took away the fence of our Anan's field, and he built a new one in the space belonging to his neighbor. And his neighbor complained before our Hanaman, who decided that he must remove it. Said our Anan to him, but I have made a hazakah on it. And he answered, you desire that I shall decide in accordance with our Jehudah and our Ishmael, who said that if it was done in the presence of the plaintiff, it is immediately considered a hazakah. The halakha does not prevail according to them. Said our Anan, but this man has relinquished his right to me, as he himself assisted me in making the fence. And he answered, such a relinquishment was only an error, and cannot be considered. As you yourself, if you were aware that you were building the fence on a space which did not belong to you, would not do it. And so was it with your neighbor, he, also, was not aware that the space belonged to him. The same happened to our Kahana, and his neighbor came to complain before our Jehudah, bringing two witnesses. One testified that our Kahana had occupied 2 rows of his neighbor's estate, and the other testified 3. And our Jehudah decided he should pay him for 2 of the 3 rows. Said our Kahana to him, is not your decision in accordance with our Simeon b. Elazar, who said elsewhere that the school of Hallel agrees that the smaller amount is included in the larger one, i.e., as there is no contradiction to the 2 rows, it is considered as 2 witnesses for 2 rows which must be paid for. But I can bring you a letter from Palestine that the halakha does not prevail with our Simeon b. Elazar. And he answered, if you will bring me this letter, we shall see. It happened in the city of Kashta that one had lived in an attic 4 years, and then the owner of the house came to ask him what he was doing in the house. To which he answered, I bought it from so and so, who bought it from you. And the case came before our Haya, who said to the defendant, if you will bring witnesses that the man from whom you bought it lived in this attic even one day, I will leave the attic in your possession, but not otherwise. Said Rab, I used to sit then before my uncle, and I said to him, can it not happen that one should sell out his property in the night time, and leave it immediately? And I understood from my uncle's appearance that if the defendant should claim, I was present when my seller bought it from you, he would trust him, because, if he wished to tell a lie, he could claim, I bought it from you directly. Said Rabbah, it seems to me that our Haya was correct in his decision, as our Mishna states that if the defendant claimed inheritance, no other explanation is needed, which means an explanation is not needed, but nevertheless evidence that he inherited it is needed. Said the Gemara. This support does not hold good, as it may be said that the expression, no explanation is needed, means also no evidence. Furthermore, the claim, bought, should have more chance than an heir. For if it were not known to him that the seller had a right to sell it, he would not throw away his money. The schoolmen propounded a question: if the seller was seen on this property, not as a tenant, but as the owner, to measure it, would this be sufficient, according to our Haya? Said Abai, I. Rabbah, however, maintains that it may happen that one shall measure his property without any intention of selling. If there were 3 buyers to one estate, i.e. A sold it to B, who occupied it a year, and thereafter sold it to C, who also after a year's occupancy sold it to D, with a bill of sale, then came A and claimed that the estate was his, he never sold it, and B does not possess any bill of sale. Shall we say that, as between B, C, and D 3 years of hazakah have elapsed, and as A has not protested, D is entitled to it? Or, as each of them has not occupied it the years of hazakah, A's claim is to be considered, the years of occupancy count. Said Rab, this is only when both C and D possessed their deeds, but not otherwise. Shall we assume that Rab holds that only a deed is considered to be known by the people, but not witnesses? And the reason why he said elsewhere that he who sells his field in the presence of witnesses, and thereafter it was taken away from the buyer has a right to collect his money from encumbered estates, is because the people who bought their estates afterwards from the seller had to investigate whether he had not sold his estates previously with security, but not because witnesses are considered known to the people. But how could Rab say so? Is there not a Mishna farther on which states that if by witnesses only, he may collect from unencumbered estates only? And lest one say Rab is a Tana who has a right to differ with a Mishna, did not Rab and Samuel both declare that a loan which was made orally is not collectible either from heirs or from buyers? You contradict a case of a loan with a case of selling. They are entirely different, as he who makes a loan does it privately, as he would not like people should know he needed money, and the value of his estate would decrease. But he who sells an estate does it publicly, as he is searching for a buyer who will give him a better price. The rabbis taught, if the father has consumed 1 year and his son 2, or vice versa, or each of them 1 year, and the buyer from them 1 year, it is considered a hazakah. Shall we assume that it is a hazakah because a sale is considered known to the people, and therefore the owner ought to protest? Does not the following contradict? If one has occupied or consumed in the face of the father 1 year, and in the face of his son 2, or vice versa, or in the face of each 1 year, and in the face of the buyer who bought it from the son 1 year, it is considered a hazakah for the occupant. Now, if you would bear in mind that selling and buying are considered known to the people, why is the selling itself not considered the greatest protest? Said R. Papa, this may not contradict, as the cited Baratha may treat of one who sold the field among his other fields. And so the sale of this particular field was probably not known to the people, and therefore it cannot be considered a protest. Mishna 4, the law of hazakah does not apply to the following: specialists, farmers, partners, gardeners, and guardians. There is also no hazakah to a husband on the estate of his wife, and vice versa. And no hazakah to a father on the estate of his son, and vice versa. All this is said concerning hazakah, but concerning a gift or an inheritance of brothers, or one who takes possession of the estate of an heirless proselyte, if he has done any work whatever, e.g. if he has locked it, or made any partition, or torn down the old one, it is considered a hazakah. Gemara, both the father of Samuel and Levi taught, there is no hazakah to a partner, and so much the less to a specialist. Samuel, however, taught, there is no hazakah to a specialist, but to a partner there is. And Samuel is in accordance with his theory elsewhere, that concerning partners the law of hazakah applies. They also may be witnesses for each other, and they are also considered baileys for hire to each other. Our Abba raised the following contradiction to our Jehuda at the cave of our Zakkai. How can you say that Samuel holds that hazakah applies to partners? Did not he say that when one works on his partner's estate, it is to be considered as if he had done this with the permission of his partner? Is this not to be understood to mean that a partner has no right of hazakah? This presents no difficulty. One of Samuel's decisions speaks of when the partner has consumed the products of the whole estate which belongs to both, and the other decision treats of when he took possession of a half-share. Claiming that they had divided their estates long before and that he had made a hazakah on the part he now holds. To which his partner objects, saying, "Our stipulation was such that you should keep it 3 years, and then I should keep it 3 years." In explaining this, two parties differ. One maintains that Samuel's decision that a partner has a right of hazakah is in case he has consumed all the products of the estate belonging to both. For a partner usually consumes the products of half of the estate, taking them from one half 1 year and from the other half the following, in order to equalize matters. And as we see that one has taken possession of the entire estate for 3 years in succession, it is to be supposed that he bought the same. And the other decision of Samuel speaks of when they do, as is customary, consuming the products of the same half 3 years in succession, no hazakah applies, because his partner may claim that such was the stipulation, as stated above. And the other maintains to the contrary. If he consumes the whole, there is no hazakah, because it may be that that was their arrangement, namely, that one should use the products the first 3 years and his partner the 3 years succeeding. But if one utilizes exactly half for 3 years in succession, it may be said that he bought it, and therefore hazakah applies. Rabina, however, says that both of Samuel's decisions may apply to the case that one has consumed the whole estate. But the decision that he has a hazakah speaks of a field which contains the prescribed quantity for division. Consequently, if one consumes the whole field, without any protest from his partner, it is to be supposed that he bought it. And the decision that there is no hazakah speaks of a field which has not the prescribed quantity. And it is to be supposed that their arrangement was that each should use it for 3 years, as said above. The text says, Samuel holds that when one works on his partner's estate, etc. What did Samuel mean to teach, that in partnership the law of hazakah does not apply? Let him then say so plainly. Said Naaman in the name of Rabbi B. Abuhu, he means to say that when one takes his partner's field, which is fit for sowing only, and plants trees in it, he is not liable for damages, as it is considered to be done with his partner's permission, and, moreover, his partner can claim half of any profits which may accrue after the expense of planting has been deducted. Farther on Samuel says, they may bear witness for each other, etc. Why? Are they not interested in each other's affairs? He means to say, in case one of them gave a deed to the other, saying he had nothing further to do with the field. But even then, what is it? Have we not learned in the following Baratha, if one says to his partner, I have no claim on this field, I have nothing to do with it, or, I keep my hands off it, he says nothing, i.e. unless he distinctly says, it is yours, and I shall have nothing further to do with it, it is not to be considered, because it may be that he said it in a manner indicating that he wished he would have nothing to do with it, etc. It means that this was done with the ceremony of a sedarium, and then certainly he has nothing to do with it. But, after all, he is still interested in this case, for if the plaintiff should win the case, and the estate were taken away from the defendant, it might be appraised insufficient to cover the debt made while he was still a partner. And then it would devolve upon him. And he may also be interested in seeing that this estate shall remain with his partner. As it may happen afterwards that someone should claim that his partner had borrowed some money while they were still partners, and when his partner should have no estate, the debt be turned over to him. This means that when he transferred his property to him he at the same time in writing took upon himself the responsibility. The responsibility of what? If the responsibility of this estate, in case it were taken away by someone, should devolve on him, then he is certainly interested in this case, and if it means he takes the responsibility of claims which may be upon the estate for his own debts, then he has nothing to do with any other claims, he is disinterested in so far as he has nothing to do with the estate itself, only the making good of his own debts. But has he a right to cut himself off from all other liabilities? Have we not learned in a Baratha that if holy scrolls were stolen from a city the thieves must not be tried by the judges of that city? And also no witnesses from that city should be brought as evidence. Now, if one should have a right to say, I have cut myself off from this estate entirely, it would be possible, in the above case, for two judges to say, we have relinquished our shares in the holy scrolls, and witnesses the same way. And then the judges could decide the case and the evidence of the witnesses be used. With holy scrolls it is different, as they are made for reading, and one cannot help hearing them. Come and hear. If one say, give a manna to the poor of that city, if there is a trial about this, the case must not come before the judges of that city, and no evidence of witnesses of the same city should be admitted. Now, how can you maintain, because the poor of the city take the charity, that the judges of the city should not be eligible to decide the case? You must say, then, that the judges must not be of the poor who take charity, nor witnesses who have benefit therefrom. And why let the judges or the witnesses relinquish their share in this charity and be used? The Baratha speaks also when the manna in question was given for holy scrolls, and the expression, poor, is because concerning the holy scrolls all are considered poor. And if you wish, it may be said, the expression, poor, is to be taken literally, and it speaks of the poor whom the judges or witnesses are obliged to assist. And therefore the trial could not come before them, because they are interested in it, i.e., if the poor should win the case, their share of assistance would be less than before. And even if the judges or witnesses were taxed to assist the poor of that city with a certain sum per annum, they are still considered interested in that case, for they are pleased at the poor receiving more support. Samuel says further, they are also considered baileys for hire, etc. Why so? Is this not a guard in the presence of its owner, and it is said above that in such a case he is not responsible? Said R. Papa, he means to say, if one said to his partner, guard for me today and I will guard for you tomorrow. The rabbis taught, if one sells another a house or a field, he is not allowed to be a witness, because he is always responsible for it, if there should be a claim against it. But if he has sold him a cow or a garment, he may be a witness, because he has nothing more to do with them. What is the difference between the former and the latter facts? Is the seller not responsible in case it should be found that the cow or garment in question was stolen by him? Said R. Sheshith, the first part speaks of the following case, if A has robbed B of a field and has sold it to C, then D comes with a claim, B then has no right to be a witness for C, because he is interested in having it returned to A, so that he can establish his claim. But if B should be a witness that C is right, how can he claim afterwards that the field is his? He can only testify that D's claim is wrong. But could not B exercise his right, even if it were D's? He may think that C, who is not so mighty, might settle with him, while with D it would not be so easy. And if you wish, it may be said that it speaks of a case as follows: B has witnesses that this property belongs to him, and D has witnesses who contradict B's witnesses. And in such a case, usually the judges decide that the property shall remain with its present owner. And therefore B is interested in it, and must not be trusted as a witness. But why was it necessary for R. Sheshith to illustrate this Baratha in case the robber had sold the field to another? Could he not illustrate this by saying that C had announced his claim while the field was still in the hands of the robber A, then B cannot be a witness? Because it has to teach in the last part that if he has sold movable property to someone, which means the one who robbed the property in question and sold it, the one who has been robbed may be a witness. And this can only hold good in case of movable property which was passing into another's hands and of the renouncing of the hope to regain it by the owner. As the law dictates that these two things give title to the possessor, consequently the robbed one, who has nothing more to do with these articles, may be a witness. But if the article were still in the hand of the robber, the robbed one would not renounce his hope of regaining it, and it would still be considered his property, and consequently he cannot be a witness. Therefore he illustrated the first part also in the same manner. But, after all, although the robbed one renounced his hope of regaining the article, did he do the same about the value of it? He speaks when the robber no longer exists, when he has no further hope even for the value, as we have learned in a Mishna that if one robbed movable property and bequeathed it to his children, they are free from paying for it. But why does not R. Shesheth explain this Baratha as speaking of an heir? It means if the robber dies and leaves it for his heirs. This objection would not hold good, in accordance with him who holds that the control of an heir is not equal to the control of a buyer. But to him who holds that they are equal, what can be said? Furthermore, there was a difficulty to Abai. Why does the Baratha use the expressions responsible and not responsible as, according to R. Sheshetha's explanation, it ought to be said, because this is returning and not returning. Therefore the Baratha must be explained in accordance with Rabban B. Samuel, who said in the name of Mar Samuel as follows: if one sold a field to his neighbor without security, he has no right to qualify as a witness concerning it, because in case of a creditor he can show this as a source of collection. But this can only be in case of a house or other real estate, and not of movable property. And not only when it was sold without any stipulation that collection is not to be made on movable property for the claim of a creditor, but even in case it was written, "You shall collect your money from the garment which is on my shoulders." He can do it only when the movable property is still in his possession, but not otherwise. As even then the property in question has been made a hypothec, he can only collect when it is yet under the borrower's control, but when it is not under his control, he cannot. As Rabbah said, First Gate, p. 19, if one has made his slave a hypothec, and thereafter he sold it, a collection can be made, but if the hypothec was an ox or an ass, and he has sold it, the creditor cannot collect. Why so? Because real estate, when it is sold, people talk about it, which is not the case with movable property. But let it be feared that the owner of the movable property has mortgaged it together with the real estate. As Rabbah said elsewhere, such an agreement holds good to collect also from the personal property. And R. Hista added to it that this law holds good only when the borrower mentioned in his agreement that this should not be considered an asmakta, or a copied agreement. It speaks of a case in which the movable property was bought and sold immediately. Let it still, however, be feared that he wrote in the mortgage of the real estate, all the personal property which I possess and which I shall possess hereafter. Shall we assume that because such is not feared, a similar agreement is not to be considered? And if in spite of such agreement he has sold out or bequeathed his movable property, the sale is valid? Nay. It may be said that the above case treats of when there are witnesses who testify that this man never possessed any real estate. But did not R. Papa say that although the rabbis had enacted that if one sold out real estate without security, and a creditor took it away from the buyer, the latter could not claim the money from the seller? If, however, the investigation shows that the seller has never possessed this estate, he must pay. It speaks that the buyer was aware that the ass in question was born from his cattle. R. Zebed, however, maintained that if sold without security, even if it was found afterwards that he never possessed it, the buyer could claim his money, because the seller might claim that on this account it was sold without security. It is said above, in the name of Samuel, that he who has sold a field without security cannot be a witness concerning this estate, as he is interested in it. In case his creditor came, he can show him this field for collection. Let us see how the case was. Does the seller possess other real estate? Then certainly the creditor will make his claim against that estate first, as there is a rule that no collection should be made from encumbered estate when there are unencumbered estates of the defendant. And if he does not possess any others, then what can the creditor take from him, even if it remains with the buyer? It may be said that he does not possess other estates. Nevertheless, he may say, I do not want to be wicked, that the verse in Ps. 37:21, the wicked borrowed and repayeth not, should apply to me. But would not the same verse apply to him concerning the buyer? Nay, as he may say, I plainly told him that I would not secure this field to him. Consequently he was willing to buy it, even though it might be taken away from him afterwards. Rabbah, according to others R. Papa announced, "It shall be known to them who are ascending to Palestine or descending to Babylon, that if one Israelite sold to another an ass, and a Gentile came and took it away, claiming that it was stolen from him, it is but right that the seller shall settle with the buyer, so that he shall not suffer the whole damage." This, however, is said when the buyer was not aware that this ass was born among his animals. But if the buyer was aware of it, he cannot expect any settlement, as such was his fate. And even in case he was not aware, he may do so when the Gentile takes away the ass only, but when he takes away the saddle and also the man, since he takes not only what belongs to him, but all that the buyer possessed, then again it is his fate. Specialists, etc. Said Rabbah, this is said when the owner has transferred to the specialist in the presence of witnesses. But otherwise, because he may claim that he never took it from him, he is to be trusted if he says that he bought it from him. Said Abai to him, according to your theory, even if it was in the presence of witnesses, he should also be trusted, because he could claim that he has returned it already. Answered Rabbah, do you mean to say that if one deposits an article with his neighbor in the presence of witnesses the depositary should return it to him without witnesses? And that it should not be borne in mind, that he used witnesses when presenting? The latter must do the same when returning, for, if not, he will not be trusted when he claims to have returned it. Abai objected from the following: if one has seen his slave learning a trade at a specialist's, or his garment at a cleaner's, and to the question, what does it concern you, he answers, you sold it, or made it a present to me, he said nothing. But if he claims, I was present when you told so and so to sell it, or give it for a present, he may be trusted. And to the explanation of the difference in the law between the first part and the latter, said Rabbah, the latter part means to say, if the article in question came to the present possessor from a third hand. And the latter said to the plaintiff, in my presence you told so and so that he might sell it, or give it as a present. And the reason is because, if he wished to tell a lie, he could claim, I myself bought it from you. Now we see that the first part states, if one has seen. And what does it mean? If there were witnesses, why the expression, seen? He should bring his witnesses and take it away. We must say, then, that there were no witnesses. Yet, as soon as he has seen it, he may take it away, hence this contradicts your statement that if there were no witnesses he is to be trusted, claiming, I bought it from you. Says Rabbah, nay. It means that there were witnesses, when he presented it to him, and even then only when he saw it in his possession. Said Abai. But did you not declare that he who has deposited an article in the presence of witnesses, the returning must also be done in the presence of the same? And he answered, I retract that statement. Rabbah, however, objected to Abai, and brought the following as a support to Rabbah: if one has given his garment to a specialist, the latter claiming, the stipulation was that you should give me 2 zuz. And the owner claims the stipulation was for 1 zuz, so long as the article is in the hand of the specialist, it is for the owner to bring evidence. If, however, the specialist has already returned it to the owner, if he announced his claim in time, i.e., before sunset, at which time a laborer has to get his payment, then he takes an oath and gets the full payment. But if it was after that time, he is the plaintiff, and it is for him to bring witnesses. Now let us see how was the case. If there were witnesses, then it must be done as the witnesses testify. It must be said, therefore, that there are no witnesses, nevertheless the specialist is trusted. Is this not because he could claim, I bought it, so that he would be trusted? So is it when he claims his payment? Nay, it treats of when there were no witnesses, and also when the owner of the article did not see it in the hands of the specialist, so that the specialist could claim that he had returned it. Naman b. Itzhak objected from our Mishna, which states that a specialist has no hazakah, from which it is to be inferred that only a specialist has not, but a common man has. And this is certainly the case if there were no witnesses. For if there were, why should he? Hence we see that a specialist has no hazakah even when there were witnesses. And this contradicts Rabbah's above statement, and this objection remains. The rabbis taught, if one has exchanged his utensils for another's in the house of a specialist, he may use them until the owner shall come and recognize his. If the same was done at the house of a mourner or at a house of a wedding, he must not use them before they shall be recognized. And what is the reason for the difference in the two cases? Said Rab, I used to sit before my uncle, and he explained it to me that it might happen that the owner of an article might say to a specialist, sell this article for me, hence the article might be given to him. Not by an error but intentionally by the specialist, who has a right to sell it, which cannot be the case in the house of a mourner or of a wedding. Said Naaman, then it may be used only when the specialist himself has exchanged it, but if this was presented to him by his wife or children, he must not use it. And even when it was presented by the specialist himself, the law holds good if he said to him, here is this article. But if he said to him, here is your article, then he must not use it, as we see that the specialist has erred in giving it to him. Said Abai to Rabbah, come and I will tell you what the swindlers of Pumbeditha are doing. If one claims, give me up my mantle which I have given to you for repairing, the other answers that this never occurred. And if he claims, I have witnesses who saw it at your place, he claims it was another's. But bring it forth and let us see it. He answers, no, indeed. I have no right to show you the goods of others. Answered Rabbah, although he is a swindler, nevertheless he does it in accordance with the law, as the Baratha states plainly, when he sees it with his eyes. Said Ashi, if the claimant is a clever man, he can make the specialist show him the article in question, saying, I understand that you keep it because you are afraid I shall deny the debt which I owe you. I admit to you in the presence of witnesses that I owe you, and will pay you when you shall bring forth this garment and it shall be appraised. Then you will take yours, and I shall take mine. Said Ivia to Ashi, the swindler may answer, I do not need your appraisement, as it was appraised long ago by more competent men than you are. Gardeners, etc. Why so? Until now he took only the half, and now we see he has consumed the whole of it for 3 years, why has he no hazakah? Said Johanan, it speaks of family gardeners, i.e. the same gardeners used to guard and work up the fields as gardens of that family since it was in its possession, and as this was a kind of inheritance, the owners could not discharge them by substituting others. And with such gardeners it might happen that they consumed the fruit for 3 years in succession and thereafter the owners consumed the fruit for the same period, and therefore no hazakah applies to them. But to ordinary gardeners, if they consume the fruit for 3 years, hazakah does apply. Naaman said, a gardener who has hired other gardeners to substitute him for the years of hazakah, even if he was of the kind mentioned by Johanan, hazakah may be considered, because in such a case the owners would protest. Johanan said again, to a gardener of the above sort, who has divided the work which is needed for the gardens, to hired gardeners, hazakah does not apply. As it may be supposed that he does so with the permission of the owner, as he himself could not do the whole work. Naaman Hista sent a message to Naaman Jacob, let the master teach us. May a gardener be taken as a witness in case of a claim, or not? Joseph was sitting before the latter when the message came, and said to him, so said Samuel, a gardener may be a witness. But is there not a Baratha which states that they must not? This presents no difficulty. If there are products still on the estate, the gardener may not qualify as a witness, but if there were none, then he may. The rabbis taught, a surety may be a witness for the borrower in case the latter has other property besides that to which the claim refers. And the same is the case with a lender. The first buyer may be a witness to the second, e.g. if A sold one field to B and another to C, and D claims that the field sold to C belongs to him as A has robbed him of it, B may be a witness in that case in behalf of C in case A has other property. So that if there should be another claim he should be able to pay from the remainder. A receiver, i.e. one who receives the money from the lender and forwards it to the borrower, as to which the law dictates that the lender has a right to collect from whomsoever he chooses either from the receiver or from the borrower, according to some he may. And according to others he may not be a witness. He who permits this maintains that the receiver is considered an ordinary surety whom the law permits to be a witness, and he who forbids it maintains that the receiver is always pleased when the borrower has more estates. So that in case a creditor should appear he will be able to pay him from his middle estate. R. Johanan said again, a specialist has no hazaka, but his son has, and the same is the case with a gardener. A robber, however, neither he nor his son has hazaka, but his grandson has. Let us see how was the case. If all mentioned above claimed that the estate was their father's, then they also should not have any hazaka, and if they claim for themselves, it means that they themselves bought it. Why should this law not apply to the son of the robber also? He speaks of a case where there are witnesses who testify that the owners have admitted to their fathers in their presence that they sold it. And then the sons of a gardener or a specialist are to be trusted if they claim to have inherited from their fathers, but the son of a robber is not to be trusted even in such a case. As R. Kahana said, it may be feared that the owner has admitted to the robber only for fear lest he make him more trouble. Said Rabbah, it may happen that even the grandson of a robber shall not have any hazaka. It is when the basis of his claim is his grandfather, who is to be considered a robber, so that the law of hazaka should not apply. Said R. Johanan, when he has occupied a field which does not belong to him, and as he was an influential man, the owner was afraid to sue him. R. Hista, however, maintains that it means only people like a certain family of N, who used to kill men when they opposed them in money matters. The rabbis taught, a specialist has no hazaka so long as he keeps up his profession, but otherwise when he has ceased. And the same is the case with a gardener when he has given up his gardening. The same is the case with a son who has separated himself from his father, and with a woman who was divorced from her husband. All of them are considered, in a case of hazaka, with men in general. It is correct to teach about a son who has separated himself, lest one say that usually a father relinquishes his right to a son. But was it also necessary to teach about a divorced woman? Is not this self-evident? It means that the divorce was made by such a document as is doubtful in legality, and in such a case she is considered divorced and not divorced, and it is in accordance with our Zerah, who said in the name of Jeremiah b. Abba, quoting Samuel, that in a case where the sages say, she is divorced and not divorced, her husband is obliged to support her. R. Naaman said, Huna told me that all the persons mentioned above who have not the right of hazaka, if they bring evidence, it is to be considered, and the court may leave the property in their possession. Except a robber, for even if he brought evidence, it must not be considered, and the court replevens the estate. But what news comes he to teach us? Have we not learned this already elsewhere, that if one has bought estates from a Sicarius, a man who took away the estate by threatening murder if it was not given to him, and afterwards he got a bill of sale from the owner, without giving him any money, the bill of sale is not considered and he has no title, hence it is already taught that a robber and all those who base their claims upon his actions, even if they bring evidence, are not to be considered. This teaching was necessary to deny Rabbah's theory, who said that the cited Mishna speaks only of a case in which the owner told the buyer, go make a hazaka on the estate and acquire title, but has not furnished him with any deed. But if he gave him a deed, title is acquired. R. Huna comes to teach us that the halakha prevails in accordance with Samuel, who said that in such a case, even if he gave him a deed, title is not acquired unless he take the responsibility for the future. And R. Bibi has added to the above statement of Huna in the name of R. Naaman, that the estate does not remain in his possession, but the claim for his money, in case he paid afterwards to the robbed one, is to be considered, provided witnesses testify that he gave him the money in their presence. But if they testify that in their presence the robbed one has admitted to the robber that he was paid for it, it is not to be considered. As our Kahana said elsewhere, such an admission may have been made only because of fear that he would be killed. Our Huna said, if one sold his estate by duress, the sale is valid. Why so? For if one sells every estate which belongs to him, He usually does so because he is compelled to do so by circumstances, and nevertheless the sale is valid. But perhaps there is a difference between the pressure of his private circumstances and duress, which is a pressure by others. This is to be explained as we have learned in the following Baratha. It is written, Leviticus I. 3, shall he bring it, which means that he may be compelled to bring it, that it may be lerzuno, literally, according to his will. And what does this mean, that he shall be compelled until he shall say, I am willing to do so? But still it may be that there is a difference, because one likes to atone, and consequently he does it, finally, with good will. Therefore we may infer the same from the latter part of the cited Mishna, and the same is the case with divorced women. He may be compelled until he says, I am willing to do so. But still it may be that this is to be done because it is a meritorious act to listen to the law, which is not the case with our Huna's theory. Therefore we must say that our Huna's decision was from a common-sense standpoint, that when a man is in such circumstances he resolves to give title to the buyer. Our Jehuda objected from the following: a divorce which was compelled by the court of Israelites is valid. By Gentiles it is not, unless they beat him, saying, do as the Israelite court dictates to you. Now, if you say because of the circumstances he resolves to give title, why should the divorce be invalid, even at a court of Gentiles? It may also be supposed that because of circumstances it was resolved to give the divorce legally. The answer is, was it not taught in addition to this that our Mesharshia said, biblically the divorce is valid, even when it was obtained in a court of Gentiles? And why did the rabbis enact that such should be invalid, that every woman who did not like her husband should not go to the Gentile court to be divorced from her husband? R. Hamnuna objected from the above-cited Mishna, if he bought of a Sicarius, etc. Why, then, should it not be said in that case also, that because of the circumstances he resolved to give title? Of this, also, it was taught that Rab said that this holds good only when there was no deed, as said above. But still there would be an objection to Samuel, who said above that even with a deed the same is invalid. Samuel himself agrees that such a sale is valid in case the buyer has paid the owner in cash. But would not our Bibi's above statement in the name of our Naaman contradict our Huna? Bibi's statement is not a Baratha and not a Mishna, but only a saying, to which our Huna need not pay any attention. Said Rabbah, the halakha prevails that if one sells his goods under duress the sale is valid, provided he was compelled to sell one of his estates, and he himself has made the selection. But if he was compelled to sell this field, the sale is not valid, provided he did not count the money given him for it, as this shows that he does it unwillingly, but if he has counted the money the sale is valid. And all this is said in case he has no opportunity to extricate himself, but if he had, and did not take advantage of it, the sales are valid. Says the Gemara. In reality, the halakha prevails that in all these cases the sale is valid, even if he was compelled to sell this field, as a woman is similar to this field. And Amar said that if a woman is compelled to betroth herself under duress the betrothal is valid. Marbi R. Ashi, however, said that in case of a woman the betrothal is null and void. Because he has acted unlawfully, he must also be treated unlawfully, and the rabbis deny his betrothal and consider it void. Taba hung Papi on a tree called Kidra, to compel him to sell him his field, and he did so. And Rabbah B. Hannah signed his name on both on the protest of Papi made before being compelled, and on the bill of sale made under duress. Said our Huna, he who has signed his name to the protest, and also he who has signed his name on the bill of sale, did well. How is this to be understood? If there was a protest, the bill of sale cannot hold good, and vice versa. He meant to say that if there were no protest, he who signed his name on the bill of sale did well, for according to his theory a sale under duress is valid. But why should the protest annul the bill of sale, when the same witnesses who signed the protest signed the bill of sale also? Did not our Naaman say, witnesses who testify that they signed their names to a note whose amount was not yet paid, which was prepared by the borrower in case he should find someone who would make him the loan, are not to be trusted. And the same is the case if someone has sold a bill of sale, and the witnesses whose signatures were on the same testify that the one who made the bill of sale made also a protest previously, before us. That he was compelled to make this bill of sale, and we have acknowledged the truth of his protest. Why, then, said our Huna that if not for the protest the sale would be valid? Let him say it is valid, notwithstanding this protest, in accordance with our Naaman's decision just stated. Our Naaman's statement was when the protest was oral, as such cannot harm a written document. In our case, however, the protest was a written one, and therefore it annuls the bill of sale. Marbi R. Ashi, however, maintains that if witnesses testify, we signed our names before the money was given, as explained above, they are not to be trusted. But if they testify that this bill of sale was previously protested before us and acknowledged by us, they may be trusted. Why so? Because in the first case, after the witnesses signed their names to the fact that so and so had borrowed money from so and so, they could not sign another document that the borrower had not received the money as yet. As it would contradict their first statement, and it would seem that they had made themselves liars. And, therefore, if they testify so, they are not to be trusted, as there is a rule that one cannot make himself wicked, i.e. if one comes before the court, and says, I am a liar, or wicked, for the purpose that another shall have benefit from this confession, he is not to be trusted. But in the other case, however, both documents may be written by the very same men. I.e., if they see a man in trouble, they may listen to his protest, write it down, and sign it, and thereafter also sign the bill of sale to which he was compelled. And therefore, even if the protest was not written by them, they may be trusted if they testify that they have heard the protest and acknowledged to the truth of it. No hazaka to a husband, etc. Is this not self-evident? As he has a right to use the fruit of her estate. How can it be considered a hazaka? It speaks of even when he gave her a document that he has no interest in her estate. But even then, what is it? Have we not learned in a Baratha above, p. 109, that if one says, I have nothing to do with this field, I have no claim to it, and, I keep my hands off it, he says nothing? Said the disciples of our Yanai, our Mishna treats of when he gave her such a document when she was still betrothed. And this is in accordance with our Kahana, who says of an estate which one expected to take possession of in the future, he has a right to make a stipulation that he should not inherit it. And it is also in accordance with Rabbah, who said, if one declares, I do not care to have the privilege of the enactment by the sages in a thing similar to the above, he may be listened to. What does this mean? That which our Huna said in the name of Rab, a woman has a right to say to her husband, I do not wish to be supported by you and also would not wish to do any work for you. Now the Mishna states that the consuming of fruit does not make a hazaka. But if he brings evidence that she sold her estate to him, it would be a hazaka. Why? Let her claim that she had done so only to please her husband. Have we not learned in a Mishna, if one bought an estate from another whose properties were encumbered by the marriage contract of his wife, and afterwards he also took a deed from his wife, the sale is invalid? Is it not because she may say, I did so only with the intention of pleasing my husband, but not with the intention of selling it? Was it not taught in addition to this Mishna that Rabbah B.R. Huna explained it that the Mishna treats of certain 3 fields, namely, 1, of one he had set apart in the marriage contract before marriage, and another, of one of which he had made a hypothec in the marriage contract after marriage. And the third, of one which she brought him as a gift from her father, which was appraised at a certain amount of money, for which the husband became responsible in the marriage contract. What does he mean to exclude? Shall we assume to exclude all other estates which were also encumbered to her? Then, certainly, it would create so much the more animosity between her husband and herself, because he would say, you did not want to sign this because you are expecting my death or to be divorced. Hence the claim that, I have done so to please my husband, would be right. And shall we say that he means to exclude the usage of fruit? Did not Amar say that if the husband and his wife have sold the usage of fruit from her estate, it is not to be considered, because of the same claim, I have done it only to please my husband? He means to exclude the use of fruit. And Amamar's statement was only in case he had sold out and died, that she might, after his death, make use of that claim, or in case of her death, he had a right to make use of such a claim, according to the enactment of the rabbis. And it is as R. Jose B. Hanina said, First Gate, page 197. But when they are both alive and have sold out, and even when the husband only has sold out, the sale is valid. And if you wish, it can be said that Amamar's statement is based upon R. Eliezer's elsewhere, that an article which does not bear the name of its owner as, for instance, the fruit of the wife's estate, which cannot be said to belong to her or to belong to him cannot be sold by either of them. And Rabbah said that R. Eliezer based his statement on, X 21. 21, for he is his money, which means the money which belongs to him alone. On his wife's estate. But did not Rab say that a married woman must protest, in case one has occupied her estate? Who is the one who has occupied her estate? Shall we assume anyone? Did not Rab say, there is no occupancy in the estates of a married woman? We must therefore say, he means even when her husband has occupied her estate. Said Rabbah, he means the husband, and in case he has dug in her estate excavations, pits, and caves, then she must protest, as he has the right to her estate only for usage of fruit. And if she did not, he has a hazakah, as, if he had not bought it, he would not dare to dig in it. But did not our Naaman say in the name of Rabbah B. Abuhu that there is no hazakah concerning damages, hence if the husband has damaged her estate, she has not had to protest. Was it not taught in addition to this, above, page 69, our Mari said, concerning smoke, etc. R. Joseph, however, said, Rab means a stranger, and he speaks in case he has occupied it at a certain time while her husband was still alive and 3 years after his death. And because the occupant could claim, I bought it from you, as 3 years have already elapsed since her husband's decease, he is to be trusted if he claims, you sold out your estate to your husband, and I bought it from him. The text states, Rab says, there is no occupancy in the estate of a married woman. The judges of the exile, however, maintain that there is. And Rab himself, when he was told of this, said, the halakha prevails in accordance with the judges of the exile. Samuel and Karna were called the judges of the exile. And to the question of our kahana and our asi, has the master receded from his statement? He answered, I meant to say, as it was illustrated above by our Joseph. 31. And vice versa. Is this not self-evident? Has she not to be supported from the estate of her husband? It treats in case he has set aside another estate for her support. But how is it if she brings evidence that she has paid him for it? Has she the right? Let him claim, I intended only to discover the money which she had hidden from me, and therefore I told her I would sell it, never intending, however, actually to transfer it to her. And because it was not stated, let it be inferred from this that if a husband sold his estate to his wife, the above claim should not be taken into consideration. Nay. It may be said that the Mishna means evidence in the form of a transfer as a gift. Our Naaman said to our Huna, the master was not with us yesterday, in our college, and there were taught many good things. And what were they? That when a husband sells his estate to his wife, she acquires title, and the claim, I did it only to discover her money, etc., is not to be considered. And Huna answered, this is self-evident, as if you take away the fact that she has given him money, the bill of sale gives her title. For have we not learned in a Mishna that real estate may bought with money or a document, or with hazakah? Rejoined our Naaman, but was it not taught, in addition to it, that Samuel said that it speaks only of a bill of a gift, but a bill of sale gives no title unless he paid the money for it? Said Huna, but was this not objected to by our Hamnuna from the following, with a document how so? If he wrote on a piece of paper, or on a piece of broken clay, although it has no value whatever, my field is sold to you, or, my field is bought from you, it is sold and transferred to the buyer. And Naaman answered to this, did not Hamnuna himself answer his objection that it speaks of one who sells his estate because of its barrenness? Ashi, however, answered, the objection of Hamnuna the cited Bereitheth speaks of a gift which was written in the manner of a bill of sale, to strengthen its power, i.e., the seller has to make good all claims to it. An objection was raised from the following: if one borrowed from his bondsman, and encumbered his estate for him by a document, and afterwards he freed him, or from his wife and thereafter he divorced her, they have nothing to claim. Must we not assume that the reason is because we suppose that he only intended to discover the money which was hidden from him? That case is different, as one would not like to make himself a slave to the lender, Parov 22. 7. The borrower is servant to the lender. Hunabi Abin sent a message to the college relating that if one sold out his field to his wife, she acquires title, but he has still a right to use the products. However, Abba B. Abuhu, and all the great men of the generation, said that such a bill of sale is to be considered a deed of gift, but it was written in the manner of a bill of sale for the purpose of strengthening its power. This message was objected to by the college, from the Bereitha just cited, and was answered with the same reply. Rab said, if one sold his field to his wife, she acquires title, and the husband uses the products. If, however, he has presented it to her as a gift, she acquires title, and he must not use the fruit. Elazar, however, maintains that in both cases title is acquired, and the husband has no right to use the fruit. Hista acted in accordance with Elazar. Said Rabban Ukba and Rabban Nehemiah, sons of Rabbah's daughter, to Hista, does the master put aside the great men and act like the small ones? Elazar was only a disciple of Johanan. And he answered, I have also acted according to the theory of the great men, as when Rabban came from Palestine, he said in the name of Johanan that in both cases she acquires title, and the husband has no right to use the products. Said Rabbah, the halakha prevails that if one sells his field to his wife she does not acquire title, and the husband may use the fruit, and if a gift, she acquires title, and he may not use the products. Does not Rabbah contradict himself? He says she does not acquire title, and it is self-evident that he may use the fruit, and when he says he may use the fruit, it means although she has acquired title. This presents no difficulty. If she bought with the money which was hidden from her husband, she does not acquire title at all, but if with money which was not hidden from him, she acquires title, but he may, nevertheless, use the fruit. So was it said in the name of Jehudah. The rabbis taught, one must not accept bailments from women, from slaves, or from children. If, however, one has accepted from a woman, he must return it to her, and in case she dies, he must return it to her husband. From a slave, he must return to him, and in case he dies, then to his master. If from a minor, he should invest it in such a thing as will bear good fruit until he shall be of age, and in case of death return it to his heirs. All of them, however, if they said, while dying, this belongs to so and so, he must act accordingly, even when the depositor was a minor, and if they have declared nothing, he may do in accordance with his conscience, i.e., he shall return it to him whom he thinks to be the proper heir. The wife of Rabbah b. Hannah while dying said, these earrings belong to Martha, and to the sons of his daughter. And Rabbah came to question Rab what she should do. And he answered, if these people whom she mentioned are worthy, so that they can afford to keep bailments with her, then do as she declared, and if not, then you may explain her declaration as you please. From a minor, he should invest, etc. Hista maintains in Holy Scrolls, and Rabbah b. Huna said, a tree which bears dates. A father on the estate of his son, etc. Said Joseph, even if they have separated themselves. Rabbah, however, maintains that in case of separation the law is different. Said Jeremiah of Difti, Papi has acted in accordance with Rabbah's statement. Said Naaman b. Itzhak, I was told by R. Haya of Hermias Ardsher that he was told by R. Aha b. Jacob, quoting R. Naaman b. Jacob, that when they have separated themselves each of them has a right of hazakah. And so the halakha prevails. It was taught, if one of brothers who was the business man of the house, and the bills of sale and notes were in his name, claims, all this is my own, inherited from my mother's father, according to Rab, the burden of proof lies upon him. And according to Samuel, it lies upon his brothers. Said Samuel, Abba admits that in case he dies the burden of proof is thrown upon his brothers. R. Papa opposed, should we make for orphans such a claim as their father while alive had not any right to, i.e. when this brother was alive, it was for him to bring evidence, and if he could not, the goods belong to all the brothers, and because he is dead, shall we say that the brothers have to bring evidence, and if they cannot it belongs to his orphans? Did not Rabbah levy upon a pair of shoes and a book of Haggadah from orphans without any evidence that they were things which are usually hired and borrowed? And he did so in accordance with the message of our Hunah b. Abin, that of things which are usually borrowed and hired one is not trusted to say, they were bought by me. This difficulty remains. Said R. Hista, the decision of Rab concerning the brother who manages the business of the house, holds good only when all the brothers are not separated in the household even in the dough of bread which they take for the house. But if they are, he may claim that he has spared from his householding the amount which he has in his hand, and the brothers have nothing to do with it. The evidence mentioned in Rabbah's decision, what should it be? According to Rabbah, the evidence should be with witnesses that he has saved the money or it came from other sources, and according to R. Shesheth, it is sufficient when the court has approved the bill of sale or other notes which bear his name, as it is to be supposed that the court would not approve if it were not sure it belonged to him only. Said Rabbah to R. Naaman, there are Rab and Samuel, with Rabbah and R. Shesheth, who discuss this matter, and I would like to know the opinion of you, master with whom you agree. And he answered, I am aware of the following Beratha, one of brothers who was the business man of the house, and there were bills of sale and other notes bearing his name only, and he claims, they are my own, inherited from my mother's father. The burden of evidence rests with him. And the same is the case with a woman who was managing the business in a house and there were documents bearing her name only. And she claims that they are her own property which came from her grandfather on the father's or mother's side. It is upon her to bring evidence. Says the Gemara. It was necessary for the Beratha to declare the same law in the case of a woman, lest one say that because it is an honor for a woman to be trusted with the management of a house, she would surely take care not to rob the orphans, and therefore she ought to be trusted without evidence. It comes to teach that it is not so. Concerning a gift or an inheritance of brothers, etc. How is this to be understood? Does not the law of hazakah apply to the persons mentioned farther on in the Mishna? The Mishna is not complete, and should read thus, all this is said of a hazakah to which there is a claim, as, for instance, the seller says, I did not sell, and the buyer says, I have bought. But a hazakah to which there is no claim, as, for instance, who presents a gift or an inheritance of brothers, or who takes possession of the property of a proselyte, to which the law prescribes that he needs to acquire title by doing something if he has locked it or made any partition, etc. It is a hazakah. R. Hoshea taught, in a Tosefta of Tract Kiddushin, written by the school of Levi, if he locked it, etc., in the face of the other party it is a hazakah. Is this to be understood, only to his face, but not in his absence? Said Rabbah, he meant to say, if this was in the face of the other party, it is not necessary for the latter to tell him, go make a hazakah, and acquire title. But if not to his face, it is not considered a hazakah unless he distinctly said to him the words just mentioned. Questioned Rab, how is the law concerning a gift? According to the Beratha just mentioned, must the giver also tell the receiver, go and make a hazakah, or not? Said Samuel, why was Abba doubtful? When, concerning a sale for which the seller gets money, it is not a hazakah unless he tells him, go and make a hazakah, so much the less it must be so with a gift, for which he has received nothing. Rab, however, maintains that he who makes a gift usually makes it with a good eye, and no explanation is needed. The Mishna states, any work whatever. What does this mean? As Samuel said, if he has completed the partition which was there already to the size of 10 spans, or he has broken a hole in the partition through which he can go in or out, it is considered a hazaka. Let us see how was the partition. If it was placed in such a position that one could not climb over it to the estate, and after its completion by the occupant it is also the same, what, then, has he done that shall be considered a hazaka? And if in its previous condition one could climb over it, and after its completion one cannot, then he has done much that does not correspond with the expression, whatever. It means that in the previous condition one could easily climb over it, and after it was completed it is not so easy for one to do so. And the same is the case with a hole in a partition, by which, in the previous condition, it was not easy to enter, and one broke it to such an extent that it is easy to enter. R.C. in the name of R. Johanan said, if the occupant of the property of a proselyte put a little piece of wood too near the hole which was in the partition and with this he has improved it, or he took out a piece of wood and with this he has improved it, it is considered a hazaka. What does he mean by the expression, he put, or he took out? Shall we assume that with this piece of wood he closed the hole so that it prevents the water from going in, or he took out a piece of wood, and with this he has made place for the water gathered in to come out? Why should it be considered a hazaka? Is it not the duty of every Israelite to save the property of his neighbor from damage when seeing danger is near? Therefore it must be supposed that he means he has put in a piece of wood with the purpose that the water which is useful to the estate shall remain, or he took out a piece of wood so that he opened a channel permitting water to reach the estate. The same said again in the name of the same authority, if there were 2 estates left by a proselyte and there was a boundary between them, and one has made a hazaka in one of them with the purpose of acquiring title to it, it is acquired. If for the purpose of acquiring title to both, title is acquired only to that on which he has made a hazaka, but not to that which was on the other side of the boundary. And if for the purpose of acquiring title to the latter, even to that in which he has made a hazaka, title is not acquired. R. Zerah questioned, if one has made a hazaka for the purpose of acquiring title to it, to the boundary, and to the estate which is beyond it, how is the law? Shall we assume that, because all our connected title is acquired, or because the boundary intervenes between them it is considered as if they were separated and title is not acquired? This question remains undecided. R. Eleazar questioned, how is it if this man has made a hazaka on the boundary itself with the purpose of acquiring title to both? Should the boundary be considered a breadth of the earth which joins the 2 fields, and therefore title is acquired, or the fields are nevertheless considered separated and title is not acquired? This question also remains undecided. R. Naaman said in the name of Rabbi Beit Abuhu, if there were 2 houses, one inside of the other, and one has made a hazaka on the outer one for the purpose of acquiring title to it, title is acquired. If for the purpose of acquiring title on the inner one also, the outer one is acquired, but not the inner. For the purpose of acquiring the inner one only, even the outer one is not acquired. The same is said again in the name of the same authority, if one has built a palace on the property belonging to the proselyte in question, and another comes and puts doors to the palace, the latter has acquired title to the whole of it. Why so? Because the work of the first is considered as if he had only turned bricks without using them, as the doors to it are the main thing. R. Demi B. Joseph in the name of R. Eleazar said, if on the estate of the proselyte in question there was a palace and one has coated one of the walls with lime, or painted one of the pictures therein, title is acquired. How much of the wall must he coat or how large must he paint the picture? Said R. Joseph, 1 L. And R. Hista added that this L must be opposite the door, but at another place he must coat or paint more than this. R. Amram said, the following was told to us by R. Shesheth, who to enlighten our eyes explained a Baratha. He said, if one has prepared his bed in the estate of the proselyte in question and slept there, he acquires title to the whole estate. And he enlightened our eyes to the Baratha as follows, how can one acquire title to a bondsman with hazaka? If the slave has put on the shoes of the master or taken off his shoes, or has carried his garments after him to the bathhouse and undressed him and washed him, anointed, rubbed, dressed him, put on his shoes, or even lifted him up, title is acquired. Said Simeon, there cannot be a better hazaka than lifting up, as this act gives title to one in everything. How is this to be understood? The Baratha says that if the slave has lifted up his master it gives title to the master. But if vice versa, it does not. And to this answered Simeon, there is no better hazaka than lifting up, which means that this gives title even if the slave was lifted up by the master. Jeremiah of Bathra in the name of Jehudah said, if the estate of the proselyte in question was already plowed and one put radishes in the furrows, it is not considered a hazaka, because at the time he put the radishes in, without covering, there was no improvement at all. And even if in a few days afterwards these begin to grow, it is not considered as if done by him, but from itself. Samuel said, if one peels off the bark of a tree, if he has done it for the improvement of the tree, title is acquired. And if for food for his cattle, it is not. And how can we know this? If he peels off the tree from both sides, it is supposed that he does it for the improvement of the tree, but if from one side, it is for his cattle. He said again, if one cleans off the estate in question, if he has done this for the improvement of the earth, title is given, but if he has done so with the idea of using it for fuel, it does not. And how shall this be proved? If he takes off all there is, it is supposed that he does it for the improvement, but if he chooses the larger pieces and leaves the smaller ones, it is to be assumed that he does it for the purpose of using it for fuel. And the same said again, if one engaged himself to level ground for the sake of the earth itself, it gives him title, and if with the intention of placing a temporary barn there, it does not. And how shall this be proved? If, for instance, he takes off the superfluous earth from the hills and puts it in the hollows, and so he has done with all of them, it is to be supposed that he does it for the improvement of the ground. But if he only made the hills lower, and only at the edges of the hollows he filled these in, then it is to be supposed that he does so with the intention of putting up a temporary barn. He also said, if he opens a stream of water to this ground, if he does so for the improvement of the earth, title is given to him, but if with the idea of catching fish, it does not. And how shall this be proved? If he opens both sides of the estate, one for the purpose of letting the water enter and the other side for letting it out, it is supposed that he does so with the intention of catching fish. And if he open only one side, so that the water may enter, it is assumed that he does so for the improvement of the earth. There was a woman who peeled off on one side trees of the estate of the proselyte in question for 13 years. Another man came who dug a little under the tree, and the case came before Levi, according to others before Mar Ukba, and he left it in the possession of the latter. And this woman came and protested, and he said to her, what can I do for you, in that you have not made the hazaka as it ought to be? There was a woman who had made a partition to that which was already there in the estate of a proselyte. Another man, however, came and digged in the estate, and when the case came before Naaman, he left the estate with the latter. And this woman came and caused a disturbance, and Naaman answered, what can I do for you, as you have not made a hazaka as people ought to do? 32. Rab said, if one paints in the estate in question a likeness of an animal or a bird, title is acquired. So Rab himself made such a hazaka at a garden which was near his college, left by a proselyte who died without children. It was taught, a field which was marked out by boundaries on 4 sides, said Huna in the name of Rab, as soon as one has dug one spadeful of earth he acquires title to the whole field. Samuel, however, maintains that he acquires only the place he has dug. And what is the law concerning a field not marked off by boundaries? Said Papa, if he digs in it as much as a team of oxen in one furrow and the return. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, the estate of idolaters, if sold to an Israelite and the latter has not made a hazaka on it, it is like a desert. And the first who makes a hazaka on it acquires title. Why so? Because the idolater, as soon as he gets the money, cuts himself off from it. And as the Israelite has not as yet acquired title to it until he gets the bill of sale, it is therefore like a desert, and everyone may try to take possession of it, returning the money to the buyer. The commentator Rashbam, however, maintains that from the expression, it is like a desert, it is to be understood that the occupant has to pay nothing, and the buyer has to sue the seller if he can do so. Said Abai to R. Joseph, is it possible that Samuel should say so? Did he not declare elsewhere that the law of the government must be respected as the law of the Torah, and the government dictates that title is acquired only by a deed, and not otherwise? Hence the other one who has made a hazakah is also without the deed needed. And he answered, I know it only from experience. As it happened in the village Dura of the shepherds, an Israelite bought an estate of idolaters, and the Israelite came and dug a little on this estate, and when the case came before Jehudah, he left it in the hand of the latter. And Abai rejoined, Do you want to compare any other cases to the case of the village Dura? There was a pagus with estates hidden from the government, and the possessors of those estates did not pay taxes for it. And the government dictates that he who pays the taxes owns the land. Hunah bought an estate from an idolater and another Israelite digged in it, and the case came before Naaman, and he left it in the hands of the latter. Said Hunah to him, The basis of your decision is what Samuel said, that the estates which are sold by an idolater are like a desert, and who takes possession thereof acquires title. Why should the master not decide in accordance with the other saying of Samuel, that the digger acquires title only at the place where he dug? And he answered, In this respect I hold in accordance with Rab, in whose name are. Hunah said, As soon as one has digged one spadeful he acquires title to the whole of it. Hunah b. Abin sent a message, If an Israelite buys a field from a Gentile, and another Israelite comes and takes possession of it, before the bill of sale reaches the buyer, the court has no right to take it away from the latter. And to this, Abin, Elah, and all our masters at that time agree. Rabbah said, I was told by the exilarch Ukban b. Nehemiah, in the name of Samuel, the following three things, a. That the law of the government should be respected as the law of the Torah. b. The hazakah of the Persians is no less than 40 years. c. And the rich farmers who buy land from the officers of the government for the taxes which were not paid by the previous owners, the sales are valid. But this is only when the owners owe to the government taxes. But if the land was taken for poll taxes, the sale is not valid. Why so? Because the poll taxes rest upon their heads, not upon their land. Hunah b. Jehoshua, however, maintains that even the barley in the pitcher is mortgaged to the poll taxes, i.e., when the land was taken away for poll taxes, they have a right to sell it. Said Ashi, Hunah b. Nathan told me that Amar objected to the decision of Hunah, saying, according to this theory, the rule prescribed by the scripture, that a firstborn shall take 2 parts in the inheritance, should be abolished, as if the whole estate is encumbered to the government for poll taxes. The bequeathed estate will be fit only in the future for inheritance, but not as yet. And there is a rule that the firstborn has a right to take a share only in that which is already fit. And he answered, Why this objection to poll taxes? The same can be raised concerning land taxes also. But to this it can be answered that he speaks of when one dies after he paid the land taxes, and the same can be said with poll. Ashi said, Hunah b. Nathan told me, I asked the scribe of Rabbah, and he told me that the halakha prevails in accordance with Hunah b. Jehoshua. Says the Gemara. In reality it is not so, as the scribe of Rabbah says this only to approve his acts. Ashi said again that an alpha pyro alpha kaitau omicron, a man who goes idle, must bear the taxes of the city. But this is said only when he was freed by some of his friends in that city who told the chief that he owned nothing from which to pay and he let him go. But if the chief himself or the officers who were appointed by the government do not like to collect from him because he is idle, although they collect his share from the other townsmen, it is to be considered as a divine help to him and he must not be troubled again. Rashi said in the name of Johanan, a boundary or a tree which is found between two estates of a proselyte is considered an intervention concerning hazakah, but not concerning corner tithe and concerning defilement. When Rabbin came from Palestine, he said in the name of Johanan, it is considered an intervention concerning the two last mentioned as well. But how is the law if there was no boundary and no tree, and nevertheless they were separated? Mrinus in the name of Johanan explained that he acquires title to the whole field which is called after his name. What does this mean? Said Papa, if people call it the field which the proselyte used to water from his valley. Ivia was sitting before Asi, and said in the name of Asibi, Hanina that a hazubah makes an intervention in the estate of a proselyte. What is a hazubah? Said Jehudah. In the name of Rab, this was a mark by which Joshua marked the land which he divided among the tribes of Israel. He says again in the name of the same authority, Joshua did not count but the cities which were placed on the boundaries, i.e. the cities which are enumerated in the book of Joshua. He said again in the name of Samuel, all that the Holy One, blessed be he, had shown to Moses from the land of Israel was subject to tithes. It means that from the products growing in those places tithes must be separated biblically. What does it mean to exclude? The land of the Kenite, Kenizzites, and Cadmonites, Gen 15. 19. Mishna 4. If there are two witnesses that the occupant has consumed the products of a field 3 years, and after investigation it is found that they were collusive, the witnesses have to pay the whole value of the products from the last 3 years to the plaintiff. If, however, 2 have testified for the first year and 2 others for the second year, and still 2 others for the third year, and all of them had witnessed falsely, the payment mentioned above must be divided among them, of which each of the parties has to pay a third. If there were 3 brothers witnessing, and 1 stranger testified the same as they had, they may be considered as 3 parties of witnesses. One of the brothers said, I am aware that the defendant has occupied this property the first year. The second, I am aware that he has occupied it the second year, and the third testified for the third year. If the stranger, however, says, I testify that the defendant has occupied it all the 3 years, his testimony is counted to each of them, so that for each year there are 2 witnesses. If, however, the testimony was found to be collusive, they ought to be considered as 1 party of witnesses, and the brothers have to pay the whole claim. Gemara, our Mishnah is not in accordance with our Akiba of the following Beretha. Jose said, when Abba Halaftha went to study the Torah from Johanan b. Muri, according to others the reverse was the case, he questioned him, how is it if one has occupied a property the first year in the presence of 2 witnesses, and the second in the presence of 2 others, and the third in the presence of still 2 others, should this be considered a hazakah, or not? And he answered, it is. Rejoined the former, I am of the same opinion, but our Akiba opposes, as he used to say, it is written, Deuteronomy 19:15, a case be established. A case, but not half a case, i.e. as each party testifies only for 1 year, they are testifying to only half a case, but not the whole case. Jehudah said, if one of the witnesses testifies that the occupant has occupied the estate all the 3 years with wheat, and the other testifies with barley, it constitutes a hazakah. Naaman opposed, according to this theory, if one testifies that he has occupied it the first, third, and 5th years, and the other for the second, 4th, and 6th, should this also be considered a hazakah? Answered Jehudah, what comparison is this? In your case one testifies for this year, and the other for other years, but in my case both are testifying for the very name year. The difference is only concerning barley and wheat, about which people are not used to be too particular. If there were 3 brothers, etc. There was a promissory note signed by 2 witnesses, of whom one died, and his brother with a stranger comes before the court to testify that the signature of the deceased is a right one. Rabina was about to say that this case was familiar to our Mishnah, which states that 3 brothers and 1 stranger are counted legal witnesses. Said Ashi to him, there is no similarity at all. In the case of the Mishna, half the amount of the claim is collected, because of the testimony of the brothers, and the other half because of the testimony of the stranger. In this case, however, the brother's testimony collects 3/4 of the whole amount, i.e., the signature of the deceased witness gives the right to collect half the amount. Now when this brother came to testify concerning the signature, his testimony is for 1/4 of the whole amount, and the testimony of the stranger who was with him for the other 1/4. Hence 3/4 of the whole amount are to be collected by the testimony of the brothers, which is not legal. Mishna v. There is a difference in usage of articles. In some cases the law of hazakah applies, and in some it does not. E.g., if one used to keep his cattle in the yard of his neighbor, or a stove, oven, or hand mill, or raised their hens, or he kept there his manure, it is not considered a hazakah. However, if he has made a partition 10 spans high for his cattle, or for the other articles mentioned above, or he has kept his hens in his neighbor's house, or has dug 3 spans in the ground of his neighbor for his manure, or he has made a heap of it 3 spans high on the same ground, it is a hazakah. Gemara, why should the law differ in the latter part from the first part? Is it not a fact that the owner of the yard would protest when a stranger kept his cattle therein without any right? Said Ula, it is because of the following rule: usage which does not give title to the property of a deceased childless proselyte, it also does not give it to the property of one's neighbor. And usage which does give title in that case, gives also title in the latter case. Shesheth opposed, does this rule always hold good? Is it not a fact that plowing, which is not considered a hazakah concerning the estate of one's neighbor, gives title when it is done on the estate of a proselyte? On the other hand, usage of fruit, which is considered concerning a neighbor's estate, does not give title to the estate of a proselyte. Therefore, said Naaman in the name of Rabbi B. Abulhu, the Mishnah treats of a yard belonging to partners, who usually are not particular if one of them keeps his cattle there, but they are, if one separates his cattle by a partition. Is that so? Have we not learned in a Mishnah, if partners have vowed not to derive any benefit from one another they must not enter in their yard, as by entering one derives benefit from the share of his neighbor. Therefore Naaman's above saying was concerning a rear yard, in which usually one is not particular if his neighbor leaves there his cattle. But concerning a partition, they would be particular. Papa, however, maintains that both our Mishnah and the cited one speak about a yard belonging to partners, but some are particular concerning leaving cattle and some not. Therefore, in a case that may lead to an offense, as in the cited Mishnah, it is decided rigorously, and concerning money matters it is decided leniently. Rabina, however, maintains that partners are never particular with one another. And concerning the case of deriving benefit, the Mishnah which treats about vows is in accordance with our Eliezer, who holds that even a little gift that is usually presented by the storekeepers to their customers is prohibited to him who has vowed not to derive any benefit from his storekeeper, which the rabbis allow. Johanan in the name of Naha said, everything, which is not in the agreement, may partners prevent each other from doing in the yard belonging to them except washing. Because the daughters of Israel must not be left to disgrace themselves by washing at the bank of the river, as they must stand there with bare feet. And Aba said, it is written, is 33. 15, and shutteth his eyes against looking on evil, meaning him who does not look upon women when they are occupied in washing. How is this to be understood? If there is another way to pass, and one passes by that way for the purpose of looking, then he is wicked. And if there is no other way, what can he do, as he is compelled to pass them? It means even in the latter case, and nevertheless one must manage not to look upon them. Johanan questioned Naha 33, what is meant by a shirt of a scholar? And the answer was, it covers the whole body, so that no part of it may be seen. And what is meant by a garment of a scholar? If it covers the shirt so that a fragment of it not more than a span should be seen. What is meant by a table of a scholar? That the tablecloth covers 2 parts of the table, and the third part is uncovered to place their plates and herbs, and the ring of the table. They used to have a ring in order to keep together the tablecloth, to hang it up after the meal. And the ring should be outside. But have we not learned in a Baratha that the ring must be inside? This presents no difficulty, as one Baratha speaks of when there is a child sitting by the table, then it must be inside. Or it speaks of the night meal, when it is better it should be inside, so that the servant should not touch it while it is dim, and another Baratha speaks of a day meal, without a child. And that of a common man looks like a tam, as the dishes are placed around and the bread is in the middle. What is meant by a bed of a scholar? If under it nothing is to be found but sandals in summertime and shoes in the rainy season. And the bed of a commoner looks like a treasure of vilis wherein you may find everything. Arthanaha used to mark caves of the dead, for the purpose of defilement. When he came to the cave of Abraham, the patriarch, he found Eliezer his servant standing outside, and to the question, "What is Abraham doing now?" he answered, "He sleeps in the arms of Sarah, and she looks on his head." And Naha asked Eliezer to beg permission for him to enter. He said to Abraham, "Naha is waiting at the door." Said Abraham, "Let him come in, it is known that the evil spirit does not remain in our world." Naha then entered, took the measure of the cave, and went out. When he arrived, however, at the cave of Adam the first, he heard a heavenly voice saying, "Thou hast seen the image of Adam. But in the face of Adam himself, who is the work of the Lord, thou hast no right to look." And to the protest, "I need to mark the measure of the cave," he was answered, "The measure of the outside of Abraham's cave equals the inside of Adam's." Said Arthanaha, "I have seen the heels of Adam and they appeared to me as the circumference of the sun. Beside the face of Sarah, that of every one else looks like the face of an ape to that of a man. And Sarah's to that of Eve is also like the face of an ape to that of a man, and Eve's to that of Adam himself is also like the face of an ape to that of a man. The beauty of our kahana is similar to that of our abuhu, etc. See Middle Gate, pp. 212, 213. There was a magus who used to dig after the dead for the purpose of taking away their shrouds. When he arrived at the cave of Tubibi Mathna, he grasped him by the beard, and Abai came and requested him to leave him, and he did so. The next year the magus came again to this cave, and Tubi again grasped him by the beard, and Abai's request was refused, until scissors were brought and the beard was cut off. There was a man who said while dying, "I bequeath 1 barrel of earth to one son, a barrel of bones to another, and 1 barrel of down to the third." And they did not understand what he meant, and came with this question to Arthanaha. And he asked them if they possessed estates. They said, "Yeah." "Have you cattle?" "Yeah." "Have you also vests, stragula, blankets, quilts, mattresses?" "Yeah." Then he said, "If so, this is what your father has bequeathed to you," it means, 1 shall have the estate, 1 the cattle, etc. There was a man who heard his wife saying to her daughter, "Why are you not careful in your unlawful acts? I have 10 sons, and only 1 is from your father." When he was dying he said, "I bequeath all my properties to 1 son," as he did not know which one was his. And as they did not know to which of the sons, the case came to Naha, who advised them to go and knock on the father's grave until he should come and explain whom he meant. 9 of the sons did so, but the one who was his did not. Then Naha decided that all the estates should be given to this one. His brothers then denounced him to the government, saying, "There is one man among the Jews who collects money without witnesses and without any evidence." And he was arrested. His wife then came complaining, "I had a slave. People came and cut off his beard, removed his skin, consumed his flesh, filled the skin with water, which they gave to drink to their comrades, and they did not give me any of the money or some other equivalent for it." The officers did not understand her, and decided to question the vice of the Jews, perhaps he would understand what it meant. They did so, and he answered, "She is complaining about a leather bag, it means she had a buck, they stole it from her, killed it, consumed the meat, and from the skin they made a leather bag for water to drink from." They said then, because he is so wise, he shall sit at the court and judge. He saw, then, that it was written on the alpha mu beta omicron lambda alpha eta, a judge who is summoned cannot be named a judge. Said R. Naha to them, if so, then anyone may come and summon the judge, though he had never any business with him. Should he be no longer qualified to be a judge, it ought to be thus: a judge who is found liable in the court, so that money is to be collected from him, is no longer qualified as a judge. And they thus corrected this. However, the sage of Judea maintains that a judge from whom money is collected by a judgment is not considered a judge. He saw again that there was written at the head of each dead, blood, and the cause. And at the head of each life, wine, and the cause. And he said to them, according to this, if one falls from the roof or a tree and dies, does also the blood kill him? And also, if you see one dying, give him wine and he will revive? It ought to be written thus: in the head of every sickness, blood, and the cause, and in the head of every medicine, wine, and the cause. And they corrected thus: in the head of all sickness, blood, and the cause. In the head of all medicines, wine, and the cause, i.e., if the man would use wine in accordance to his health he would never come to sickness, and only in places where there is no wine is medicine needed, i.e. Because there is no wine, sickness is frequent. On the gates of the city of Kapatkeya was written, Anipak, Anbag, and Antil are all of equal measure, so that there is no claim that if one bought an Anpak and received an Anbag, etc. These measures are equal to a quarter of a biblical lug, said the Gemara. Mishna 6, the law of Hazakah does not apply to movable pipes attached to the roof gutters, drains, but does apply to the places of them and also to spouts. It does not apply to an Egyptian ladder or to an Egyptian window, but to both of Tyre it does apply. What is to be considered an Egyptian window? If a human head cannot enter in it. R. Jehuda, however, maintains, if it has a frame, although a human head cannot enter it, the law of Hazakah applies. Gemara, how is it to be understood that the pipes have no Hazakah, and the place has? Said R. Jehuda, in the name of Samuel, it means thus: the movable pipes have no Hazakah at one side, i.e., if the pipes were fixed that water should come out, e.g. on the north side of his neighbor's yard, so that if the owner of the yard needs this place he has a right to compel the owner of the house to remove them to the south side. However, he has no right, after long usage undisturbed, to insist that the gutters or pipes be entirely removed. R. Hanina, however, explained the Mishna thus: the law of Hazakah does not apply to pipes in the respect that, if they are too long, the owner of the yard may insist that they be shortened. The place, however, has a Hazakah, so that if the owner claim that they shall be removed, he is not to be listened to. And our Jeremiah b. Abba said, it means if the owner of the yard wishes to build something beneath, he may. But he has no right to insist on their removal. An objection was raised from our Mishna, which states that the law of Hazakah applies to a spout, which is correct in the two first explanations, as a spout, which is more stationary than a pipe, must not be removed or shortened. But in the third, that one may build beneath, to what purpose does the Mishna teach it? Why not? What harm can be done with this to the spout? The Mishna speaks of when the spout was surrounded by a stone building, so that the owner of it may claim that the new building would weaken the stone building surrounded by the spout. R. Jehuda, in the name of Samuel, said, drains which discharge water in the yard of one's neighbor, and the owner of the roof wants to stop it, the owner of the yard has a right to prevent him, claiming, as you have acquired title to my yard for discharging the water of your roof, so I have acquired title to that water of your roof. It was taught, our Ashia said, he may prevent. And our Hama said, he may not. He then went and questioned our Bisa, his father, who was also the grandfather of our Ashia, and he decided that he might prevent. Rami b. Hama then applied to him the verse, Ekl 4:12, and a threefold cord cannot quickly be torn asunder, which means our Ashia, the son of our Hama, the son of our Bisa. To an Egyptian ladder. What is called an Egyptian ladder? Said the school of Yanai, such as has not 4 steps. An Egyptian window, etc. Why does the Mishna explain what an Egyptian window means, and did not so do concerning an Egyptian ladder? Because to the ladder it had to state the opinion of Yehuda. Zerah said, the window in question has a hazakah when it is placed lower than 4 ells from the ground only, and one can prevent his neighbor from opening such in a building which adjoins his yard only when it exceeds 4 ells. Ela, however, maintains that the same is the case even when it is higher than 4 ells. Shall we assume that the point of their difference is, if the court has to coerce one who acts after the manner of the Sodomites, e.g. if one derives benefit from a thing which does not harm any one, the preventer is equal to the Sodomites, and the question is, must the court overrule such a preventer or must it be left to the conscience of this man? And the court has nothing to do with it. Nay, all agree that in such a case the court shall overrule the preventer. Here, however, it is different, as the neighbor might say, it might happen that you would take a footstool, stand upon it to look in at my window. And then will be visible to you what is going on in my house. There was one who wanted to open a window higher than 4 ells to his neighbor's yard, and the case came before our Ami, and he referred it to our Abba Beit Mamel, who decided in accordance with our Ela. Said Samuel, to a window which is to be opened for light, whatever size it may be, the law of hazakah applies. Mishna 7, to an enclosure the size of a span in width hazakah applies. And if one came to make it in his building which faces his neighbor's yard, the latter has a right to protest. To less than the above size hazakah does not apply, and also no protest can be made against it. Gemara, Asi, or Jacob in the name of Arthmani, said, if he has made a hazakah with the enclosure which was the width of 1 span, he has made it for 4 spans. How is this to be understood? Said Abai, he means to say that if the enclosure 1 span wide has the length of 4 spans, he may increase it to 4 spans square, as his neighbor does not disturb him from taking the space of 4 spans in the length. It would be the same as if it were square. Less than that size no hazakah, etc. Said Huna, this is said concerning the owner of the roof only, but the owner of the yard may prevent his neighbor from making an enclosure even less than a span Yehuda, however, maintains that neither of them can prevent the other. Shall we assume that the point of their difference is, if harm done by looking is considered damage or not? Nay, all agree that it is considered. But in this case such an enclosure not being fit for use, except to hang something in it, is different, as one may say, I can do it without looking into your property. The one, however, who forbids this, maintains that his neighbor may claim, it can happen that while hanging his things in this enclosure he will be frightened, and even unwillingly his face will be turned to my property. And will see what I should not like. Mishna 8, one must not open windows to the yard even when he is a partner in it, without the consent of the other partner. If he bought a house in another yard, he must not open a door to that yard in which he is a partner. If he built an attic upon his house, he must not make its entrance in the yard in question. He may, however, divide a chamber inside of his house, and build an upper chamber upon it, so that the entrance should be through his house. Gemara, why does the Mishna treat about a yard of partners? Is it not the same with the yard of one's neighbor, without any partnership? It means to say not only to one's neighbor's yard is he not allowed, but even to that in which he is a partner. Lest one say, as his partner has to hide from him, such things as he would not like his partner to see, in the yard anyhow, it does not matter if he should open a window to that part which belongs to him. It comes to teach us that his partner may say, until now I had to hide myself from you in the yard only, but by opening a window from which my house will be visible, I shall have to hide myself in my house also. The rabbis taught, it happened with one who opened his windows to a partner's yard, and he came before our Ishmael b. our Jose, who said to him, my son, thy hazakah is valid, as thy partner has not protested. When this case came up again before our Haya, he said, you have troubled yourself to open it, trouble yourself to close it. Said R. Nah man, if one of the partners built a wall against the window which was open to the yard in question and was not disturbed by the owner of it, it is considered a hazaka immediately. As one would not tolerate that his light should be shut off in his face and be silent. If he bought a house, he must not open a door to that yard, etc. Why so? Because he increases walkers through the yard, and this would be disagreeable for the inhabitants of it, as their work in the yard would be visible to people, which they would not like. But if so, why then, does the latter part allow to build an upper chamber inside of one's house? Does he also not increase walkers with this? Said R. Huna, it means that he may divide his chamber horizontally, so that it should serve for an attic. But not to enlarge the building. Mishna 9, one must not open in a yard belonging to partners a door or window opposite his partner's door or window. If there is a small one, he must not enlarge it. And if there is one door, he must not make two of it. All this, however, may be done to the public street. Gemara, whence do we deduce all this? Said R. Johanan, from, number 24. 2. When he saw Israel encamped according to their tribes. What did he see? That their doors were not exactly opposite each other. And then he said, they are worthy that the Shekinah should rest upon them. He must not enlarge it. Rami B. Hama was about to say, e.g. that if it was the size of 4 ells, he must not make it 8, because he takes 4 ells space from the yard. But if it was 2 ells, he might enlarge it to 4. Said Rabbah to him, his partner may claim, when you had a small door, I could hide myself from you, which is not the case with a large one. If there was one, etc. Rami B. Hama was about to say, when the door was 4 ells wide, he must not divide it into 2 each, but if it was 8 ells wide, he might divide it in 2 each of 4. Said Rabbah to him, his partner may claim when he had 1 door, I could hide myself from you, which is not the case when you will have 2. To the public street. Because one may say, it does not matter that my door is open just opposite yours, as you must anyhow hide from the passers-by. Mishna X, one must not make a hole in public ground, viz., pits, excavations, or caves. R. Eliezer, however, permits this, if the surface of the ground remains strong enough to bear wagons loaded with stones. One must not build enclosures or balconies on the space belonging to public ground. He may do so, however, on the space of his property which faces the public ground. If one bought a yard and there were enclosures or balconies upon public ground, it constitutes a hazaka and may remain so. Gemara, why do not the rabbis permit the same as our Eliezer illustrated? Because it may happen that it shall break suddenly and will cause damage. Enclosures, etc. There were enclosures from R. Ami's property facing an alley, and there was also another man whose property was facing the public ground, and the public complained, and the case came before R. Ami, who decided that the enclosure should be cut off. Said the defendant, does not the master's enclosures face the alley? And he answered, my enclosures are facing an alley, the inhabitants of which have relinquished their right in my behalf. Yours, however, are facing the public ground. Who can relinquish to you? R. Yanai had a tree bending over public ground, and another man had the same, of which the public complained, that a mounted camel could not pass. And defendant came before R. Yanai, who told him to leave him today and come tomorrow. On that night R. Yanai ordered the removal of his own tree. And when the defendant came in the morning, he told him to remove it. And to the question, does not the master himself possess such? He answered, go and see if mine is not removed, if not, yours can remain, but if it is, you must do the same. But why did not R. Yanai remove it before that case came before him? He previously thought that the passers-by were pleased to sit in its shadow, but when he saw that they were complaining, he ordered the removal. And why did he not order the defendant to remove the tree before removing his? Because of what was said by Resh Lakish, Middle Gate, page 287. Correct first thyself, and then others. in the space of his property. The schoolmen propounded a question: if one left space for it, but has not yet made the enclosure, may he do it afterward, or not? According to our Johanan he may, according to Resh Lakish he may not. Said our Jacob to our Jeremiah b. Thalitha, I am able to explain to you that there was no difference between the two rabbis just mentioned, concerning the enclosures in question, as both agree that they may be made even at any time. In what they do differ is, if one wants to replace the walls of his property in their former position, and their decision was just the reverse. According to our Johanan he may not, because of that which was said by our Jehuda, above, p. 35 a path which is used by the majority must not be destroyed. And according to Resh Lakish he may, because even then there is still place for passing. If one bought a yard, etc. Said our Huna, if the wall of the yard in question fall, he may rebuild it with the former enclosures. An objection from the following Tosefta: one must not paint his house with whitewash or any other colored dye at this time to show that he is mourning for the destroyed temple. However, if he bought such already painted, he may keep it as it is. But if it falls, he must not furnish the same painting to the ones rebuilt. Hence the refurnishing is prohibited. You cannot oppose mourning for the temple to common money matters. The rabbis taught, when the second temple was destroyed, many of Israel separated themselves from eating meat and drinking wine. And our Joshua approached them, saying, My children, why do you not eat meat and drink wine? They replied, Should we eat meat of which sacrifices were brought, or drink wine which was offered at the altar? Said our Joshua to them, If so, let us not eat bread, as the meal offering is also abolished. Then we can live on fruit. They replied, But was there not also the first fruit offering? And was it not also the custom to put water on the altar, which no longer exists? Let us, then, cease the use of fruit, and of water also. And they were silent. Then said our Joshua to them, My children, come and listen to me. It would be wrong not to mourn at all, because the evil decree is executed. But to mourn too much is also impossible, as there must not be decreed a prohibition for the congregation which they could not stand, as it is written, Mal 3. 934. And therefore the sages said, When one paints his house, he shall leave part unpainted as a sign of mourning. How much? Said Rab Joseph, an L square. And Rab Hista said, This must be opposite the door. One may prepare all that he needs for his meal, leaving out some little things as a sign of mourning. And the same is the case with a woman, she may dress with all her ornaments, leaving out some of the unimportant for that purpose. As it is written, P.S. Xxvi. 5, If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, may my right hand forget. May my tongue cleave to my palate if I do not remember thee, if I recall not Jerusalem at the head of my joy. What is meant by at the head of my joy? Said our Itzhak, it is the custom to put some ashes on the head of the groom on the day of marriage. And our Papa said to Abai, they used to place it on their foreheads at the place of phylacteries, as it is written, is Lxi. 3, to grant unto the mourners of Zion to give unto them ornament, etc. And every one who is mourning for Jerusalem will be rewarded by seeing her joy. As it is written, Ibid 66. 10, Be highly glad with her, all ye that mourn for her. There is a Beratha, our Ishmael b. Elisha said, From that day when the temple was destroyed it would be only right we should take upon ourselves not to eat meat and not to drink wine. But such a thing must not be decreed, which the majority of the congregation could not endure. And from the day that the Roman government put upon us evil decrees, prohibiting to us the Torah and its commandments, did not allow us to circumcise and redeem our children. It would be only right we should take upon ourselves not to marry and have children, so that the children of Abraham would be destroyed by themselves. But leave Israel, let them do as they please, as it is better they should sin unintentionally than intentionally, as if this should be ordered, they would certainly not observe it. Chapter 4. Rules and regulations concerning unconditional and conditional sales or gifts of buildings, houses, and palaces, what is and what is not included, and also concerning yards, bathhouses, and press houses for oil and wine. Sales of whole cities, valleys, fields, wells, etc. Mishna I. If one sells a house unconditionally, the yazayah which is upon it is not included in the sale, even when it is open to the house, neither the chamber which is inside, nor the roof if it has a railing 10 spans high. R. Jehuda, however, maintains that if it has the appearance of a door, although it is less than 10 spans high, it is not included in the sale. Gemara, what does yazayah mean? Here, in this college, it was explained as alpha epsilon tau omicron gable .35 r. Joseph, however, maintains that it is an upper floor with windows. According to the first explanation, the latter one, which is more valuable, it is self-evident is not included in the sale. But according to the latter explanation the first one is included. R. Joseph taught, we find 2 additional names to yazayah, mentioned in 1 Kings, 6. 5, and he built on the wall of the house a gallery, yazayah, round about. It is also named Zillah, Ezek's lie. 6, and the side chambers Zillah, etc. And also to, Ibid XL. 7, and every cell, to, etc. The last is also used in Midoth, 4. 6, said Mar Zutra, all that is mentioned above applies only when it contains 4 L's. Said Rabina to him, according to your theory, the succeeding Mishna, which states, not the well, it does not matter whether the well is merely dug in the ground or is surrounded by stone walls. Although it was written in the bill of sale that he sold to him all that was in the height and depth, it is not included in the sale, means, also that if it does not contain 4 L's it is, and this is certainly not so. What comparison is this? The use of a well is not the same as the use of a house, while the use of an upper floor is identical with the use of the house. If it contains 4 L's, it is of value and it is not included in the sale. But if less than this, it is not of value. Neither the inner chamber. Was it necessary to teach this? If the yazayah is not included, is it not self-evident that much less is the chamber? It speaks of a case in which in the bill of sale were noted some boundaries of the inner chamber, and lest one say that in such a case it is included, the Mishna comes to teach us that it is not so. And this is in accordance with our Naaman, who said in the name of Rabbi B. Abuhu that if one sells a house depending on a palace, although in the bill of sale were noted the boundaries of the palace, the buyer cannot claim that he sold him the whole palace. As it is to be considered that the boundaries were noted only to make known where the palace was situated. Says the Gemara. Let us see how was the case. If people make a distinction in calling the one a house and the other a palace, and the bill of sale specifies a house, then certainly he sold him a house, not a palace. And if people call the whole building a house, not a palace, then he certainly sold him the house with all its contents. It speaks of a case in which the majority calls it a house, but the minority names it palace. One might say that he sold him the entire building. Our Naaman comes to teach us that in such a case he ought to write in the bill of sale, the entire building is sold to you, and I reserve nothing for myself. And because this was not mentioned, it is to be considered that he sold him only one house of this building and the remainder he left for himself. The same said again in the name of the same authority, if one sold a field situated in a valley, although in the bill of sale are specified the boundaries of the valley, he sold him only the field and not the entire valley. As the specifying is to be considered necessary in defining the situation of the valley only. Let us see how was the case. If people make a distinction in calling the one field and the other valley, and the bill of sale specifies a field, then certainly he sold him a field, etc., etc., as above. And the answer is also the same as above, that because it was not written in the bill of sale that he had reserved nothing for himself, he sold him only one field. And both cases were necessary for our Naaman to teach. Since, if he had taught only of a house, one might say that there is a difference between using a palace and using a house. But in case of a valley of which the use of every part is equal, the entire valley is sold. And if he would teach from a valley only, one might say that because there was no necessity for the seller to specify which field of the valley he sold him, as every part of it is used for one and the same purpose. Therefore it is considered that he sold him only one field. But in case of a palace the chambers of which are for different uses, it ought to be specified in the bill of sale which house was sold, and as it was not, the entire building was sold, therefore both were necessary. According to whom is the statement of Mari, the son of Samuel's daughter, in the name of Abai, that if one sells to his neighbor a property, he must write in the bill of sale, I reserve nothing of it for myself. In accordance with R. Naaman's statement in the name of Rabbi Abuhu. There was one who said to his buyer, I sell to you the ground of Haya. And there were 2 pieces of ground that were called Haya, and the buyer claimed that both were sold to him, while the seller insisted that only one was sold to him. When the case came before R. Ashi, he decided that only one was sold, as the seller said to him, I sell you the ground, singular, and not the grounds, and if even the seller had said the grounds, then it would signify 2. And if such were 3, the third would not be sold unless he should say, I sell you all the ground I possess. And even then, if the seller possessed, besides this ground, orchards and vineyards, the latter would not be sold. And if the seller should say, I sell you my zira, which means in the Persian language fields and plants, then the orchards and vineyards belong to the buyer, but not houses nor slaves, unless he said, I sell to you all properties I possess. If in a bill of sale for real estate there was specified a boundary of a length of 100 ells on the west side, and of the length of 50 ells only on the east side, said Rab, title is given to the buyer corresponding with the shorter boundary only, i.e., that the specifying of the 100 ells on the west side is to be considered only a mark to identify the beginning of his field. Said both R. Kahana and R. Asi to Rab, let it be considered that he sold to him a triangle, i.e., that it should be measured from the end of 50 on the east side to the 100 of the west side, and the other estate should not belong to him. And Rab did not answer. Says the Gemara. If the adjoining fields on the west side belonged to A and B, and on the east side to C and D, and in the bill of sale was specified from the boundary of A and B to the boundary of D on the other side, then even Rab admits that it is to be considered he sold him a triangle, as the boundary of C was not mentioned. If he owns a field adjoining A's field from east to west, and B's from north to south, and he comes to sell it, he must write in the bill of sale, I sell you the field adjoining A's field from both sides, and also B's from both sides. And it is not sufficient that he should write, my field, which is between A's and B's fields, as then he could claim that he sold to him the half of it only, i.e., a half on west side adjoining A's and a half on south side adjoining B's, and the remainder he reserved for himself. If in the bill of sale the 3 boundaries of the field were specified, but not the 4th, according to Rab title is given to the buyer from all 3 boundaries, except a bed of the 4th, which was not specified in the bill of sale. Samuel, however, maintains that title is given to the whole, even to the 4th. But R.Basi maintains that title is given to the buyer for one bed all over this field only. And the reason of his theory is that he agrees with Rab, that from the fact that the 4th boundary is omitted in the bill of sale, it is to be assumed that he reserved it for himself. And this being reserved for himself, so was his intention with the other boundaries, and the specifying of the 3 was meant to give him title to one bed all over the field. Said Rabbah, the halakha prevails that the buyer acquires title to the whole field, even to the 4th boundary, provided it is contained in the 3 boundaries, but if it is not contained, title is not given. And even if it is, but it contains inoculated trees, or the 4th boundary was of a size in which 9 cabs of grain could be sown, it is excluded. Let us see. Rabbah states that if there were inoculated trees, or it were 9 cabs, title is not given, from which it is to be understood that if it is not contained properly, title is not given to the 4th boundary, although it does not contain the above. We may infer from this statement that although he has not written in the bill of sale that he reserved nothing for himself, as is said above that so it must be written in a bill of sale, it is supposed that he reserved nothing for himself. And also that the halakha prevails that if it is contained title is given, provided there were not trees, and the size was less than 9 cabs. But if there were, title is not acquired. However, it was taught in the name of Rabbah just the reverse, and therefore, if such a case came before a court, we must leave it to the consideration of the judges. Rabbah said, if A and B were partners in a field, and A sold his share to C, stating in the bill of sale, I sell you the half I have of this ground, then all his share is sold, and he has reserved nothing for himself. If, however, it states, half of the ground I possess, then he sold him only a quarter of the whole field, which is half of his. And to the question of Abai, why should we make a difference between the two statements? Is it only because in the first statement the ground was mentioned later, and in the other statement the expression ground is mentioned first? Rabbah kept silent. Said Abai, I thought that because he was silent he receded from his statement, and accepted my opinion. But it was not so, as I have seen the bills of sale which were approved by the court of my master, and in reference to the expression, I sell the half which I possess in the ground. The court has marked in its approval, that a half of the whole field is sold to so, and in reference to the bill of sale which was written, a half of the ground I possess. The court's approval was, a quarter of the whole field is sold to so. Rabbah said again, if two partners have divided their estate, and one of them says to another, I sell you my share in the ground, and he shows him the boundary, that it begins from the ground belonging to his partner after the division. Then all his share is sold. But if the same shows him the boundary of his estate not from the place which belongs after the division to his former partner, but from the opposite side, then a field of 9 cabs from his share is sold to him, but not his entire share. 36 And also here Abai questioned him the reason of the different decisions, at which he again kept silent, and the schoolmen who heard this thought that he had receded from his statement, and in both cases his whole share was sold. In reality, however, it was not so. As our Yimar Beit Shlamja said, Abai explained to me that there is no difference whether he has shown him the boundary from which he has divided, or the opposite side. If he has added to his statement, and all of its boundaries, then his entire share is sold, but if he has added nothing, then a field of 9 cabs only is sold. It is certain that, if a sick man said in his last will, so and so shall share my properties, he meant the exact half, but how is it if he said, give a share to so and so in my properties? Said Rabina B. G. She, come and hear the following Beretha, if one said, give a share to so and so in my well, said Samachos, no less than a quarter is meant, as it is certain that he wanted to help him out in watering his fields. And the rabbis suppose that a quarter of the well suffices for this purpose. If, however, he said, give a share from my well in his barrels, in which the above purpose cannot be supposed, not less than an 1/8 part is meant. This Rashbam explains as implying that he wished to help him out in watering his cattle. R. Gershom maintains, so was then the custom to fill their barrels with water, for the purpose of using it the whole year. And if it was said, give him a share from my well for his pots, not less than a 1/12 part is considered. And if it was said, give him for his small vessels, then a 16th part 37 of the well is meant. Hence we see that, according to Samachos, if he said, give him a share in my well, without any additional remarks, a quarter is meant. And the same is the case when he said, give him a share in my properties. The rabbis taught, a Levite who sold a field to an Israelite with the stipulation that the tithes of the field, which the Israelite must separate, should belong to him, this stipulation is valid. And if the stipulation was, to me and to my children, if the Levite dies, the tithe must be given to his children. But if he said, so long as the field may be in your hands, then, if the Israelite should sell it and rebuy the same thereafter, the Levite has nothing more to do with it. But why should the tithe belong to him? Is there not a rule that one cannot grant a thing which is not as yet in existence, and as the products of the field have not as yet come forth, consequently the tithe is not in existence? The above stipulation is to be considered as if he should say, the space in which the first tithe shall grow I reserve for myself. Said Resh Lakish, from this we may infer that if one sold a house with the stipulation, the upper daida, chamber, shall remain for him, the stipulation is valid. To what purpose does he state so? Is it not said above that even without any stipulation, if it is not plainly stated in the bill of sale that this daida goes with the house, it remains the owner's? Said R. Zebed, Resh Lakish meant to teach that if there was such a stipulation, then the owner has a right to make enclosures in the attic, facing the yard of this house, and the buyer cannot prevent him, as the stipulation was for this purpose. And R. Papa maintains, if the seller wants to build another attic upon that one, he may do so. Says the Gemara. According to R. Zebed's explanation, it is correct, what Resh Lakish said, from this we may infer, as the above Baratha teaches that his stipulation is to be considered as reserving space for himself. So also with the stipulation as to the attic he reserves space for himself to make enclosures, etc. But according to our Papa's explanation, how can this case be inferred from that Baratha? This difficulty remains. R. Dini of Nahardia said, if one sells a house with the intention of giving title to all its contents, although the bill of sale states from the bottom to the top, title is not acquired in wells, etc. If such there were, unless he writes, you shall acquire title from the depth of the earth to the height of the sky. And it is not sufficient to state, from the depth to the height of this house is sold to you. And the reason is because the last expression gives title only to that which is beneath the house, like a cellar, basement, etc. And also to the roof and the attic, but it does not suffice for the well and its stone walls, which are not included in the same. However, the expression, from the depth of the earth to the height of the sky, includes them also, and other caves which may be found beneath the house, and also above the roof. If there is an attic that measures more than 10 spans in height and width. The Schoolmen 38 propounded a question, if one has sold or presented the house to one man and the daida to another, should it be considered a reservation, or, because he sold the daida to someone else, he reserved nothing for himself? And it cannot be considered. And if you will say that such is not considered, how is it if the seller said, the house is sold to you except the daida, but did not say, I reserved it for myself? Said Rabbah in the name of R. Naaman, if we conclude that the house to one and the daida to another is not considered a reservation, the latter case, besides the daida, is to be considered, and it will be in accordance with R. Zebed, who said above that if he likes to make enclosures, etc., he may do so. Hence we see that, as he left the daida for himself so he did with the space of the enclosures. Mishna 2. Title is not given to a well, or to the stone wall thereof, if this was not plainly mentioned in the bill of sale of the house, although there is mention that he sold him the depth and the height. However, the seller must buy a way to the well from the new owner of the house. So is the decree of R. Akiba. The sages, however, maintain that it is not necessary, and R. Akiba admits that it is not necessary for the seller to buy a way if he said plainly that the well in question was not included in the sale. If, however, the house was sold to someone, and the well to someone else, it is not necessary for the latter to buy the way to it from the owner of the house, according to R. Akiba, but according to the sages it is. Gemara, Rabina was sitting and deliberating the difficulty of the expressions in the Mishna, bor, well, and duth, a well surrounded by a stone wall. Are they not for the same purpose? Why, then, was it needed to mention both? Said Rabbah to him, come and hear the following Baratha, bor and duth both meant a well which is dug in the ground, but the first means solid ground without a wall for containing water, and the second means surrounded by a stone wall. Hence if the Mishnah should mention the first, one might say that because it is not surrounded by masonry it is not included in the sale, but the second, which is a kind of building, is included. And if the second were mentioned, one might say that because it is a separate building and of value, therefore it is not included, but the first, which is not of great value, is, therefore both are needed. And so also explained Marv the elder, the son of Ar Hista, to Ar Ashi. He must buy away, etc. And the point of their differing is that Ar Akiba holds that usually the seller sells his goods with a good eye, explained above, p. 98, and the rabbis hold the contrary. And wherever it is said, Ar Akiba is in accordance with his theory that the seller sells his goods with a good eye, the argument is based upon this statement. And lest one say that the point of their differing is something else, as, e.g., the seller could not intend that one should fly to his well through the air, etc. Therefore there is repeated in the latter part of the Mishna the same difference of opinion, to teach that only in the supposition of a good and bad eye is the point of their differing. It was taught, R. Huna in the name of Rab said, the halakha prevails in accordance with the sages, and R. Jeremiah b. Aba in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails in accordance with Ar Akiba. Said the latter to the former, why, many times I said before Rab that the halakha prevailed in accordance with Ar Akiba, and he said nothing to me. And he rejoined, that was because you taught before him the reverse, that Ar Akiba was of the opinion that the seller sells with a bad eye. 39 Said Rabina to Ar Ashi, shall we assume that both Rab and Samuel decided in accordance with their theories elsewhere, chapter 1, p. 16, where they differ also concerning brothers who have divided their inheritance, and if it is so, why have they repeated this statement twice? Answered R. Ashi. It was necessary, as, if one of the two were cited, one might say that Rab so decided concerning brothers, as one might claim, I like to dwell in the house wherein my parents dwelt. As it is written, P.S. XLV. 17, instead of thy fathers shall be thy children. But in the other cases he would agree with Samuel. And if the other case were stated, one might say that only in this Samuel differs with Rab, but concerning brothers Samuel agrees with him. Therefore both statements were needed. Said Ar Naaman to Ar Huna, should the halakha prevail as we declare, or in accordance with you? And he answered, the halakha should be established in accordance with you, as you are nearer to the exilarchs, whose judges are competent and can be relied upon. It was taught, 42 houses, one beyond the other, so that one has to pass the other in going to the street or the yard, and both are sold, or presented as a gift. To two different persons neither of them has the right to pass the other's house without his permission, and much less when the inner house is sold and the outer is presented as a gift. But how is the case if the outer house is sold, and the inner is presented as a gift? The schoolmen were about to say that the same is the case. However, they were opposed from the following Mishna, which states, in the last Mishna of this chapter, that there is a difference with a gift, etc., from which we see that all agree that he who makes a gift does so with a good eye. The same is the case here, when the owner of the house has at one time sold the outer, and made a gift of the inner, as it was with a good eye, so that he shall have a right to pass. Mishnah 3. If one sells a house, the door is sold, but not the key to it, the stationary mortar in the house, but not the movable the epsilon tau omicron beta iota lambda omicron. Every revolving body here, however, is meant the lower stone of a hand mill, but not the mill funnel, nor an oven or a stove. If, however, he said to him, the house with all its contents, all of these are sold. Gemara, this Mishnah is not in accordance with our Meir, who said, if one has sold a vineyard, he has sold all the vessels which are used for same. The rabbis taught, if one has sold a house, he sold with it the door, the bolt and lock, but not the key, the engraved mortar, but not that which is only attached, the lower stone, but not the mill funnel, nor the oven or stove nor the hand mill. Ar Eliezer, however, maintains that all that is attached to the ground is to be considered as the ground proper. If, however, the seller said, the house and all its contents, all of them are sold. But in any case, the well, the surrounding stones thereof, and the Yaziah are not sold. R. Nehemiah b. R. Joseph sent a message by a woman to Rabbah b. R. Huna the minor 41 in the city of Nahardia, when this woman shall appear before you, you shall collect on her behalf the tenth of all the properties belonging to her father, for her support, even from the lower stones of the handmills. Said R. Ashi, when we were with our kahana we used to collect for such a purpose even from the rent of the houses. The law is, that for the support of a daughter a tenth of the real estate is to be collected, and R. Ashi holds that the rent of real estate is to be considered the same for this purpose. Mishna 4, if one sold a yard, the houses, wells, cellars, and caves are included, but not movable property. If, however, he said, with all their contents, all is sold, in any case, if there were bath or press houses, they are not included. R. Eliezer, however, maintains, if one has sold the yard without any explanation, he has sold only the ground thereof, but nothing else. Even if, according to the amount which was paid by the buyer, it seems that all its contents are sold, as the law of deceiving does not apply to real estate. Rashbam. Gemara, the rabbis taught, if one sells a yard, the outer houses, the inner ones, Beth Hulsoth 42 and stores which are open inside are included in the sale, but not those which are open outside. If, however, they are open on both sides, they are included. Art Eliezer, however, maintains that if one sold the yard he sold only the moles, i.e., the great mass of the air. The text says if they are open from both sides they are sold with it. But has not our Hyatt taught that they are not? This presents no difficulty. Our Baratha speaks of that of which the main use was inside, and our Haya speaks of that of which the main use was outside. Eliezer said, etc. Said Rabbah, if the seller said, I sell you this foreyard, all agree that the houses are included, but if he said, I sell you the yard, they differ. According to the rabbis, the yard with all its contents is meant, as the yard of the tabernacle, which is written, the length of the yard, X 27, and all its contents is meant, and R. Eliezer holds that with the word yard is meant the air only. Rabbah in the name of our Naaman said, if one has made a hazakah on the chulsu, title is acquired in the ground to a depth at which silver or gold, if found, belongs to him. Is this not self-evident? Has not Samuel said, if one sold 10 fields in 10 different countries, as soon as he has made a hazakah on one of them, title is acquired to all? Lest one say that there is a difference, as the surface of the earth is alike everywhere, and the fields are similarly adapted for planting, they are therefore considered as if they were joined each to the other. But in our case the use of the two things mentioned is different, and one might say that title is not given to the ground. Therefore Rabbah's statement. Mishna v. If one sells a press house, the sale includes the trough, the press beam or press stone, and the poles, but not the boards that are put on grapes while pressing, neither the wheel nor the treading rod. If, however, he told him, this press house, with all its contents, all is sold. Art Eliezer, however, maintains that the expression press house means the treading rod only. Gemara, the rabbis taught, if one sell a press house, the sale includes the bronze plates that prevent the grapes from scattering, the trough, the press beams, and lower stones of the hand mill, but not the upper stones. If, however, he said, with all its contents, all is sold. In any case, neither the boards which are put on the grapes while pressing, nor the sacks, nor the packing bags are sold. R. Eliezer, however, maintains that he who sells a press house sells the treading rod also, as the expression press house means chiefly the treading rod. Mishna 6. If one sell a bath house, the sale does not include the boards on the floor. The baths at that time were heated beneath the stone floors, and boards were placed on the floor for stepping upon, the basin, neither the curtains on the doors. If, however, he said, with all its contents, all is sold, but in any case the sale does not include the channels with water, nor the wood piles prepared for the bathhouse. Gemara, the rabbis taught, if one has sold a bathhouse, the sale includes the separate houses for keeping the boards, the tubs, the basins, and the curtains, but not the boards proper, neither the tubs, nor the basins, nor the curtains. If, however, he said to him, with all its contents, all is sold. In any case, however, the channels that contain water for the use of bathing in the summer and rainy seasons are not sold, nor the houses for storing the wood, unless he said, the bathhouse with all its implements. Then the sale includes everything that may be used for bathing purposes. There was a man who said, I sell you the press house with all its implements, and there were some stores outside of the press house, in which poppy was spread out for drying purposes, and the buyer claimed that they were also included, while the seller claimed they were not. The case came before our Joseph, who decided in accordance with the Baratha just cited, that in such a case everything that may be used for that purpose is sold. Said Abayi to him, but does not our Hayat teach the contrary? Therefore said our Ashi, it must be investigated how the sale was. If he said, the press house with all its implements and also its boundaries, then title is given to all of them, but not otherwise. Mishna 7. If one sells a town, the sale includes houses, wells, caves, bath and press houses, pigeon houses, and also Beth Hashelhin, but not the movable property, unless he said, the town with all its contents. Then, even if there were cattle or slaves, they are also included in the sale. Our Simeon B. Gamaliel said, he who sells a town sells also the santer, the meaning will be explained farther on. Gemara, said R. Aha b r ivia to r. Ashi, from this Mishnah is to be understood that slaves are considered movable property, as, if they were to be considered real estate, then they would be sold with the town without any stipulation. Answered he, even according to your theory that they are considered movable property, why does the Mishnah state that if he said, even with all its contents, slaves are sold also? From which is to be understood that they are not movable property proper. And what could you answer to this, that there is a difference between movable property that must be carried and that which is self-moving? The same answer can apply also to the theory that slaves are considered real estate, as there is a difference between stationary real estate and that which is self-moving. Sold the santer. What does this word mean? Here in Babylon they explained it, guardsman, or bailiff, a slave. Simeon B. Abtolmus said, it means a pagus, land that surrounds the town. According to him who explains it as, guardsman, etc. So much the more is the pagus included in the sale, but according to him who explains it as a pagus, the guardsman is not included. An objection was raised from our Mishnah, which states, press houses and Beth Hashelhin, and the schoolmen explained the expression shulhin, which everywhere means dry field, as meaning the gardens around the town, which also usually ought to be watered. And this is correct only for him who explains the word santer as a pagus. When the Mishnah is to be explained thus, the first Tana holds that only the gardens around the town are included, but not anything else, and our Simeon B. Gamaliel came to add the pagus, which, according to his opinion, is also included. But according to him who explains santer as a guardsman, if it be assumed that the first Tana speaks about gardens, should our Simeon answer him with a guardsman? Nay. The explanation of the word shulhin is not gardens, as you thought, but, as is everywhere explained, dry land, which means pagus. And this explanation is correct, as it is written, Job, v. 10, and sendeth out waters, etc. Which is the translation of Vashilia H. And our Simeon B. Gamaliel came to say, not only a pagus, but even the guardsman, is also included. Come and hear another objection. R. Jehuda said, the santer is not included, but the Ankelmus, the scribe of the city, who was usually a slave to whom all the surrounding fields on which the taxes were to be collected was known. Hence as the scribe Ankelmus means a man, so also must santer mean a man. Why? Santer may mean a pagus, and Ankelmus a man. But this cannot be, because of the latter part of the said Baratha, which states, it does not include, however, the Shiri, neither the villages around the town, nor the forests which are near it, and also not the vivarium of wild beasts, fowl, or fish. And to the question, what means the word Shiri? It was said by our ABA, it means pieces of Pegasus, i.e., dry land surrounding the town, broken by rocks. Now can you say that part of the pagus is not sold, while the whole pagus is? Reverse the names. Jehudah said, the ankelmus is not sold, but the santer is. But how can you say that Jehudah is in accordance with Simeon? Does he not hold with the rabbis, who said, the villages that surround the town are not sold, while Simeon b. Gamaliel said plainly in a Baratha, the sale of the town includes the villages nearby also? It does not matter. Jehudah may agree with him in one thing, and differ in another. Vivarium, of wild beasts, etc. There is a contradiction from the following Baratha: if villages belong to the town, they are not sold with it. If the town contains one part of the sea, or it has a vivarium of wild beasts, fowl, or fish, they are sold therewith. This presents no difficulty. One Baratha speaks of when the entrance to the vivarium was from the city, and the other speaks of when the entrance was from the field. But does not the first Baratha state, nor the forests which face the town, which means also the entrance from the town? Read, the forests that are separated from it. Mishna 8. If one sells a field, the sale includes the stones which are needed for its use, and if it was a vineyard, the sticks which are used for keeping the vines in order. Also the stalks that are attached to the ground, the reed bushes if they take a space less than that in which a quarter of a cab can be sown, the hut, where the watchman guards, if it is not smeared with clay, and a carob or a sycamore uninoculated. But not the stones, the sticks of a vineyard which are not for use at that time, neither the grain that is not attached to the ground. If, however, he says, with all its contents, all is sold. In any case, however, the sale does not include the reed bushes if they take more space than said above, and not the hut if smeared with clay, and not a carob or sycamore when inoculated. Gemara, what stones are to be considered to be needed for use? Here in this college it was explained, stones which are prepared for laying upon the sheaves, that they may not be scattered by the wind. Ula, however, said, it means stones that are arranged for a wall. But did not our Haya teach, the stones that were gathered in heaps for this purpose? Read, arranged. To him who explains the stones as for laying upon the sheaves according to our Meir, who says elsewhere that if one sells a vineyard all the things which are useful for it are sold therewith, the stones in question are included, even when they are placed outside the field. And according to his opponents, only when they are placed in the field and prepared for this purpose. And to Ula's explanation that it means stones for a wall according to our Meir even when they were not arranged, and to his opponents only when they were arranged. The sticks, etc. The school of Yanai says, it means posts for supporting the vine, in order to prevent its bending. And according to our Meir, even when they were not prepared for this purpose, and to the rabbis his opponents, however, only when already placed under the vine. Stalks which are attached, etc. Even when they are ripe for harvesting. The reed bushes, etc. Although they are growing separately, or thick ones, which have nothing to do with the vineyard. The hut, etc. Although it was not attached to the ground. And the carob, etc. Although thick and strong. But not the stones, etc. According to our Meir, when they were not prepared for this purpose, and according to the rabbis when they were outside of the field, and also to Ula's explanation according to our Meir, when they were not prepared, and to the rabbis, when they were not arranged. The posts for supporting, etc. According to our Meir, when they were not prepared, and according to the rabbis, when they were not placed under the vine. When they were not attached, etc. Even so they still needed the ground for drying. And not the reed bushes. Although they are still small. And our Haya b. Aba said in the name of our Johanan, not reed bushes only, but even if there was a small bed of spices, having a separate name, it is not included in the sale. Said our Papa, provided they are called the spices of so and so. And not the hut, etc. Although it were attached to the ground. Nor the carob, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said Jehudah in the name of Rab, from Gen 33. 17, and the field of Ephron. And all the trees that were in the field, that were in all its borders round about, were made sure, from which is to be understood that all those without the borders were excluded, and so also the inoculated carob, etc. are of separate value and had nothing to do with his field. Said Masharshia, from this passage we infer that the boundary is sold to the buyer with the field biblically, i.e. because it is written round about, which is the boundary, and was sold by Ephron with the field. R. Jehudah said, it is advisable for one who sells his estate to write in the bill of sale, acquire title to the trees, to the young plants, also to those trees that do not yield fruit. And although title is given to all these, even if it were not so written, it is better for the bill of sale to contain the words just mentioned. If one said, I sell you the ground and date trees, then, if there were such on his estate, he must give him 2 of them, and if there were not, he has to buy 2 for him. And if he possesses them, but they were mortgaged, he has to redeem 2 for him. If he said, I sell you the estate with the date trees, if the estate contains such the sale is valid, and if not, the sale is void. If he said, an estate on which there are date trees, and there were none, the sale is valid, for he meant, it is fit for them. If he said, I sell to you this estate, except such and such a tree, it is to be investigated whether this tree is a good one that yields much fruit, then he reserves it for himself. But if it was a bad one, which yields no fruit at all, or only a little, and in this field were better ones, so much the more does he reserve them for himself. If he said, I sell you this field, except the trees, if there were many kinds of trees they are certainly not included, but even if it contained only date trees or vines, they are excluded also. If, however, there were trees and vines, the trees only are excluded, and if there were date trees and vines, the date trees are excluded but not the vines. Rab said, a date tree is considered a reservation only when he must ascend with a rope for gathering the fruit, but if not so high, it is not considered a reservation. The judges of the exile, Samuel and Karna, however, maintain, if it does not hinder the yoke of oxen which are plowing around it, it is not considered a reservation, but if it does hinder, it is. However, they do not differ, as Rab speaks of a date tree and they treat of other trees. Ahabi, Huna questioned Shesheth, how is it if the seller says, accept the half of such and such a carob? It is certain to me that he does not acquire title to other carobs, but I doubt whether he acquires title to the half of the carob in question. And the answer was, he does not. He objected to him from the following Beretha, if he said, accept the half of such and such a carob, title is not acquired to the other carobs, by which is to be understood that he does not to the other carobs. But he does to the half in question. And he answered, nay. Even to the half left to the buyer, title is not given, this case being similar to one in which it was said, I sell you this field, except the half of such and such a one. Were we to assume that the buyer acquires title to all his fields except the half in question, although he said plainly, I sell you this field, it must be said he does not acquire title to any except to that which he had shown him. And that his remark, except the half field, etc., was but redundance. The same is the case here. If he said, I sell you this field, except the half tree, the last word is to be considered redundance. Amram questioned Hista, if one has deposited something with his neighbor, and taken from him a receipt, approved by witnesses, and thereafter the depositary claims that he has returned the bailment, how is the law? May it be said that, because if he were to claim that the bailment was taken away from him by force, he would be trusted, the same should be the case with the claim, I have returned, or the depositor has a right to say, if it were so. How comes thy receipt in my hands? And he answered, he is to be trusted when he takes an oath, the same being the case when the depositary claims, it was taken away from me by force, he must take an oath. Shall we assume that Amram and Hista differ on the same point as the Tanaim of the following Beretha differ, if one holds a document which witnesses to an amount of money given by him to his deceased partner for a half profit, and claims that the amount was not returned to him, while the orphans say that they are not certain whether the amount was returned. The judges of the exile said, the plaintiff has to take an oath, and collects the whole amount. The judges of Palestine, however, maintain that he collects only the half with this oath. And all of them agree with the sages of Nehardea, that of the money which is given for the purpose of a half-profit half of the amount is considered a loan and the other half a deposit. See Middle Gate, page 277. Now is it not to be supposed that the point of their differing is that one party holds that the claim of the plaintiff, the document in my hand gives evidence that the amount was not returned, is to be listened to. And the other party, who says that with the oath he collects the half only, maintains that such is not considered evidence. Nay. All agree with our hista, and the point of their differing is, that one party holds if the deceased had returned, he would have notified his heirs, and the other holds it may be that death prevented him from doing so. R. Hunabi. Abi sent the following message, a depositary who claims that he had returned the bailment, although his receipt is still in the hands of the depositor, is to be trusted, with an oath. And with a document of a half-profit in the hands of the plaintiff suing the orphans, he may swear and collect the whole amount. Do these two statements contradict each other, as in the case of a depositary the document is in the hand of the plaintiff, and the defendant is trusted with an oath, and in the case of a half-profit the plaintiff is trusted with an oath? The latter case is different, because, if the deceased had made return, he would have notified his heirs. Said Rabbah, the halakha prevails concerning orphans, that he takes only the half with an oath. Mar Zutra, however, said, the halakha prevails with the judges of the exile. And to the objection of Rabina, that Rabbah had long ago decided that he takes only the half with an oath, he answered, we have learned the reverse, i.e., that the judges of the exile hold that he takes the half only with an oath, and the Palestinians, that he collects the whole amount. Hence my decision is the same as Rabbah's. Mishna 9. In selling a field, if it contains a well, cistern, or pigeon house, no matter whether they are still in use or damaged, they are not included in the sale. However, the seller must buy away from the buyer for passing to them. So is the decree of our Akiba. The sages, however, say that it is not necessary. Our Akiba, however, admits that if the bill of sale states, except the above things, he need not buy away. If the seller sold the above separately to another according to our Akiba it is not necessary for the buyer of them to buy a passage, and according to the sages it is. This is all said concerning a sale. But if the owner of the field has made a gift of it, title is given to the field with all its contents. The same is the case when brothers divide their inheritance, and the field falls in a share of one of them, he acquires title to all its contents. If one made a hazakah on the estate of a childless proselyte, the hazakah applies to all the above-mentioned things, if they were to be found on it. If one consecrate his field, all that is to be found in it is sanctified. R. Simeon, however, said, the above-mentioned things are not included in the sanctification, but if there was an inoculated carob or a trunk of a sycamore, it is included, because while growing they are nourished by the sanctified ground. Gemara, what is the difference between a sale and a gift? Jehuda b. Nkusa explained before Rabbi, the one who makes a gift, if he desires to reserve any part of it for himself, he ought to state so plainly, which is not the case with a seller. Who needs money, the details of the sale must be determined by the buyer, and if not so done, the seller has the preference. There was a man who said in his will, give to so and so my house that contains 100 barrels, i.e., that within the width, length, and height of the house 10 barrels square could be placed. After investigation it was found that the house contained 120 barrels, i.e., 12 rows, each of 10 barrels, and no other house was found on the deceased's estate. And Mar Zutra said, the will states 100, but not 120. Said our Ashi to him, did not our Mishna state, all this is said concerning a sale, but concerning a gift title is given to all. And the reason is that he who makes a gift does it with a good eye. The same is the case here. The deceased thought that it contained 100 only. He therefore said so, that the doni should be aware that he bequeathed him such a big house, but not to exclude it if it contained still more than he thought, as it must be supposed it was given to him with a good eye. If one consecrated his field, etc. R. Huna said, although the rabbis have declared that he who buys 2 trees that are between others does not acquire title to the ground beneath, if the seller has sold the ground with the trees, but reserved 2 trees for himself, the ground beneath belongs to him. And even our Akiba's theory, that usually a seller sells with a good eye, is only concerning a well, etc., which does not cause any harm to the ground. But as for trees, which while nourishing do so, if the buyer should not agree that the ground beneath should belong to the seller, he would tell him to cut down the trees and go. And if he did not do so, it must be supposed that he was willing that the trees with the ground beneath should remain to the seller forever, so that in case the trees should wither he might plant others instead. Chapter 5. Rules and regulations concerning sales of ships, boats, animals, and teams, concerning broods of pigeons and beasts, trees, with the ground and without. How to acquire title to fruit and flax. Of articles which became dearer or cheaper between the time of sale and delivery. At what time the wholesalers and storekeepers had to correct their weights and measures, and of what material the weights might and might not be made. Mishna I. If one sells a boat, the sale includes the mast, the flag, the shovels, and all things pertaining to the leading of the boat, but not the slaves, and the sacks for carrying goods, nor the entheka. If, however, he sells the boat with all its contents, all is sold. Gemara, the rabbis taught, if one sold a boat, the sale includes the skala, and also the well with water therein. And Nathan said, the sale includes also the safety boats. And so also said Samachos, but he named them Dujit as in Palestine, while Nathan named them Bizit as in Babylon. 43. It was taught, to acquire title to a boat, according to Rab, as soon as one made a little drawing on it title is given. Samuel, however, maintains that title is not given unless he moved the entire boat. Shall we assume that they differ in the same way as the Tanaim of the following Tosefta do? How does one acquire title by transferring? By taking hold of the feet of the animal or its hair, its saddle or the load that is upon it, the bridle, the bell on its neck, although the animal has not moved from its place, title is given. And how does one acquire title by drawing? By calling it and it follows the voice, or by striking it with a stick and it runs from him, as soon as the animal has moved hand or foot, title is acquired. Ahi, and according to others are. Aha, said, not unless it has moved its whole body. Hence it is to be assumed that Rab holds with the first Tana and Samuel with R. Aha. Nay. Rab may say, my decision is in accordance with R. Ahas also, as R. Aha speaks of a living body, which, even if it raised hand or foot, it remains still on its place without moving from it, and therefore he requires the moving of its whole body. But I speak of a boat, which, if one draws it a little, the entire body thereof is set in motion. And Samuel also may say, my decision can be also in accordance with the first Tana, who speaks of a living body which lifts its hand or foot, and usually it is to move the other one also. But concerning a boat, it is not considered a drawing unless he moves the entire boat. Shall we assume that they differ in the same way as the Tanaim of the following Tosefta do? To a boat, title is given by drawing. R. Nathan says, to a boat, and also to promissory notes, title is given by drawing, or by a bill of sale. And to the question, where are promissory notes mentioned, so that a Nathan's statement should apply? It was answered that the Tosefta is not complete, and is to be read thus, to a boat, title is given by drawing, but to promissory notes by transferring. R. Nathan, however, maintains that to both title is given by drawing, as well as by a bill of sale. But is, then, a bill of sale needed for a boat? Is it not movable property, for which drawing is sufficient? It must then be said it was taught thus, to a boat, title is given by drawing, and to promissory notes by transferring. And Nathan, however, says, to a boat by drawing, and to promissory notes by a bill of sale. And as R. Nathan's statement concerning a boat would be superfluous if his decision were the same as the first Tanaim, we must then say that they differ in the same way as Rab and Samuel differ, i.e., that R. Nathan requires that the whole body of the boat should be moved, while according to the first Tana a little drawing suffices. Nay, both may agree with Rab or with Samuel, and they do not differ at all concerning a boat. Wherein they differ is but as to promissory notes. Said R. Nathan to the first Tana, of the above Tosefta concerning a boat I certainly agree with you, but concerning promissory notes I hold to my opinion that if there were a bill of sale the transferring gives title, but not otherwise. And they differ in the same point as the Tanaim of the following Beretha do, to promissory notes title is given by transfer. So is the decree of Rabbi. The sages, however, say, title is not given by writing, as to all the debts contained in the promissory notes, unless the notes in question are transferred to the buyer. And the same is the case when the notes were transferred without a bill of sale, as to such things, both writing and transferring are needed. Now let us see. The above Beretha is explained in accordance with Rabbi. Let, then, the case of the boat also be explained in accordance with Rabbi, who holds that to a boat title is acquired by transfer, inasmuch as we have learned in the following Beretha that such is the decree of Rabbi. But the sages say that title is not given unless he makes a drawing or he hires the place in which it is then placed. This presents no difficulty. Rabbi speaks of when the boat was placed on a public ground, as then drawing could not be made, because he must draw to a place which is under his control, which is not the case when it is in public ground. And the Beretha speaks of when it was in a place where he could make a drawing to one under his control. Now we see that the Beretha just cited speaks of a boat that was placed in public ground. How, then, is to be understood the latter part of it, which states, and the sages say title is not given unless the buyer makes a drawing. Now, if it was in public ground, from whom could the buyer hire the place so that a drawing should suffice? And aside from this, does, then, a drawing give title in public ground? Did not both Abai and Rabbah say, transfer gives title in public ground, and also in a yard that does not belong to both, the seller and the buyer? In a semita, path, however, or in a yard belonging to both, drawing gives title, and lifting up gives title everywhere. The expression, unless he makes a drawing, means that he shall move from the public ground to the semita. And the expression, unless he hires the place, is also to be explained as meaning that if it happens to be placed on premises belonging to one of them title is not given unless he hires the place. Shall we assume that Abai and Rabbah both are in accordance with Rabbi, who holds that transferring suffices for a boat? Said Ashi, if he should say, go make a hazaka and acquire title, then title would be given. Here, however, it is understood the seller told him, go make a drawing and acquire title. And the point of their differing is, one holds that the seller was particular with his words, that only by drawing title should be given, but not otherwise. And the other holds that his expression is to be considered only as if he should show him the place where it is to be found, i.e., if you wish to make a drawing, here it is. Our Papa said, if one sells a promissory note, he must write in the bill of sale, acquire title to it, and to all the debts it contains. Said Ashi, I have explained the halakha before R. Kahana and questioned him, how would it be if this were not inserted, would not title be given? Did, then, the buyer need it for the purpose of covering a glass with it? Is it possible that a man should invest his money in a piece of paper that he cannot use but to cover something? Must it not be assumed that he bought the debts which it contained? And he answered, yeah. For this purpose he bought it. And if the amount shows that it was double the value of the paper, then the sale would in any case be null and void, as exacting beyond a sixth makes the sale void. Amar said, the halakha prevails that to promissory notes title is given by transfer in accordance with Rabbi. Said Ashi to Amar, is your decision traditional or according to common sense? And he answered, traditional. Rejoined Ashi, It is also according to common sense, as promissory notes are only words. The note proper does not contain the debts or any money, but the promise of the borrower, which are words, and title cannot be given by words only. But not the entheka. What does this mean? It means the contents of the entheka. Mishna if one sold a wagon, the bill of sale does not include the mules for it, when not hitched, and vice versa. If the yoke with the wagon were sold, the oxen when not hitched were not included, and vice versa. Ark Jehuda, however, maintains, the amount paid may serve as evidence. How so? If one said, "Sell to me your yoke for 200 zuz," it is self-evident that he meant the whole team, as there is no yoke that could be worth 200 zuz. The sages, however, say that such cannot be taken for evidence, as it may be he desires to make him a present without humiliating him. Gemara, ar tah lifabi merba tata beretha before ar. Abuhu, if one has sold a wagon, the sale includes the mules. Said ar Abuhu, but our Mishna teaches that it does not. Rejoined the former, then ignore my beretha. Said Abuhu, it is not necessary, as it can be explained that your beretha speaks of when the mules were hitched to the wagon. If one has sold the yoke, etc. Let us see how is the case. If people by the expression yoke mean the yoke without the cattle, then it is self-evident that he sold him the yoke only, and if the expression means a team, then he certainly sold him the whole team. It speaks of a place in which some people by yoke mean the entire team, while others by this expression mean the yoke with harness, but not the cattle. According to our Jehuda, this can be ascertained from the amount. But the rabbis hold that the amount cannot be taken as evidence, as it is for the buyer to explain his desire plainly, as there are some who by yoke mean the wagon prepared for the oxen, not including them. And therefore the preference is given to the seller. But even if the amount is not an evidence, let the sale be void if there was an exaction beyond a sixth of the value. And should you say that the rabbis do not hold to the theory that an exaction beyond a sixth makes void the sale, but that they hold that the sale is valid, and the seller has only to return the amount which was overcharged? The answer is, this is not so, as we have learned in Middlegate, Mishna, p. 132, that the rabbis hold this theory. Yeah. They hold the theory only in a case where an exaction could be made, i.e., in a sixth or more of the value. But in our case, 200 zuz for the yoke only, where exaction cannot be made, it may be assumed that the buyer wishes to give a present to the seller, but does not wish to humiliate him, and so presents him the money for the yoke. Mishnah 3, if one sells an ass, the harness is not included. Nahum the Modate, however, maintains it is. Said ar Jehuda, at one time they may be sold, and at some other time they may not. How so? If the ass with its harness was before him, and the buyer says, "Sell me this ass," and the seller agrees, the harness is also sold, but if he says, "Is this your ass? Sell it to me," then the harness is not included. Gemara, said Ula, the first Tana and Nahum differ only in the sacks and disakos and kumni, as the first Tana holds that usually an ass is bought for riding, consequently the utensils that are not for this purpose are not included. But Nahum maintains that an ass is usually sold for carrying burdens, consequently the utensils for this purpose are included, as the saddle, sumpter saddle, belt, and girdle. An objection was raised from the following: I sell you the ass with its harness, the saddle, the sumpter saddle, the belt, and the girdle are sold, but not the sack, the disakos, nor the kumni, unless he said, it and all pertaining to it. Then all is sold. We see, then, that only when he said, the ass with its harness, the saddle, etc., are sold, but not, if he did not mention the harness. Nay. The same is the case even if he did not so mention, and the Beretha comes to teach that the sack, etc., are not sold, even if he said, the ass with its harness. What does kumni mean? Said our Papabi Samuel, a saddle used by females only. The schoolmen propounded a question: does the Mishnah treat of when the things mentioned above were upon the ass, so that, if they were not so, Nahum the Modate would agree with the first Tana, or, on the contrary? Does it treat of when the ass was not dressed in them, in which case the first Tana would agree with Nahum? Come and hear. If, however, he said, it and all that is upon it, all is sold. And this is correct according to the supposition that they differ when the ass was dressed in these things, and the Baratha is in accordance with the first Tana of our Mishna. But on the supposition that they differ when the ass was not dressed, according to whom would be the Baratha? Nay. This cannot be taken for a support, as it may be that they differ even when the ass was not dressed, and the cited Baratha is to be read, if he said, the ass and all those things in my possession fit for its use. Come, then, and hear what are. Jehudah says in our Mishna, and there is no doubt that he speaks of when the ass was dressed in them, as his expression, this ass, means all is sold. Is it not to be assumed that this was an answer to the first Tana, who said that even in such a case the things are not sold? Nay. Jehudah was not answering, but taught a separate halakha. Said Rabina to our Ashi, did not our Abuhu say, replying to our Tahlaifa, above, in the Gemara to the second Mishnah explain your Baratha, when they were hitched, etc. From which is to be inferred that the Mishnah speaks of when they were not hitched. And when the second Mishnah treats of them not hitched, it must be assumed that the third Mishnah also speaks of the same case. On the contrary, take the first Mishnah, which states, not the slaves nor the enthika. And to the question what does enthika mean, our Papa answered, the contents of the enthika. Hence the Mishnah treats of when the load was upon it, from which is to be inferred that the second Mishnah speaks also of when they were hitched, and this is not so. Therefore you cannot object or support from their teachings, as each Mishnah speaks of a different case. Abayi said, our Eliezer, our Simeon b. Gamaliel, our Meir, our Nathan, Samachos, and Nahum the Modate all hold that if one sells a thing the sale includes also all those things that are used with it. Eliezer, who said, if one sells a press house, the treading rod is included, Simeon b. Gamaliel, who said, if one sells a town, the santer is included, our Meir, who said, if one sold a vineyard, all the vessels in use for the same are included. Nathan and Samachos, who said above that the safety boats are included in the sale of the boat, and Nahum the Modate with his statement in our Mishnah. Jehudah said, etc. What is the difference whether he said, this ass, or, is this your ass? Said Rabbah, if he said, this ass, he was sure that the ass belonged to him, and with the word, this, he meant the harness, but if he asked him, is this your ass? He was not sure it was his. And he asked, if it was his, that he should sell it to him, meaning the ass only, without the harness. Mishnah 4, if one sold a she-ass, its foal is sold, but if a cow, the calf is not. If he sold the place where the manure is kept, the manure in it is sold therewith, a well, the water it contains is included, a beehive, the bees are included, a pigeon coop, the doves it contains are included. Gemara, let us see how was the case. If he said, with its offspring, even if it is a cow, why should the offspring then not be included, and if he did not say so, why should the offspring of an ass be included? Said our Papa, it speaks of where he told him, I sell you a nursing ass or a nursing cow. Of the latter the buyer can use the milk, but to what purpose did he say a nursing ass? We must assume that he means the nursing ass with its offspring. 44. A well, the water it contains is sold. Said Rabbah, our Mishnah is in accordance with an individual Tana of the following Baratha, but the majority do not agree with him. If one sells a well, the water it contains is not included. R. Nathan, however, maintains it is. Mishnah v. If one buys the brood of a pigeon coop, e.g. if he buys in the month Nisan all the pigeons to be hatched during the whole year, but not the old ones, and usually each dove hatches 2 young ones every month, male and female, and those pigeons after 2 months hatch also. And so it is during the entire year, the month Adar excluded, he must leave the first pair of little ones with the parents. If one buys the brood of a beehive, he has to take the first 3 broods, after which the owner may make the bees impotent of propagation. If he buys the honey in combs, he must leave 2 with the beehive. If one buys olive trees for the purpose of cutting them down, he must leave the branches which are only 2 spans high for the seller. Gemara, but have we not learned in a Baratha, concerning a pigeon coop, that he must leave the first and second pair? Said our Kahana, this presents no difficulty. The Mishna speaks of the old dove, and the Baratha of both mother and daughter which have hatched 1 pair for the old and 1 for the young mother. But why should not the pair left for the old mother suffice also for the young one, as she would not leave the pigeon coop, because her mother and the pair remaining would bind her to stay there, even as the old dove is bound to the same. The old one is bound to both to the young mother as well as to the pair left, while her daughter, as soon as she has hatched, has no longer anything to do with her mother, but is bound to her children. 3 broods, etc. By what means does one make them impotent? Said our Jehuda in the name of Samuel, by feeding them with mustard. In Palestine, however, it was said in the name of our Hosea b. Hanina, not the mustard, but the honey which they consume after having eaten the harsh mustard, causes the impotency. Our Johanan said, he must not take the 3 broods at one time, but gradually, taking 1 and leaving 1, etc. And a Baratha states that the first 3 he may take 1 after another, and after that he takes 1 and leaves 1.45. Olive trees, etc. The rabbis taught, if one buys a tree for the purpose of cutting it down, he must begin a span high from the ground. If it was an uninoculated sycamore, he must leave 3 spans, and if a trunk of a sycamore, 2 spans. If sticks or vines, from the knots upwards. If date and cedar trees, he may take them with the roots, for if they were cut at the top they would not grow again. Do we need 3 spans for an uninoculated sycamore? Have we not learned, Shebeath, 4:5 one must not cut an uninoculated sycamore on a sabbatical year, because it is considered a labor in a field? Our Jehuda said, one must not do it in the usual way, but higher than 10 spans he may, or he may cut it at the level of the ground. Hence we see that it harms only if it is cut at the level of the ground, but not if a little higher than 3 spans. Said Abai, if exactly 3 spans, it is beneficial for the growth of the tree, and at the level of the ground it surely harms it, but up to 3 spans it does neither good nor harm. Concerning a sabbatical year, only what harms may be done. And concerning buying and selling, only things which are beneficial. It is said that date and cedar trees one may take with the roots, because if cut at the top they will not improve. Has not our Hayabi Luliani lectured that it is written, P.S. 32:13, the righteous shall spring up like a palm tree, like a cedar, etc. Why are both trees mentioned? If it mentioned the cedar only, one might say, as the cedar does not yield any products, so is the upright. Therefore it mentions the palm tree. And if the latter only were mentioned, one might say, as a palm tree does not improve after being cut off, so is the righteous. Therefore both are mentioned. Hence we see that a cedar does improve. This speaks of another kind of cedar which does so. As Rabbi B. R. Huna said, Tanith, page 75, there are 10 different kinds of cedars. Mishna 6, if one buy 2 trees within his neighbor's field, the ground beneath is not sold. R. Meir, however, maintains it is. If the branches were wide-spreading, the seller has no right to cut them off, though the shade of them harms his field. That which grows from the trunk belongs to the buyer, and that from the roots to the seller. If the trees die, the buyer has no right to the ground. However, if he bought 3 trees, the ground is included, and if the branches become wide-spreading, the owner of the ground may cut them off, and all that is growing from both trunks and roots belongs to the buyer. And if the trees die, he has the right to plant others. Gemara, there is a Mishna, by Kurim, 6 if one buy 2 trees within his neighbor's ground, he may offer the first fruit, but he must not read, Deuteronomy 26. 10 The soil which thou hast given to me, as the earth is not his. Our Meir, however, said, he may offer and also read. Said our Jehuda in the name of Samuel, according to R. Meir, one is obliged to offer the first fruit, even if he bought it in the market. And whence has he inferred it? From the superfluous Mishna I.e. It is already said in our Mishna that he who buys even 2 trees has bought the ground therewith according to our Meir. Why, then, was it necessary to repeat that in the cited Mishna? We must say that only to teach that, 7 if one does not possess any ground, he is nevertheless obliged to offer the first fruit if he possesses such, even from the market, and the cited Mishna is to be explained thus, R. Meir said to the first Tana, even if I should agree with you that the one who buys the 2 trees does not possess any ground, he is nevertheless obliged to offer the first fruit. But is it not written, Deuteronomy 26:2, which thou shalt bring in from thy land? This is to exclude the land outside of Palestine. But is it not written, Ex 23:19, the first of the firstfruits of thy land shalt thou bring, etc.? This is to exclude the ground of a Gentile. But is it not written, Deuteronomy Ibid, which thou hast given me? This means, thou hast given me money to buy. Rabbah objected from the following, if one bought 1 tree within the trees of his neighbor, he may bring the first fruit. But does not read, thou hast given, because he has no ground. So is the decree of our Meir. Hence we see that if he has no ground he cannot read, the earth thou hast given. This objection remains. Said our Simeon b. Eliakim to our Eleazar, on what reasons did our Meir base his theory concerning 1 tree, and the rabbis theirs concerning 2 trees that the men should bring the first fruit and should not read? Does not the scripture exclude him from bringing also? Said our Eleazar to him, concerning a thing for which one previous master gave no reason you are questioning me in the college for the purpose of bringing me to shame. Said Rabbah, I do not see any difficulty in it, as it may be assumed that the rabbis, as well as our Meir, were doubtful as to the accuracy of the law. The rabbis could not absolutely decide that he who bought 2 trees had no ground, and our Meir could not be certain concerning 1 tree, and therefore they decided he should bring, but not read. But how can you say that our Meir was doubtful? Did he not plainly say above, because he has not acquired title to the ground? Read, perhaps he has not acquired titles, etc. But according to both, why should the man in question bring? Suppose that, according to law, they are not considered first fruit at all, and that he brings common fruits to the sanctuary, which is prohibited that he first sanctified them. But the fruit must be consumed by the priests, and if they are not considered first fruit, they are consecrated for an offering or for another purpose, and it is prohibited that anyone should derive benefit therefrom. After he brings them, he redeems them. But even then, if they are not considered first fruit, they are liable to separate, heave offering and tithe, and by bringing them he exempts them from these duties. He previously separates the above from them. This can be correct concerning heave offering, which belongs to the priest, and the same concerning second tithe. And also the tithe for the poor, he may give to a poor priest, but to whom shall he give the first tithe that belongs to the Levite, as the Levite must not derive any benefit from consecrated things? This he may also give to the priest in accordance with our Eleazar b. Azariah of the following Beratha, heave offering must be given to the priest, first tithe to the Levite. So is the decree of our Akiba. Our Eleazar b. Azariah, however, maintains that even the first tithe may be given to the priest, after Ezra find the Levites. But if they are considered first fruit, the reading of the passages is obligatory. The obligation does not prevent the bringing. As R. Jose b. Hanina said elsewhere, if one has gathered the first fruit, and sent it by a messenger who died while on the road, then the first fruit may be brought into the sanctuary, but the passages should not be read, for it is written, Deuteronomy 26:2, thou shalt take, and farther on, thou shalt go, etc., which means that the gathering as well as the bringing should be done by one person, and as the messenger is dead the reading cannot take place. Said R. Aha b. R. Ivia to R. Ashi, let us see the reading consists of passages from the scripture, which are allowed to be read by every one and at any time. Let him then read, and he answered, when he reads this with the bringing, it looks like a lie, which is not the case when he reads the scripture. Misharshia b. R. Haya said, the reason is that if the reading were allowed, another, who has similar fruit, might think that such is really considered first fruit, and will not separate the heave offering therefrom. If the branches were wide-spreading, what is to be considered trunk, and what roots? Said Johanan, all above the surface of the ground is considered trunk, and beneath roots. But suppose that an upheaval should occur that will cover the trunk so that the branches shall have the appearance of 3 trees, and then the buyer may claim, you sold me 3 trees, and I have a right to the ground. Therefore said Naaman, the expression in the Mishna, from the trunk belongs to the buyer, means as to cutting it down, but not to leaving it. And thus also said Johanan. Naaman said, we have a tradition that a date tree has no trunk. Zebed was about to explain Naaman's statement by what our Mishna states, that if such a tree is cut on the top it does not further increase, and therefore the buyer cannot claim a right to the outgrowth of the trunk, as, the remainder of the tree being only for removal. He renounced his hope to derive any benefit therefrom. To which Papa opposed the statement in our Mishna that he who bought 2 trees which are also for removal has no right to the ground, and nevertheless he has a right to the outgrowth of the trunk. Therefore, said he, Naaman means that it can never occur that trunks of date trees may bring forth outgrowths. But does not the Mishna oppose Zebed's theory? He may say, the Mishna treats of a case in which the buyer bought the trees for the term of 5 years, i.e. if it should happen that in the meantime they shall die, he has a right to plant others instead, and therefore he has a right also to the outgrowth of the trunks. If he has bought trees, etc. To what extent of ground has he acquired title? Said Haya b. Abba in the name of Johanan, he acquires title to the ground beneath the branches and that between them, and outside, to the extent that he may stand with his basket to gather the fruit from the outside branches. Eleazar opposed, how is it possible that this should be granted to the buyer, when even a path through the field is not granted, as he has not any right to the ground which is outside of the trees? Said Zerah, from the teaching of our master, Eleazar, we may learn that if he bought 3 trees he has no path, but if he bought 2 trees he has, as he may claim, the trees are situated on your ground, and as you have sold me trees situated on your ground, so also have you granted me a path to them. Said Naaman b. Itzhak to Rabbah, shall we assume that Eleazar does not agree with his master Samuel, who said that the halakha prevails in accordance with Akiba, who holds that usually the seller sells with a good eye, and according to this theory, if he sold him 3 trees he granted him also a path to them. And he answered, our Mishna cannot be in accordance with Akiba, as it states that when the branches are widespreading the seller has the right to clear them, and in accordance with Akiba, this right could not be given to him, for the supposition is that he sold them with a good eye. Rejoined Naaman, we have heard Akiba saying so only concerning a well, etc., which does not impoverish the ground, but have you heard him saying so concerning a tree, which does? Does not Akiba agree that, in a case in which the branches of a tree overhang the field of another, he may clear the size of a plough handle? There is a Baratha in accordance with Haya b. Aba that the buyer of 3 trees acquires title to the ground beneath, between, and outside to the extent that he can stand there with a basket in the hand. Said Abai to Joseph, who has a right to sow the outside ground that belongs to the buyer of the trees, to whom it belongs, or the owner of the ground, who allows the buyer to be present there only at the time of gathering therefore he may sow it. And the buyer has a right to step on it at that time. And he answered, this we have learned in the Mishna farther on, that the outsider may sow the path which leads to the inside field. Rejoined Abai, what comparison is this? There the buyer of the inner field does not suffer any damage when he steps on the sown path to his field. But here, if the owner of the ground should sow it, there is a damage to the buyer of the trees in not having the products of the ground belonging to him. Therefore, if this case should be compared to the one in the cited Mishna, it is only to the latter part, which states that neither of them has a right to sow. There is a Baratha in accordance with Abai, which states plainly that neither of them has a right to sow. How much space is to be left between the trees in question, that it should be considered the buyers? R. Joseph in the name of R. Jehudah, quoting Samuel, said, from 4 to 8 ells. And Rabbah in the name of R. Naaman, quoting Samuel, said, from 8 to 16. Said Abai to R. Joseph, do not quarrel with R. Naaman, as there is a Mishna, Kilaim, 4. 9, in accordance with him, if one has planted his vineyard 16 ells square, he may sow other seeds between the rows. And R. Jehudah said, it happened in the city of Zalman that one had planted his vineyard 16 ells square. 1 year he trained the branches of every 2 rows in one direction, and sowed in the opposite direction, and the next year he trained the branches in another direction, and sowed on the ground that had lain fallow. And when the matter was brought before the sages, they sanctioned it, his manner of proceeding. And he answered, I took my theory from such a case as happened in the village of the shepherds, which was brought before R. Jehudah, and he decided to give them space for a yoke of oxen with the harness thereof. But I did not know the measure of such a space, and after I had given my attention to a Mishnah stated above, as follows, one must not plant a tree near his neighbor's field unless he leaves 4 ells space. And the Baratha in addition to this states the 4 ells mentioned are for the purpose of working up a vineyard, as explained above, p. 78, I inferred from this that the measure of a yoke with the harness is 4 ells. But is there not a Mishnah, Kilaim, 4. 9, in accordance with R. Joseph, Beth R. Meir and R. Simeon say, if one plants his vineyard 8 ells square, he is permitted to sow other seeds therein? Nevertheless, a practiced act is more important for evidence. It is correct in accordance with R. Joseph, which is according to R. Simeon's theory, as we have heard that R. Simeon's theory equals both cases, when the vines are scattered and also when they are growing together, scattered, from the Mishnah just cited, and, growing together, from the following Mishnah. A vineyard which is planted in less than 4 ells is not to be considered a vineyard at all. So is the decree of R. Simeon, etc. But according to R. Naaman, who is in accord with the rabbis' theory, we have heard their opinion concerning scattered ones, as said above in the case of Zalman, but have you also heard their opinion about growing together? This is common sense. As R. Simeon considers the half space in his theory of growing together, the same is the case with the rabbis, they also consider the half space in their theory of growing together. Said Rabbah, the halakha prevails from 4 to 16 ells. And there is a Baratha which supports him as follows, what is meant by being near one to another? 4 ells. And what is meant by being far? 16 ells. In the latter case, if one bought the trees he bought also the ground, and also the shrubs between, and, therefore, if it happens that a tree withers or is cut off, the ground remains his. If, however, it were less or more than the above space, or he bought the trees not at one time, but one after another, the ground and the shrubs between do not belong to him. And, therefore, if a tree becomes withered or is cut off, he has no right to the ground, to plant another instead. R. Jeremiah questioned. How should the ground belonging to the buyer be measured from the end of the branches or from the trunk, so that he would have more space than by measuring from the branches? And R. Gibeah from the city of Kthil said to R. Ashi, come and hear the following Mishnah, Kilaim, 7. 1. If a vine has been bent in such a manner that the main stem is out of sight, underground, the measure, as to legal distance, must be calculated from the second stem I.e. the place where it rises from the ground and again becomes visible. R. Jeremiah questioned again, how is the law if one has sold a tree of which the branches are separated by 4 ells from one another, and the above R. Gibeah said to R. Ashi. Come and hear the second Mishnah, Ibid, if 3 vines are bent, and partly covered with mold, and their stems remain visible. R. Elazar ben Zadok said, if there remain between them not less than 4 and not exceeding 5 ells in width, they, the vines, must be looked upon as connected, otherwise, they are not to be so considered. R. Papa questioned, if one has sold 2 trees situated in his field and one on the boundary, are they to be counted together, or not? The same question arises when one has sold 2 situated on his own ground and one on his neighbor's, and both questions remain undecided. R. Ashi questioned, if in the above questions it were decided that they should be counted together, how is the law if there were a well, or a channel, or intervention by a public ground or a row of young trees? This question also remains undecided. Hillel questioned Rabbi, if a cedar tree intervened, how is the law? And he answered, then title is given to him in the trees, as well as in the cedar. How should the trees be situated so that the 16 ells in question should be measured? According to Rab in a row, and according to Samuel diagonally. And the difference is, that according to him who said, in a row, the ground belongs to the buyer, so much the more when they are situated diagonally. While according to him who says, diagonally, if they are in a row the ground does not belong to the buyer, as if in a row the ground between is fit for sowing. R. Hamnuna opposed, according to the theory that if they were placed diagonally the ground belongs to the buyer only for the reason that such a ground is not fit for sowing. How would it be if one should sell 3 thorns which are called Higi Renayatha, the ground between which is also unfit for sowing? Shall we also assume that the ground belongs to him? And he was answered that the thorns in question are of little value, which is not the case with the trees in question, and the law dictates both that the trees should be of value and the ground between unfit for sowing. Mishna 7. If one sold the head of a cow, the feet are not included, and vice versa, the windpipe, the liver is not included, and vice versa. However, concerning a calf, the feet are included in the sale of a head, and vice versa. And the same is the case with the windpipe and the liver. There are 4 legal customs concerning sales. If one alleges having sold good wheat and thereafter it was found to be bad, the buyer may retract. If he alleged having sold bad and thereafter it was found good, the seller may retract. If, however, it was found as alleged, neither of them can retract, although from the sale of the wheat to the delivery the price for same has increased or decreased. If one sold dark red wheat and it was found to be white, or vice versa. Trees of olives, and they were found to be sycamore, or vice versa, wine, if it was found to be vinegar, or vice versa, both have a right to retract. Gemara, said R. Hista, if one has sold wheat worth 5 zuz for 6, and subsequently it increases to 8, who was imposed on prior to the increase? The buyer. Therefore the right of retraction from the sale is given to him only, but not to the seller, as the buyer may say, if you had not imposed on me in the beginning, you could not retract from the sale even if the price increased. And having imposed on me, should you have the right to retract? And it was learned in our Mishna that if one alleged having sold good and it was found bad, the right of retraction was given to the buyer and not to the seller, even if it had increased in price more than the seller took. The same said again, if one has sold for 5 the value of 6, and thereafter it lowered to 3 zuz, who was imposed on prior to that decrease? The seller. The right to retract is only for him and not for the buyer, for the reason stated above, that the seller may say to the buyer, if I had not been imposed on in the beginning, you could not retract though the price should decrease. And inasmuch as I have been imposed on, should you have such a right? And so teaches our Mishna, if one alleges having sold bad, and thereafter good was found, the right of retraction is given to the seller and not to the buyer. But what then came our Hista to teach? Does not the Mishna state so? Without his statement, one might say that according to the Mishna, in those cases illustrated by our Hista, both have a right to retract, as there was imposition in the beginning of the sale, while the Mishna treats of where no imposition took place, and therefore our Hista came to teach us that the Mishna must be interpreted according to his illustration. Wine, and it was found vinegar. Shall we assume that our Mishna is in accordance with Rabbi, and not with the rabbis of the following Bathra? Wine and vinegar are considered one kind, concerning heave offering, so that if he has separated truma from the wine for the vinegar also, or vice versa, it is valid. Rabbi, however, maintains that it is not, because they are two separate kinds. Nay. Our Mishna may be in accordance with the rabbis also, as they differ with Rabbi only concerning tithe and heave offering, and it is in accordance with our Elaha, who has inferred elsewhere from the scripture that if one has separated tithe for truma from the bad, for the good ones of the same kind, grain or fruit, his action is valid. But concerning selling and buying, the rabbis also agree that the one who desires wine cannot be satisfied with vinegar, and vice versa. Mishna 8. If one has sold fruit, and the buyer has made a drawing on it, although it was not as yet measured, title is given, but not if it was measured for him, and the drawing has not taken place. And if the buyer were shrewd, he would hire the place where the fruit is to be measured, so that the seller should not have the right to retract even before the drawing is made. If one buys flax, title is not given unless he removes it from one place to another, but if the flax was still attached to the ground, and the buyer pulled up some of it, title is given. Gemara, said our Asi in the name of our Johanan, if he has measured it, and placed it on the Shemitah path, for the buyer, title is given. Said our Zerah to him, perhaps the master has heard from a Johanan that he has measured and put it in the basket of the buyer. And he answered, the question of this scholar is similar to that of men who do not understand the halakha at all, for is it then needed to teach that title is given if the seller puts it in the basket of the buyer? Says the Gemara. Has our Zerah accepted our Asi's theory, or not? Come and hear. Our Yanai said in the name of Rabbi, if the yard where the fruit was placed belonged to both the seller and buyer, title is given to the latter. Is it not assumed that title is given even if it was placed on the ground of the yard? Nay, it means if it was placed in the basket of the buyer, and it seems to be so, as our Jacob in the name of our Johanan said. If after measuring he puts it on the Shemitah, title is not given. And as this would contradict the above statement of our Asi in the name of our Johanan, we must then say that one has heard from him when the basket of the buyer was placed on the Shemitah, and from the other, when the basket of the buyer was not. Infer from this that our Zerah had not accepted. Come and hear another objection. But when measured, and a drawing was not made, title is not given. Does this not mean in the Shemitah? Nay, it means public ground. If so, how is the first part to be understood? If he has made a drawing, but not measured, title is given. Does, then, a drawing give title in public ground? Is it not said above, page 169, that in public ground only transferring gives title, but not drawing? The expression, drawing, means that he removed it from the public ground to the Shemitah. But how about the latter part, if the buyer is shrewd, he hires the place, etc.? If it speaks of a public ground, from whom can he hire it? It means to say, if it still remained on the premises of the owner, then if the buyer is shrewd he will hire the place. Both Rab and Samuel said, the vessels of the buyer give title to him in every place, except on public ground. R. Johanan and R. Simeon B. Lakish both are of the opinion that it gives title even when on public ground. Said our Papa, the above parties do not differ, as the latter speaks of a Shemitah, and why they call it public ground is because it is not private ground. Says the Gemara. It seems to be so, as our Abuhu said in the name of our Johanan, the vessels of one give him title in every place where it is permitted to him to place them. Hence we see that only to those places where it is permitted to him to place them is title given, but not to public ground where one is not permitted to place one's vessels. Come and hear the following Tosefta. There are 4 legal customs concerning sellers. A. If the measure does not belong to both of them and it was placed on public ground, or in a yard that does not belong to both, then. If the measure was not as yet filled up and the seller wishes for some reason to recede from his sale, he may do so. But if it was filled up, then it is considered already the buyer's, as it is supposed that for this purpose it was lent to the buyer, that as soon as filled he might take it with its contents. b. If the measure belongs to one of them, to every atom that is put in the measure the owner of the measure acquires title, provided it was at those places named above. c. If it was on the premises of the seller, the buyer does not acquire title unless he lifts it up or removes it from the seller's premises. And d. If it was on the premises of the buyer, as soon as the seller agreed to sell him the grain for such and such a price the buyer has acquired title. If, however, the grain in question was deposited previously by the seller without the intention of selling it, and thereafter the depositary bought it from him, title is not given unless the seller agrees to renounce his right to the place where the grain is now placed, or the buyer hires it. We see, then, that if the measure was filled up title is given to the buyer, even if it was on the public ground. Also, here, by public ground is meant a semita, but if so, why the repetition, a yard that does not belong to both? Is it not the same as a semita? By this expression is also meant that the whole yard does not belong to one of them, as they were partners in it. R. Sheshith questioned R. Huna, if the vessels of the buyer were placed on the premises of the seller, does the buyer acquire title or not? And he answered, this we have learned, Githin, I. 1. If he put the divorce in the pocket of her dress or in her basket, she is divorced, hence we see that one's vessels give him title. Said R. Naaman to R. Huna, why have you decided this question from that Mishna which was objected to, and there were about 100 explanations of the meaning of it, qv. You should decide this from the Tosefta cited above, if it was on the premises of the seller, title is not given unless he lifts it up or removes it, and it is to be assumed that it speaks of when the measure was the buyer's. Answered he. Nay, it means if the vessels belong to the seller. Rejoined he. If the first part speaks of when the vessels belong to the seller, the second part must also treat of the same. How, then, is the decision to be understood, if it was on the premises of the buyer, as soon as the seller has agreed, etc., title is acquired? Why, then, is it not still in the hands of the seller? Nay, the latter part speaks of when the vessels belong to the buyer. But what compels you to explain the two parts of it in different applications? Because, generally, if on the premises of the seller his measures are used, and on the premises of the buyer his are used. Said Rabbah, come and hear another objection, if the buyer or his servants have led the asses of the seller, with the load, to his premises, and the load was still upon the asses or in the hand of the servants. Whether the price was made but no measure taken, or measure taken but no price made, both have a right to retract. If, however, they were unloaded in the street and one brought the stuff to his house, if the price was made before measuring neither of them can retract, but if measured before the price was made, the sale is not considered settled, and both may retract. Now, as we see that the vessels belonging to the seller, if they are on the premises of the buyer, do not give title, it must be the same with the vessels of the buyer on the premises of the seller, neither do they give title. Said R. Naaman b. Itzhak, it speaks of when the buyer removed it from the vessels and placed it on his premises. Rabbah became angry at this explanation, does not the Tosefta plainly teach unloaded, and he says, removed it and placed it on his premises? Said Mar b. R. Ashi, it can be explained that the load was of bundles of garlic of which the unloading itself makes it rest on the premises of the buyer, and it needs no more work. Said Huna b. Mar Zutra to Rabina, let us see. It states unloaded, from which it must be supposed that he did it with the consent of the owner. What, then, is the difference whether the price was made or not? Is it not said above that if on the premises of the buyer, as soon as agreed on, no retraction can take place, as the premises of the buyer give title? Why, then, should a retraction take place in such a case? And he answered, if the price was made, the seller relies upon it, and the sale is made, but if otherwise, he does not. Said Rabina to R. Ashi, come and hear what both Rab and Samuel declared above, the vessels of one give him title at every place. Is this not equivalent to saying even on the premises of the seller? Yeah, provided he told him, go and acquire title. There is a Mishna, kiddushin to real estate title is acquired by money, deed, or hazaka, and to personal property title is given by drawing only. As to which in Surah it was taught in the name of our Hista, and in Pumbeditha in the name of our Kahana, according to others in the name of Rabbah, as follows, this is said concerning things which it is not usual to lift up, but to those which it is usual to lift, title is given only by lifting up, but not by drawing. Abayi was sitting repeating this halakha, and our Ada B. Mathna objected to him from the following, if one steals a purse on Sabbath and takes it into the street, he is obliged to pay for the purse, because he was culpable of stealing before the violation of the Sabbath was committed. There is a rule that if in one and the same thing a liability for money and a crime were committed, the punishment for the crime absolves him from payment. In such a case, however, two separate crimes are considered, as after he steals the purse it becomes his, and the violation of the Sabbath is done with his own. If, however, he drew the purse little by little, and he picked it up when it was already on public ground, he is absolved from payment, as both crimes were committed together. Now a purse is certainly a thing which is usually lifted up, and nevertheless one acquires title to it by drawing, for should it not be Sabbath, he would be obliged to pay for it, even if he should not have lifted it up until it reaches the street. And he answered, it speaks of a purse fastened with a cord, of which drawing is usual. Said our Ada, I also speak of such a kind of purse. And he rejoined, I mean such a big purse as could not be lifted up except by drawing it by the cord. It was objected again from the above Tosefta that if on the premises of the seller, title is not given unless he lifted it up or drew it, from which we see that to a thing that can be lifted up title is acquired by drawing also. Said our Naman B. It's hack. It is meant in parts. To a thing which is usually lifted up, title is given by lifting, and usually drawn, by drawing. Come and hear. If one sold fruit, if he made a drawing although not measured, title is given. Now fruit is usually carried, and nevertheless drawing suffices. It means big loads of fruit. If so, how is the latter part to be understood? If one buys flax, title is not given unless he removes it to another place. Is it not usual for flax to be in big loads? With flax it is different, because it is usually detachable in big loads. Said Rabina to our Ashi, come and hear. To a cow, title is given by transferring, and to a calf, by lifting up. So is the decree of our Meir and our Simeon B. Elazar. But the sages say, to a calf, by drawing also. Now a calf can be lifted up, and nevertheless drawing gives title. With a calf it is different, as it resists. Therefore it is difficult to lift it up. Rab and Samuel both said, if one says, I sell you a core of 30 saws for such an amount, the seller has a right to retract even at the last saw. If, however, he said, I sell you a core of 30 saws, each saw for a selah, title is acquired to every saw as measured. Come and hear. If the measure belongs to one of them, to every atom that was put in title is acquired, although the whole measure was not as yet filled. Hence we see that title is given even when one did not say, I sell you each measure for a certain price. It speaks of when in the measure were marks, as where one said, I sell you a bin for 12 selahs, each lug for a selah. And our Kahana illustrates thus, there were marks in the bin for 1, 2, 3 lugs, etc. The same is it with the measure in question, there were marks for each saw. Come and hear. If one hires a servant to work for him in the barn, not in harvest time, for 1 dinar a day, with the stipulation that he shall work for him for the same price in the harvest time. Although at that time the price is a selah a day, and advances him the wages for the whole time, it is prohibited to do so, as it looks usurious. But if he hires him for 100 days from today for a dinar a day, and advances him 100 dinars, although during the time the harvest begins and each day is worth a selah, it is permissible. Now, if you say that to a core of 30 saws, each saw for a selah, title is given for each saw measured, it ought to be the same with the days in question for each working day a dinar shall be charged. And when the harvest comes he shall add every day for the increase in price at that time, and by not doing so it is to be considered usury. Said Rabbah, whence did you obtain that it is not permissible to one to lower the price for his work? Hence this does not contradict the statement of Rab and Samuel at all. But if so, why is there a difference between the first part of the Beretha and the latter? In the first part it does not say, work from today. And if he begins his work at the harvest time for a lower price, it looks usurious, as he has lowered the price for advancing the money. In the second part, however, where he begins to work immediately, and works every day for the same price, it cannot be considered usury if he does not increase the price at harvest time. And the buyer pulled up some of it, etc. Because he pulled up some of it, he acquires title to the whole. Sedar, Sheshith, it treats of a case in which the seller said to him, fix something in the ground, and acquire title to all that is attached thereon. Mishna 9. If one sold wine or oil, and it became dearer or cheaper, if before the measure was filled it is to be charged to the seller, and if afterwards, to the buyer. If the sale was made through a broker, and it happens that a barrel leaks, it is to be charged to the broker, and the seller is obliged to add a few drops to the measure. After the seller has turned over the measure, and some of the liquid has gathered, it belongs to the seller. The storekeeper, however, is not obliged to keep the measure until the last 3 drops are leaked out. R. Jehudah says that on the eve of Sabbath, when it grows dark, one is exempt from this duty. Gemara, let us see to whom the measure in question belongs. If to the buyer, why should it be charged to the seller, even if it was not filled? And if to the seller, why should it be charged to the buyer, even if it was filled up? Sedar, Illa, it speaks of when the measure was the broker's. But does not the Mishna state in the latter part, if there was a broker, from which it is to be inferred that the first part means without a broker? The first part speaks of the broker's measure in his absence, and the latter, in his presence. After the seller has turned over the measure, etc. When Eleazar reached Palestine, he met Zeri and asked him, is there here some scholar whom Rab has taught the laws about measures? And he showed to him Itzhak b. Abdamai. And B asked him, what is your difficulty? The statement of our Mishnah, which says that this belongs to the seller, and another, if, of Truma which was given to the priest, after the barrel was turned over and leaked out there was still some remainder. It is Truma, hence we see that it belongs to the buyer. And he answered, this presents no difficulty, as additional to our Mishnah was taught by our Abuhu. The reason is that usually the seller renounced his right to such a trifle, which cannot be said there, as who can renounce Truma? The storekeeper, etc. The schoolmen propounded a question, does R. Jehudah with his statement mean to say that the wholesaler is exempt from adding the drops on the eve of Sabbaths, therefore being more lenient than the first Tana, or does he mean the storekeeper, and is rigorous? As he exempts him on the eve of Sabbaths and not on weekdays? Come and hear the following Beretha, which states plainly, our Jehudah said on the eve of Sabbaths the storekeeper is exempt, for he is then busy. Mishna X. If one sends his little son to the storekeeper with a pundian, depondius, to buy 1 isar's worth of oil and to get 1 isar change, and the storekeeper so acts, but the child loses the isar and breaks the glass containing the oil, the storekeeper is responsible. Art Jehudah, however, frees him, as for this purpose the child was sent. The sages, however, admit that when the glass was in the hand of the child and the storekeeper poured the oil into it, the storekeeper is free. Gemara, it is correct, in their difference concerning the oil and the change of the isar, that according to the rabbis the child was sent only to notify the storekeeper of his want, so that the storekeeper shall supply it, and according to our Jehudah that it was sent to bring it, but why should the storekeeper be responsible for the glass, which the father should not have entrusted to the child, who was unable to take care of it? Said R. Haushia, the Mishnah treats of when the sender was a glass dealer, and the storekeeper took it to examine it and it broke. And it is in accordance with Samuel, who said elsewhere that if one takes a vessel to a specialist for examination, and it was destroyed by an accident, the latter is responsible. Is it to be assumed that in this simple statement of Samuel the Tanaim differ? Therefore said both Rabbah and Joseph, it treats of when the storekeeper was a glass dealer also, and he gave the glass to the child, and Jehuda's decision that the sender is nevertheless responsible for the glass also is because it was sent for the purpose of bringing the oil, and as the father gave no vessel, the storekeeper did only what was demanded. And the rabbis are in accordance with their theory that the storekeeper had to supply. But if so, how is the latter part, if the glass was in the hand of the child, etc., to be understood? Is it not said that the child was sent only to notify him? Therefore Abai and Hanina, sons of Abin, both said, the Mishna speaks of a case in which the storekeeper took the glass to measure with, and although the storekeeper had not requested that such should be sent to him, as soon as he took it for the purpose of measuring he is responsible. And this is in accordance with Rabbah, who said, Middle Gate, page 69, if he has struck the animal, although he was not obliged to return it, he is responsible. But Rabbah's statement was concerning a living thing, which usually runs away when struck. Have you also heard him stating in such a case as ours? Therefore said Rabbah, I and the lion of our society, which is Zerah, have explained thus, the Mishna treats of when the storekeeper took the glass for measuring to other customers and the point of their differing is, a borrower without consent. According to one, he is considered a robber and is responsible. And according to the other, he is considered a borrower who is not responsible for an accident. The text says, Samuel said, if one took a vessel from a specialist, to examine it, he is responsible for an accident. This is only when the price of the article was fixed. There was a man who entered a butcher's shop and lifted up a shoulder of meat, and while examining it a crusher came and took it away from him, and when the case came before Zemar, he made him responsible, as the price for it was already made. There was a man who brought cucumbers to the city of Pumnahara, and a crowd arriving, each of them took one for the purpose of buying, but the seller could not see of whom to demand the money. And he exclaimed, all of them are consecrated for heaven. When the case came before Kahana, he decided that one cannot consecrate a thing not belonging to him, and as the price for each cucumber was fixed and they were in the hands of the buyers, they had acquired title to them even before paying. But if the price were not fixed, they would be still under the control of the owner and the consecration valid. The rabbis taught, if one were examining herbs in the market, selecting from them and putting the same aside, even if he did so the whole day title is not acquired, and there is no obligation for tithe. It treats of when the seller was one of the common people who was suspicious that he did not separate tithe therefrom. If, however, he had made up his mind to buy, title is acquired, and they become a subject for tithe. In case of reconsidering he has no right to return, because they are already a subject obligatory for tithe, and also he has no right to separate the tithe if he intended to return, as he would diminish the value. Therefore he can do no other than separate the tithe and pay the owner for them. But is it so, that because one has made up his mind to buy he acquires title and makes a thing subject for tithe? Said Haushia, the Baratha treats of one who fears heaven like Safra, who always acted as it is written, P.S. 15. 2, and speaketh the truth in his heart. Mishna 11. The wholesaler has to clean his measures once within 30 days, because the stuff sticks to them and impairs accurate measuring. A retailer, however, has to do so once within 12 months. Simeon B. Gamaliel, however, maintains that the reverse is the case. With the wholesaler, who measures continually, the stuff does not stick, and it is sufficient to clean them once within a year. But with the retailer, who does not measure continually, the stuff sticks, and he is obliged to clean them once within 30 days. The storekeeper must do the same with his measures twice a week, and the weights once a week, as he takes hold of them with wet hands, and consequently they become heavier, and when he buys something, in weighing the stuff he deceives the seller. The scales, however, he must clean before each weighing thereon. Said Simeon B. Gamaliel, all this is said when he sells liquids, but otherwise it is not necessary. The storekeeper is obliged to bend the cross-bit the size of a span to the scale that contains the stuff sold, in case he sells a litra or more. If, however, he weighs strictly, he must give him the overweight due 1/10 of a liquid and 1/20 of a dry thing. Where it is customary to measure with small measures, one must not do it with large ones, and vice versa. Where it is customary to smooth the measures, it must not be heaped, and to heap, it must not be smoothed. Gemara, whence is all this deduced? Said Resh Lakish, from Deuteronomy 25:15, a perfect and just weight shalt thou have. And as the word just is superfluous, it is to be explained thus, justify the perfect measure from thy own. If so, how is the latter part, if he weighs strictly, to be understood? If it is a biblical obligation to add to the exact weight, so can it be allowed to weigh strictly? Therefore it must be aid that the first part of the Mishna treats of places where it is customary, and the interpretation of Resh Lakish refers to the latter part, which states that he must give him the overweight. And to the question, whence is this deduced? Resh Lakish interpreted the above cited verse. And how much shall the overweight be? Said Abba be Mamel in the name of Rab, 1/10 of a litra in liquid to a quantity of 10 litras. 1/10 to liquid, etc. The schoolmen propounded a question, does it mean 1/10 of a liquid to 10 wet measures and 1/20 to 20 dry measures, or 1/10 to 10 liquid and to 20 dry ones? This question was not decided. Levi said, the punishment for false measuring is harder than for adultery, as concerning the first the expression in Scripture is, Leviticus 18:24, with all, and the latter, Deuteronomy 25:16, with eel. And whence is it inferred that these words mean hard punishment? From Ezek 17:13, but the mighty eel did he take away. And what is the reason? Concerning adultery one can atone by repentance, which is not the case with an unjust measure, as he cannot know whom he has cheated, in order to make amends. The same said again, it is harder for the cheating of a commoner than for the cheating of the sanctuary, as the punishment for robbing a common man is more severe than for robbing the sanctuary. 46 Concerning a commoner it is written, Leviticus v. 21, if any person sin and commit a trespass against the Lord if, namely, he lie unto his neighbor, in a thing taken away, etc. Hence even in the beginning of the deception the passage calls him sinner, while concerning the robbing of the sanctuary, Ibid 14:15, if any person commit a trespass, etc. He is not called sinner at the time he took it, unless he derived benefit therefrom. The rabbis taught, whence is it deduced that it must not be smoothed where the custom is heaping, and vice versa? From Deuteronomy 25:15, a perfect and just measure shalt thou have. And whence is it deduced that if one say, where the custom is not to smooth, I will smooth and diminish the amount, or, in places where it is smoothed, I will heap and increase the amount, he must not be listened to? From the same cited verse and from the superfluous word just, as stated above. The rabbis taught, whence is it deduced that one must not weigh accurately where it is customary to add to the weight, and vice versa? From the same cited verse, perfect and just weight. And if one cared to do otherwise than according to custom, and pay the difference, he must not be listened to, as said above. Said Jehudah of Surah, it is written, Ibid 14, thou shalt not have in thy house, etc. The term in thy house, which is superfluous, is to be interpreted thus, thou shalt not have money in thy house, for the purpose of smoothing where it is the custom of heaping, and vice versa, or for overweight, etc. Because this would bring one to keep in his house two diverse measures. And the same explanation is to be given to Ibid 13, as it is desired of everyone to have one weight and one measure, just and perfect. The rabbis taught, from the same verse is to be inferred that gradims must be appointed to investigate measures, but not to investigate prices. The exilarchs used to appoint gradims for both, measures and prices. And Samuel said to Karna, go and lecture to them that gradims should be appointed for measures only. He, however, lectured that for both, measures and prices, gradims must be appointed. And Samuel cursed him for this. However, Karna did it in accordance with Rami b. Hama, who said in the name of our Itzhak, gradums should be appointed for measures as well as for prices, because of cheating. The rabbis taught, if one desires a litra, a half, or a quarter, it may be given to him with its weight, but for less than this no weight should be made, but he may give it to him according to the money or by weight of coins. The rabbis taught, if one desires 3/4 of a litra, he has no right to demand one shall weigh him each quarter separately, and give him overweight to each of them. But one may weigh him a litra, and leave the 4th quarter for overweight. The same is the case if he needs 10 litras, he has no right to demand he shall weigh him each litra separately with an overweight. But he weighs him all the 10 in one scale, and gives one overweight to all. The rabbis taught, the scales must be hanging 3 spans in the arai, 3 spans from the ceiling or 3 spans from the ground. And the cross bit with the cords of the scales must be the size of 12 spans, for wool and glassware 2 spans, and the cross bit with cords of the scale 9 spans. The storekeeper and privates, however, 1 span, and the cross bit with cords of the scale 6 spans. And for gold and silver 3 fingers in the air, and of the cross bit and the cord of the scales I do not know the size, the Tana of this Baratha says so. Says the Gemara. For what purpose is the first mentioned scale of which it is not stated what should be weighed upon it? Said our Papa, for gravita, of iron and copper smiths, who weigh pieces of 100 litras on one scale. According to others, their filings. Said our Mani b. Padish, the same sizes of scales are needed to make a subject for defilement, this will be explained in the proper place. The rabbis taught. Weights must not be made of tin, lead, cassiterite, or other kinds of metal, but they may be made of granite or glass. The rabbis taught, the roller for smoothing must not be made from a melon stem, as it is too light. Nor of iron, as it is too heavy, but of olive, nut, sycamore, or box tree. The rabbis taught, the roller must not be made thick at one end and narrow at the other. One must not strike rapidly, because this would be a benefit for the buyer and a disadvantage to the seller, and also not too slow, which is a disadvantage to the buyer and beneficial to the seller. And to all this was said by Rabban Johanan b. Zakkai, it would be painful to me to declare the art of measuring, as this would serve as a lesson for swindlers, and also painful not to declare it, as swindlers would say that the rabbis have no idea of the art of our profession. And to the question of the schoolmen, did our Johanan declare so, or not? Said our Samuel b. our Itzhak, he did, and on the basis of the following verse, Hos 15:10, for righteous are the ways of the Lord, and the just shall walk in them, but the transgressors will stumble through them. 47. Said our Jehuda in the name of Rab, one must not keep in his house an unjust measure, even if he uses it for a chamber. Said our Papa, this is said of places where measures are not stamped. But in places where they are it does not matter, for no one would take a measure without being stamped. And even where they are not stamped, it is prohibited to keep them when they are not examined by the government. But if they are, it does not matter. Says the Gemara. In reality, however, it is not so, as it may happen that one may measure with it by twilight. And so also we have learned in a Baratha, one must not keep in his house an unjust measure, even if he uses it for a chamber. He may, however, keep a sah, a tarkab, a half of it, a cab, a half, or a quarter of it, a thuman or a half of it. And an ukla. And how much is an ukla? 1/5 of a lug. And of liquid zahin, a half, a third, a quarter, a lug, a half, a quarter, and an eighth of an eighth, which is named kartub. But why is it not allowed to keep a measure of 2 cabs? For one may take it for a tarkab. We see, then, that a mistake can be made in a third. Then it ought not to be allowed to keep a cab, as we may take it for a half tarkab. Therefore we must say that a measure of 2 cabs is not allowed, for one may take it for a half tarkab. We see, then, that a mistake can be made in a quarter, as a half tarkab measures a cab and a half. Why, then, is it allowed to keep a half thuman and ukla? Said our Papa, small measures are known to the people, and no mistake can be made. But why is it allowed to keep 1/3 and 1/4 of a hin? Because these measures were used in the temple, the rabbis would not care to prohibit them. But why were they not prohibited in the temple also? Because the priests were always careful. Samuel said, if the elders of the city want to enlarge the measures, it must not be more than 1/6 of them, and the same is the case when they want to enlarge a coin. And the seller should not fix his profit at more than 1/6, provided the price of the stuff has not increased, but if it has, then the profit may be even twofold. Let us see what is the reason of Samuel's decision. Shall we assume that the reason is, if the wholesalers do not increase the price more in proportion, then they may do so even when it is enlarged to 1/6 exactly? And if the reason is not to make void the sale, as exacting more than 1/6 makes the sale null and void? Did not Rabbah say, every sale by measure, weight, or number, if there should be an exaction of even less than the law prescribes, it may be retracted? Therefore it must be said that the reason is that an outside seller should not suffer any damage, i.e. if an outside seller, who is not aware of the increase, sells for the same price as before, and his profit is usually 1/6, if it was enlarged to 1/6 only, then he derives no profit, but neither does he suffer any damage in the cost price. Is that so? Does not the seller need to make profit on his sale? Should one who sells at cost be called a merchant? Therefore said our Hista, Samuel took as a basis for his decision the following verse, Isaac XLV. 12, and the shekel shall be 20 gerahs, in pieces of 20 shekels, 5 and 20 shekels, 15 shekels, shall be your meneh. Was, then, a meneh 60 shekels, which makes 240 zuz. Therefore from this verse may be inferred 3 things, a. that the meneh of the sanctuary was in value twice as much as the common shekel, b. that it is allowed to increase 1/6, but not more. And, c. that the 1/6 may be added even from outside, e.g., to add 10 to 50, so that the 1/6 may be reckoned after being added, as the meneh of Ezekiel is 60 shekels, while a meneh in general contains 25 shekels. Our Papa B. Samuel made a kila of 3 kpis.48 and to the question, did not Samuel say there must not be added more than 1/6? Answered he, I have invented a measure entirely new. He sent it to Pumbeditha, and it was not accepted. But the city of Pepunia accepted it, and called it Ruspapa, i.e., the measure of Papa. The rabbis taught, those who forestall fruit, etc., here as in Derek Eretz Rabbah, Volume 9, page 1, line 17 seek, q. v. Those who forestall fruit who are meant thereby. Said our Johanan, people like Sabati. The forestaller of fruit, whose custom was to buy fruit only for the purpose of selling it to the poor at a high price, but if one buys fruit at the cheap season not for this purpose, and the price increases, and he sells it at the existing price, it does not matter. The father of Samuel used to buy grain at harvest time, and sold it at the same price. Samuel his son, however, used to store up the grain he bought in harvest until the price became higher, and then sold it at the same price as in harvest time. And from Palestine a message was sent that the acts of the father were more meritorious than those of his son. Why so? Because through the acts of the father the wholesaler could not increase the price, while the acts of the son did not prevent the increase of price, and his selling cheap could not affect the high price which was already fixed. Rab said, one may store up the grain he has harvested from his field, as it is prohibited only to buy in the market at harvest time for the purpose of increasing the price. And so we have also learned in the following Beretha, one must not forestall fruit, grain, etc., by which a livelihood is made, as, e.g., wine, oil, and fine flour, but spices, pepper, etc., one may. This is said, however, if one buys it from the market, but from one's own field it is allowed to store everything. One is also allowed to store up in Palestine for the following 3 years for the eve of a sabbatic year, for the sabbatic year itself, and for the succeeding year, as in the last year people must wait for the new crop. In famine years, however, even a cab of carobs must not be stored up, for it produces a curse to the prices. R. Jose B. Hanina said to Puga his servant, Go, store up for me grain for 3 years for the eve of the Sabbatic year itself, and the succeeding year. The rabbis taught, there must not be exported from Palestine things by which a livelihood is made, as wine, oil, and fine meal. R. Jehuda B. Bathra allows to export wine, because it diminishes intoxication. And even from Palestine to Syria the export of the above is prohibited. Rabbi, however, allows export from the last province of Palestine to the first province of Syria which bounds it. The rabbis taught, one must not buy from the farmer things by which a livelihood is made for the purpose of selling in the market at a higher price in the provinces of Palestine, but for the farmer himself it is allowed to sell in the markets. It was said, however, that our Eleazar B. Azariah used to sell wine and oil to the retail dealers, and they sold it at a higher price, and the reason was, that he holds with our Jehuda concerning wine. And oil was abundant in the markets of his place, so that the retail dealers could not affect the price. The rabbis taught, one must not derive twice a profit on eggs. Said Mari B. Mari, in the interpretation of the Baratha Rab and Samuel differ. According to one, it means one shall not double the price. And according to the other, it means one seller shall not sell it to another seller so that he has profit, and the seller in the market will also make a profit but he himself must sell it in the market. The rabbis taught, it may be prayed by blowing of horns, even on Sabbath, when business becomes dull. Said our Johanan, this is to be done in case remnants of flax become very low in Babylon, and wine and oil in Palestine. Said R. Joseph, provided that the stuff was lowered to near half price. The rabbis taught, one must not emigrate from Palestine to other provinces, unless the price of grain has increased to the extent of a selah for 2 saws. Said R. Simeon, this is only when one could not find any grain at all to buy, but if he can get it even at the price of a selah for each saw, one must not emigrate. And so also was the opinion of our Simeon B. Johai, who used to say that Elimelech, Mahlon, and Kilyon were the great men of their generation, and were their leaders, and they were punished only because they emigrated from Palestine. As it is written, Ruth, I. 19, all the city was in commotion about them, and people said, Is this Naomi? And to the question, what does it mean? Said our Itzhak, it means, see what has become of Naomi, who emigrated from Palestine. He said again, at that day when Ruth reached Palestine, the wife of Boaz had died, and this is what people say, that before the deceased departed the substitute for managing the house was already prepared. Rabba B. R. Huna in the name of Rab said, Boaz is identical with Ibzan. What came be to teach us? That which was said in his name elsewhere, viz., 120 banquets Boaz made for his children. As it is written, Judges, 12. 9, and he had 30 sons, and 30 daughters he sent abroad, and 30 daughters he brought in for his sons from abroad, etc. And at each marriage 2 banquets were given, one in the father's and one in the father-in-law's house, and to not one of them did he invite Manoah, saying, What return can I expect of this childless man? And there is a Baratha that all the children died when he, Boaz, was still alive. And he remarried and begot one who was better than all the 60, the same was Obed, who was born by Ruth, from whom David descended. R. Hanan B. Rabbah in the name of Rab said, Elimelech, Shalman the kinsman, Ruth, 4. And the father of Naomi all were the descendants of Nahshon ben Amminadab. To what purpose was it said? To teach that even him who is a descendant of such great men, the meritorious acts of his parents do not absolve him when he emigrates from Palestine. The same said again in the name of the same authority, the name of Abraham's mother was Amphli Bath Krubu, and the name of Haman's mother was Amphli Bath Erbthai, the name of the mother of David was Nzbth Bath Edal. The mother of Samson, Sulpunith, and his sister Ensheen. To what purpose was this said? For an answer to the Epicurician, who deny all the legends of the Bible, saying, for instance, if Abraham existed, why was his mother's name not mentioned, as doubtless his father had many wives, and the mother of Abraham should be distinguished? The same being the case with the others mentioned above. And we answer them that all their names are known to us traditionally. The same said again in the name of the same authority, Abraham our father was in prison 10 years, 3 in the city of Cutha and 7 in Kurdu. R. Dini of Nahardia, however, taught the reverse, 7 in Cutha and 3 in Kurdu. Some say that he was imprisoned by Nimrod and others by his father, because he broke his idols. R. Hista said, the city Ibrazira of Cutha is the city Ur-Kasdim mentioned in the Bible. R. Hanan b. Rabbah in the name of Rab said again, on the day when Abraham our father departed from this world, all the great men of the nations stood up in a file and said, woe to the world, that has lost its leader. And woe to the ship, that has lost its Kayupsilon Beta Epsilon Ronueta Eta, steerer. It is written, Ikron, 29. 11, and thou art exalted as the head above all. And the above said in the name of Rab, even an officer of wells, who has to keep order in using them for watering the fields, is appointed by heaven, i.e., that even such an insignificant office is not filled without the decree of heaven. And he takes the verse literally, and thou art exalted over all the heads that art appointed by thee. Ar Hayat b. Abin in the name of Ar Jehoshua b. Karsha said, Elimelech would not emigrate from Palestine, if he could get even bran flour for use. But why was he punished? Because he ought to have prayed for his generation, which he did not. As it is written, is 57. 13, by thy crying thou canst be saved with all who are gathered with thee. 49 said Rabbah b. Hannah in the name of our Johanan, one must not emigrate from Palestine when money is cheap, but the grain high. But if vice versa, even when the price of 4 saws is only 1 selah, one may. As our Johanan said, I remember a time when there were 4 saws for 1 selah, and there were many who starved, as they did not have an isar. And he said again, I remember that working people did not wish to take work on the east side of the city, as the smell of bread, which the west wind carried to them, would kill them, as they had not eaten fresh bread for a long time. The same said again, I remember when a child used to break a piece of carob, threads of honey would leak out and moisten his hands. R. Eleazar said, I remember, when a raven would catch a piece of meat, a thread of fat would be seen dropping from the height to the ground. R. Johanan said again, I remember times when a young girl of 16 and a boy of 17 walked together and did not sin. He said again, I remember what was said in college, who yields to idolaters in discussion, the end will be that he will fall into their hands, and he who confides in them, all that he possesses will remain in their hands. It is written, Ruth, I. 2, Malon and Kilyan, and in, Ikron, 4. 22, Josh and Seraph. Rab and Samuel differ. One said that the real names were Malon and Kilyan, but why were they named Josh and Seraph? Josh, because they despaired of redemption, and Seraph, because they were liable to burning. And the other says their real names were Josh and Seraph, and why were they named Malon and Kilyan? Malon, because they made themselves very common by their emigration, and Kilyan, because they were liable to destruction. 50. It seems that Malon and Kilyan were their real names, as we have learned in the following Beretha, it is written, Ibid. Ibid, and Joachim and the men of Koseba, and Josh and Seraph, who had dominion in Moab and Jeshubilechem. And these are ancient things. Joachim means Joshua, who had confirmed the oath which was given to the men of Gibeon. And the men of Koseba, 51 means the men of Gibeon, who lied before Joshua. Josh and Seraph were Malon and Kilyan, and why were they named Josh and Seraph? Because they despaired of redemption, and for this they were liable to burning. Who had dominion in Moab means that they had married daughters of Moab. And Jeshubilechem means Ruth the Moabitess, who had returned and was attached to Bethsehem. And these are ancient things, means the above was said by him who is older than the days. As it is written, P.S. 89. 21, I have found David my servant. It is also written, Gen 19. 15, and thy 2 daughters, that are found. 52 It is written, Ikron, 4. 23, These were the potters, Haazrim, and those that dwelt in plantations and sheepfolds, for the king's sake, to do his work, they dwelt there. Haazrim 53 means the children of Jonadab b. Chap, who preserved the oath of their father. In plantations means the king Solomon, who was a plant in his kingdom. Vegedro, sheepfolds, means the Sanhedrin, who had fenced the broken partition of Israel. For the king's sake, etc. Means Ruth the Moabitess, who lived to see the kingdom of Solomon her great-grandson. As it is written, 1 Kings, 2. 19, and placed a chair for the king's mother. And Eleazar said that it means, to the mother of the kingdom. The rabbis taught, it is written, Leviticus 25. 22, Shall ye eat yet of the old harvest, which means without need of preserving. How is this to be understood? Said Naaman, it will not be worm-eaten. And Shesheth said, it will not be singed. There is a beretha in accordance with Naaman, of the old harvest, lest one say that Israel must wait for the new crop, as the old has already gone, therefore it is written, Ibid. Until its harvest come in, which means, until the harvest shall come by itself, and he will not need to take it before it is ripe, and make it fit for use by drying. And there is also a beretha in accordance with Shesheth, Ye shall eat yet from the old harvest, lest one say that Israel would have to wait for the new harvest because the old one became spoiled, therefore it is written, until its harvest come in. Which means that the old will suffice until the new shall come in its natural way, without any need to take it before it is ripe. The rabbis taught, it is written, Ibid 26. 10, And ye shall eat very old store. From this may be inferred that a thing that is older is better, but this is said of things which are used to be preserved. But whence do we know of things which are not to be preserved? Therefore it is written, Joshan Noshan, literally, old, Ibid. And the old ye shall remove because of the new, from which is to be inferred that at that time all their granaries were filled up with the old crop and their barns with the new. And Israel used to say, Why should we remove the old, which is as good as the new, for the latter? Said Papa, all old things are good, except dates and the beer thereof, and harsna, a dish at that time used by the Pursi Abodah Zarah, 73a. Rabbah said, 54 sailors told me the wave that usually makes the ship sink is visible by a ray of whitish light, and we struck it with a stick, upon which is engraved, I will be that I will be, X3. 14, Then it became quiet. He said again, the sailors told me that from one wave to the other are 300 parsas, and the height of each wave is also 300 parsas. It once happened that I was on the boat, and a wave lifted me up to such a height that I could see the basis of a little star, and in my eyes it looked as a space where 40 saws of mustard could be sown. Should the wave have lifted me up higher, I would have been burned by the heat of that star. And I heard a voice, one wave speaking to the other, My colleague, did you leave something in the world which thou hast not destroyed, that I may accomplish it? And the answer was, Go and see the might of thy master, as there is only one row of sand that separates the sea from the land, and yet I could not step over it. As it is written, Javi 22, Will ye not fear me? Saith the Lord. Will ye not tremble at my presence, who have placed the sand as a bound for the sea by an everlasting law, which it never can pass over? And though the waves thereof be upheaved, yet can they not prevail. Though they roar, yet can they not pass over it. He said again, I have seen Hernan bar Lilith, who jumped on the top of brick houses of the city of Mehusa, and was running so fast from one to the other that a rider could not overtake him. Once it happened that 2 mules were saddled for him on the 2 bridges over the river Drugring, which were far from each other, and he jumped continually from one saddle to the other, while holding 2 cups of wine, pouring from one into the other continually without spilling one drop, and this day was such a stormy one, as illustrated, P.S. Kvi 28, until the government took notice of him, and he was slain. 55. He said again, I have seen a roebuck one day old, which was like the mountain of Tabor, which measures 4 parses. And the length of its neck was 3 parses and the space covered by its head 1.5 parses, and when it emitted excrement it stopped the Jordan. Rabbi B. Hannah said again, I have seen an alligator as large as the city of Hagrunia, which contains 60 houses. A snake came and swallowed it, and a large-tailed raven came and swallowed the snake, and then the raven sat on a tree. Come and see how strong was that tree. Our Papa B. Samuel said, if I had not been there, I should not have believed it. Rabbah said again, at one time when on board of a ship I saw a fish into whose gills a reptile crept from which it died, the sea throwing it out on land. And 60 streets were destroyed by its fall, and 60 streets consumed its flesh, and 60 other streets salted the flesh that was left, and from one eye they filled 300 measures of oil. And when I returned thither after 12 months, I saw its bones being sawed to restore the streets that were destroyed by it. He said again, at one time I was on board of a ship, which was driven between 2 fins of a fish. 3 days and 3 nights the fish was swimming against the wind and we were sailing with the wind, and lest one say that the ship did not go fast enough, when our Dimi came from Palestine, he said that he was so fast that in the time of heating a kumkuma of water the ship ran 60 parses, and a rider shooting an arrow at the same time could not be swifter than the ship. And our Ashi said that this was one of the smallest fishes of the sea which has 2 fins. The same Rabbah said again, it once happened that I was going on a boat, and saw a fish on which sand was gathered and grass grown thereupon. And we thought it was an island, descended, baked and cooked upon it. When the back of the fish grew hot, it turned over, and had the ship not been so near we would have been drowned. The same Rabbah said again, at one time while on board of a ship I saw a bird which was standing in water that reached only up to its toes. Its head, however, reached the sky, and we thought the water was shallow, so we were about to bathe there, when we heard a heavenly voice. Do not go down, for a carpenter here lost an axe 7 years ago, and still it has not reached the ground, not because it is so deep, but because of the current. Said our Ashi, this bird is the Ziz Sodai mentioned in Ps. L. 11. Rabbah B. Hannah said again, it happened once, while in the desert, that I saw geese of which the feathers fell out owing to their fatness, and a whole river of fat was beneath them, and to my question, have I a share in you in the world to come? One of them lifted up its wing, and one of them a foot. When I told this to our Eleazar, he said, Israel will be punished for them, as by his sin Messiah does not come, and the geese must endure their fatness. The same Rabbah said again, once while in the desert we were accompanied by an Arabian merchant who used to take a clod of earth, smell it, and say, this way leads to such a place, and this to such a one. And we asked him, how far are we from water? And he smelt the earth, saying, 8 parses. Thereafter we gave him other earth to smell, and he said, 3 parses. I changed the clods of earth, but we could not deceive him, and he said to me, come with me. I will show you the corpses of the dead in the desert at the time of Moses. I did so, and their appearance was as fresh as if they went to sleep while drinking. All of them were lying on their backs. The foot of one of them, however, was lifted up, and the merchant, while riding and holding a spear in his hand, passed beneath it, without reaching the joint of his knee. I took and cut off a corner of one's taliths 56 in which were tzitzith. Then neither we nor our cattle could stir. Said the merchant to me, perhaps you have taken something belonging to the dead, as I have a tradition that if one takes something from them he cannot stir. When I told this to the rabbis, they said, the whole Abba is an ass, and the whole Bar Hannah is nonsense, all his stories are. For what purpose didst thou take it? To know with whom the halakha concerning tzitzith prevails, whether with the school of Shammai 57 or with the school of Hallel. Then thou oughtest to have investigated their tzitzith by counting the threads and knots. Then, continued Bar Hannah, the merchant said to me, come and I will show you the mountain of Sinai. I followed him, and saw that it was surrounded by serpents. All of them were standing, and looked like white asses. I also heard a heavenly voice saying, woe is me that I have sworn, and now after having so done, who will absolve me from that oath? When I told this before the rabbis, they said again, the whole Abba is an ass, etc. Why didst thou not say, thou art absolved, thou art absolved? He, however, did not do so, because he thought, perhaps it means the oath for the deluge, referring to what is written in is, live. 9. As I have sworn that the waters of Noah, etc. The rabbis, however, were right in accusing him, as if it were about the deluge. Why, then, woe is me. The same merchant said to me, come and I will show you the place where the children of Korah were swallowed. And I saw 2 crevices in the ground from which smoke issued. I took a piece of wool, wetted it with water, put it on my spear, placed it in the crevice, and when I took it out it was smudging. And the merchant said to me, stoop down and hear. And I heard them saying, Moses and his Torah are true, and we are liars. Said the merchant to me, each 30th day of the month, Gehenna turns them over here, like meat in a kettle, and they, the swallowed, repeat the above. He said again to me, come and I will show you where the sky and earth meet. I followed him, took my basket, and put it on the window of the sky. After praying, I searched for it but could not find it. Then I said to the merchant, are there, then, thieves here? And he answered, it was the wheel of the sky which took it with it. Wait until tomorrow at this same time and you will find it. R. Johanan used to tell, once while on board of a boat I saw a fish which raised its head out of the water, and its eyes looked like 2 moons, water was pouring from both of its nostrils like the 2 rivers of Surah. R. Safra used to tell, once while on board of a boat I saw a fish which had horns raising up its head from the water, and on its horns was engraved thus, I am of the small creatures in the sea and measure 300 parsas. And I am going into the mouth of the Leviathan. Said Ashi, this is a sea-goat that digs with its horns the ground of the sea. Johanan told again, once while on board of a boat I saw a Chi-alpha-rho-tau-alpha-lambda omicron. A kind of basket, which was set with diamonds and pearls and surrounded by a kind of fish called karsha, and a diver descended in order to catch it, but the basket made a motion and threatened to break his leg. He, however, threw a leather bag containing vinegar, according to others a leather bag with sand, towards it, and the basket sank. At the same time a heavenly voice spoke to us, what business have ye with this Kartilitha, which belongs to the wife of our Haninabi, Dosa, who will deposit in it the purple for the upright in the world to come? R. Jehuda of Mesopotamia used to tell, once while on board of a ship I saw a diamond that was encircled by a snake, and a diver went to catch it. The snake then opened its mouth, threatening to swallow the ship. Then a raven came, bit off its head, and all water around turned into blood. Then another snake came, took the diamond, put it on the carcass, and it became alive, and again it opened its mouth, in order to swallow the ship. Another bird then came, bit off its head, took the diamond, and threw it on the ship. We had with us salted birds, and we wanted to try whether the diamond would bring them to life, so we placed the gem on them, and they became animated, and flew away with the gem. The rabbis taught, it happened with our Eliezer and our Jehoshua who were on a ship, that our Eliezer was asleep and our Jehoshua awake. The latter became frightened, so that our Eliezer awoke, and said, what is the matter, Jehoshua? What have you seen that frightened you? And he answered, I have seen a great light on the sea. Rejoined our Eliezer, perhaps you have seen the eyes of the Leviathan about which is written, Job, Sly. 10, and his eyes are like the eyelids of the morning dawn. Our Ashi said, Hunabi. Nathan told me, it happened once, while I was in the desert, and we had with us a leg of meat, that we cut it, made it legal for eating, put it on the grass, and went to gather wood for roasting. When we returned, the leg had resumed the shape it had before it was cut, and we then roasted it. When we returned after 12 months, the coals upon which it was roasted were still alive. When I told this to Amar, he said that the grass was samtree, that has the quality of combining things which were previously separated, and the coals were of broombrush, which when ignited remains alive for a long, long time. It is written, Gen. 21, and God created the great sea monsters. Here in Babylon they translate this the ream of the sea. Johanan, however, says, it means Leviathan male and female, as it is written, is 27. 1. On that day will the Lord punish with his heavy and great and strong sword Leviathan the flying serpent and Leviathan the crooked serpent, and he will slay the crocodile that is in the sea. Jehudah in the name of Rab said, all that the Holy One, blessed be he, created, was male and female, and also the Leviathan the flying serpent male and the crooked serpent female, and if they should have intercourse they would destroy the world. Therefore the Lord made the male impotent, and killed the female and salted it for the upright in the world to come, as it is written, Ibid, and he will slay the crocodile, etc., and also the cattle upon 1,000 mountains, PS 1, 10. He created them male and female, and if they should have intercourse they would destroy the world. Therefore the Holy One, blessed be he, made impotent the male and made cold the female, and preserved it for the upright in the world to come, as it is written, Job, XL. 16. Only see, how great, is the strength in his loins, meaning the male, and his force in the muscles of his belly, meaning the female. But why did he not make cold the female of the Leviathan also? Because a salted female has a better taste. And why did he not salt the females of the cattle in question? Salted fish gives a good taste, but salted meat does not. The same said again in the name of the same authority, at the time the Holy One, blessed be he, willed to create the world, he said to the ruler of the sea, open thy mouth, and swallow all waters that are to be found in the world. And he said, Lord of the universe, is it not enough that I swallow the water under my dominion? And he was therefore killed immediately, as it is written, Ibid. 12. By his power he split in pieces the sea, and by his understanding he crushed Rahab. Said R. Itzhak, infer from this that the name of the ruler of this sea is Rahab, and did not the waters of the sea cover the body, not one of the creatures could remain alive owing to the bad smell, as it is written, is 11. 9. They shall not do hurt nor destroy as the waters cover the sea. Do not read, cover the sea, but cover the ruler of the sea. Jehudah in the name of Rab said again, the Jordan discharges by the cave of Pmias. There is also a Beretha, the Jordan discharges by the cave of Pmias, and flows to the sea of Sipchi, of Tiberias, until it reaches the ocean, and through it flows until it reaches the mouth of the Leviathan, as it is written, Job, XL. 23. He remaineth quiet, though a Jordan rusheth up to his mouth. Rabbi Dula opposed, did not this verse speak of the cattle on the 1,000 mountains? Therefore, said he, this verse must be interpreted thus, when are the cattle in question sure that they shall remain alive? When the Jordan reaches the mouth of the Leviathan, i.e. so long as the Leviathan lives, they are sure that they shall remain alive, as all are prepared for the world to come when the Messiah shall appear. When Dini came from Palestine, he said in the name of Johanan, it is written in PS 24. 2. For upon seas he hath founded it, and upon rivers he hath established it. It means the 7 seas and 4 rivers which surround the land of Israel, Palestine. And they are the sea of Tiberias, Sodom, Chirat, Chiltha, Sipchi, Aspamia, and the ocean. These are the 7 seas, and the 4 rivers are Jordan, Jarmuch, Kerumian, and Phiga. The same Dimi said in the name of Jonathan, the angel Gabriel will go hunting for the Leviathan, as it is written, Job, X1. 25. Canst thou draw out the crocodile, Leviathan, with a fishhook? Or cause his tongue to sink into the baited rope? And should not the Holy One, blessed be he, help him, he would not conquer him, as it is written, Ibid 19, he is the first in rank, he that hath made him can alone bring his sword near to him. The same said again in the name of Johanan, when the Leviathan becomes hungry, he expels from his mouth a gas which makes boil all the waters in the deep, as it is written, Ibid's lie. 23. He causeth the deep to boil. And should he not enter his head in paradise, not one of the creatures could withstand the bad smell of the gas, as it is written, Ibid, Ibid, he rendereth the sea like an apothecary's mixture. And when he gets thirsty, he makes the sea hollow like beds, as it is written farther on, behind him he causeth his pathway to shine. And B. Jacob said, the deep does not come to its natural way before 70 years, as it is written, men esteem the deep to be hoary, and hoary is not less than 70 years. Rabbah said in the name of Johanan, the Holy One, blessed be he, will make a banquet for the upright from the flesh of the Leviathan, as it is written, Ibid XL. 30, Yaikrov 58 Olaf Shavyerim. Yaikrov means a banquet, as it is written, 2 Kings, 6. 23, and he prepared for them a great meal, the expression in Hebrew being Vayaker, etc. And Shavyerim means scholars, as it is written, Solomon's Song, 8. 13, companions, Shavrim, listen for thy voice, etc. And the remainder of it will be cut in pieces, and be sold in the markets of Jerusalem, as it is written, Job. XL, 30, divide him among merchants. The same said again in the name of the same authority, the Holy One, blessed be he, will make a booth for the upright from the skin of the Leviathan, as it is written, Ibid, Ibid 31, canst thou fill his skin with sukkahs. 59 If the upright is to have a booth is made for him from it, and if less, a little hut, and if still less, a necklace will be made for him, as it is written, Perovi 9, and chains for thy throat dash. And if still less, an amulet will be made for him, as it is written, Job, XL. 29, and tie him up for thy maidens. And the remainder of the skin the Lord will spread on the walls of Jerusalem, and the brightness of it will shine from one end of the world to the other, as it is written, is, LX. 3, and nations shall walk by thy light, and kings by the brightness of thy shining. It is written, Ibid live. 12, and I will make of Cadcad, rubies, thy battlements, etc. Said Samuel B. Namani, 2 angels in heaven, Gabriel and Michael, according to others 2 Amoraim of Palestine, and they are Jehudah and Hiskiah the sons of One says it means Shoam, onyx, and others jasper, and the Holy One, blessed be he, said, let it be as both say. Is, live. 12, and thy gates, etc. This is as Johanan lectured while sitting, the Holy One, blessed be he will bring jewels and pearls the size of 30 ells square, 20 ells in height and 10 in width, and will place them on the gates of Jerusalem. And one disciple ridiculed him, we do not even find a jewel as large as the egg of a dove, and he lectured about such sizes. Thereafter it happened that the same disciple was on a boat on the high sea, and he saw angels who saw jewels and pearls the size of 30 ells square, boring holes in them 20 in height and 10 in width. He asked them, for what purpose? And they answered, the Holy One, blessed be he, will place them on the gates of Jerusalem. And when he returned he said to Johanan, lecture, Rabbi, for all you said is true, as I have myself seen. And Johanan said to him, Ignoramus, if you had not seen it, you would not have believed. So you would ridicule the words of the sages? He cast his eyes on him, and he became a heap of bones. An objection was raised, it is written, Leviticus 27. 13, I will lead you cometh, 60 Meir said, it means 200 ells, double the height of Adam the first, who was 100 ells in height. Jehudah, however, said, it means 100 ells, the size of the temple with its walls, as it is written, P.S. Xliv. 12, so that our sons may be like plants grown up in their youth, our daughters like corner pillars, sculptured after the model of a palace. Hence we see that according to both the height of the temple will be 100 ells at least. Why, then, said Johanan only 20 in height? Johanan only meant for the windows in the gates that let in air. Rabbah in the name of Johanan said, the Holy One, blessed be he, will make 7 canopies, chuppah, for each upright, as it is written, is 4. 5, and then will the Lord create upon every dwelling of Mount Zion, and upon her places of assembly, a cloud and smoke by day, and the brightness of a flaming fire by night, for over all the glory shall be a covering, chuppah. Whence we deduce that the Holy One, blessed be He, will make a chuppah to each upright according to his dignity. But why smoke to a chuppah? Said R. Hanina, each one who looks with a bad eye upon the scholars in this world, his eyes will be filled with smoke in the world to come. And why fire, in the chuppah? Said R. Hanina, infer from this that each of the upright will be burned by the chuppah of his neighbor. And woe to such a burn and such a shame! I.e., the neighbor's chuppah is so beautiful and large that my chuppah looks like a small hut against his. Similar to this is what is written, number 27. 20, and thou shalt put some of thy greatness upon him. But not all of it. The elders of that generation used to say, the appearance of Moses was like the sun, and the appearance of Joshua like the moon. Woe to such a burn! Woe to such a shame! R. Hama B. Hanina said, 10 chuppah were made by the Holy One, blessed be He, for Adam the first in paradise, as it is written, Ezek 28. 13, in Eden the garden of God didst thou abide. Every precious stone was thy covering, the sardius, the topaz, and the diamond, the chrysolite, the onyx, and the jasper, the sapphire, the emerald, and the carbuncle, and gold. From the word sardius, including the word gold, are 10 different kinds. Mar Zutra says, 11 as he counts all the precious stones also. Said R. Johanan, the gold was less in value than all, as it is placed last. What is meant by the continuation of the same verse, thy tabrets and thy flutes, etc.? Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rab, so said the Holy One, blessed be He, to Hiram the king of Tyre, when I created the world, and saw that thou wouldst rebel, deeming thyself a god, I therefore created holes and flutes in men. In order that thou shouldst be known as human. And according to others he said, I saw that thou wouldst rebel, etc. I have therefore punished Adam the first with death, so that it should be known that thou wast human. What mean the words, upon her places of assembly, Isaiah, in the above cited verse? Said Rabbah in the name of R. Johanan, Jerusalem in the world to come is not like Jerusalem of this world. In the latter everyone who likes to enter does so, but in that of the world to come only those invited will enter. He said again in the name of said authority, in the world to come the upright will be named with the names of the Holy One, blessed be He, as it is written, is 43. 7. Every one that is called by my name, and whom I have created for my glory, whom I have formed, whom I have made. Samuel B. Namani said in the name of R. Johanan, the following 3 will be named with the name of the Holy One, blessed be He, the upright, as said above, the Messiah, as it is written, J 23. 6. And this is his name whereby he shall be called the Lord our righteousness. And Jerusalem, as it is written, Ezek 48. 35. And the name of that city shall be from that day, the Lord is there, Shammah. Do not read Shammah, there, but Shema, her name. R. Eleazar said, in the future, holy will be said before the upright as now it is said before the Holy One, blessed be He, as it is written, is 4. 3. And it shall come to pass that whoever is left in Zion, and he that remaineth in Jerusalem, shall be called holy every one that is written down unto life in Jerusalem. He said again in the name of the same authority, the Holy One, blessed be He, will increase Jerusalem 3 parses, as it is written, Zech 14. 10. And she herself shall be elevated, and be inhabited on her former site, which means that it will be increased to its former size. And whence do you know that the size of the former Jerusalem was 3 parses? Said Rabbah, there was a certain old man who told me that he had seen the first Jerusalem, and the size thereof was 3 parses. And lest one say that it would be difficult to ascend, therefore it is written, is, LX. 8. Who are these that are like a cloud, etc.? Said our Papa, infer from this that the clouds are at a height of 3 parses from the ground. Our Hanina B. Papa said, the Lord wanted to give a measure to Jerusalem, as it is written, Zech 2. 6. to measure Jerusalem. And the angel said before the Holy One, Blessed be he, Lord of the universe, there are many great cities thou hast created in thy world, belonging to the nations, of which thou hast not determined their length and their breadth. For Jerusalem, upon which thy name rests, where is thy temple, and dwell the upright, thou dost determine a measure. Ibid. 8. And he said unto him, Run, speak to this young man, saying, Without walls shall Jerusalem be inhabited, because of the multitude of men and cattle in her midst. Resh Lakish said, The Holy One, blessed be he, will add a litzei, probably a suburb, to Jerusalem 1,000 times the area of one containing country seats and 1,200 tripliris. 1,000 towers and 169,000 gardens, and each of all that is said above will be like Zipporias in her glory. And there is a Baratha which states, Hosea said, I have seen Zipporias in her glory, and there were 180,000 markets in which only spices for dishes were sold. It is written, Ezek's lie. 6. And the side chambers were 3 one over another, and 30 times. What does that mean? Said Levi in the name of Papi, quoting Jehoshua of Skui, if there were 3 Jerusalems, each of them had 30 chambers on the top. And if 30 Jerusalems, each of them had 3 chambers on the top. End of first part of Tract Ali Baba Bathra. Appendix to Mishna I, Chap. 3. We deem it necessary to call the attention of the reader to the fact that the law of occupancy was chiefly taken from the ancient Roman law 61 about iusacapio, occupancy, which dictates that each iusacapio without titulius, claim, is not considered. The claims must be pro emptor, purchase, or pro donato, gift, pro legato, pro dote, or pro hurried, inheritance, and with iusacapio, which is based upon inheritance, no other claim was necessary. The law applied even when it was known that the occupant never had a deed to what he had occupied, and the reason was because the plaintiff had time to protest 3 years, or at 3 harvestings, and when he did not make any claim nor any protest. It was evident that the occupant had a right to occupy, and no other evidence was needed. There is also a difference between presentes and absentes of the occupant. However, concerning servitudes, service, there was also iusacapio, in the reverse. Namely, pro libertate, liberty, which means that the servant or bondsman had a right to free himself by non-usus, namely, when during 3 years he was never put to any work by his master he became free. But there was no iusacapio by using the bondsman, even if for several years, property in him was not acquired if he had no other evidence. See LTF, Schwepp, Section 305. According to this, Abraham Krochmal, in his Scholia to the Babylonian Talmud, p. 278, maintains that the term, to slaves, in the Mishnah in question means that the law of occupancy applies to these slaves themselves, viz. After 3 years' rest from any service to their masters, the slaves become free, but not, in accordance with the Gemara, conversely. And so he also explains Resh Lakish's statement, that the law of Hazakah does not apply to a living creature, as unchangeable, and it seems to us that so it is. Tract Baba Bathra, Part 2. Explanatory Remarks. In our translation we adopted these principles. 1. Tenon of the original we have learned in a Mishnah, Tanya we have learned in a Baratha, Itmarit was taught. 2. Questions are indicated by the interrogation point, and are immediately followed by the answers, without being so marked. 3. When in the original there occur 2 statements separated by the phrase, Lishna Akrina or Webeath Ima or Ika Diamri, literally, otherwise interpreted, we translate only the second. 4. As the pages of the original are indicated in our new Hebrew edition, it is not deemed necessary to mark them in the English edition, this being only a translation from the latter. 5. Words or passages enclosed in round parentheses denote the explanation rendered by Rashi to the foregoing sentence or word. Square parentheses contain commentaries by authorities of the last period of construction of the Gemara. Dedication. To the Reverend Gentleman. Herrn Geheimer Regierungsrath. Moritz Lazarus, Ph.D., D.D. University Professor. And Mons. Zadok Kahana. Grand Rabbin. Du Consistoire Central des Israelites de France. Whose names are famous in the scholarly world all over the globe. This 14th volume is most sincerely inscribed by their admirer and personal friend, Michael L. Rodkinson, New York, Eve of Passover, 5662, April 21, 1902. Synopsis of Subjects. Of Tract Ali Baba Bathra, Last Gate. Part 2. Chapter 6. Mishnahs I-8. If one sold fruit and it did not sprout, or an ox and thereafter it was found a goring one. May the trouble of slaughtering and selling the meat be taken into consideration. If an ox was found killed at the side of another pasturing one. Between majority and hazaka, which should be preferred? All hold the theory of majority. If one delivered wheat for grinding to fine meal, but the miller did not properly grind it, or if meal were delivered to a baker and he did not bake it properly. If one buys fruit, he has to accept a quarter of a cab of dust on a saw. If he sold a cellar of wine, he must accept 10 harsh barrels on each 100. If wheat, a quarter of a cab of peas, if barley, a quarter of chaff, if lentils, of dust. If the buyer has found more than the above prescribed quantity. The difference between a cellar and this cellar, and also if for keeping was added. May or may not wine which is sold in retail stores be considered products of the vine. If one sells wine, and it turns sour. Which wine is considered an old one? If one is proud, he is not tolerated even by his family. A commoner who disguises himself in the garment of a scholar cannot enter into the habitation of the Holy One, etc. If one sells, or a contractor undertakes to build, a wedding or a widow house. A groom who resides in the house of his father-in-law is lighter than bran, and still lighter is an invited guest who brings with him an uninvited one, and still lighter is he who answers before hearing the question. If one wishes to build a stable. If one possesses a well, situated on the other side of his neighbor's house, or a garden inside of his neighbor's. If there was a public thoroughfare through one's field, etc. If one sells a place for digging a grave, or an undertaker makes a place for one, the inside of the cave must be 4 by 6, etc. Chapter 7. Mishnahs I-6. I sell you earth of the size whereon 1 kur can be sown, etc. Or measured with a line. In case the buyer has to make return, it shall be in money. If the seller said, the size of a kur, without any addition, how is the law? I sell you the estate, with a measurement a trifle more or less, or, this estate. With its marks and boundaries. If 2 versions of the seller contradict each other, which is to be considered? The difference in opinion of the Amoraim in the explanation of Mishna 4. R. Papa bought an estate said to be 20 saws. After it was measured it was found only 15. To 2 brothers who had divided their inheritance came a 3rd brother, of whose existence they were not previously aware. If brothers divided their inheritance, and a creditor of their father came and took away the share of one of them. If the members of the court differ in the amount, upon appraisement brought before them. I sell you the half of the field. The southern half of this field, etc., the seller has to give space for a partition, etc. Chapter 8. Mishnah I. There are those who bequeath, and also inherit, others who inherit but do not bequeath. And also those who neither bequeath nor inherit. The passage, number 27. 8, in the scripture does not correspond with all that is taught above. Who were the grandfathers of Pinchos ben Eleazar on his mother's side? If one is about to marry, it is advisable for him to investigate the character of the bride's brothers. It is better for one to hire himself to abhadazara, idolatry, than to rely upon people that shall support him. Abhadazara means idolatry. Literally, however, it is a strange service. Is the tribe of the mother's side equal to the tribe of the father's side? What happened to Janai and Jehudah the second when they came together? The husband from his wife. Whence is this deduced? Whence came Pinchos ben Eleazar to have a mountain which his father did not possess? Whence is it deduced that the husband does not inherit the estate to which his wife during her life is only heir apparent? In the case of a gift with the ceremony of a siderium, whether healthy or sick, what time may be given him to retract? Mishnas 2-4. The order of inheritance is thus, etc. If one decides that a daughter shall inherit, when there is a daughter of a son, even if he were a prince in Israel, he must not be listened to. What happened to Rabban Johanan with the Sadducean? The daughters of Zlovkot have inherited, etc. The land of Israel was divided among the ascendants from Egypt, and not among their children. Joshua and Caleb inherited the shares of the spies. Whence is this deduced? May or may not a disciple be honored in the presence of his master? Why is the order in mentioning the daughters of Zlovkot different in the scripture? If a woman marries at less than 20 years of age, she bears children until 60, but when she marries after 40, she does not then bear children. There were 7 men who encompassed the whole world since its creation until now, etc. How was the land of Israel divided into 12 parts, or among the people severally? The land of Israel will be divided among 13 tribes. A son and a daughter are equal concerning inheritance, etc. How shall the double share of the firstborn be counted double as to each brother or as to the whole estate? What is the reason that Jacob took away the privilege of the firstborn from Reuben and gave it to Joseph? Jacob's children, who came to Egypt, in sum you find 70, however, if you will number them in detail, you will find only 69. In the case of inheritance of a promissory note, the firstborn took a double share, etc. A firstborn does not take a double share in a loan. The Palestinians, however, say he does. What is to be done with an estate bequeathed for life only, which the inheritor has sold? A firstborn does not inherit property to come in the future, and the same is the case with a husband. If the firstborn protests when his brothers come to improve the estate left by their father. Mishnas v-7. A will which is against the law of the scripture must not be listened to, however, if it is as a gift, it may. My son is my firstborn, he takes a double share, my son is a firstborn, he does not. Go to shkh at my son, who is a firstborn, whose spittle cures eyes. If 2 wives of one have borne 2 sons in a secret place which was dark, and it is not known who was born first, they may write a power of attorney each to the other, etc. If one was known to the people as a firstborn, and his father said of another, etc. A creditor may collect from bondsmen belonging to orphans for their father's debt. A second cousin, a third cousin, may be a witness, according to the law. If one says, this child shall inherit all, or, my wife shall take an equal share with one of my sons, he is to be listened to. If the word gift was mentioned in the beginning, etc. How is this to be illustrated if one wrote, the field on the east side shall be given to A, and B shall inherit that on the west side, is title given or not? All that is said in one speech is valid, except as to idolatry. If one says, A shall inherit my estate, and he has a daughter, he said nothing, or, A shall inherit my estate instead of my daughter, or, my daughter instead of my son, how is the law? A halakha must not be taken for granted from a discussion or from an act, unless one is told to do so. Rabbi said, my youth made me presume to contradict Nathan the Babylonian. If one bequeath all his estates to his wife, he makes her a guardian only. All that is said above treats of a will by a sick man. How is it if this was done while in good health? If one has bequeathed all his estates to his sons, but has left to his wife a small portion of ground. How is it in a similar case when one is in good health? A sick person who has bequeathed all his estate to a stranger, it is to be investigated if the latter is in some way fit to be called a direct heir. An inheritance has no interruption, and goes direct to the heirs of the inheritor. The rabbis condemned one who bequeathed his estate to strangers, leaving out his children. What happened to Shammai the elder with Jonathan b. Uziel? Mishnahs 8-12. This is my son, he is to be trusted, my brother, he is not. If one testify he has divorced his wife, he is to be trusted. If a short period of time, can one's testimony be divided that for the past he should not be trusted, and for the future he should? If a sick person said to witnesses, write, and give a manna to so, and before they did so he dies. How is it if the same was said by one in good health? If one wishes to bequeath his estate to his children, etc. How if he has written, from today and after my death? If a sidarium is mentioned, no matter what version was used, nothing is needed to be added. My estates are bequeathed to you, and after you to be, etc. Who is called a crafty villain? To a gift presented by one who is dying, at what time is title given? There was a woman who had a tree on the estate of R. Bibi B. Abai, etc. If A said to B, I give you this ox as a present, with the stipulation that you shall return it to me. If a sick man said, I have a manna with so, the witnesses may write this, etc. The halakha prevails that it must not be feared the court will err. The father has the right to gather the products bequeathed to his son, etc. If he left grown-up and minor sons, the grown ones have no right to derive any benefit on account of the minors, etc. How is it if a woman has borrowed money, consumed it, and thereafter she married without paying her debt, and brought estates with her at marriage? The following is not to be returned in the Jubilee year, etc., page 310. In some respects the husband should be considered as an heir, and in some respects as a buyer. Chapter 9. Mishnahs I and II. If one leaves sons and daughters, if the inheritance is of great worth, the daughters must be supported from it. If a moderate one, the daughters must be supported, and the sons may go a begging. If the estates were of great worth, but there was a promissory note in the hands of a creditor. If the deceased left a widow and a daughter, and the estates left could support only one of them. If one leaves sons, daughters, and an hermaphrodite. If my pregnant wife shall bear a male, etc. A child of one day inherits and bequeaths, etc. All that was said here was taught in the city of Surah. In Pumbeditha, however, it was taught otherwise, etc. One said, I bequeath my estate to the children who shall be born of you by me, etc. One said, my estate shall be for you and your children. Anarch Joseph decided, one half of the estate belongs to her, and the other half to her children. There was one who had sent home pieces of silk, without any order to which member of his household they belonged. Mishnahs 3-7. If one left grown-up and minor sons, and the former improved the estate, etc. If one has made the wedding of his son in one of his houses, the son acquires title to the house, etc. Three things the rabbis enacted as laws without giving any reason. Brothers partners in business. If one of them was taken by the government to work, etc. If one of the brothers took 200 zuz to begin the study of the Torah or to learn a trade, etc. Wedding presents may be replevened by the court. If one has betrothed a woman and dies before marriage, a virgin collects 200 and a widow 100 zuz. 5 things were said about wedding presents. A. They may be collected by the court. B. They are returned at the time when the donator marries, etc. Who is like unto a wealthy man who is known to be rich by his many cattle and estates, etc. The different explanations of Parov 15. If one sends presents to the home of his betrothed's father, to the value of 100 manas, and has partaken of the betrothal meal, even for 1 dinar, they are not to be returned. How is it when the presents have improved, etc.? If a sick person had bequeathed all his estates to strangers, etc. 3 things Achithophel charged his sons, etc. If a sick person said, A shall reside in such a house, or, B shall consume the products of such and such a tree, etc. A sick person who has bequeathed all of his estates to strangers, it must be investigated how was the case. If a sick person has bequeathed all his estates to strangers and thereafter is cured. The expressions, he shall take, shall be rewarded. How shall it be done if he expresses himself A is the one who shall derive benefit from my estates? If a sick person has confessed, I owe so much to so and so, shall it be taken for granted, etc.? In 5 cases the act of a gift is not considered unless the bequeather writes, all my estates. What is considered estates? How is the case with the Holy Scrolls, as they must not be sold, are they considered estate or not, etc.? The mother of Rami Beit Hama bequeathed to him her estates on one evening. The mother of Amram the pious possessed a bundle of deeds, etc. Concerning a gift in part of a sick person in one respect, it is equal to a gift by one in good health, etc. A sick person who has bequeathed all his estates to strangers, although made with a sidarium, if he was cured he may retract. If one bequeathed first to one and thereafter to another, etc. Mishna 8. If in the deed it was not mentioned that he was sick, and he claims that he was sick at the time of writing and had a right to retract. What kind of evidence is required, etc.? It happened in the city of Bnei Brak, that one sold the estate of his father and died, and his relatives complained that he was not of age when he died. What must be the age of one who has the right to sell the estates left him by his father? How is he to be considered during the 19th year 19, which is still not of age, or 20? There was one lad less than 20, who had sold the estate of his father. If a lad of 13 years and 1 day presented a gift to someone, his act is valid. If one divides his estates verbally, no matter if he was in good health or dangerously sick, according to our Elazar to real estate title is given by money, etc. It happened with an inhabitant of the city of Murni, who was in Jerusalem, that he possessed much valuable property which he desired to present to different persons, etc. If it happens that a sick person divides his estates verbally on the Sabbath, etc. Suppose a house falls upon A and his father or on any persons, that one of them has to be bequeather and the other inheritor, and it is not known who dies first. If a son has sold his share of the inheritance of his father to someone, and dies while the father was still alive, and thereafter his father died, the son of the seller has a right to take away the goods from the buyer. And this is a complicated case in the law of money matters. A son inherits from his mother when he is already in the grave, so that his brothers from his father's side should inherit from him. Chapter 10. Mishnas I to V. A simple get document, the witnesses must sign at the end of the contents. A folded one, however, the witnesses must sign outside, etc. In what place should the witnesses sign a folding document? If the signatures of the witnesses were separated by a space of 2 lines from the writing, the document is invalid. Is it meant with their usual space or without? There was a folding document which came before Rabbi, and he said, there is no date to it, etc. All must be done as is customary in the country. If there was only one witness to a simple, etc. If in the document was written 100 zuz, which make 20 selas, etc. If on the top of the document was written amana, and on the bottom 200 zuz, or vice versa, etc. There was a document in which was written 600 and a zuz, etc. There was a toll master of a bridge who was a Jew who said to Abai, let the master show me his signature, etc. A divorce may be written by the court for a husband in the absence of his wife. The husband must pay the fees. Documents of arbitrating and all other acts of mediating by the court must not be written unless both parties are present at the expense of both. There was a receipt approved by Jeremiah b. Abba. However, the same woman came into his court to claim her marriage contract several years later, etc. If one has paid a part of his debt, and deposited his document with someone. If it happened to one that a promissory note became erased, he must find witnesses. The approval must be written, we 3, E, F, G, the undersigned, were sitting together, and before us was brought by A, the son of B, an erased note, etc. If one comes before the court claiming that he has lost a promissory note from so and so, etc. If one has presented a gift to his neighbor by a deed, if the deed was returned by the beneficiary, the gift is considered returned. The following is the order of claims before the court. The lender comes to the court to complain that the borrower does not pay his debt, etc. Concerning deeds, they may write another one without mentioning the responsibility of the seller for the estate, etc. There was a woman who gave money to one that he might buy estates for her, etc. If one came to claim a field saying that he possesses a deed, and also that it was in his possession the years of Hazakah, etc. If there was any forgery in the document, or there were incompetent witnesses, the transferring is not considered. Mishna 6-9. If one has paid a part of his debt, according to our Jehudah, the promissory note must be changed. According to our Hosea, the lender has to give a receipt for the amount paid. The halakha prevails neither with our Jehudah nor with our Hosea, etc. If the document was written at the date used by the government, and such a date fell on a Sabbath or on the Day of Atonement, etc. It happened with our Itzhak b. Joseph, who had money with our Abba, etc. Abba said to his scribe, "When it shall happen that you have to write a document with a later date, you must write as follows: this document was post-dated by us for a certain reason, etc." If one holds a promissory note for 100 zuz, and requests that it shall be rewritten in 2 notes each of 50 zuz, etc. If there were 2 brothers, one rich and one poor, and they inherited from their father a bath house, or an olive press house, if for business they must share equally, but if for private use, etc. If there are 2 persons who bear one and the same name, they cannot give promissory notes to each other, nor to any of the inhabitants. If a promissory note was paid, etc. If one, while struggling with death, says to his son, "A promissory note among the notes I possess is paid, but I do not remember which," etc. If one made a loan to his neighbor through a surety, he must not collect first from the surety, etc. Whether a surety has to pay or not, our Jehudah and our Luz differ, etc. If the surety said, "Lend to this man, and I am the surety," etc. If the expression was, "Give to him, and I will return you," then has the lender nothing to do with the borrower. There was a judge who transferred the estate of the borrower to the lender. Before the lender had demanded his money from the borrower, etc. There was a surety for orphans who had paid the lender before he notified the orphans. If one was put under the ban because he declined to pay his debts. If the promissory note of the deceased was in the hands of the surety, who claims to have paid the lender, etc. There was a surety for a deceased debtor to a heathen, who paid the heathen before he had demanded his debt from the orphans. If one made himself surety to a woman for a marriage contract, etc. A sick person who has consecrated all his estates, and at the same time said, "So and so has a manna with me," he may be trusted. A sick person who said, "A has a manna with me," and thereafter the orphans claim that they have paid, they are to be trusted. If one borrows money on a promissory note, the lender has a right to collect from encumbered estates. If it happen that a creditor sees his debtor in the market, grapples him by the throat, and one passes by and says, "Leave him alone, I will pay," he is nevertheless free, because the loan was made not upon his surety. Biblically there is no difference between a loan on a document and by word of mouth, and it should be collected from encumbered estates. A verbal loan is not collectible neither from heirs nor from buyers. If the surety signed before the signatures, it may be collected from encumbered estates. Only a surety in the presence of the court is free from a sudarium, but all others are not. Chapter 6. Rules and regulations concerning the sale of seeds which become spoiled, the quantity of dust which may or may not be accepted in the measures of grain and fruit, and wine which becomes sour after sale before delivery. Concerning contractors for houses and stables, wells and gardens situated in neighbors' properties or public thoroughfares in private ground, and concerning graves and caves for burying. Mishna I. If one sold fruit or grain, without any stipulation, and the buyer sowed it but it did not sprout, even if this were seed of flax, the seller is not responsible. Art Simeon B. Gamaliel, however, maintains that if he sold seeds for gardens, which could not be used for eating, the seller is responsible. Gemara, it was taught, if one sold an ox, and thereafter it was found it was a goring one, the sale is void according to Rab. Samuel, however, said, the seller may say, I sold it to you for slaughtering. Let us see, if the buyer was one of those that buy for slaughtering, e.g., a butcher, why then should the sale be void according to Rab? And if he was one who buys for working purposes, e.g., a farmer, why should the sale be valid according to Samuel? It treats of one who buys for both purposes, e.g., if he was both a farmer and a butcher. But even then, let us see the amount he paid for it, from which we can judge whether he bought for slaughtering or for work. It treats of where the meat has increased in price to the extent of the value of an ox for working. If so, what is the difference? The buyer gets the full value for his money in any case. The difference is, if the trouble of slaughtering and selling the meat should be taken into consideration, according to Rab it should, and therefore the sale is void, and according to Samuel it should not. Again, let us see how was the case. If the seller has no cash to return, why, according to Rab, should the sale be void, so that the buyer has to return the ox? Let him keep the ox for his money. As people say, if you keep something in hand belonging to your debtor, even if it is bran, take the trouble to make money by it. It means when the seller is not lacking in cash. According to Rab, the sale is void because the majority must always be taken into consideration, and the majority of cattle buyers are traders. And Samuel maintains that only in prohibitory laws the majority is to be taken into consideration, but not in money matters. Come and hear an objection from the following, First Gate, v. Mishna I. Should an ox gore a cow and the newborn calf be found dead at her side, and it be not known, etc., see there, end of the Mishna, page 106. Now, according to the theory of our Mishna, the decision of the cited Mishna would not be correct, as the majority of cattle should be taken into consideration, which conceive and bring forth living offspring. Hence the dead one found at her side is dead because of the goring. Why, then, is it considered doubtful there? The doubt was, if the ox gored the cow in front, so that the premature birth took place because of terror before goring, or if the cow was gored in the back, and the premature birth was occasioned by the goring. And therefore the extent of the injury is considered doubtful. And there is a rule that such be divided. Shall we assume that the point of difference between Rab and Samuel is the same as that in which the Tanaim of the following Baratha differ? If an ox was pasturing and another one was found killed at his side, although investigation shows that the death occurred from goring, and the pasturing ox was vicious in goring, or the death occurred from biting, and the pasturing ox was vicious in biting, it is still uncertain that this ox has gored or bitten the other. Aravah, however, said, if there was found a camel killed at the side of a biting camel, although the latter was not yet vicious, it must be taken for a certainty that he killed the other. The schoolmen thought majority and hazaka 62 identical. For as a goring or a biting animal has a hazaka to gore, bite, and kill, it is to be taken for a certainty that the gored or bitten one found at his side was killed by him, and the same is the case with the majority. Is it not to assume that Rab holds with aravah, and Samuel with the first Tana? Nay. Rab may say, my decision is correct, even in accordance with the first Tana of the cited Baratha, as the reason of his decision is not majority, but hazaka, i.e. There was not a majority of vicious oxen, but one, which had a habit, hazaka, of goring or biting, as hazaka and majority are not identical, but if there should be a majority, it would be taken into consideration. And, also, Samuel may say, my decision is correct, even in accordance with our aravah, as his reason is the habit, hazaka, of that animal which was found near, and a majority would not be taken into consideration. Come and hear an objection from our Mishna, which states that the seller is not responsible, even for seeds of flax. Does not the term even mean, although the majority is for sowing, and nevertheless it is not taken into consideration? Hence it opposes Rab. In this point the Tanaim of the following Baratha differ, if one sold fruit, and the buyer has sown it but it did not sprout, if it was garden seed, which could not be used for eating, he is responsible. But if it was seed of flax, he is not. Jose, however, said that the seller has to return to the buyer the value of the seed, as the majority buy it for sowing only. The sages, however, answered him, there are many who buy it for other purposes. But who of the Tanaim in this Baratha hold not the theory of majority? Shall we assume that it means Jose, and the sages answered him that there are many people who buy seeds, etc.? Then all of them hold the theory of majority, but one takes into consideration the majority of the seed, i.e., the majority of seed which is bought for sowing, and the other the majority of men. Therefore we must say that it means, the difference of opinion between the first Tana and Jose, or the difference of opinion between the first Tana and the sages, who answered him, i.e. the statement in the Baratha, and they said to him, means the first Tana, not Jose. The rabbis taught, the seller has to return to the buyer the value of the seed, but not the expenses for plowing, sowing, etc. According to others, however, the expenses also. Who are the others? Said Hista, Simeon b. Gamaliel. Which are Simeon b. Gamaliel? Shall we assume from our Mishna, which states that for seeds which could not be used for eating, he is responsible, and from the first Tana's statement, that the seller is not responsible for seeds of flax? That it is to be inferred for seeds of flax only, but for other seeds which cannot be used for eating, the Tana is also of the opinion that the seller is responsible. Then they do not differ at all. Therefore it must be said that they differ in the expenses, the first Tana holding the seller must return the value of the seeds only, and Simeon all the expenses also, and so Hista means Simeon of our Mishna. But perhaps the reverse is the case. Simeon holds the value of the seeds only, while the first Tana holds the expenses also. This presents no difficulty, for as usual the second Tana adds something. But perhaps the entire Mishna is in accordance with Simeon and is not complete, but should read thus, if one sells fruits and they were sown and did not sprout, even if they were seeds of flax, he is not responsible. Such is the decree of Simeon b. Gamaliel, who holds that only for garden seeds that cannot be used for eating the seller is responsible. Therefore we must say that Hista means Simeon b. Gamaliel of the following Baratha, if one delivered wheat for grinding a fine meal, but the miller did not properly grind it, but made it into bruised grain or bran. Or if meal were delivered to a baker and he did not bake it properly, but when he took it out it fell to pieces. Or if an ox were delivered to a slaughterer, and he made it illegal, each of these persons is responsible, as they are considered baileys for hire. Simeon b. Gamaliel said, that they not only have to pay the damages, but also for the shame of the owner in the eyes of the guests who were invited to the meal, as well as for the shame of the guests themselves, and so the same Simeon used to say, there was a great custom in Jerusalem, if one ordered a banquet for guests, and the host spoiled it, he had to pay for his own shame, and for the shame of the guests. There was also another great custom in Jerusalem. A flag was put at the door where a banquet was to be given, and the invited guests had to enter only when the flag was still at the door, but when it was taken off they were not to enter any more. Mishna 2, if one buys fruit, he has to accept a quarter of a cab of dust on a saw, of dry figs, he has to accept 10 wormy ones in 100, on a cellar of wine, he must accept 10 harsh ones on each 100. If he sells him earthen jugs made in Sharon he has to accept 10 unglazed ones on each 100. Gemara, Tina taught, by a quarter of a cab of dust is meant peas, but not earth proper. Is that so? Did not Rabbah b. Haya Tusvah say in the name of Rabbah, if one has cleaned off little stones from the barn of his neighbor he has to pay him the value of wheat, i.e. as if they were there, he may put them in the measure, but to put them intentionally he is not allowed. Peas, he has to accept a quarter of a cab on a saw, but dust he has also to accept, although a less quantity. You say less than a quarter of dust, but did not the following Baratha state, if one sells wheat, he has to accept a quarter of a cab of peas on a saw, if barley, a quarter of chaff on a saw, and if lentils, a quarter of dust. Is it not to assume that a quarter of dust is to be accepted for wheat and barley also? With lentils it is different, because they are not cut, but torn out from earth, and therefore usually a great deal of dust remains with them, which is not the case with wheat and barley. But if it is so, infer from this that for wheat and barley no dust must be accepted at all, while it is stated above that less than a cab is to be accepted. Nay, from the statement that for lentils he has to accept a quarter nothing is to be inferred, this being stated, lest one say because there is usually much dust more than this quantity is to be accepted, it comes to teach us that it is not so. R. Huna said, if the buyer has found more than the above prescribed quantity and sieves it, he may sieve the whole quantity he bought, without leaving any dust at all, and the seller has to fill the measure without allowing for the prescribed quantity. According to some it is the strict law, as usually one gives his money for clean fruit, but if for a trifle of dust, as much as a quarter of a cab on a saw, the buyer is not very particular and does not take the trouble to sieve it. But in our case, when he is compelled to trouble himself with sieving, he may make the whole fruit extremely clean. And according to others, it is a fine, as usually no more than a quarter of a cab ought to be found in a saw, and when there was found more, it is presumed that the seller put it in intentionally, and therefore he is fined by the rabbis. Come and hear an objection from the following Bathra: if a planter undertakes to plant a field with fruit trees, the owner of it must accept empty space for 10 trees on each 100, but if, however, it was found empty for more than this, he has to plant trees on the whole empty space. Hence is our Huna's above statement law. Said our Huna b our Jehoshua, this is not a support to our Huna, as an empty place for more than 10 trees is to be considered as a separate field, and the planter who undertook to plant the owner's fields is to be considered as if he had to begin the planting in this empty field. And therefore he has to plant the whole field, which case is not similar to that of our Huna. If he sold a cellar of wine, etc. Let us see how is the case. Whether the seller said to the buyer, I sell you a cellar of wine, or this cellar of wine, it is a difficulty from the following Bathra. If he said, I sell you a cellar of wine, all of it must be good. If this cellar of wine, he must give him wine which is sold in the retail stores. But if he said, I sell you this cellar, even if it was found to be all vinegar, the sale is valid. Our Mishna speaks of the case wherein the seller said, a cellar of wine, and there is no contradiction of the cited Bathra as it should read, and the buyer has to accept the 10 spoiled ones in the 100. But has not our Haya taught, if one sells a barrel of wine, he must give the buyer all good wine. With one barrel it is different, as a barrel contains only one kind of wine, but as not our is bid in the name of the school of our Asia taught in a cellar of wine, all must be good. In the cellar of wine, the seller must give the buyer all good wine, but the latter must accept 10 bad in the 100. And this is the word outser, treasure of wine, which the sages have taught in our Mishna. Therefore it must be said that our Mishna treats of the case wherein the seller said, this seller, and the contradiction from the above Bathra in the case, if this seller, presents no difficulty, as our Zbid says, if the seller told the buyer, I sell you wine for keeping, and the Bathra says the words, for keeping, were not said, and therefore, the halakha prevails thus, if the seller said, a cellar of wine for keeping, all of it must be good. If this cellar of wine for keeping, the buyer must accept 10 in the 100, if this cellar of wine, without the addition, for keeping, the seller may give the buyer wine that is sold in retail stores. The schoolmen propounded a question. How is it if the seller said, a cellar of wine, without the addition, for keeping? On this point our Aha and Rabina differ. According to one the buyer has to accept 10 in the 100, and according to the other he has not, the one who says, he must accept, inferring it from our Zbid, who states in the case of a cellar of wine, all of it must be good, and it was explained above that he speaks of the case in which the seller added, for keeping, from which it is to be inferred that if these words were not added, the buyer must accept. And the other, who says the buyer must not, infers from the above Bathra, which states in the case of a cellar of wine, all of it must be good, and it was explained above that the Baratha treats of the case wherein, for keeping, was not said. But to him who infers from his bid, is not the Baratha contradictory? He may say the Baratha is not completed, but should read thus: this is said, if the seller told the buyer, for keeping, but if not, the buyer must accept, and if the seller said, this cellar of wine, without any addition. He may give the buyer wine which is sold in the stores. But to him who infers from the Baratha, is not his bid contradictory who, as explained, said that the seller told the buyer the wine was for keeping? He may say that the same is the case if the seller did not say, for keeping, and the above explanation was only in order that the Baratha and his bid might not contradict each other. In reality, however, his bid does not agree with the Baratha. Jehuda said, on wine which is sold in stores the usual benediction may be made. The benediction is, blessed be thou the Lord our God King of the universe who hast created the products of the vine, and Jehuda means to say that although the wine in stores is usually bad, it is still called the product of the vine. Hista, however, said, what have we to do with such a wine, i.e., how can such wine be called a product of the vine? An objection was raised, in the case of molded bread and sour wine, and any dish of which the appearance is spoiled, the benediction should be, that all is created by his words, hence it contradicts Jehuda. Said his bid, Jehuda admits that over wine made of kernels, which is usually sold on the corners of streets, the right benediction may be said. Said Abai to Joseph, there is Jehuda, and there is Hista, each of them with his opinion. I would like to know how is yours, master. And he answered, I am aware of the following Baratha: if one examine a barrel of wine for the purpose of separating heave offering from it, for all others, and he did so for a month or 2. And thereafter it was found that the wine turned into vinegar, 3 days is considered certain, and further on doubtful. How is this to be understood? Said Johanan thus, the first 3 days from the examination it is to be considered certainly wine, and thereafter it is to be considered doubtful. Why so? Because usually wine becomes sour from the top, and when he tasted it, it was not sour, and if you say it had become sour immediately after he tasted it, the smell only was vinegar-like. But the taste still of wine, as the sages had a tradition that less than 3 days from the beginning it becomes not vinegar, and such is considered wine. Jehoshua b. Levi, however, said that all he separated in the last 3 days is certainly vinegar, but previous to that it is doubtful. Why so? Because usually wine begins to turn sour from the bottom, and maybe when he tasted it was sour already, of which he was not aware. And even should I admit that wine begins to turn sour from the top, my decision is still correct, as it may be that it began to turn sour immediately after being tasted, and I hold that if it smells of vinegar, though the taste is still of wine, it must be considered vinegar, hence according to Jehoshua b. Levi the wine which is sold in stores is not considered wine at all, and according to Johanan it is considered wine. The sages of the south taught in the name of Jehoshua b. Levi thus, the first 3 days it should be considered as wine, the last 3 days as vinegar, and in the days between as doubtful. But does this statement not contradict itself? The first 3 days it certainly is wine, hence if the smell is of vinegar and the taste of wine, it is considered wine. And thereafter they said, the last 3 days it is certainly vinegar, from which it is to be inferred that if the smell is of vinegar and the taste of wine, it is considered vinegar. The case was that it was found wholly strong vinegar, and it is stated above that it takes no less than 3 days after it turns sour to become wholly vinegar, hence it is to be supposed that in the last 3 days it was already vinegar. However, according to which of these two was the conclusion of Joseph? In this, also, Hamari and his bid differ, one saying that his conclusion was in accordance with Johanan, and the other saying it was in accordance with Jehoshua b. Levi. It was taught, if one sells a barrel of wine and it turns sour, according to Rab the first 3 days it is considered tinder the control of the seller, and thereafter, it is considered under the control of the buyer. Samuel, however, maintains that the seller is not responsible even when it was still in his barrel, as this is to be considered the fate of the buyer. R. Joseph acted in accordance with Rab concerning beer of dates, and according to Samuel with wine. The halakha, according to Samuel, however, prevails in every respect. 63. Mishna 3. If one sells wine and it turns sour, the seller is not responsible. If, however, it was known that the nature of his wine was to turn sour, and the buyer was not aware of it, the sale is void. If he said, I sell you wine, prepared with spices, in good order, the wine must remain in good order until the feast of Pentecost. Afterward it may become spoiled by heat. If the seller sold the buyer old wine, it must be from last year. And if he said, very old, it must be aged not less than 3 years. Gemara, Sedar, Hosebi, Hanina, all this is said of the case wherein it was delivered to the buyer in his own jugs. But if it was placed in the jugs of the seller, the buyer might say, here are your jugs and your wine. Why then may not the seller claim, you ought not to keep it so long? It means that while selling, the seller told the buyer, for keeping. But what compels our Jose to such a difficult interpretation, in which the jugs were the buyer's, and the seller says, for keeping? Why is it not simply said that the jugs were the seller's and he said nothing? Said Rabbah, it is because the further statement of the Mishna, that if it was known that the nature of the seller's wine was to turn sour the sale is void, was a difficulty to him. Why, then, let the seller claim he ought not to keep it so long? We must then say, that the Mishna treats of the case wherein the seller told the buyer, for keeping, he therefore interpreted the whole Mishna, that such was the stipulation, and infer from this that so it is. He, however, differs with our Haya B. Joseph, who said that the fate of one causes the spoiling of his wine, as it is written, Habakkuk 2. 5, and even the wine of a proud man rebels. Said R. Mari, if one is proud, he is not tolerated even by his family, as the above verse reads, the proud man whose house will not stand, which is to say that he is not tolerated by his household. R. Jehuda in the name of Rab said, a commoner who disguises himself in the garment of a scholar, cannot enter into the habitation of the Holy One, blessed be he, and this is deduced from an analogy of expression, nvi, which is to be found in X 15. 13. The Hebrew expression in the above cited verse is also invi, literally, dwelling, inhabit. Rabbah said, if one sells a barrel of wine to a storekeeper, with the stipulation that he shall sell it at retail and then pay the owner, and a half or a third of the wine turns sour, the law is that the seller must accept the return of his wine. And this is said only in case the faucet was not changed by the storekeeper, but if it was changed and placed near to yeast, there is no responsibility, and there is also no responsibility if the storekeeper kept the wine over the market day. He said again, if one has accepted wine for half interest, with the intention of taking it to the suburb of Dwulcht, where usually wine is dear, and by the time it reached there the price was lowered. The law is that the owner has to accept the return of the wine. The schoolmen propounded a question, how is it when the same was vinegar? Said our Hallel to our Ashi, when we were at our Kahanas he said to us, the same is the case with vinegar, as he agrees with our Hosebi Hanina's statement above. Old wine, etc. A Beretha in addition to our Mishna states that if it was said, very old wine, it must keep its good quality until the Feast of Tabernacle in the 3rd year. Mishna 4. If one sells to one a place for the purpose of building a wedding house for his son or a widow house for his daughter, and the same is the case if a contractor undertakes to build such for him. The size must be not less than 4 ells in length by 6 in breadth. Such is the decree of our Akiba. Our Ishmael, however, maintains that this is the size of a stable. If one wishes to build a stable for cattle, he builds it 4 by 6. The smallest house is no less than 6 by 8, a large one 8 by 10, and a triclinum, restaurant, 10 by 10, and the height must be a half of its length and of its width. An example of this, said our Simeon B. Gamaliel, was the building of the temple. Gemara, Why does the Mishna state a wedding house for his son and a widow house for his daughter? Let it state a wedding or a widow house for his son or daughter. The Mishna incidentally teaches us that it is not a good custom for a son-in-law to dwell with his father-in-law, as it is written in the book of Ben Sirah, I have weighed everything on the scale and did not find a thing to be lighter than bran. However, a groom who resides in the house of his father-in-law is lighter than bran, and still lighter than he is an invited guest who brings with him an uninvited companion. And still lighter is the one who answers before he has heard thoroughly the question, as it is written, Prov. 18:13, when one returneth an answer before he understandeth the question, it is a folly unto him and a shame. If one wishes to build a stable, etc. Who said this? According to some, are Akiba himself, and he said so. And although this is the size of a stable for cattle, it nevertheless happens that human beings live in such a building, and as the seller or the contractor did not stipulate the size, the minimum may be taken. Others say R. Ishmael taught this saying, that if one wishes to build a stable, it is the size of 4 by 6 triclinum, etc. There is a baratha, for a quanter, 12 ells square is needed. What does it mean? A 4-yard? An example of this, etc. Who taught this? Some say are Simeon b. Gamaliel, and it should read thus. Whence is this deduced? Said are Simeon b. Gamaliel, all must be judged according to the building of the temple, and some say that the first Tannah taught an example of it, and he was about to finish his statement with the building of the temple, but are Simeon b. Gamaliel interrupted him saying, do you want to compare all common buildings with the building of the temple? Do all people build such buildings? We have learned in a baratha, anonymous teachers say the height must be not less than the length of the crossbeams of the ceiling. But why not say, simply, the height must be as the width? If you wish, it may be said that usually a house is wider at the top than at the bottom, and if you wish, it may be said that, because the ends of the beams are placed in the enclosures of the wall, they are longer than the width of the house. Mishna v. If one possesses a well, situated on the other side of his neighbor's house, by inheritance, or even bought from him with a path, so that when water is needed he must pass through the house. He may enter and leave at the time people usually enter and leave. However, he is not allowed to take his cattle to the well, but he has to take water for them outside of the house and water them. The owner of the well, as well as the owner of the house, has a right to put a lock on it. Gemara, a lock on what? Said are Johanan, both locks may be put on the well. It is right that the owner of the well should put a lock on his well, so that no one can use the water, but for what purpose should the owner of the house put a lock on it? Said R. Elazar, lest his neighbor, while passing his house to the well in his absence, should remain alone with his wife. Mishna 6, if one has a garden inside of his neighbor's garden, he may enter and leave only when people are wont to do so. He must not take buyers with him to his garden, and he also has no right to pass through his neighbor's garden for the purpose of entering another field conjoining this one, when he has no business in his own garden. And only the owner of the outside garden has a right to sow the path. If, however, a path was designated to him by court, on the side, with the consent of both parties, then he may enter and leave whenever he pleases and may also take with him buyers. However, the right to pass through to another field is not given, and neither of them has the right to sow the path. Gemara, R. Jehudah in the name of Samuel said, if one says, I sell you a place of 1 ell for digging a well to water your dry land, it must contain the width of 2 ells, and he also has to add him 2 ells from his field to the edges of the well, on which to erect walls to prevent the overflow of the water. And if he said, I sell you 1 ell for making a sewer, it must be 1 ell wide and 1/2 ell to each edge. But who has a right to sow the edges, while the walls were not as yet trade? R. Jehudah in the name of Samuel said, the owner of the field, and Harnan in the name of Samuel said, the owner of the field may plant trees there, but not sow it, as by sowing he harms the water. R. Jehudah in the name of Samuel said again, if the walls of a channel fall, the owner of it may repair it from the material of the field upon which the walls were placed. As certainly they fall on the same field where they were placed, but the material was scattered by the wind all over the field. R. Papa, however, opposed, saying that the owner of the field may claim that the water of your well has underwashed the material and caused it to fall. Therefore he gave another reason, that such a stipulation must have been in existence when he hired that place, for otherwise he would not have wasted his money. Mishna 7. If there was a public thoroughfare through one's field and he took it for himself and designated another one at the side of his field, what he has given is considered the public's, and to that which he took for himself he does not acquire title. If one sells a path in his field for a private thoroughfare it must be 4 ells, for the public it must be no less than 16. A way for the government has no limit. The way for carrying a corpse to the grave has also no limit. However, the space where the people stand for condoling was determined by the judges of Zaboras of a space where 4 cobs may be sown. Gemara, why should he not acquire title to that thoroughfare he took for himself, when he designated another one for the public? Let him take a stick with which to drive off intruders, or do you want to infer from this that one cannot take the law in his own hands, even when he suffered damage? Said Zebed in the name of Rabbah, it is to be feared that if this would be allowed, one would give to the public a crooked way, but Mesharshia in the name of Rabbah said that our Mishna treats of a case wherein the owner of the field has designated such. Ashi, however, maintains that a way which is placed at one side is considered crooked, because it is near to one who resides near to this side, while it is far to him who resides on the other side, and therefore he does not acquire title to that which he took. But let him say to the public, take your way and return mine, and the Mishna states what he has given is lost. It is in accordance with Eliezer of the following Beretha, Jehuda said in the name of Eliezer, if the public has chosen a way for itself, what was done remains. But may the public be robbers, according to Eliezer? Said Gidel in the name of Rab, he speaks in case the public has lost a way in this field, i.e. some time ago there was a thoroughfare which afterwards was lost. If so, why then said Rabba B. Huna in the name of Rab that the halakha does not prevail with Eliezer? The one who has taught this statement was not aware of the other statement, i.e., Gidel does not approve the statement of Rabba B. Huna in the name of Rab. But according to Rabba B. Huna, what is the reason of our Mishnah's statement, that of Jehuda, who said above, page 145, that a path of which the public took charge must not be spoiled? By which act did the public acquire title to the thoroughfare, according to Eliezer? By passing, as we have learned in the following Beretha, if one passed, in an ownerless field, on its length and breadth he acquired title to the place he has passed, so is the decree of Eliezer. The sages, however, maintain that passing has no effect at all, and title is not acquired unless he makes a hazakah. Said Elazar, the reason of Eliezer is the following verse, Genesis 13:17, Arise, walk through the land in the length of it and in the breadth of it, for unto thee I will give it. The sages say this cannot be taken for a support, however, as Abraham was beloved by heaven, and it was said to him for the purpose of making easier for his children the subjection of the land. Said Jose B. Hanina, the sages admit to Eliezer in case of a footpath between vineyards, because it was made for passing, title is also given by passing. When such a case came before Itzhak B. Ami he decided that the plaintiff should get a footpath upon which he should be able to carry a bundle of branches on his shoulders, which in turning here and there should not touch the walls. But this is said in a case wherein the places for the walls are not yet designated, but if they were, the space should be given him, so as to put one foot after the other. For a private, etc. There is a Beretha, anonymous teachers say, as much as an ass with its load could pass. The judges of the exile said, 2 cubits and a half. And Huna said, the halakha prevails with them. But did not Huna say elsewhere that the halakha prevails with the anonymous teachers? The limit of both is equal. A public thoroughfare is 16 ells. The rabbis taught, a private way is 4 ells, a way from one city to the other is 8 ells, a public way is 16 ells, and the way to the cities of refuge, number 35. 2:32. Said Huna, whence is this deduced? From the scripture, Deuteronomy 19. 3. The way to them. It should be a way, and the word the makes it double. The way of the government has no limit, as the king has the right to erect partitions, houses, and no one has a right to prevent him, and the way for burying a corpse has no limit, because of the honor of the dead. 64. Mishna 8. If one sells a place for digging a grave, or an undertaker makes a grave for one, the inside of the cave must be 4 by 6, and opening into it 8 niches for coffins, 3 on each side and 2 at the top and bottom. The length of the niches is 4 ells, the height 7 spans, and the width 6. Simeon, however, said, the inside of the cave must be 6 by 8, the niches must be 13, 4 on each side, 3 on the upper side, and 1 on the right side of the door and 1 on the left. He also makes a 4-yard at the mouth of the cave 6 ells square, as much as the coffin with its carrier needs. He also has to open to this 4-yard 2 caves from 2 sides. Simeon, however, said 4 to all its 4 sides. Simeon b. Gamaliel, however, maintains that all must be done according to the rock, i.e., if the earth is soft more niches could be made, but if rocky the number must be limited accordingly. Gemara, the 2 niches which are. Simeon requires, 1 on the right side of the door, etc., how shall he dig them? If their length should be dug from the wall of the cave under the 4-yard, then they will be trodden down. Furthermore, there is a Mishna to the effect that one who stands in the yard of a grave is clean, but if the niches should be dug under the yard the one who stands above would not be clean. Said Jose b. Hanina, he made the niches like an upright bolt, i.e., placed the bodies in an upright position. But did not Johanan say that asses are buried in like manner? According to him, the niches should be made in the corners. But then each of them would come in contact with the other. Said Ashi, if he makes those in the corners deeper, according to Simeon, who said that 4 niches must be on each side, if they were all equally dug they would come in contact. It must be said that he digs some of them deeper, and the same may be said here. 65 Hunabi Jehoshua, however, maintains that he makes the niches crooked. Says the Gemara. This statement does not hold, as according to it he would have to make 8 inches in the space of 11 1/5 ells, which is impossible. 66. Chapter 7. Rules and regulations concerning rocks and pits in ground sold, the quantities of greater or less measure which may or may not void a sale of fields, villages, etc. Mishna I. If one says, I sell you earth the size where 1 kur can be sown, and there were crevices 10 spans deep, or rocks 10 spans high, they are not measured, but if less than that size they are measured. If, however, he said to him, about the size of a kur, and there were crevices or rocks even more than the size of 10 spans, they are measured. Gemara, said Itzhak, the statement of the Mishnah about rocks and crevices which are measured when they are less than 10 spans holds good only when all of them together do not measure 4 cobs, but not if they do. Said Ukba b. Hama, even then they are measured only when they are scattered within 5 cob space, but unless they are not measured, and Haya b. Abba in the name of Johanan says that 5 cobs do not suffice, and they are measured only when they are scattered within the greater part of the field, which is at least 16 cobs, as a kur is 30 cobs, and Haya b. Abba himself questioned, how is the law according to Johanan's theory? If the greater part of the rocks in question were scattered within the smaller part of the field, and the smaller part of them within the larger part of the field, and if altogether they measured 4 cobs. These questions are not decided. 67. There is a Beretha, if there were a single rock, but it bears a separate name, e.g., the West Rock, even if of less than 10 spans, it is not measured. And also if the rock were placed near to the boundary, whatever size it may be it is not measured. 68. Mishna 2, I sell you earth of the size wherein a kur can be sown, measured with a line. If there were a trifle less, he may deduct. If a trifle more, the buyer has to return it. If, however, the seller says, about this size, a little more or less, even if there were less than a quarter of a cab on each saw, the sale is valid. But if it were more than that size, an account must be taken. In case the buyer has to make return, it shall be in money, however, if he wishes to return him land, he may do so. And why was it said that the buyer should return the seller money? To favor the seller, so that if there were a trifle more the buyer should not have the right to return him this trifle, which the seller could not use. But if there were a cab and a half more than the prescribed size, it means in the case of 9 cobs of land in a field and a half cab in a garden, and according to our Akiba even a quarter of a cab, then the buyer may return the land, and not only the land which is in excess of the prescribed size, but even that of this prescribed size itself is to be returned with the other. Gemara, the schoolmen propounded a question, if the seller said, the size of a kur, without any addition, how is the law? Come and hear. If the seller says, I sell you an estate the size of a kur, or, about the size of a kur, a little less or more, I sell you, and thereafter it were found a quarter of a cab less or more to a saw, the sale is valid. Hence we see that even if B does not add to the words, the size of a kur, it is the same as if he would say, about. Nay, the Baratha is to be explained thus, the last part of the Baratha explains the first part. If one says, I sell you of the size of a kur, about, is to be understood in case he should add a trifle less or more. Our Ashi objected, if this were so, why the repetition, I sell you, I sell you? Therefore the Baratha is to be explained as above, that the size of a kur means, about, and so it is. It shall be in money. We see from this that the advantage of the seller and not the buyer is taken into consideration, but valid. If, however, the estate is larger, the court compels both the seller to sell and the buyer to buy, hence we see that the advantage of both is taken into consideration. I.e. that even have we not learned in the following Baratha, if there were less or more than 7 cobs and a half on a kur, the sale is if the seller insists that the excess should be returned to him. He is not to be listened to if it is an advantage for the buyer to have it. The Baratha treats that at the time it was found over the prescribed size, the estate was lower in price and the seller willing to sell. Therefore we say to the buyer, you may reckon it at the existing price, and the same is said to the seller, if you do not wish the estate to be returned to you, you must accept the existing price. But have we not learned in another Baratha that if the buyer compensates the seller, he must reckon at the previous rate? That Baratha speaks that when the reverse was the case, the price was low at the time of the sale and became higher after it was known that there was an excess over the prescribed size. It means in the case of 9 cobs, etc. Said R. Huna, this applies even in a valley which is of more than 10 kurs. R. Naaman, however, says 7.5 to each kur. But if there were a cab and a half more, which counts 9 cobs, even to 1 kur, all must be returned, even if to the other kurs the addition were not over the prescribed size. Rabbah objected R. Naaman from our Mishna, which states that if he left 9 cobs in a field, etc. Does not the Mishna mean at least 2 kurs as the size of the usual field? Nay, it means 1 kur. Farther on, in a garden, a half of a cab is given as the minimum of excess. Does it not mean at least 2 saws, as usually a garden is called of that size? Nay, it means 1 saw, and according to our Akiba 1/4. Does it not mean, if the garden was a saw? Nay, it means if it was half a saw. R. Ashi questioned, if one sold a field, and afterwards, but before the money was paid, it became a garden, and there were found more than a quarter to a saw, but it should not reach the size of 9 cobs or vice versa. How should the prescribed size be reckoned as that of a field or that of a garden? This question remains undecided. There is a Baratha, if the estate over the prescribed size sold was conjoined with the other estate of the seller, even if that were but a trifle, the buyer has to return the seller the estate. R. Ashi questioned, how is the law if there were a well between this estate sold and the other estate of the seller, a channel, a public thoroughfare, or a row of trees, should these constitute lines of demarcation or not? This question remains undecided. And not only the land which is in excess, etc. How is this to be understood? Taught Rabban B.R. Naaman, not only that which was over the prescribed size the buyer returns the seller, but all the quarters to each kur, although the rest be not over the prescribed size, he must return. Mishna 3. I sell you the estate with a measurement, a trifle more or less. The last words, more or less, nullify those preceding them. I sell you a trifle more or less to be measured with a line. The last words here nullify the preceding ones, and the seller must give the purchaser a just measurement. So that if the land were in excess, the excess must be returned, and if less the seller must supply the deficiency, such is the decree of Ben Nanas. Gemara, said our Abba B. Mamel in the name of Rab, the colleagues of Ben Nanas differ with him. What came he to teach us? Have we not learned in the Middle Gate, page 269, Mishnah 8, that it happened in Cyphorius that one rented a bathhouse for 12 golden dinars a year? The payment was to be 1 dinar monthly. And thereafter the year was made intercalary. When the case came before our Simeon B. Gamaliel and our Jose, they decided that the payment for the intercalated time should be made at the same rate as for the ordinary time. If from that Mishnah 1 says that the last words, 1 dinar monthly, are to be interpreted as a retraction of the first words, 12 a year, the last words, a dinar monthly, may also be interpreted as explaining the former. 12 a year, over which the sages differed with Ben Nanas. However, here, in that the last words cannot be interpreted as an explanation, but as a retraction of the former, the sages agree with him. He comes to teach us that they differ also in this case. R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, this which is taught in our Mishnah is in the words of Ben Nanas, but the sages say that the shorter expression must always have the greater weight, i.e. with a measurement is shorter than a trifle less or more, no matter whether the shorter phrase were said before or after the longer one. Says the Gemara, shall we assume that with the expression this Samuel meant to say that he himself does not agree with him? Do not both Rab and Samuel say, page 188, that if one said, a kur for 30 selas, he may retract even at the last saw? And if he added each saw for 1 sela, to all which was measured title is acquired, which corresponds with the decision of Ben Nanas. Therefore we must say that he meant to say this, and I agree therewith. But is that so? Did not Samuel say, Middle Gate, page 270, the decision was so made, but if they had appeared in the beginning, would it be entirely the owners, and if in the end, the renters? This, at all events, cannot correspond with Ben Nanas' decision. Therefore it must be said again that by the word this he means that, I do not agree, and the reason of his decision in the case of each saw for Selah is because that which was measured is considered already in his hands. And the same is the case with the rent for the intercalary month. If at the end of the month, it belongs to the renter, because it is already in his hand. R. Huna said, it was said in the college of Rab, if one said, I sell this to you for an istra 100 moas, he must give him 100 moas. But if he says 100 moas an istra, he has to give him an istra although it is less in value than 100 moas. What came he to teach us that the last expression must be considered? Has not Rab said this already concerning the case of the cited Mishnah, page 270, if I were there, I should give it to the owner of the house, and that is because the last words were, a dinar monthly? Lest one should say that in one case the last words, 100 moas, or vice versa, are to be considered as an explanation to the first words, he comes to teach us that it is not so. Mishnah 4. If one says, I sell you this estate, the size of a kur, with its marks and boundaries, and afterwards it were found that the size is less than stipulated, if it were less than a sixth of the whole size, the sale is valid. But if there were a sixth wanting, the the buyer may deduct from the payment. Gemara, it was taught, our Huna and our Jehuda differ in the explanation of our Mishna. According to the former, the Mishna means that an exact sixth should be considered as less than a sixth, and the Mishna is to be explained thus: with less than a sixth wanting, a sixth inclusive, the sale is valid. If, however, more than a sixth is wanting, it may be deducted. According to our Jehuda, the Mishna means that an exact sixth is to be considered as more, and it is to be explained thus: with less than a sixth wanting, the sale is valid. A sixth, however, or more wanting is to be deducted. An objection was raised from the following Tosefta, with its marks and boundaries, and there was a sixth less or a sixth more. It parallels a case wherein the court appraises an estate, and the sale is valid. Now we know that in a case wherein the court appraises, if there were an error as to an exact sixth, it is considered as if it were more, and the appraisement is void. Hence this contradicts our Huna. Our Huna may say that there is no contradiction, as the Tosefta ends with the words, the sale is valid, and if this paralleled the case wherein the court appraises, how could it be valid in case there were more than a sixth? Does not the law provide that in the case of an error of the court in more than a sixth, the appraisement is void? It must be said then that it is parallel in one respect but not in the other. And it is to be explained thus: it parallels the case wherein the court appraises with an error of less than a sixth, which does not affect the appraisement. But it does not parallel the case in which the error of the court is of a sixth or more and affects the appraisement, which differs from our case, as the purchaser has only to deduct the money value of the deficiency, while the sale is still valid. 69. Our Papa bought an estate from someone who told him that it measured the size of 20 saws. After it was measured, it was found that there were only 15. And the case came before Abai, who decided that the sale was valid, because the seller had used the qualifying words, as you see its marks and boundaries. But have we not learned that if there were more than a sixth lacking, its value is to be deducted, and here there is a fourth part? In the first case the condition is not known to the buyer before the sale. But in the latter case, as the condition was known to our Papa and he saw it at the time he bought, it must be supposed that he had considered and accepted it. Rejoined our Papa, but did he not tell me that it measured 20? He probably meant to say that these 15 are better than 20 elsewhere. There is a Beretha, our Jose said, some brothers divided their inheritance by lot, and when to each of them his lot fell, all of them acquired title to their shares. Why so? Said our Eleazar, at the time the land of Israel was allotted to the tribes. But was there not also the Urim v Tumim, as it is said farther on that the high priest Eleazar had on the Urim v Tumim, and then the lots were cast? Said our Ashi, by their arrangement prior to allotment, whereby the estate was divided into shares of equal value, they had prepared themselves that each should acquire title to the share which the lot should cast for him. And therefore no other ceremony was necessary. It was taught, to two brothers who had divided their inheritance, between them came a third brother, of whose existence they were not previously aware. Their division is null and void according to Rab. Samuel, however, maintains that each of the two must relinquish a third of his inheritance to the third brother, e.g. they inherited 6 fields, and each of them must give one of these to the newcomer, so that the 3 brothers may have 2 fields apiece. Said Rabbah to our Naaman, according to Rab, who says that the division is null and void, it must be said he holds that since all of them did not share in the first division, the inheritance must be redivided. Would the same be the case with 3 partners, 2 of whom have divided, in the presence of 3 persons who are considered a Beth Din, in the absence of the third one, and there is a decision, Middlegate, page 74, that such holds good? The cases are dissimilar. In the latter case the partners divided the property into 3 shares, and as it was done in the presence of a Beth Din the division holds good. But in the former case the 2 brothers had divided the inheritance into 2 parts only, as they were unaware of the third brother's existence. Said our Papa to Abai, according to Samuel's decision that the first division is valid, it must be said he holds that such an act, done in accordance with the law, must not be abrogated. Although thereafter it appears that the brothers took more than belonged to them. But did not both Rab and Samuel say, if one says, I sell you a kur for 30 selas, the seller may retract even at the last sa? We see then that even when done in accordance with the law an act may still be abrogated. There is, however, here a difference. The rabbis enacted that law to please both the seller and the buyer. I.e., in case the price should become lower, before the buyer has received the property, it is to his advantage to retract. And in case the price becomes higher, the advantage is for the seller. Hence this law is beneficial to both. It was taught, if brothers divided their inheritance and a creditor of their father came and took away the share of one of them, according to Rab the former division is null and void. Samuel, however, said that such was this brother's lot, and it did not concern the other. Asi, however, maintains, not as Rab, that the division is void, and they must divide the remainder, and not as Samuel, that it does not at all concern the other one. But that the second brother must surrender 1/4 of his estate and 1/4 of the money he has inherited. Rab holds that the heirs, even after their division, are still to be considered heirs, hence if one of them has lost the property through his father's debt, he is still an heir to the remainder. While Samuel holds that at the time they divide they are considered buyers, each of them buying his share of his brother, without any security. And consequently each has no further concern after the division. Asi was doubtful whether they are to be considered heirs of buyers. Therefore the half which ought to be taken from the one who did not suffer loss is considered doubtful money, and there is a rule that doubtful money is to be divided. Said Papa, the halakha concerning the two cases, that of the third brother as well as that wherein the share of one was taken away by their father's creditor, prevails in accordance with Samuel, who says the division holds good. And it is for them to divide from their shares in payment of the debt. Amimar, however, said, the halakha prevails in accordance with Rab, who said that the division is void and the property must be redivided, and so the halakha prevails. The rabbis taught, if there are 3 who have qualified as a beth din to appraise the estate of one deceased, for the support of his widow and daughters. And if one says that in his opinion the estate is worth 25 selas, a mona of 100 zuz, and the 2 others say 200 or vice versa, the opinion of the individual is of no effect. But if one appraises the estate at 100 zuz, which are 25 selas, the second for 20, and the third for 30, the value is fixed at 100 zuz. Eliezer b. Zadok, however, says that it should be taken for 90 zuz, and anonymous teachers say that a third of the difference between the second and third valuations must be added to the second, which will give 93 1/3 zuz. The reason of him who says the estate is worth 100 zuz is that the opinion of the arbitrator is to be taken into consideration, and the reason for Eliezer's opinion that the estate is worth 90 zuz is that he who appraised it at 80 underestimated by 10 zuz, while he who appraised it at 100 overestimated by 10 zuz, and as there is a majority who appraised it at not more than 100 zuz. The third, who appraised it at 20 zuz over a moa, is not to be taken into consideration at all. Why not say that the one who said 100 zuz has underestimated by 10 and he who says 30 has overestimated by 10, and the estate should therefore be valued at 100? Because the majority declare it not worth more than 100 zuz, or 1 moa. The anonymous teachers maintain that the estate is worth 93 1/3 zuz, because the one who estimated its value at 20 selas, 80 zuz, underestimated by 13 1/3, and the one who said 100 zuz overestimated by 13 1/3. Although he had intended to say 103 1/3 zuz, but thought he would not like to make his difference too large. And why not say that the one who said 30 selas, 120 zuz, has overestimated by 13, and the estimate should be fixed at 113 zuz? The opinion of the majority that the estate is not worth over a moa is to be taken into consideration. Said Huna, the halakha prevails with the anonymous teachers. Said Ashi, the reason of the anonymous teachers is not acceptable, should we decide according to them? There is a beretha that the judges of the exile are in accordance with the anonymous teachers, and our Huna said again that so the halakha prevails, but our Ashi objected again for the same reason stated above. Mishna v. If one says, I sell you the half of the field, the half of the value is meant, the better one against the inferior is to he appraised, and the seller has a right to give the buyer the latter. The same is the case when he said, I sell you the southern half of this field, and the buyer takes the half determined on by the seller. The seller, however, has to give space for a partition, and for a large and a small ditch. What is the breadth of a large ditch? 6 spans. And of a small one? 3. Gemara, said our Hayabi, our Abba, in the name of our Johanan, the buyer has to take the inferior. And he, when he heard this statement from our Johanan, said to him, does not the Mishna say, the better one against the inferior is to be appraised? And should not this be explained to mean that each of them should take half of both good and inferior? And he answered, it seems to me that you have eaten too many dates in Babylon, so that you have no time to descend into the depths of the Mishna. Does not the Mishna contain the same expression, in the latter part, 70 concerning the sale of the south side of his field? And why the repetition? It should read, he should take a half at the south side, and we would understand it to mean half of the size. We must then say that it is repeated to teach that also in that case the half of the value is meant, as the same was in the first part. The partition, etc. There is a Baratha, the large ditch must be outside and the small one inside of the field, but both beyond the partition, so that beasts may not jump over the partition in the field. Why then the small ditch? Does not the large one suffice for this purpose? Because it is 6 spans wide, the beasts could enter in it and jump over. But does not the small ditch suffice? Because it is small, the beasts could stand on the edge of it and jump over. And how much shall the space be between the large and the small ditch? 1 span.